Blackstone Audio presents Enterprise, America's Fightingest Ship and the Men Who Helped Win World War II, by Barrett Tillman. This book is read by Tom Weiner. To the carrier aviators, air crewmen, and sailors of the U.S. Navy who fought and won the Second World War. Eternal Father, strong to save, whose arm hath bound the restless wave, who bids the mighty ocean deep its own appointed limits keep. O hear us when we cry to thee, for those in peril on the sea. Lord, guard and guide the men who fly through the great spaces of the sky. Be with them always in the air, in darkening storm or sunshine fair. O hear us when we lift our prayer for those in peril in the air. The Navy Hymn. Note on distances and aircraft code names. Though naval usage employs nautical miles, 1.15 statute miles, throughout the text distances are rendered in statute miles for a general readership. Japanese aircraft code names appear throughout the book for the convenience of many readers. Zeke, Betty, Val, and other Allied names were assigned in late 1942, but are employed anachronistically here from Pearl Harbor onward. Prologue. Kearney, New Jersey, 1958. In the tidal flats of the Hackensack River rested a warship waiting to die. She was the most honored man-of-war in her nation's history. In the spring of 1958, however, USS Enterprise, CV-6, was just one more project in a long line of structures due for dismembering. Lipset Incorporated was vastly experienced in demolition. Among its credits were dismantling New York City's 2nd Avenue and 3rd Avenue elevated lines, as well as many previous ships. An obsolete aircraft carrier, Enterprise had been stricken from the Navy's register in October 1956 and purchased for scrap. Lipset reckoned that it could turn the $500,000 acquisition into a profit by rendering the ship's components into salvageable materials. The carrier's distinctive tripod mast had been removed at the Brooklyn Navy Yard, toppling onto the flight deck so she could clear the East River bridges en route to the Kearney, New Jersey execution site. Propelled by tugs, Enterprise's final journey had taken her past Brooklyn Heights and Governor's Island, southwesterly into Upper Bay, thence across to Jersey. Despite the foggy weather, thousands of people and scores of small craft had turned out to witness her dolorous trek. Now, riding easily alongside Lipset's pier, Enterprise was still intact, her cavernous hangar deck empty of men and aircraft. Only the large scoreboard depicting her wartime tally reminded visitors of what she had been, where she had sailed, and what she had done. She was already thoroughly demilitarized, her last aircraft gone since 1945, her anti-aircraft batteries removed, her communications and radar equipment stripped away. In her ready rooms, the chairs for pilots and air crewmen stood empty, facing large blackboards still bearing grids for navigation, plane assignments, and weather data. It was easy to think, here there be ghosts. Up in flag quarters, Vice Admiral William F. Halsey had learned the stunning news of the Sunday surprise at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. He had vowed that before he and Enterprise were finished, the Japanese language would be spoken only in hell. On the after part of the flight deck, on February 1, 1942, a machinist's mate had leapt into a parked dive bomber and grasped a .30 caliber machine gun to shoot at a Japanese bomber bearing down upon the ship. His heroic initiative earned him aircrew status, and after the Battle of Midway, a terrible fate at the hands of his captors. In a once boisterous ready room, Torpedo Squadron 6 had been briefed for its disastrous date with glory on June 4, 1942. 14 Douglas Devastators had rumbled off the deck to attack the Japanese fleet threatening Midway. 4 returned, one so badly shot up that it was pushed overboard. Portside aft was the landing signal officer's platform, where a darkly handsome lieutenant had delivered a virtuoso performance, bringing aboard plane after plane onto the increasingly crowded deck after bomb damage on October 26, 1942. In the Combat Information Center, specially trained officers and men had conducted the first generation of electronic warfare. Tracking phosphors on radar screens, They had conducted electronic triage, naming various blips as friendlies, bogies, and hostiles, taking appropriate action for each. In the forward elevator well, a Japanese pilot had plunged his Zero on May 14, 1945, killing himself and a dozen sailors and ending the Big E's combat career. But all that was in the past now, fast disappearing in the memory of a nation bursting with excitement over the dawning space age, hula hoops, and television. Disposal of the ship, expected to take 18 months, was placed in the hands of a master executioner. W. Henry Hoffman was a man of the sea. He had seen combat with the Kaiser's Navy in the Great War, sailed in the Norwegian Merchant Marine, had taken himself to America, where he demonstrated an intuitive grasp of engineering. Becoming a foreman on the New York subway system, he then returned to his nautical roots by joining Lipset. By 1958, Hoffman had dismantled 3 battleships and the luxury liner Normandy. With that extensive background, he brought to the task at hand an appreciation for the history inherent to every ship. His feelings for USS Enterprise were evident in the way he documented her destruction. Hoffman carefully recorded the process with 150 photographs, showing the phased reduction from a recognizable warship into 20,000 tons of scrap metal. In 1959, before the project was finished, Hoffman donated the carrier's stern plate, bearing her name, to the nearby township of Rivervale, New Jersey. Meanwhile, the process continued. The wooden flight deck was smashed to splinters by air hammers, permitting access to the cavernous hangar deck below. After the 3 aircraft elevators were cut up, work began dismantling the structure. It was a tricky job, as removing 8-by-40-foot steel slabs affected the ship's balance, and Lipset devoutedly wished to avoid capsizing the hulk. Alternately, large chunks of the bow and stern were severed, working toward the middle. Occasionally, partial flooding of the hull preserved Enterprise's trim. 50-ton gantry cranes hoisted each slab sliced from the hull as the process continued day by day, month by month. Where high-powered aircraft engines once had revved up, spinning 3-bladed propellers, where anti-aircraft guns had shattered and boomed at inbound attackers, another cacophony erupted. The hull was crisscrossed with air lines for pneumatic hammers that raised a din while oxyacetylene torches gushed and sparked as they bit into tempered steel. Enterprise's flight deck of Douglas fir was burned. Some profit was realized by stripping out miles of copper wiring and burning off the insulation so the base materials could be recycled. Each of the 4 shafts and propellers weighed nearly 40 tons, but even with the weight of the superstructure gone, they remained underwater. Divers cut slits in the shafts that weakened their integrity, and when they fell of their own weight, they were lifted out by huge gantries. That was the last major chore. All that remained was the dismembered center hull. The task was finished in May 1960, when the keel was dragged ashore. There, the Big E's structural spine was severed into manageable pieces and hauled away. Ironically, considering her history, much of the steel was sold to companies in Japan. Lipset had purchased Enterprise for $561,333. It was a fraction of the $20 million she had cost the American taxpayer 20 years before, but by 1958 that was the value of her 20,000 tons of steel, aluminum, copper, rubber, asbestos, wood, and assorted other materials. In 1942, she had been priceless. During the Second World War, the U.S. Navy recognized 41 Pacific battles, or campaigns. Enterprise was involved in 20, a record unmatched by any other ship. The cruiser San Francisco, CA-38, finished with 17 battle stars, and the next most engaged carrier was Essex, CV-9, with 13. But the Big E's unique record was not merely the number of her engagements. Far more important were her specific battles. When the need was greatest, Enterprise, with her sailors and flyers, had been there, from Pearl Harbor almost to VJ Day. She outlived 4 of the other 5 Pacific Fleet carriers during 1942, and the vital Midway battle would have been lost without her. 8 months later, at the end of the sanguinary Guadalcanal meat grinder, she was America's only large carrier still steaming in the Pacific. Because of her battle honors, the Big E was called the Fightingest Ship in the U.S. Navy. A few pretenders, late-coming carriers or surface ships of long service but little combat, tried to usurp the title, but they made poor competitors. Even discounting her record, Enterprise proved a highly adaptable lady. She bulked up from her original 25,000 tons loaded weight to 32,000, with more of everything. Wartime requirements called for more men, food, fuel, airplanes, guns, electronics, and just plain stuff than her designers ever anticipated. At the end of the war, the Big E had crammed, wedged, and finagled 13 pounds into a 10-pound sea bag. Men were the most pliable commodity aboard, and, of course, the most important. From her 1938 complement of 2,100 sailors and flyers, her manning grew to nearly 3,000. They lived cheek by jowl with each other for weeks and even months at a time. Eager, earnest youngsters of 17, and world-experienced sea dogs in their 50s. Enterprise had 15 captains during her 9-year career. 9 were wartime skippers, but few made an impression. Her deck plate leaders were petty officers and chiefs who had been aboard for years and knew their jobs and their men intimately. The most influential officer were 2 execs, also aviators, who bonded with the white-hat enlisted men and retained their welfare at heart even after leaving the ship. Enterprise pioneered the arcane martial art of flying from carriers at night. Her aviators became winged evangelists, preaching the heretical gospel of nocturnal tailhook aviation. In doing so, they stripped away the enemy's advantage of darkness, exposing him to attack 24 hours of every violent day. At the end of the war, the United States possessed nearly 100 carriers of all types and sizes, but the taxpayers who purchased Enterprise had come to know her as they knew no other vessel of the conflagration spanning the world's greatest ocean. She was Enterprise, the Big E. 13 years after the war, Americans still remembered when she had been the last fighting flat-top in the Pacific, so they strove to save her from the breaker's yard. When that effort failed, thousands paid her homage as she made her way to the Jersey shore. Enterprise was America's ship, and there will never be another like her. This is her story. Chapter 1. I have done the state some service. The Roosevelts long had their hands on the helm of the U.S. Navy. In an unprecedented record, 5 members of the extended family served as Assistant Secretary of the Navy for half the years between 1897 and 1936. 2 made historic contributions. The first was Theodore, who loved naval history. Following graduation from Harvard in 1882, he published a landmark account of the War of 1812. It was so thorough and well-written that it remained in print more than a century later. Despite his pince-nez glasses and portly physique, young Theodore was no dilettante. He lauded the fighting races, and his combative juices could boil over. In 1897 he declared, "I should welcome almost any war, for I think this country needs one." When he saw the opportunity, he grasped it with both stout hands. In 1898, when the battleship Maine blew up in Havana Harbor, Teddy was Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and, in the Secretary's absence, he ordered fleet units to prepare for action before a declaration of war with Spain. Thereupon, he resigned to form a volunteer regiment of Eastern Socialites and Western Bronco-busters that rose to glory in Cuba. 9 years later, having inherited the presidency from the martyred William McKinley, Teddy gleefully sent the Great White Fleet on a 14-month world cruise, adding an exclamation point to the drubbing that the Yankee Navy had inflicted upon a European power. Teddy's 5th cousin Franklin was Assistant Secretary from 1913 to 1920, the second longest tenure ever. Diagnosed with polio in 1921, Roosevelt was paralyzed below the waist, a fact kept from the public for the rest of his life, but he projected a vigorous image that helped propel him to 4 terms as the nation's commander-in-chief. Upon election as president in 1932, the patrician FDR sought to rescue the American everyman from the grinding grip of the Great Depression. Whether his economic policies helped or hurt remains disputed, but one thing is certain: no chief executive wielded executive power more broadly or enthusiastically than Franklin Delano Roosevelt. With an ironclad majority in the 73rd Congress, in 1933, the Democrats voted $238 million for public works. On June 16th, Roosevelt issued Executive Order 6174, which required some of the public largesse to be used for naval construction. Subsequently, funding was channeled to the Works Progress Administration as a job program for the Norfolk area. Those funds included 2 new aircraft carriers. Enter the aircraft carrier. Between the Assistant Secretary tenures of Theodore and Franklin Roosevelt, by far the greatest change in naval affairs was aviation. The British Royal Navy had first flown combat aircraft from ships during the Great War, and the world's admiralties took note. America and Japan followed, slowly perfecting the ships, planes, and operating procedures that would fight the Second World War. By 1934, America had 4 flat tops in commission. The USS Langley, CV-1, was an experiment dating from 1922. Upon her short, narrow deck, the first generation of tailhook aviators learned their esoteric trade, occasionally paying their tuition in blood. Langley was followed by 2 fighting carriers, the sisters Lexington, CV-2, and Saratoga, CV-3, in 1927. Converted from battlecruiser hulls in compliance with the Washington Naval Treaty, they were 33,000-ton giants, capable of 32 knots while launching 70 or more aircraft. Lex would die early, in the Coral Sea Battle of May 1942, while Sarah survived torpedoes and kamikazes to perish in a radioactive cloud at Bikini Atoll in 1946. CV-4 was Ranger, the misbegotten result of treaty obligations. Too small and slow to compete in the nautical Darwinism of the Pacific War, she served briefly in European and African waters, but spent most of her war days in training status. Clearly, the Navy needed larger, more capable carriers for the future. Thus emerged the Yorktowns, contracted to Newport News Shipbuilding Company in August 1933. The named ship of the class was CV-5, laid down in May 1934. Enterprise's CV-6 keel was laid in July, and she was launched on October 3, 1936. The Yorktown design was expensive. It cost nearly $1,000 per ton, and tonnage was a huge factor when the United States remained bound by the naval treaties limiting the size of warships. A carrier was a giant 3-dimensional jigsaw puzzle, a 20,000-ton Rubik's Cube. For a given volume, designers had to find room for more than 2,000 men to work, eat, and sleep, for the machinery to power the ship, for 70 or more aircraft, for thousands of tons of fuel oil and aviation gasoline, for bombs and torpedoes and ammunition and food, for communications and staff space. The Yorktown design was the product of enormous study that would shape not only a ship's configuration but its nautical character. Throughout 1931, the Navy considered 15 sets of specifications for the next carrier, ranging from 13,800 to 27,000 tons, and a hull 730 to 900 feet long. The 9th option, Scheme I, was selected. Tentatively 20,000 tons standard displacement and 770 feet in length, subject to modification. Considerable foresight was needed in designing the next generation flat tops. In 1932, carrier aircraft were all biplanes, but with commissioning expected in 1937 to 38, the ships would operate some all-metal monoplanes, faster and heavier than existing aircraft. Naval architects made adjustments, providing larger hangar decks, bigger flight deck elevators, and more powerful catapults to launch airplanes. Heavy armor was installed, especially around bomb and torpedo magazines, a decision that would pay dividends in 1942. But every ship is a compromise, and something had to give in the Yorktowns. That was underwater protection against torpedoes. Committed to a specific hull shape with only a 24-foot draft, the CV-5 design could not accept a wider midships section without unacceptable increases in power plant and weight. The compromise required that anti-torpedo protection ended just 4 feet above the keel, with little airspace between the protective layer and the hull. The final design naturally affected seakeeping qualities. Because the Yorktowns were fine-ended, the unusually narrow bows and sterns provided little buoyancy. That meant greater bending stresses at sea, translating engineering data into a ship's physical personality, how she performed when underway. Thus, the carrier's handling and seakeeping qualities were determined long before any of them met salt water. Another factor was weight of the flight deck. Steel decks would increase the ship's rolling tendency in heavy seas, with a higher center of gravity than wood. The Navy favored Douglas fir, which was resilient enough to withstand repeated impacts of landing aircraft. The new carrier's flight decks, 802 by 86 feet, were each an acre and a half of piney product from the great Northwest. A name for CV-6. 3/4 of a century later, it is unknown who suggested the name for CV-6, but certainly Enterprise came from a list maintained by the Secretary of the Navy's office. Lexington, Saratoga, and Yorktown honored Revolutionary War battles, while Ranger had been one of John Paul Jones's ships. All were more recognizable names than Enterprise. 6 previous vessels dating to the Revolution had borne the name, including a sloop lost to the British at Lake Champlain in 1776, a successful privateer against Britain, France, and Tripoli, and a World War I vessel. None was famous, but CV-6 would permanently affix the name Enterprise to the dome of the naval pantheon. In the Navy's Bureau of Ships, draftsman's paper was consumed in wholesale lots for delivery to Newport News and conversion into riveter's steel. As the hull was completed by stages, vital equipment was craned into place, including steam turbine engines and fuel oil bunkers as big as houses. The Yorktowns were smaller than the Lexingtons, but still good-sized for their day, 827 feet long and 114 wide, measuring 143 feet from keel to the top of the fire control mast. Fully loaded, a CV-5 ship displaced 25,500 tons of water. Aircraft handling was an essential feature. The Lexingtons had 2 aircraft elevators, which proved insufficient because it took over 30 seconds to raise or lower each one. Experience with Ranger showed the advantage of 3 lifts, and that concept continued with CV-5 and 6, and their 1941 relative, Hornet, CV-8. Additionally, 2 hydraulic flight deck catapults and 1 hangar deck cat were installed, capable of flinging a 6-ton airplane into the air, but the latter was rarely used and was removed in 1942. Defensively, the 2 new carriers would be armored against the 6-inch guns of light cruisers, and because dive bombing seemingly posed the greatest threat, automatic weapons were provided. Originally, the defensive batteries included 8 5-inch guns and 40 50 caliber machine guns. The latter proved inadequate. Yorktown was christened by Eleanor Roosevelt, the president's wife and Teddy's niece, in April 1936. The lead ship of the class raised her commission pennant in September 1937. CV-6 was launched on Saturday, October 3, 1936, some 27 months after her keel was laid. She was christened by Mrs. Lucy Swanson, wife of Navy Secretary Claude A. Swanson. She chose a passage from Shakespeare for the occasion. Quoting Othello, she declared, "May she also say with just pride, 'I have done the state some service.'" Then she swung a netted champagne bottle against the towering gray edifice, christening United States ship Enterprise. With that task completed, the blocks holding the hull were removed, and the nascent aircraft carrier slid down the ways and entered her element, the waters of the world. Yet much more work was required. 19 months would pass before Enterprise was commissioned on May 12, 1938, nearly 4 years from start to finish. The ceremony was endangered when a pre-dawn storm blew into the Virginia Peninsula, threatening rain. But as an official publication noted, on Thursday morning, the sun broke through auspiciously. Newt. Enterprise's commissioning skipper was 57-year-old Captain Newton H. White, Jr. Reared in rural Tennessee, where he had attended a one-room school, he struggled at Annapolis, making the varsity crew and graduating near the bottom of the class of 1907. He served in battleships and cruisers, and after the Great War he was an assistant attaché in Europe. Between sea tours he attended the Naval War College, served in the Office of Naval Intelligence, and was aide to the commander, U.S. Fleet. But White grasped the potential of aircraft. He earned Wings of Gold in 1919 and was well positioned for advancement in aviation. He was an early executive officer of Lexington, commanded the seaplane carrier Wright, and served as chief of staff aboard Yorktown. That May morning, Captain White read his orders and directed the first watch to be set. At that moment, USS Enterprise came alive. Other ships in the harbor rendered honors by whistle blasts, and the 200 guests on the flight deck were treated to a spectacular sight as the combined aircraft squadrons of Carrier Division 2 droned overhead, sporting red tails for Yorktown and blue for Enterprise. The original ship's complement was 1,529 men, plus about 540 in the air group, a total of some 2,070 officers, sailors, and Marines. The officer most involved with those men was Commander James C. Monfort. Aboard warships, the executive officer handles most personnel matters, and Monfort was no exception. An early aviator, only the 35th Navy pilot, he had served with White in Wright and Lexington. The new carrier's first flight operations were conducted on June 15th, when the air officer, Lieutenant Commander Allen P. Flagg, logged the first arrested landing. Commander of Enterprise Air Group was 42-year-old Lieutenant Commander Giles E. Short, in charge of 77 aircraft in the 4 squadrons and a utility detachment. Because the ship was CV-6, her squadrons bore the same number: Fighting Squadron 6, Bombing Squadron 6, Scouting Squadron 6, and Torpedo Squadron 6. With Enterprise joining the Atlantic Fleet, Carrier Division 2 was complete. The division commander was Rear Admiral William F. Halsey, Jr., a jut-jawed sea dog whom history would know as Bull. Enterprise would see much of him over the next 4 years. Captain White immediately set about learning his ship. The engineering spaces contained 4 Parsons steam turbines with power from 9 Babcock and Wilcox boilers, each operating at 400 psi peak pressure. That combination produced 120,000 shaft horsepower, driving Enterprise to 33.5 knots during sea trials. She was rated 1 knot less in service, but still made nearly 38 miles per hour. At an economical 16 knots, she could steam 12,000 miles. Enterprise was agile. She could reverse her course in 800 yards, less than half the figure for the faster but larger, bulkier Lexingtons. The Yorktown's design's turning ability would prove its worth time and again in combat, making her a light heavyweight contender, able to bob and weave, jab and punch against bigger opponents. Before departing on the shakedown cruise to South America, Captain White began laying plans for an event at sea. He convened a secret meeting with several chief petty officers and a couple of favored enlisted men. One was Seaman First Class Carl Marble, a teenaged veteran of 2 previous carriers. When summoned to the captain's cabin, Marble wondered, "What'd I do now?" The young storekeeper could think of no recent transgressions. In the meeting, Marble and the co-conspirators learned their mission. White gave them full-time freedom of the gangway, meaning they could come and go any time. Their mission: acquire whatever clothes, shoes, and accoutrements were deemed necessary for a crossing the equator ceremony. Toward that end, traditional roles were assigned, with Chief Michael Crump taking the lead as Neptunus Rex. A senior machinist, he produced his own crown and those for the nautical court, including the Royal Queen, Chief Yeoman F.L. Patton, and Royal Princess, Seaman Marble. A short, stout second-class electrician became the Royal Baby, while the burly Master-at-Arms drew the significant role of Davy Jones. The Royal Maid-in-Waiting, Chief Storekeeper Charlie Essler, completed the entourage. Carl Marble explained his selection as the Royal Princess. "I was 19 years old, with the best pair of legs on board." Beyond that, he was already an accomplished mariner, having achieved golden shellback status aboard Lexington by crossing 0 at 180, the equator at the International Date Line. On July 18th, escorted by the 2-year-old destroyer Shaw, the Big E departed Norfolk, with her fighters and torpedo planes on board. The opportunity of taking a new ship on its shakedown cruise was relished by all, old hands and recruits alike. The Sea Service accords special status to those who place a ship in commission, and forever after the men who took Enterprise to the Caribbean relished the title of plank owner. Several days later, the ships anchored off Puerto Rico's south coast. On July 25th, Enterprise contributed a 105-man landing force and the ship's band to a parade at Ponce. Governor Blanton Winship decided to observe the 40th anniversary of U.S. Army landings in the Spanish-American War, complete with a flyover by Fighting 6 and Torpedo 6. The show went unappreciated by Puerto Rican nationalists. Enterprise sailors watched incredulously as a touring car sped between the ship's band and the landing force, screeched to a halt, and ejected 3 men in white suits who began shooting handguns into the crowd. Since none of the sailors had ammunition for their weapons, they could only scatter or seek cover. A clueless ensign with a movie camera was so focused on filming the parade that he failed to grasp what was happening. Chief C.F. Jelly Jones, one of the Big E stalwarts, yelled at the youngster, "They're shooting real bullets," and shoved him aside. In the reviewing stand, white-clad officers from Enterprise and Shaw hit the deck. The would-be assassins fired about 15 rounds, killing a local military officer and wounding others. Guardia policemen returned fire, felling one assailant and capturing another while the third escaped. Big E sailors gawked as police picked up the killer's fresh corpse, blood-red splotches visible on the white suit coat, and tossed it into the car like a sack of wheat. Newspapers around the world reported upon Governor Winship's coolness. Having been under fire during the Spanish War, he merely remarked, "What damn poor shots they are." Then he delivered his prepared speech. Upon reassembling, most of the Enterprise men adjourned to a nearby Catholic parish for sandwiches and refreshments. Sailors spiked the punch with something atypical of church socials, probably an ultra-potent Caribbean rum. Whatever the beverage, it produced spectacular results. Seamen were laid low from the church down to the pier, where whaleboats shuttled inert white forms back to the ship. En route, one sailor held a friend's feet so the man could regurgitate over the side without despoiling shipmates' uniforms. Marble recalled, "I'd been in the Navy 3 years and never saw anything like it, before or since. Guys who could barely stand up straight were carrying their buddies up the gangway. There were so many puking drunks that the watchstanders didn't even bother to take names. One bunch was hauled aboard in a cargo net, like in the movie Mr. Roberts." It had been a hell of a day, a parade, a shootout, and an epic drunk. Enterprise's institutional identity was partly shaped that July 25, 1938. Individuals were being melded into a crew into a family. More bonding came 3 weeks later. On August 20th, the navigator, Lieutenant Commander, future Vice Admiral, Ralph Oftsey, calculated that Enterprise crossed the equator at longitude 37 degrees 00 minutes west, about 300 miles north of Fortaleza, Brazil. In a rite whose origins are lost in antiquity, relays of lowly polywogs were initiated into the mysteries of the deep. The process began on the hangar deck, with Captain White, the honored guest of the royal court, King Neptune, his queen, baby, princess, maid-in-waiting, and Davy Jones himself, all attended by the royal guard, those few shellbacks aboard outfitted in pirate attire. On the forward elevator the court was raised to the flight deck, then proceeded aft to the island, where all manner of nautical nastiness awaited the supplicant polywogs. It was a lengthy process, as Enterprise had taken 600 men straight from boot camp. However, under Captain White's liberal reign, the sailors in the front half of the line emerged as trusty shellbacks in time to inflict traditional indignities upon their newfound shipmates at the back of the line. The rigors were many and varied. All polywogs had to approach the royal baby and kiss the royal ham in the form of his rotund, exposed belly, lubricated with an odious slime of indeterminate origin. Others, selected at random, or because a shellback just didn't like the cut of a polywog's jib, were lowered into the royal coffin and subjected to mild electric shocks. Many stole an apprehensive glance at the royal guillotine. Others were dunked in the bear's den, a large vat filled with malodorous water, or were tossed into mesh cages and sprayed with a high-pressure fire hose. Still more victims were subjected to the royal barber, who set up shop near the island and carved whatever pattern took his fancy in a polywog's coiffure. Some ships were notorious for especially rough initiations, but Newton White's supervision ensured that nobody got out of hand. Even so, one sailor died. In the excitement, a fireman succumbed to an enlarged heart. Shipmates thought he should not have been permitted to enlist. After the initiation, the crew anticipated liberty in Rio de Janeiro, where, with ample time ashore, Enterprise sailors sought the pleasures that sailors seek. The 17-to-1 exchange rate permitted an American to rent a beach house at Copacabana, furnishings, including temporary girlfriend, at $100 for 10 days. The other renowned beach was Ipanema, with a spectacular view of the Twin Brothers Peaks and more spectacular scenery along the shore, even in those days famed for a lax attitude toward bathing attire. A few men ventured far uphill to view the 130-foot-tall Christ the Redeemer, though far more were content to enjoy life at sea level. Bearing fond memories, Enterprise and Shaw departed Rio on September 20th, making a mail stop in Cuba before continuing northward. But while the excitement of Ponce and the glamour of Rio remained uppermost in sailors' minds, the purpose of a shakedown remained undisturbed. The ship, crew, and squadrons needed a full evaluation, each as a separate entity, and most importantly, as a whole. from M Division running the ship's main engines to E Division electricians, S Division supply, and R Division repair, up to the V Divisions operating aircraft, each day brought CV-6 closer to the goal of an integrated, seagoing, potentially warfighting team. However, a far greater enemy than any man or nation lay ahead. En route home, Enterprise learned of an impending hurricane off the east coast. Ringing up full speed, Captain White tried to beat the storm into port, but lost the race. Off Cape Hatteras, Enterprise's 20,000 tons were battered by mountainous seas of fearful power. Amid cresting waves and shrieking wind, expansion joints opened to the maximum, rendering the flight deck untenable. Not even the hangar deck was safe. One of the metal curtains was blown in, and a spare airplane lashed to the overhead fell nose first, crunching the propeller and engine mount. At that point, the captain passed the word. All hands lay below the main deck. Most of the crew rode out the violent storm in the lower berthing and workspaces. Upon return to Hampton Roads, Enterprise got down to business. The bombing and scouting squadrons refreshed their carrier qualifications in Northrop BT monoplane bombers and Curtiss SBC biplane scouts, while the flight deck crew learned its esoteric trade. The fighting squadron with biplane Grumman F-3Fs and the torpedo outfit flying Douglas TBD monoplanes qualified later. But it was no easy task. 2/3 of the plane handlers, catapult, and arresting gear teams were rookies who learned their trades on the job. Those who had served aboard Lexington and Saratoga appreciated the Big E's faster elevators, permitting shorter cycle times in bringing planes up from the hangar deck, arranging the flight deck for launch, and recovering aircraft. Professional education was continuous, from engine room to ready rooms. In fairly short order, Enterprise sailors became a team en route to becoming a crew. Sailors learned one another's strengths and weaknesses. A squared-away seaman might prove a sloppy drunk on liberty, while a gold brick on the job would not hesitate to clobber a shore patrolman harassing a shipmate. Though the Navy rose or fell on the shoulders of the chief petty officers, mentors often emerged among lesser rates, perennial first- or second-class petty officers who couldn't pass a written exam but knew everything about steam, electricity, hydraulics, or aircraft engines. Baldy. Sometimes ship captains were selected almost on a whim. During a trip to Washington, D.C., Newton White stopped at the Bureau of Aeronautics. He dropped in on Captain Charles A. Pownall, who had been 3 years behind him at Annapolis. "Charlie, how would you like to take the Enterprise?" Surprised at the offer, Pownall replied, "Why, sure." Satisfied with the response, White said, "Then this morning we'll see Admiral Joe." With that, the friends called upon Rear Admiral J.O. Richardson, Personnel Chief and future Commander of the Pacific Fleet. Enterprise's first change of command ceremony occurred 4 days before Christmas, 1938. With officers and men arrayed in white-clad ranks, the Big E's crew heard Captain Pownall read his orders. He then turned to Newton White and said, "I relieve you, sir." Newt White, the benevolent old-timer, acknowledged his successor's orders, packed his sea chest, and walked off the ship. 4 months later, White retired to Mitchellville, Maryland, where he built a mansion adjoining Prince George's Country Club at 2708 Enterprise Road. In nearly 8 months, White had wrung out most of the Big E's wrinkles, human and mechanical. He set the stage for the ship to begin the strenuous task of preparing for war, and when he turned over command, his successor inherited a ship and air group capable of more than either realized at the time. The ship's in-port period during the holidays was not very happy. The new captain recalled, "Norfolk Navy Yard was having trouble. The first day after I got aboard, the catapult blew up. An explosive had been put there purposely. The clues were cold. But the next thing, we found some of the arresting gear was cut through with a hacksaw." No foreign agents were involved in sabotaging America's newest warship. As Pownall explained it, the workmen were hard up, and the Enterprise was their breadbasket. Realizing that the civilian workers were trying to extend the ship's repair time, Pownall and the Navy Yard commandant decided to move her to the operating base. With the ship's force and a few helpers, we finished the ship. 1939. Charles Allen Pownall was called Baldy at Annapolis, where he graduated in the lower half of the class of 1910. He came late to aviation, earning his wings in 1927 at age 39. Though pleasant and affable, he was widely considered too polite to wield authority, and later displayed a seeming distaste for combat that some attributed to his Quaker origins. However, others discounted the religious aspect, concluding that Pownall simply was too gentle a soul to deal with casualties. Plank owners such as Carl Marble recall, Captain Pownall was 100% on training. Unlike some senior officers, he recognized that an aircraft carrier was more than a ship that embarked 4 squadrons, and worked his V-1 division in efficient handling of planes on the flight and hangar decks. Air crews learned that there was no such thing as routine peacetime operations. For example, from 1939 through 1941, Torpedo Squadron 6 lost 5 planes and sent 1 back for rebuild. Predictably, most of the accidents occurred at sea. An experienced enlisted pilot stalled his Big Douglas on launch from the ship, an ensign stalled taking a wave-off on landing, and engine trouble put a chief naval aviation pilot into the water off Oahu. The squadron's only fatalities occurred in April 1941, when Ensign Edgar Rowley apparently neglected to complete his checklist before takeoff at San Diego. The port wing folded during climb-out, plummeting the aircraft 150 feet into the water, killing the pilot and both crewmen, H.J. Roy and W.L. Rose. Whatever his faults, Baldy Pownall was appreciated by the crew, which generally considered him a stern but understanding CO who demanded perfection and usually got it. Under his tenure, the Communications Department won the coveted C for excellence, M Division won an Engineering E, and 3 Efficiency E's appeared on the 5-inch gun mounts. All indicated that the departments met specific high standards or outpaced their counterparts in other carriers. Additionally, under Pownall, the Big E's baseball, basketball, softball, and rowing teams all were competitive for fleet honors. The teams were paced by stellar athletes, including baseball players Chief Quartermaster C.J. Bing Miller and Chief Boilerman C.F. Jelly Jones, plus the boxing champ, Chief Watertender H.N. Sobolov. Success in athletics built upon confidence and competence in military matters. Throughout her career, morale was seldom a problem in CV-6. In early 1939, while America enjoyed oceanic separation from European tensions, Enterprise in Yorktown joined annual exercises in the Atlantic and Caribbean. Carriers had participated in fleet problems since 1923, but with the arrival of Care Div 2, more options were explored. In Fleet Problem 20, the Black Force defended the East Coast and environs against a White Force deploying from Europe. At the time, only Britain remotely possessed such a capability. It was one of the few times that Yorktown and Enterprise operated together. With identical silhouettes, from overhead the only way to tell the sisters apart was the yellow YKTN and EN on the flight decks. Despite the European-oriented scenario of Fleet Problem 20, the 8 previous exercises had been held in Pacific waters, from the West Coast to Hawaii and the Aleutians. Clearly the concern was the Imperial Japanese Navy, rather than Hitler's Kriegsmarine. Consequently, in April came a major shakeup as Care Div 2 was ordered to join the Pacific Fleet. Hot dope from rumor-mongers held that the Japanese were planning to blow up the Panama Canal, hence the hasty move to the Pacific. In any case, the carriers eased their 83-foot-wide hulls through the canal's locks, with about 12 feet to spare on each side. Exiting into the Pacific, they proceeded to San Diego on May 2nd. 2 months later, Enterprise led the carriers visiting the Golden Gate International Exposition at San Francisco's Treasure Island. During the exposition, several Navy ships competed in the regatta, and the Big E's crew caught the racing bug. A first-class fireman, O.E. Kelly, who had raced for the battleship California, approached the skipper. "Sir, I've sounded out the crew, and we want a race boat." In fact, the sailors were willing to turn in their Liberty cards so they could practice rowing more often. Pownall was impressed. If the crew wants a race boat, the captain does too. With only 4 carriers available, flat-top sailors competed against heavy cruisers, which had similar-sized crews. Old Kelly proved his worth that July as his oarsmen bested entries from Pensacola, Yorktown, Chicago, Indianapolis, Louisville, Lexington, and Saratoga. The winning crew received a large trophy, but, better yet, each rower received a $20 gold piece from the city of San Francisco. The Big E continued racing that year, including sailing events in Seattle and Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Ship's morale, already high, climbed higher. That summer, 16 newly minted ensigns, fresh out of Annapolis, reported aboard in San Diego Bay. Enterprise shone as the new officers gaped at the bright work. gleaming stainless steel, polished brass, and fresh-swabbed tile. She resembled a high-tone cruise liner more than a warship. To James D. Ramage of Waterloo, Iowa, she was a beauty, the biggest thing I had ever seen. Properly decked out in dress uniforms and swords, the ensigns reported to Captain Pownall. He greeted the youngsters, then asked how many had requested Enterprise. Only Ramage and his Annapolis roommate, Grant Rogers, raised their hands. The others were indifferent or had been reassigned from the incomplete carrier Wasp. Next, Pownall asked about the attitude toward aviation at the Academy. One youngster admitted that they had been advised against going to carriers. Absorbing that information, Baldy Pownall assured them, "None of you ensigns will ever regret coming to this ship." In October 1939, following summer exercises off Southern California, Enterprise, minus Yorktown, steamed west to join the Hawaiian Detachment Pacific Fleet. Subsequently, Vice Admiral Halsey rotated in and out of Carrier Division 2, temporarily shifting to Care Div 1 aboard Saratoga in San Diego. Bill Halsey had come late to aviation. A destroyer man and former naval attaché to Berlin, he received his Wings of Gold in 1934 at age 52 because so few senior aviators were available for command. Upon return to Enterprise, he resumed command of Care Div 2. His chief of staff was Captain John H. Hoover, sardonically called Genial John. It was an Annapolis affectation. Reputedly, the ugliest midshipman in the class of 1918 was called Beauty for the rest of his life. Hoover had graduated well up in the class of '07, but to say that he was unpopular was akin to stating that Eliot Ness disapproved of crime. Though equal in rank to Pownall, Hoover lorded it over the captain. Because Halsey had been promoted to vice admiral in 1940, subordinates said that Hoover wore his boss's third star in dealing with Pownall, and often it was true. Junior officers were astonished when Genial John began giving course corrections over the voice tube, not even being on the bridge. Pownall was far too easygoing to resist Hoover, and Halsey seemingly approved of the situation. The icy relationship still existed when Pownall departed in 1941. Other pecking order feuds occurred at even higher echelons. Upon arrival at Pearl Harbor, Enterprise became flagship of the fleet's Hawaiian detachment under stout, fleshy Rear Admiral Adolphus Andrews, whom aviators considered a real Lord Plushbottom. Andrews was a 60-year-old battleship man who resented aircraft carriers' irritating tendency to operate aircraft. Said one Big E junior officer, then Ensign Jig Dog Ramage, "We didn't particularly like the staff because they didn't like aviators." Andrews further irritated the pilots because he prohibited flying during the noon hour, lest his lunch be interrupted by airplane noise. Andrews's attitude was not unusual, as the doctrine that would transform a flat top from a naval vessel into a man-of-war was still evolving. Yet current naval terminology still reflects the 1930s argot: black shoe versus brown shoe. When wearing khakis, surface officers and submariners wore black shoes, whereas aviators sported brown shoes, nearly as much a badge as Wings of Gold. There was a tremendous animosity against aviation at the time, explained Jig Dog Ramage. The black shoes kept the ship's wood flight deck scrupulously scrubbed of oil stains that drip-prone aircraft engines typically deposited, courtesy of brown shoe airmen. Sailors also felt the discrimination. Later, radioman Ron Gretz of Torpedo Squadron 6 said, "It was obvious through peacetime months and until the first time we had action where airplanes proved themselves that a great many of the old sea dogs not connected to aviation thought we were kind of unnecessary gear. It was not real uncommon to hear them refer to us occasionally as damn Airedales, and the aviation personnel were all fed at a different chow line from the rest of the crew." 1940. Following Andrews aboard was Admiral James O. Richardson, newly appointed Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Pacific Fleet. 2 years previously, he had approved Pownall as Newton White's successor. In 1940, Richardson brought his considerable staff to the Big E for a week's orientation in Hawaii, and to Enterprise men it was hate at first sight. Finding room for 60 or more staffers was a non-trivial function aboard ship, where space was always at a premium. The staff immediately took over everything, so something had to give, and that meant the junior officers. Jig Dog Ramage said, "We got along like cats and dogs. There wasn't anything about it that was pleasant." Richardson's people behaved as Congress intended for officers and gentlemen, whereas aviators often did not. We were kind of dirty and noisy. When the blessed day arrived that Richardson's retinue returned to the battleship Pennsylvania, the Admiral's flag lieutenant left an envelope with payment for the food consumed during the staff's durance vile. Thereupon a reservist, Ensign Bill Himmel, seized a rare opportunity for mischief. Gaining access to the envelope, he inserted the contents of a Liberty kit, including a condom and a prophylactic salve that sailors called marine toothpaste. The mess treasurer, Ensign Joe Roper, opened the envelope and saw what he saw. Being Annapolis-raised, he made the logical assumption. Thereupon he took himself and the offending items to the executive officer. Commander Felix Budwell Stump was a popular Virginian known for his low boiling point, but even so the Liberty kit was simply too much. "Those goddamn black shoes!" he exclaimed. "They're insulting the Enterprise." Stump took Roper to report the offense to Captain Pownall. Even Baldy's gentlemanly nature was piqued, and satisfaction was required. Once upon a time it could have meant cutlasses at dawn or pistols at 20 paces. In the 20th century nothing would do but a face-to-face confrontation. The captain's gig sortied with Pownall, Stump, and the very junior Mr. Roper, crossing the bay to the flagship Pennsylvania. The visitors were suitably impressed. Pennsy was a showboat. One officer said, "The deck was so clean that you wouldn't dare step on it." Working their way up the nautical food chain, Pownall and company arrived in the presence of the C&C himself. Once the carrier officers pled their case, Admiral Richardson offered a gentlemanly apology, and the pleaders returned to their casually dirty, cheerfully noisy home, having gained satisfaction. A week or so later, Bill Himmel asked Roper, "Did you get that little thing I sent you?" Joe Roper was nonplussed, whereupon Himmel explained about that little item in the staff's envelope. There ensued an "oh my God" moment as Ensign Roper, who had graduated in the top 15% of the class of '39, pondered his career prospects. However, he could only present himself to Commander Stump, who presented himself to Captain Pownall, who repeated the trio's trek to USS Pennsylvania, presenting themselves to the Commander-in-Chief. Genuflection is rarely a military posture, but Admiral Richardson's thick carpet must have offered a suitable cushion for the supplicants, as all was forgiven. Richardson's willingness to hear the details of so minor a case spoke well for his consideration of subordinates, whatever his staff's attitude. Certainly the Admiral had greater matters in mind. Franklin Roosevelt was considering moving the Pacific Fleet from California to Hawaii, presumably as a deterrent against Japan's increasing ambition. Tokyo's aggression in China, dating from 1931 and continuous since 1937, seemed to call for sterner measures than diplomatic maneuvering. Subsequently, Richardson told Roosevelt that moving the fleet to Pearl Harbor would only tempt the Japanese into attacking. He was fired for his advice in February 1941. The reality of duty in Hawaii did not always match the brochure. In those pre-war days, recruiters sometimes portrayed the islands as near idyllic. Certainly there were benefits for some. Commander Edward P. Stafford wrote, "The big outriggers and surfboards crowded the breakers, and the Kanaka Beach Boys pretty much took their choice of the lush young flesh that covered the sand." However, many ordinary sailors and GIs considered Honolulu overrated. The two hotels, the Royal Hawaiian and the Moana, were inevitably crowded. Consequently, servicemen frequently took themselves to Hotel Street in Chinatown, where they found cheap food, diluted liquor, and professional companionship. Some ships required an enlisted man to present a written invitation to a civilian home in order to get liberty. Many crewmen abandoned the effort. One sailor was granted only 2 liberties in nearly 2 years. Meanwhile, the Big E shuttled between Hawaii and the West Coast, ferrying equipment from San Diego or undergoing modifications at Bremerton, Washington. Relatively little aviation training was accomplished, a situation that did not fit well with Commander Edward C. Ewan, commander of Enterprise Air Group. CEAG Ewan featured prominently in an episode that fall when Navy Secretary Frank Knox came aboard. The new secretary was shown to the flight deck to view the aircraft, monoplane Douglas TBD torpedo planes and Northrop BT dive bombers with semi-retractable landing gear, plus biplane Grumman F-3F fighters and Curtiss SBC scouts with fully retracting wheels. There, Ewan took up the tour. Frank Knox had been around. One of Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders, he became a journalist and prominent Republican newspaper publisher who had run for vice president in 1936. Nevertheless, he supported the administration's foreign policy and accepted FDR's offer as Sec-Nave in July 1940. Surveying the gleaming, blue-tailed airplanes, Knox remarked that they looked impressive. Eddie Ewan could have tossed off a casual remark, but he did not. Tall and well-built, the former football and lacrosse player replied, "Mr. Secretary, these planes are not fit to die in." Knox probably did not expect such candor, but Ewan pressed ahead. He seized the opportunity to educate the Secretary on the aeronautical facts of life, explaining that Mr. Knox's Navy lagged well behind other countries in aviation. Standing to one side, Ensign Jigdog Ramage overheard the discussion. Long after, he said, "I considered that a lesson in leadership." The Christmas season of 1940 included release of an MGM film, Flight Command, starring Robert Taylor and Ruth Hussey, and USS Enterprise. Director Frank Borzage was a thorough pro. In 1929, he won the first Oscar for Best Director. The Navy Department had assigned Fighting Six to support the film, and production began at North Island, San Diego, in June. When the ship was recalled to Hawaii in August, a Marine squadron had to fill in for Enterprise's planes. Though there was little carrier footage, the F-3Fs appeared incognito as the fictional Hellcats squadron, the best, the nerviest, the most loyal outfit that ever climbed into one of Uncle Sam's planes and took it into the blue of God's heaven. It proved one of the best recruiting films of the period. 1941. In April 1941, Carediv II was split, with Yorktown returning to the East Coast for Franklin Roosevelt's ill-named Neutrality Patrol, watching for European combatants approaching American waters. In truth, the patrol was directed against Germany. Enterprise sailors would not see their teammate again for several months, and then in far different circumstances. That spring, Enterprise was back in San Diego, where she appeared in another splashy film, Dive Bomber, starring Errol Flynn and Fred McMurray. The script was written by former Commander Frank Spig Weed, a medically retired aviator who became the subject of a post-war John Wayne film. Dive Bomber was directed by the tyrannical, talented Michael Curtiz, who 3 years later won the Oscar for Casablanca. His collaborations with Flynn included the 1939 historical drama The Private Lives of Elizabeth and Essex. Errol Flynn was in his prime. His swashbuckling reputation from Captain Blood, the Seahawk, and the adventures of Robin Hood was only enhanced by a string of off-screen dalliances and scandals that kept the tabloids rolling. If any movie actor defined glamorous, it was Flynn. Bill Halsey disliked him on sight. Warner Brothers committed an exceptional $1.7 million budget to Dive Bomber, the same as for the Seahawk, and only slightly less than for Robin Hood. Despite a tense international situation, about 1,000 Navy personnel were allotted to the production at San Diego and Los Angeles. Principal filming began in March on a tight schedule, as Dive Bomber was slated for summer release. Curtiz's cameramen spent a week on board Enterprise filming flight deck operations. Halsey was perennially cranky because filming interfered with training, yet he had no choice but to cooperate. Nevertheless, Wild Bill made his displeasure known frequently and loudly. Witnesses reported that the day shooting wrapped, he leaned over the bridge railing and yelled downward, "Now get the hell off my ship!" Reportedly, Errol Flynn turned, rendered honors with a single-digit salute, and dived off the flight deck into San Diego Bay. The film crew roared in approval. Fred McMurray was known as a regular guy, who, before departing, used one of the officers' heads. In honor of the occasion, the crew hung a sign saying, "Fred McMurray pissed here." Dive Bomber was released in August 1941. Though Enterprise's airplanes were portrayed in glorious Technicolor, they were hopelessly obsolete by European standards. Nevertheless, optimism reigned. Among Dive Bomber's cast was Regis Toomey, later interviewed by film historian James H. Farmer. Toomey said the flyers were talking about the forthcoming war, Farmer recalls, insisting they would make a quick victory over the Japanese, believing all the stories about nearsightedness and copied second-rate aircraft designs. Fortunately, by premiere time, Fighting Six was learning how to fly and maintain monoplane Grumman 4F-4s, while the scouts and bombers were receiving Douglas SBDs. That fall, the new machines were named Wildcats and Dauntlesses, while the 4-year-old TBDs became Devastators. They were the aircraft that the Big E would take to war. A different kind of skipper. Enterprise received her third captain in March 1941. When Pownall was relieved on the 21st, he had been in command for 27 months. Nobody else came close to that record, before or after, and he left the Enterprise a going concern. For the rest of his life, he considered her a wonderful ship with a wonderful crew and wonderful officers. The new skipper proved a totally different breed of naval cat from Baldy Pownall. George Dominic Murray was a natty Bostonian out of the Annapolis class of 1911. He was passionate about deep-sea fishing and flying. The Navy's 22nd pilot, he had won his wings in 1915. High among Murray's priorities were sorting out the relationship with Halsey's staff. Knowing of the tension between Pownall and Hoover, Murray bided his time, awaiting the best opportunity to confront Genial John. The chance came late one afternoon when Murray was showering in his cabin. The officer of the deck, OOD, received a course change order from Hoover and astutely did two things. He said, "Aye, aye, sir," and dispatched a messenger to the captain's cabin. Minutes later, a moist Murray materialized on the bridge. "Young man," he asked the OOD, "what are you doing?" "I'm coming left of the new course, sir." Feigning ignorance, the skipper asked, "Why?" "Sir, I was directed to do so by the Chief of Staff." Though short, pleasant, and normally quiet, G.D. Murray nurtured a heavyweight attitude in a welterweight frame. He spun on a squishy heel and stalked up to the flag bridge, where the ensuing dialogue was intense, loud, and brief. The bridge watch exchanged knowing glances, and probably more than a few grins. Murray reappeared on the bridge. "Young man, who is the captain of this ship?" "You are, sir," the OOD exclaimed. "And don't you ever forget it." With that, Commanding Officer USS Enterprise departed the bridge, and thereafter Genial John Hoover gave no more orders. But the frost on the relationship between staff and ship only grew thicker in coming months. Hoover's replacement as Chief of Staff did absolutely nothing to improve matters. Halsey held himself above the squabbles of mere captains, apparently content to remain the grand old man on the flag bridge. The Admiral's lax attitude proved an early indication of his inattention to detail, a trait that would rise up and bite him repeatedly in 1944 and 45. In the berthing compartments and workspaces, and especially in the messes, the machinations of captains and admirals were largely ignored, even when known. Of far more import was food. Chow aboard Enterprise was tops, and to sailors that was a big deal indeed. It featured in the ship's growing reputation within the fleet, with her fabled food becoming a recruiting tool. A plank owner in the communications division told a chief looking for men to re-up, "If you will put it in writing that I can stay aboard the Enterprise, I will ship over." Most evenings in port, Enterprise showed movies on the hangar deck, and word got around. At Pearl Harbor, sailors from other ships came aboard, not because Enterprise's films were better, but because her cooks and bakers provided a famous spread. After the movie, the galley crew laid out tables full of cookies, cobbler, or pies. Knowing that the visitors would scarf up most of the goodies in the hangar bay, Enterprise men went down to the mess deck for coffee and whatever cake was provided that day. Life was good. Officers and Men. Enterprise was not only a ship, she was a 32-knot, 20,000-ton classroom. Officers learned life lessons about command and leadership, often from the keel up. One reason for the Big E's exceptional leadership was uncommon longevity. Chief Yeoman James M. Martin served in the Big E an incredible 7.5 years. He reported aboard as a first-class petty officer in M Division, main engines, and finally departed as a chief in November 1945. 3 others matched his record. Those junior officers who paid attention could absorb lessons not taught at Annapolis. As a junior officer in the deck division, Ensign Jig Ramage was mentored by the leading petty officer, Joseph Van Curen, a plank owner. Boatswain's Mate Van Curen was a genuine old salt, complete with a full-rigged sailing ship tattooed across his chest. Ramage later recalled, "There was never a problem, and I learned very early not to meddle with things that were working right, because he had that division running just like a watch. The division's chief bosun was Fred Filbry, who imparted essential knowledge by demonstrated competence. Officers realized that if they listened to him, they learned how to do things. Filbry acted more as an overseer than a hands-on leader, allowing his highly competent petty officers to run the division. His sage advice to ensigns: always be around, but don't interfere. Relations between officers and enlisted men remained good throughout Enterprise's career and were frequently excellent. Some pre-war veterans cite Baldy Pownall's attitude as setting the stage, as they appreciated an Academy graduate who was considerate of sailors. The pro-enlisted atmosphere at the top trickled down to the junior officers. One example was Seaman First Class Ron Gretz, fresh out of radio school in early 1941. Though nominally assigned to the bombing squadron, for 6 months he bounced between mess duty and the 1st Division's deck force, where I spent a little over a month chipping paint and painting. Then a shipmate lent a hand. A fellow radio man mentioned Gretz to Ensign Severin Rombach, Torpedo 6's 27-year-old communications officer. Rombach liked what he heard and requested Seaman Gretz as his radio man gunner. Almost immediately, Gretz found himself flying in the rear cockpit of the Douglas TBD with T2 painted on the side, the number 2 torpedo plane. It was the beginning of an unusual association. We got along so well that he wrote his mother in Ohio and gave her the address of my mother in Iowa, and they corresponded regularly. Amid the work and training, some squadron parties included officers and enlisted men, a rarity in many ships. One dramatic example occurred during a Fighting Six event in Hawaii in November 1939. Joining the party was tall, slender Lieutenant J.G. Jim Gray, 25 years old, and an Annapolis graduate. He had learned to fly in 1930, when, at 16, he became the youngest pilot in America. During the beach festivities, machinist's mate Frank Malkoff had swum out to aid another sailor, but was defeated by the undertow and cresting breakers. Gray sprinted into the surf, but could not reach Malkoff, who drowned. Nevertheless, Gray swam out to Seaman J.E. Dickens and towed him to shore. Then, with another man, the pilot rescued machinist's mate Joseph Wisniewski. A year later, Gray received a Navy Department commendation. He would feature prominently in the Big E's future. Another example of officer-enlisted relations occurred in May 1941, when Lieutenant J.G. Norman J. Kleiss reported to Scouting 6. The Texan was delighted. He considered flying.
This audiobook is provided at no cost. Take a deep breath, enjoy some gentle music, and thank you so much for watching our video.
From Enterprise, the best of all worlds. Preparing for his first carrier landings, 26-year-old Dusty Kleiss was approached by 21-year-old aviation machinist's mate Bruno Peter Guido. With nothing to lose but his life, the Wisconsin sailor asked if he could ride along. Kleiss was astonished. "This is my first carrier landing, and I'm supposed to have only sandbags in the rear seat." Undeterred, Guido irreverently asked, "You got wings, ain't you?" Then he replaced the bags with his own stout frame. Thus encouraged, Kleiss related, "With that supreme confidence, I made a half-dozen perfect landings." That year, aviators arriving in Enterprise found a different atmosphere from the early days when flying was barely tolerated. Kleiss said, "The ship's company knew our needs and our limitations. They may have regarded aviators as oddballs, but not as a condescending elite. By then, the problem of brown shoe versus black shoe did not exist. The decisions of Captain Murray and his exec, Commander Tom Jeter, regarding actions for discipline and infractions were only exceeded by the 10 Commandments." From the ready room perspective, Kleiss said, Officers and enlisted men respected each other. The enlisted men respected officers for their knowledge and experience. The officers respected the enlisted men for their skills, perseverance, and abilities. Yet some sailors, such as aviation ordnanceman Alvin Kernan, had another view. Few enlisted men knew an officer as a person, which meant that the deaths of the pilots when they came were not felt very personally. We felt them as fans feel the loss of a game by their football team. There was always a lot of tension between the enlisted men and the officers, largely based on the enlisted men's real fear of officers, who looked down on them, and the officers' reciprocal fear that their orders would not be obeyed by men they never quite trusted. Judging by the comments of most Enterprise sailors, Kernan's impression, while shared by some, remained the minority view. More held to the opinion of scout pilot Dusty Cleiss. We were a family. Bill Halsey could be surprisingly friendly toward enlisted men, especially unusual in an era when admirals reputedly conversed with the Supreme Being. Electrician's mate John J. Collegian's battle station on the flag bridge often put him beside the task force commander. During a general quarters emergency drill, there was little to do in flag country, prompting Halsey to ask Collegian if he played cribbage. The youngster had never heard of it, so the admiral exclaimed, "Don't worry about it, son. I'll teach you." After a tutorial, Halsey declared the electrician ready to play, the stakes being a nickel a round. "I lost my ass," Collegian said, losing more than 50 games, but since sailors never had much money, the admiral seemed to forget the debt. Following Halsey's death in 1959, Collegian, long out of the Navy, received a summons from the admiral's estate, demanding payment of a debt of $2.80. Collegian phoned Halsey's sister, who explained that Wild Bill had carried the amount as a joke to share with friends. The debt was forgiven, but John Collegian kept the summons as a souvenir of his costly lessons at the knee of Admiral William F. Halsey. With food and board provided, enlisted men, called White Hats for their Dixie Cup hats, and chiefs could build a reserve if they were frugal. In 1942, a chief petty officer with a permanent appointment earned $138 per month, about $1,800 in 2010. That was grandiose compared to the starting $54 a seaman second class received. For each 3 years of service, pay increased 5% to a maximum 50% above base pay, so longevity counted for penny pinchers. Parsimonious as wartime pay might seem today, the figures alone lack context. In 1940, a motorist could fill his new $850 car with 15 cents per gallon gasoline. But that typical automobile represented nearly half the average annual income, quite a stretch when a new house cost $4,000 to $6,500. Omens. During 1940, events in Asia convinced many American military men that war with Japan was inevitable. In retaliation for Tokyo's aggression in China, the Roosevelt administration imposed increasingly strict embargoes, limiting exports of petroleum and steel to Japan. When Japan signed the Tripartite Pact with Germany and Italy that fall, war clouds darkened on the geopolitical horizon. During port calls on the West Coast, Bull Halsey cast a leery eye from the flag bridge, watching Japanese ships loading gasoline and tons of scrap metal. War was coming. He could feel it. Enterprise took note. The Pacific Fleet moved to Hawaii in February 1941, and the Big E began to strip ship in April. That meant removal of unnecessary flammable and splinterable equipment, wooden boats and furniture, canvas awnings, linoleum, excess rope, and a great deal of paint. In peacetime, paint was a preservative, protecting metal from maritime rust. But paint also was highly combustible, a hazard in combat. With hostilities a possibility, the crew set about the onerous, filthy task of chipping it off. Sailors detested the chore. Recalled one erudite white hat, to chip it all off, flake by flake, with a chipping hammer, was a labor of the damned. It was hot inside the ship, and the men, stripped to their skivvies, rags around their heads, chipped away, clink, clink, clink. Son of a bitch, it was maddening work, difficult, endless, seemingly pointless. And when it was finished, after many months in which it took up every spare hour, the linoleum ripped off the rusty decks, the compartments with their raw, rust-pitted bulkheads were as depressing as if the ship had been burned out. A far less onerous requirement was calibrating the carrier's radar. The first CXAM set, installed in 1941, was accurate with an aircraft's range but erratic in altitude. Consequently, a series of flight profiles was arranged at precise altitudes, tracked by fighter direction officers in the small radar plotting room inside the island. When a blip became faint or disappeared, fighter direction officers noted the pilot's reported altitude and atmospheric conditions. When contact was reestablished, officers made note of the nulls or blind spots. After repeated runs at 1,000-foot intervals, it was possible to compile fade charts that provided reasonably accurate data for combat use. With its large bedspring antenna, the CXAM could detect multi-engine aircraft at 10,000 feet, about 80 statute miles away, smaller carrier planes at 55 miles. Detecting aircraft was one thing, but identifying and intercepting them quite another. Radio communication between the ship and its defending fighters was an essential component of air defense, as was a doctrine for coordinating all aspects of fighter direction. Many of the problems were still being addressed as fall turned to winter. Nor were all the problems technical in nature. During November night exercises, Enterprise barely avoided swapping paint with Oklahoma, as the flight deck overhang bent the battleship's stern flagstaff. It was not a unique situation. Oklahoma and Arizona crunched together in October, as did the Big E's old partner Shaw and the oiler Sabine in November. Even near collisions at sea were potential career killers, but Halsey concluded that Captain Murray should retain command. In the last months of 1941, the Big E pushed hard to make up for lost training time. With 2 new aircraft, Wildcat fighters and Dauntless scout bombers, there was no time to waste. The latter were especially active. Pilots logged nearly 40 hours per month, sometimes flying 3 times a day. During October, Bombing 6 concentrated on bombing, gunnery, tactics, and carrier qualifications. But practice could exact a price. On the 21st, Ensign Tommy Ashworth was killed attempting a night landing. November was busier yet as the air group practiced coordinated attacks, the scouts flying with smoke generators to screen the low, slow approach of the torpedo planes. Air crews also conducted overwater navigation, and the Dauntless scout bombers dropped inert bombs on the old battleship Utah. That month, Lieutenant Richard H. Best of Bombing 6 was typical. He logged 43 hours in 22 flights, including 8 carrier landings, the rest being ashore. On November 28th, Enterprise embarked a Marine fighter squadron for delivery to Wake Island. It looked like an easy trip, out and back in 9 days. Radioman Ron Gretz's perspective was typical. I do not recall any talk of the probability of war. Before we sailed for Wake, it was announced to all hands who had their wives out there that after our return we would be departing on December 13th for return to the States, and they should send their wives back ASAP. All the attitude that I recall was we were going home. Christmas in Bremerton. It sounded wonderful. Chapter 2. Keep cool, keep your heads, and fight. The Sunday flight began with a premonition. Manning their Dauntless scout bomber, Lieutenant Clarence E. Dickinson and radioman William C. Miller settled into their pre-launch routine. But this morning, Miller seemed different. Though normally calm and unruffled, he appeared unsettled. "Mr. Dickinson, my 4 years' sea duty ends in a few days, and there's something funny about it." "What's that, Miller?" In his Carolina drawl, the backseater replied, "Out of the 21 of us who went through radio school together, I'm the only one who hasn't crashed in the water. Hope you won't get me wet today, sir." Dickinson reminded the 22-year-old radioman that they were about to fly together for the last time. An easy scouting flight to Pearl Harbor, one more landing ashore, and their mutual job was finished. Bill Miller would be on his way out of the Navy if he wished. Dick Dickinson, 9 years downstream from Annapolis, was in for the long haul. Rumors of war. Amid continuing diplomatic tension between Washington and Tokyo, Vice Admiral Bill Halsey was taking no chances. Upon leaving Pearl on November 28th, he had issued Battle Order No. 1, placing the task force on a wartime footing in case of an encounter with Japanese forces. His philosophy: if anything gets in my way, we'll shoot first and argue afterwards. He also urged, "When put to the test, all hands, keep cool, keep your heads, and fight." While delivering Marine fighters to Wake Island, less than 2,000 miles from Tokyo, Halsey wanted to be ready. Training ammunition had been exchanged for service ammo, and pilots were cleared to attack any ship or aircraft they found because no friendlies were expected. Seldom, if ever, had Americans been authorized to shoot without provocation. Nevertheless, few men were concerned. Yeoman Bill Norberg said, "We in the captain's office never mentioned impending war. We looked on the Japanese as squint-eyed midgets due to lack of knowledge. Battle Order No. 1 to us was somewhat comparable to the Second Coming. It'll happen someday, but certainly not this week or this month, and come the evening of December 6th, we'd be celebrating in Honolulu as we were accustomed to." On the way back from Wake, heavy weather interfered with refueling the carrier's escorting destroyers. Consequently, Enterprise was a day behind her expected return to Pearl on Saturday the 6th. But still Halsey played it safe. He wanted an air search between himself and Oahu. From 225 miles out, on Sunday morning, Enterprise launched 18 Dauntlesses, searching a 90-degree eastern perimeter ahead of the task force. 2 planes to a wedge-shaped sector. The scouts would land at Ford Island, Pearl Harbor, where the ship would dock that afternoon. Riding with Air Group Commander Howard L. Young was Halsey's Assistant Operations Officer, Lieutenant Commander Bromfield Nichol. 7 years previously, then Lieutenant Nichol had taught then Captain Halsey how to fly. The worse the weather, the better he flew. Brom would deliver a report to Fleet Headquarters about the trip to Wake. The flyers saw few ships, none arousing suspicion. Then, reaching the limit of their searched sectors, the 9 pairs of Dauntlesses turned for Pearl. Operating under radio silence, some crews used the opportunity to practice radio homing, rear seatmen tuning their sets to stations KGU or KGMB in Honolulu. Flying in Sector E, which overlapped Oahu, Young, variously nicknamed Brigham or Cy, passed Barber's Point with Ensign Perry Teef on his wing. They spotted aircraft over the Marine Corps base at Eva and reckoned the Army was up early that morning. It was barely 8 a.m. Then Young noticed anti-aircraft bursts over the harbor. Nichol marveled that the Army would hold an air defense drill on Sunday. At that moment, Teef saw a single-engine aircraft flying a pursuit curve on him, closing fast. Nichol also spotted the interloper, whom he reckoned was one of those fresh young Army pilots, brashly ignoring regulations. The intruding pilot was neither Army nor American. He pushed his gunnery run to minimum range, perhaps 25 meters, before pressing his triggers. The fighter's 7.7mm guns chattered, punching holes through the lead SBD's tail. As Young later reported, "The plane that attacked me appeared to be a low-wing monoplane fighter with retractable landing gear. Such was the U.S. Navy's introduction to the business end of the Mitsubishi Zero." The Japanese pilot had misjudged his closure and overshot his intended victim. The gray-painted fighter with the rust-red suns on its wings pulled around for another run, giving Teef's gunner time to respond. Facing aft, his canopy open, Radioman Edgar Jinks stepped on the pedal that opened the spring-loaded doors behind his cockpit, pulled the Browning machine gun up and back, and felt it lock into place. Then he tugged twice on the charging handle, feeding live ammo into the chamber. The enemy aviator, now he clearly was such, declined to shoot it out with Jinks. Instead, the Zero went for the section leader, pointing its black nose at Brig Young's aircraft. Young pushed forward on his control stick and dived inland, Teef following close behind. It was a come-as-you-are war. No warning, no time for thought. Oahu was the target of 6 Japanese aircraft carriers. The mobile striking force, called Kido Butai, unlike anything previously assembled. In an act of tactical brilliance and strategic suicide, Tokyo sought to neutralize the U.S. Pacific Fleet long enough to secure the resources needed to sustain the empire's ambition. Permanently engaged in China since 1937, Japan now sought the petro-wealth of the East Indies and the geostrategic advantage of the Philippines. Tokyo somehow expected to defeat the world's greatest industrial power with an economy nearly 6 times its own. On board Enterprise, Halsey was into his second cup of coffee when a staffer announced, "Admiral, there's an air raid on Pearl." Even the combative Wild Bill Halsey, who had the task force operating under shoot-first conditions, balked at reality. He leapt to his feet. They're shooting at my own boys. Tell Kimmel." Like nearly everyone else on board, he assumed the U.S. Army was doing the shooting. His instinct was to tell Admiral Husband Kimmel, a classmate from Annapolis in 1904, to stop the firing. Moments later came confirmation from Kimmel himself. From SINCPAC to all ships present. Air raid Pearl Harbor. Stop. This is no drill. Shortly, a non-regulation addendum came from Lieutenant Earl Gallagher, one of the Big E's scout pilots approaching Oahu 150 miles away. During the outbound flight, he'd been thinking about going to the club and relaxing with a beer. Now he opened up on his radio, declaring, "Pearl Harbor is under attack by the Japanese. This is no shit." On the bridge, Lieutenant John Dorset, as officer of the deck, ordered general quarters. Just outside the pilot house, Seaman Jim Barnhill, barely 19 and one of 4 buglers on board, had just relieved the previous watchstander, his friend, Calvin St. Clair. Raising his instrument, Barnhill placed the polished brass bugle near the loudspeaker and blew the call to arms, 30 staccato notes of boots and saddles. At that point, Jim Barnhill thought to himself that he was 3,700 miles and a world war away from Cisco, Texas. Immediately thereafter, Bosun Max Lee, an old guy in his late 20s, called, "General quarters! General quarters! All hands, man your battle stations!" Lee turned to the bridge watch, most of whom knew he had nearly completed his enlistment. He intoned, "We're at war, and I'll never get out of the Navy alive." Throughout the ship, men scrambled to their stations, up and forward to starboard, down and aft to port, leaping through shin-high, knee-knocker accesses in bulkheads, dogging watertight doors behind them. They pulled on World War I-style doughboy helmets, opened ready ammunition lockers, manned 5-inch, 1.1-inch, and 50-caliber mounts, and wondered what the rest of the day would bring. Claude Clegg, a Bombing 6 radioman, recalled, "When I reached the flight deck, the first thing that caught my eye was the biggest American flag I had ever seen, flying at the mast. Over the speakers came, 'This is the captain speaking. Pearl Harbor is being attacked by the Japanese.' From the radio shack, we could hear some of the accounts of the attack." The size 1 colors made an impression on everyone, including the generally undemonstrative Lieutenant Richard H. Best. Looking up at the red, white, and blue of his nation's flag whipping in the wind on the first day of battle, the Bombing 6 pilot recalled, "It was the most emotional sight of the war for me." Bombs, torpedoes, and ammunition were brought up to the hangar and flight decks as ordnance crews scurried to get every plane armed. Bombs were fitted to shackles on dauntlesses, and red-shirted ordies threaded nose and tail fuses into place. Others trundled torpedo dollies bearing 1-ton pickles beneath the devastators. Still others hoisted heavy 50-caliber ammo cans into place under the Wildcat's square-tipped wings. Enterprise was a seagoing beehive of frantic choreography that morning. Men willingly pitched in, forcing themselves to focus on the immediate task while suppressing disbelief. We're at war? Are we really at war? Some had a hard time accepting the sudden reality. Surely, they reasoned, it was a drill of some sort involving the Navy, Marines, and Army. Even the Honolulu radio stations seemed to be participating. A chief petty officer strode past some Torpedo 6 crewmen, waving a $100 bill while wagering that the excitement was a practice attack. Said radioman Ron Gretz, "Nobody would call him on the bet because we all believed the same." In the ship's radio shack, operators listened to mysterious, disconcerting calls on the primary channel. Something about hostile aircraft, an air raid in progress. It made little sense. True, the ship had been operating under wartime conditions for several days, but who would be shooting on a Sunday morning? More calls crackled over the circuits. Radioman heard a high-pitched voice, "This is 6B3, an American plane. Do not shoot!" The pleader was Ensign Manuel Gonzalez. Flying the northernmost search sector, he and wingman Ensign Fred Weber were intercepted by 6 strange aircraft with fixed landing gear. Manny Gonzalez, a Hispanic pilot, and radioman Leonard Kozelek, his Polish-American gunner, were the first Enterprise men killed in the Second World War. Meanwhile, Weber dived for the wave-tops, and if any Japanese followed him, they abandoned the chase after he scraped them off at 25 feet. While Air Group Commander Brig Young and Perry Teef squeaked into Ford Island through a thick barrage of automatic weapons fire, others were less fortunate. The wreckage of Ensign John H. Voigt's plane was found near a zero. Apparently, the planes collided. Neither Voigt nor his gunner, Sidney Pierce, survived. In Sector G, south of Oahu, the two-plane section of Lieutenant Dickie Dickinson and Ensign John R. McCarthy neared Barber's Point at 1,500 feet. Clearly something was wrong. Flak bursts over Pearl and thick smoke at Eva. Worst of all, heavy smoke rose from Battleship Row alongside Ford Island. There, the Leviathans were being slaughtered at their moorings. Climbing for a better look, the Dauntlesses were spotted by at least 2 Imperial Navy fighter pilots, who immediately attacked. Dickinson led the section in a fast descent from 4,000 feet and ran into another bunch of black-nosed killers. They ganged McCarthy, set his plane afire, and forced him over the side. He landed in a tree, breaking a leg in the process. His rear seatman, Mitchell Cohn, went down with the plane. Fighting for survival, Dick Dickinson faced hopeless odds. He reckoned that he faced at least 3 assassins, and all he could do was keep turning, trusting his gunner to keep the Mitsubishis off their tail. Bill Miller's single Browning machine gun spat out repeated 30-caliber bursts, though he hollered over the intercom that he was wounded. Nevertheless, shortly he called that he hit a fighter. Then he ran out of ammunition and was wounded a second time. Dickinson glimpsed a Zero that appeared afire, but he had no time to watch it. Another fighter slashed across his nose, and he hosed off a burst of 50 caliber. Then his controls went slack, and his port wing caught fire as the plane dropped into a graveyard spin. At perhaps 1,000 feet, Dickinson unfastened his seatbelt, unplugged his radio lead, and called for Miller to jump. Then the pilot heaved himself over the side. He pulled the ripcord, felt the blessed jerk of the canopy opening, and descended into a cane field. Hiking toward the smoke on the horizon, he thumbed a ride to the naval base. Bill Miller hadn't gotten his feet wet, but he was among the first Americans killed that morning. In Sector F, overlapping northern Oahu, Scouting 6 skipper Halstead Hopping took in the spectacle and radioed Enterprise a confirming report. He landed around 8:45 a.m. between the 2 waves of attackers. Hopping began scrounging ordnance while Commanders Young and Nickel reported to Admiral Kimmel. Men like Hopping quickly passed through the emotional twilight zone between peace and war, accepting the awful reality and moving to deal with it. He convinced a warrant officer to deliver bombs to his 3 Dauntlesses. Commander Brig Young observed the Japanese second wave with a professional eye. He described the attackers as low-wing monoplanes with fixed landing gear. My only criticism of this particular attack was that they all came in from the same direction. However, the ineffectiveness of our AA fire, lack of air opposition, and the manner in which they pressed their attacks home in this particular instance combined to make the attack practically perfect. Enterprise men would see much more of the Aichi Val dive bomber in the next year. A few Big E families witnessed the attack, including Jane Dobson, wife of a pilot on the search mission. Having seen her husband's squadron on practice missions, she noted that the Japanese did not dive as steeply as Scouting 6. Later, when she imparted that intelligence, Ensign Cleo Dobson hugged her in appreciation of a real dive bomber's wife. The 36 men on the 18-plane mission suffered grievous losses. 6 died that Sunday, and over the next several months, 8 more perished, while 2 were captured and 1 was crippled, a 47% casualty rate. Between combat losses and damage inflicted by Japanese and American ammunition, only half the Enterprise's search planes were available by noon. But Spike Hopping led 9 Dauntlesses away from Ford Island, deployed in 3-plane sections seeking the Japanese task force. They fanned out over a 60-degree sector, 330 through 030, west-northwest through east-northeast. They found nothing, because Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo had long since reversed his helm, taking his 6 carriers and supporting ships back toward Japan. It was just as well. 9 unescorted SPDs against the might of Kido Butai would have stood no chance. Aboard the ship that morning, half of the scout bombers were unavailable, either ashore or shot down. Therefore, to launch an attack against any Japanese ships, Enterprise had to rely upon Lieutenant Eugene Lindsay's 18 Devastator torpedo planes. War is the province of confusion, and December 7th was no exception. A bogus report of an enemy force southeast of the carrier prompted launch of Torpedo 6 and half a dozen Dauntless dive bombers with smoke generators. They were expected to lay a smoke screen to mask the Devastator's low, slow approach. 6 Wildcat fighters also were assigned, departing into the gathering dusk. An hour after launch, Gene Lindsay found merely great-appled sea, so he began a search pattern. Only later did it become apparent that a scout pilot had misidentified friendly ships and aircraft, generating the false alarm. With darkness setting in, Lindsay led the 24 bombers back toward the ship. Lieutenant J.G. Francis F. Hebel's fighters lost sight of the bombers and torpedo planes, so the tall, blond ex-instructor navigated directly back to the Enterprise. Arriving before the bombers, the Wildcats were ordered to land ashore, alleviating crowding on the ship in a rare night recovery. Fritz Hebel led the F-4Fs toward shore in the gathering dark. The air group was not fully night qualified, but her aviators had no option other than to try landing. With her flight deck lights illuminated, a risky necessity in submarine water, the Big E received her homing chicks. Waving them aboard was Lieutenant J.G. Hubert B. Hardin, a former scout pilot elevated to landing signal officer. His green wands imparted confidence in the dark, and the pilots did uncommonly well, all but one trapped safely. The exception was a TBD that struck a raised barrier, wrenching its 1-ton torpedo loose. Sliding up the deck with 400 pounds of explosive in its nose, the fish was wrestled into submission by flight deck crewmen. The final braking action was provided by the flight deck officer, long-legged Lieutenant Commander William E. Townsend. Over Oahu, Fighting 6 flew into chaos. In the dark, Fritz Hebel's pilots saw fires still burning around the harbor, but glimpsed Ford Island's illuminated runway. Entering the traffic pattern at 500 feet, the fighters took their landing intervals with wheels and flaps down. In a normal left-hand pattern, Hebel led his 5 pilots over the dry dock area and burning, battered, bleeding Battleship Row. There, some ships challenged the intruders to give the day's recognition signals, which the aviators lacked. Failure to respond caused anti-aircraft officers aboard the battleship Pennsylvania to start shooting. Today, the phrase is firing contagion. After Pensie's machine gunners opened up, so did everyone else. Tracers lit up the night as gunners hosed bright streams of bullets at the Wildcats. 4 Grummons were shot down in a few minutes. First to fall was Ensign Herb Menges, whose plane slanted into a beachfront house, which burned to cinders. 13 months in the fleet, he was the first Navy fighter pilot to die in World War II. Seconds later, Lieutenant J.G. Eric Allen's plane burst into flames from repeated hits. Desperately low, he went over the side and pulled his ripcord, but his fall was barely checked as he smashed into the oily water. He sustained serious internal injuries and was shot by a sailor on shore. 3 years out of Annapolis, the 25-year-old pilot found the willpower to swim and was rescued by a minesweeper. He was whisked to the base dispensary in critical condition. The other 4 pilots did the only thing possible. They doused lights, shoved up the power, and began cranking up their wheels to avoid the steady fusillade. Ensign Gale Herman's sturdy Pratt & Whitney engine took a 5-inch shell that blessedly failed to detonate. Amid more gunfire, he dead-staked into Ford Island, swerving to a stop on the golf course. There he was subjected to more shooting from adrenaline-crazed Marines. Seemingly unfazed, Herman tucked his chute under his arm and began hiking for Fighting 6's hangar. Later, he counted 18 holes in his F-4F's tough hide. Meanwhile, Fritz Hebel abandoned any hope of getting into the Naval Air Station. He reversed helm toward Wheeler Field, seeking a better reception from the Army, but his plane was too badly shot up, and in the tropic darkness he felt his way earthward, settling for a cane field. The Wildcat caught a wingtip, tumbled tail over nose, and disintegrated. Witnesses pulled the unconscious aviator from the wreckage and rushed him to Schofield Barracks. December 7th already was the most memorable day of Ensign David Flynn's life. It was also his 27th birthday. With a dead radio, he was on his own, so he headed for the Marine Corps field at Eva. 4 miles shy of the runway, his engine died, so Flynn abandoned ship, parachuting into the dark. He lit in a field, injuring his back, but soldiers took him to Tripler Hospital. That left capable, plainspoken Ensign Jim Daniels. He had escaped the worst of the shootings by bending his throttle southwesterly. He was able to contact the Ford Island Tower, which convinced him to land at the air station. Flying up the channel at 50 feet, he passed close aboard the beached battleship Nevada's foretop, drawing a blizzard of more gunfire from the sailors and Hickam Field. "Moments later I touched the runway," he said. "I overshot. There were 2 crash trucks in front of me at the end of the runway. I slammed on the brakes and spun around in a full circle on the first green of a golf course." Not far from Gale Herman's abandoned airplane, Daniels taxied back toward the flight line. Already unimpressed with leathernecks, Daniels noted, "A Marine gunner sprayed the plane with bullets. He just missed my head." At the officers' quarters, Daniels looked out the window, seeing the remains of USS Arizona still blazing. Finding an operable phone, in minutes he was talking to his wife in Pearl City. He summarized, "I was the luckiest man in the Navy on December 7th, 1941. Early the next morning, word arrived that Eric Allen had died of his injuries, and Fritz Hebel succumbed to a fractured cranium. Total Enterprise losses that terrible day were 11 flyers and 9 aircraft, which had cost the Japanese only the Zero that collided with John Vogt. Scenes of war. After slow steaming off Oahu most of Monday, low on fuel, Enterprise and her escorts headed for Pearl. The Big E nosed into the narrow channel after dusk, and every officer, sailor, and Marine who could manage to be topside took in the spectacle. The harbor's oil-scummed waters and the stink of burning fuel were unmistakable. Even in the gloom, far worse were the sights, the gutted carcasses of familiar ships. There was Oklahoma, the battle wagon that Enterprise had brushed 2 months before, capsized off Ford Island. In dry dock rested the shattered remains of destroyer Shaw, which had shared the excitement of the Big E's Caribbean shakedown 3.5 years before. Utah, which Bombing and Scouting 6 had practiced upon, blown up. Arizona, blown up. The latter was especially hard on Scouting 6's Earl Gallagher. She had been his first ship out of Annapolis. He was very, very angry. Many Enterprise men felt chills down their spines, realizing that, absent the blessed storm that had delayed their return, the Big E also surely would have been destroyed in port. Bill Halsey stood silent for a time, then muttered more to himself than anyone else. "Before we're through with them, the Japanese language will be spoken only in hell." Enterprise already was a solid team, an accomplished guild of professional sailors and flyers. But in 1941, Americans had not been truly united amid the bitter debate about isolationism. Franklin Roosevelt's contradictory neutrality, what he said versus what he did, was only partly appreciated at the time. Secretly, he had authorized action against Germany in the North Atlantic and dispatched a group of mercenary airmen to kill Japanese in China. Meanwhile, he maintained normal, if strained, diplomatic relations with Tokyo and Berlin. But Enterprise's crew knew little of the geopolitics and generally cared far less. At the visceral level, from deck plate to flight deck to flag bridge, George Murray's and Bill Halsey's men craved payback. It mattered little whether they considered Roosevelt the nation's savior or the Antichrist. There were New Deal Democrats who adored him and Southern Democrats with Klan connections who despised him.
Enjoy this free audiobook as a moment of peace. Let yourself unwind with the music. And thank you for taking the time to watch.
There were Wall Street Republicans who had cheerfully voted against him 3 times, and a good many others who were too young to vote. The Big E incurred a blood debt that her men vowed to repay with compounded interest. Enterprise was not merely at war. She was in the business of vengeance. Seaman Bobby J. Oglesby, a plank owner, spoke for many shipmates. He said it was the personal conviction of every man aboard that it was our job to avenge Pearl Harbor. We had come into Pearl on December 8th to find ships still burning and the stench of the dead on the air. Every man was hopping mad to refuel, rearm, get back to sea, and kill the enemy. That burning desire to kill the enemy was still in me when I left the Enterprise months later, and didn't disappear until long after I returned to the United States. Without realizing it, Tokyo had turned USS Enterprise into one of the worst enemies of the Japanese Empire. The enemy below. Meanwhile, the enemy was still close at hand. His Imperial Japanese Majesty's submarine, I-70, was a 344-foot-long boat commissioned in 1935. On November 23, 1941, Commander Takeo Sano took her out of Kwajalein Atoll for Hawaiian waters with two sisters. They were deployed south of Oahu, awaiting the morning of December 7th. On the 10th, I-6 reported a carrier steaming northeast, and Kwajalein ordered the subs to overtake and sink her. But Enterprise also was hunting, and that morning at least 4 pilots attacked hostile submarines, none decisively. Clearly, Hawaiian waters were teeming with I-boats. With multiple sub-sightings, Halsey was both concerned and combative. Just before noon, he dispatched scout bombers to the reported locations in hopes of flushing game. Dick Dickinson had lost Bill Miller, his regular gunner, on Sunday morning, but was pleased with Lieutenant Earl Gallagher's backseater, Radioman Thomas E. Merritt, an extremely reliable radioman and gunner. The Dauntlesses began sniffing southward for a scent now more than 6 years old. Upon reaching his assigned area, Dickinson began an expanding box search, flying 20 miles south, 30 miles east, and 40 miles north. Visibility was excellent, over 20 miles, with the waves spumed in whitecaps. Scanning the northern corner of his sector, Dickinson could hardly believe his luck. About 15 miles to the northeast, he beheld a great big submarine running on the surface. He radioed an immediate contact report and began climbing to attack altitude. During the climb, Dickinson armed his 500-pound bomb, gauged the wind, almost on his nose, and worked out the geometry of his attack. Foremost in his mind was the dread that his prey would pull the plug and dive. I didn't see how I could stand the disappointment were that Jap to submerge. Commander Sano had no such intent. He ordered his men to open fire with both deck guns. Their shells burst wide of the mark, though Dickinson reckoned that now he had been shot at twice in 4 days, and I was a little tired of being on the receiving end. Meanwhile, Merritt was conscientiously doing his job. "Mr. Dickinson, is the bomb armed?" The backseater repeated the query until his pilot snapped back, "The bomb is armed. For God's sake, relax." During Dickinson's 8-minute approach, the sub barely maneuvered but fired 24 shells at him. Apparently it had been damaged in previous attacks. However, automatic weapons now chimed in. Dickinson extended his flaps, throttled back, and nosed over. "All the way down I could see those heathens still shooting," he later wrote. Then he pulled the bomb release, shoved the throttle forward, and tugged the stick into his belly. The 1/4-ton bomb exploded close aboard, midships. By the time Dickinson circled back, he noted only 1 gun still firing, but the big boat was settling on an even keel. In less than a minute, I-70 was gone from view. She left a residue of foam and oil, followed by another bubble-like eruption and unidentifiable debris. Returning to the Big E, Dickinson keyed the intercom to the back seat. "Glad you didn't let me forget to arm that bomb." It was the initial entry in Enterprise's accounts payable ledger. December 10th only whetted Enterprise's appetite for submarines. 10 days later, her planes bombed another sub, without Dickinson's accuracy, as the pilot's target was USS Pompano. She survived to torpedo 5 Japanese ships before she disappeared in 1943. However, sub-hunting worked both ways. On January 11th, Saratoga was torpedoed by an I-boat northwest of Oahu. Sarah limped away for repairs and updating that kept her sidelined nearly 5 months. That left the Pacific Fleet with only 2 carriers, Enterprise and Lexington, so Yorktown was quickly transferred from the East Coast, arriving in January. Ranger and Wasp remained committed to Atlantic operations, and Hornet, last of the Yorktown class, was still shaking down at Norfolk. On January 16th, a Dauntless crashed on the Big E's flight deck, wrenching off a wheel that struck one of the arresting gear crew. Chief George Lawan was critically injured. A plank owner, he had been aboard more than 3 years, a respected professional and an innovator in flight deck equipment. He died the next day, Enterprise's first non-combat fatality of the war. That same day, Chief Machinist Harold F. Dixon launched a search with other Torpedo 6 Devastators. Late in the patrol, he realized that he was lost. He radioed the carrier, requesting a bearing, but it was too late. His last transmission said that he was ditching. Nothing more was heard of Dixon, with Ordnanceman Anthony J. Postula and radioman G.D. Aldrich. The crewmen knew they were in big trouble. As another pilot said, "In the first year of the war, there was no such thing as air-sea rescue. Every flight was potentially your last." Dixon put the big Douglas into the water. It bounced twice before splashing to a halt. Crammed into a blessed 8-by-4-foot rubber raft with minimal supplies, the trio faced an unknown fate. One plane passed by without seeing the yellow dot on the immense gray sea. Nevertheless, Dixon remained professionally detached. He recalled, "I was an old head in this business, and knew that our admiral would not risk his entire force in a doubtful attempt to rescue 3 men. After all, we were at war. It was only simple military logic." The flyers rigged a crude sail from what little clothing they possessed and began an excruciating 5-week exercise in survival. They subsisted on occasional fish, birds, seaweed, rainwater, and raw courage. The mental and emotional agony of not knowing what would come of them was a constant companion, yet they refused to yield to the Pacific. Finally, dehydrated, starving, naked, and sunburned, the men fetched up at tiny Puka Puka Island, 750 miles and 34 days from their ditching position. The gods of sea and storm watched over the Enterprise men. The castaways crawled ashore one day ahead of a storm that would have killed them. Our turn to shoot. The Big E sortied again on January 11th with orders from the new Pacific Fleet commander. Admiral Chester Nimitz was a white-haired Texan anxious to take offensive action. Lacking battleships, with his submarines an unknown quantity, he ordered carrier strikes against the Japanese-held Gilbert and Marshall Islands, some 2,000 miles southwest of Hawaii. Enterprise would hit 3 atolls in the Marshalls while Yorktown pummeled the Gilberts. Intelligence was scarce. After an hour-long briefing, pilots knew little more than before. No matter. The raids were set for February 1st. Halsey's Task Force 8 headed for Kwajalein, Malawalap, and Wacha atolls, which, unknown to the Americans, hosted 30 Japanese fighters and 9 twin-engine bombers. The excitement was palpable. Enterprise was about to hit back at a treacherous enemy who had killed Big E's shipmates. On February 1st, the ship's executive officer, Commander Tom Jeter, inserted some verse in the plan of the day. He had fenced in the 1924 Olympics, and if his poetry did not match his athleticism, it was nonetheless heartfelt. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This Sunday it's our turn to shoot. Remember Pearl Harbor." Flight quarters at 3:45 a.m. meant a 3 o'clock reveille and a battle breakfast. The crowded officers' wardroom was redolent of cooking aromas, hot coffee, toast, bacon. The U.S. Navy ran as much on Java as on fuel oil, but there was canned juice for those who shunned caffeine. The khaki crowd was a study in contrasts. Some men ate quietly. Others chattered earnestly or nervously. 1 or 2 who lost their appetite abandoned the tables for the nearest head. Some were like Dick Dickinson, who had survived Pearl Harbor and sunk the war's first submarine. Suddenly he was unable to swallow. That piece of egg seemed to swell and turn into something only slightly smaller than a tennis ball. I crammed my mouth with dry toast and washed it down with water. With that brief breakfast, he reported to Scouting 6's ready room. Meanwhile, the Big E neared Wacha from the north, preparing to launch aircraft, while cruisers closed on some of the islands to unlimber 6- and 8-inch shells. Air operations would be conducted within 150 miles of the farthest targets to accommodate the limited range of fighters and torpedo planes. Illuminated by a full moon, Enterprise's flight deck was packed with planes awaiting launch. Pilots and gunners manned aircraft, each observing his private ritual. The devout paused for a brief prayer, the most sincere being the aviator's heartfelt, "Please, God, don't let me foul up." Probably few actually said foul. Some Catholics were seen crossing themselves, but most men focused on the routine business of settling into cockpits, neither thinking too much nor too little that they were about to launch with live ordnance, knowing that before they returned, men now living would be dead. A flyer's first combat mission represents a landmark, a finite point in time and space when he evolves from a trained airman into an aerial warrior. The Gilbert's Marshalls operation was the first mission for most of the air crews, excepting those who had been caught on December 7th. The rookies tried feigning a studied casualness. Many were like Radioman Ron Gretz of Torpedo 6. He recalled, "I really did not feel that I was nervous at any time, but I used the P-tube and relieved myself 4 times on the way out and 5 times on the way back. I guess I was more nervous than I had realized." A quarter hour before dawn, Brig Young was first off. 36 Dauntless scout bombers and 9 Devastator torpedo planes followed. So began an extremely busy day. Enterprise launched 4 main strikes, both bombing squadrons against Kwajalein Atoll, followed by smaller follow-ups against Maloelap and Wacha atolls. Fighters would cap the airfields, strafing grounded planes ahead of the bombers. The first air action resulted in a dandy dogfight. Approaching Tarawa Island at Maloelap, Lieutenant Jim Gray's 4-plane Wildcat Division encountered the Defender's Dawn Patrol, 2 antiquated Mitsubishi A5M fighters with open cockpits and fixed landing gear. Eventually, they were codenamed Claude by the Americans. The F-4Fs carried 100-pound bombs, which Gray's pilots scattered over the large airfield. Pulling up from his attack, Lieutenant J.G. Wilmer E. Roy spotted 3 Japanese ahead of him, drawing away. Roy liked what he saw: meat on the table. He pushed his throttle to overtake the enemy from below and behind. It was an execution more than a combat, the preferred method of aerial fighting. Rawi centered the right-hand wingman in his reflector sight and pressed the trigger on his stick grip. The 450 calibers chewed up the Mitsubishi's light airframe, turning the little fighter into a red gout of flame, vivid against the early sky. Fighting 6 had just scored the first aerial victory by a U.S. Navy fighter pilot since 1918. Unknown to the Americans, the Japanese flyer took to his parachute. Having pulled ahead of the other Claudes, Rawi hauled into a hard reversal to meet them head-on. He squared off with Petty Officer Tomita Atake. Neither pilot had ever had an opportunity to shoot at an aerial target nose-on. Both pressed ahead in a high-speed aerial game of chicken. It was a tie. Rawi felt an impact as his Wildcat's belly scraped across the top of Atake's wing. But Long Island's sturdy products were rightly called the Grumman Iron Works. The rugged F-4F shook off the collision, only losing an antenna. The Mitsubishi was far worse off. A wingtip was crunched, and one aileron almost severed. Tomita Atake managed a shaky landing and lived to fly another day. Still eager, the combative Rawi descended to shoot up the airfield, but his guns malfunctioned. With a third Claude hosing 7.7mm rounds at him, he shoved the power to his Pratt & Whitney engine and set course for home. Scouting 6 skipper Halstead Hopping led the attack on Roy Island, taking his 1st Division down on the airfield. Circling overhead, awaiting his turn, Earl Gallagher saw the action. Hal went into a very shallow dive, and I made a complete circle with my 2nd Division to come in faster. The Japanese had their fighters in the air. I saw them on Hal's tail and saw him go in the water. The enemy plane then started up toward me, and we were shooting at each other. I ducked as he pulled up, and my rear seat man took a couple of bursts at him. Gallagher expended his 2 100-pound bombs on the airfield, but saved his quarter-tonner for ships reported in Kwajalein Harbor. He selected an anti-aircraft cruiser. She was the 5,800-ton Katori, and went after her with a wingman. Executing a figure-8 evasive maneuver in his dive, he straightened out briefly, got a good sight picture, and released his bomb. While pulling out under the oppressive force of gravity, he glimpsed a hit on the stern. Meanwhile, on the first Devastator mission to Kwajalein, 9 planes under Lieutenant Commander Eugene Lindsay dropped 54 bombs, with marginal results. Before they returned, a false alarm of 2 carriers in the lagoon prompted a second launch. Therefore the exec, the well-regarded Lieutenant Commander Lance Massey, led 9 planes in the first aerial torpedo attack in American history. Boring in low and slow, the Torpeckers went after a transport and 2 oilers. Ensign Severin Rombach's back-seater was Ron Gretz, gripping his machine gun during the run-in to the lagoon. No fighters intervened, but Gretz felt the anti-aircraft fire beginning to burst. He also sensed his pilot's determination to get a hit. He must have slowed below 90 knots and was probably only 50 or 60 feet off the water, and instead of making the drop at about 500 yards, he must have been more like 250 to 300 yards from target when he made the drop. Gretz felt the 1-ton torpedo fall from the TBD's belly as the plane lurched upward. Denying the Japanese a clear shot at a climbing target, Rombach descended almost to the wave tops. Cutting it close, he flew past the bow below deck level. Gretz said, I looked up at a gunner on the deck starting to swing his gun around toward us, so I sprayed a good long burst in that direction to discourage him. At the rendezvous point, only 5 other devastators joined up. Gretz's heart fell. 9 went in, 6 came out. Sad and subdued, the reduced formation headed back to the ship. Then came a radio call. The leader of the 3rd section reported he was returning with his 3 aircraft. Torpedo 6 had gotten off clean. The joy of Friend's salvation was indescribable. The Devastator crews claimed 4 torpedo hits, though only 1 was confirmed later. At Kwajalein, Enterprise air crews sank the 6,500-ton transport Bordeaux-Maru and damaged Katori, plus a submarine and 7 other vessels. One of the Dauntless pilots unknowingly scored a coup when he put his bomb through the roof of the atoll headquarters and killed Rear Admiral Yatsushiro Tsukiyoshi on his 52nd birthday, the Imperial Navy's first flag officer fatality of the war. The Japanese were not idle. That morning they launched 8 twin-engine, twin-tailed Mitsubishi bombers under the determined Lieutenant Kazuo Nakai. The Nells bombed the cruiser Chester, killing 8 men, and returned to base for more ordnance. Enterprise flyers also recycled for more bombs and ammunition. Leading the afternoon strike against Tarawa Island was Bombing 6 exec Dick Best. His first bomb of the war destroyed a hangar. A pretty sight, but as he pulled off target, he was jumped by 2 Claudes. Best felt eerily calm. Previously one of the few officers in the legendary Flying Chiefs Squadron, he had flown the target plane for gun camera practice and knew what a good pass looked like. He outpaced the Mitsubishis, listening to the 7.7mm bullets rattle through his airframe. Back aboard ship, he counted some 40 holes in his Dauntless, but only 2 were forward where they belonged. The other 40-plus were all in the tail and port wingtip. Not enough lead, he declared with professional detachment. Holly Hollingsworth led the bomber's second mission 4.5 hours after his first, attacking Tarawa Airfield at Maloalap Atoll. Diving from 13,000 feet, his 9 SBDs put their 500 and 100-pounders across hangars and parked aircraft. The Dauntlesses made a clean getaway. Throughout the day, Enterprise maneuvered within sight of Hwacha. Figuring he had pushed his luck far enough, Halsey ordered an end to operations and began hauling out. But he reckoned without the aggressive Lieutenant Nakai. Early that afternoon, Nakai was back with 5 twin-engine Nells, dodging in and out of clouds, avoiding most of the prowling fighters. Lieutenant J.G. Frank Quady and Ensign Norman Hodson shot up Nakai's plane. Then he was gone in a fast, slanting descent toward the Enterprise. It was her first time under fire. The attackers became visible beneath the undercast, drawing a barrage of flak, as Lieutenant Commander Elias B. Mott called "Action Starboard," and his gunners opened up. Meanwhile, Captain Murray alternated between the helm and glancing out the wing of the bridge, once even grasping the wheel in his enthusiasm. The carrier pounded along at 30 knots, weaving port and then starboard to throw off the bomber's aim. Nakai's men bombed from 3,000 feet, the ordnance mostly striking to starboard. However, one hit to port, starting a small fire that was quickly extinguished. As the Japanese raced away, one plane turned back, trailing smoke. It was Nakai. Badly damaged by the fighters and AA fire, his bomber could not make it home, and he was determined to die as his emperor and his nation expected. He pressed in from astern. Enterprise sailors gawked at the spectacle. A large bomber, visibly doomed and obviously bent on suicide. Every gun mount that could bear opened up. It didn't matter. The Nell came on in, both engines now streaming flame, aiming for the carrier's deck, crowded with aircraft. Reportedly, Captain Murray himself took the wheel to swing the rudder hard over. The deck canted to port in the starboard turn, and the bomber couldn't cut the corner. By that moment, Nakai might have been dead. In the rear seat of Dauntless S-5, parked on the flight deck, machinist's mate Bruno Guido unlimbered the Browning and opened fire, adding 30-caliber rounds to the 50-caliber and 1.1-inch barrage. The blazing Mitsubishi banked sharply, swerving across the flight deck from port as its right wing slashed through Guido's plane just ahead of the tail. The bomber's severed wing slewed into the catwalk, spewing high-test gasoline across the deck. The rest of the Nell lurched into the ocean. Bruno Guido looked back at the wreckage, his gun still warm. Nakai's wing had struck the Dauntless about 10 feet from where he sat. But Enterprise had not seen the last of Nakai's men. Over 2 hours after their leader had died so valiantly, 2 more bombers closed on the task force. Deterred by neither fighters nor flak, they pushed through a pockmarked afternoon sky to release their 550-pounders over the Yankee carrier. Now well practiced, George Murray gauged the geometry nicely and ordered hard a port, escaping the bomb's ballistic parabola. Heading outbound, the Japanese encountered Fighting Six. Skipper Wade McCluskey, Roger Mealy, and Jim Daniels jumped the pair and began shooting. They scored hits, but neither Nell fell. Then Daniels throttled within range and triggered several bursts. The bomber gushed flames and dropped into a death spiral, prompting a joyous, "Bingo! I got one!" For Jimmy Daniels, who had survived American gunfire on December 7th, it was both wonderful and terrifying. At Watcha, both sides displayed courage and determination. It was going to be a long war. In 14 hours of operations, Enterprise launched 158 sorties, more than 2 per pilot, with some logging multiple flights. The flight deck crew worked unceasingly as the ship turned into the wind 22 times to launch or land aircraft. For the first time in her career, the Big E's fast elevators paid for themselves, permitting rapid cycling of planes from flight to hangar deck and back again. Despite the contemporary claims, Enterprise Air Group had sunk 1 ship and damaged 8, plus a submarine. But the cost was steep. 7 Dauntlesses, plus a pilot drowned in his crashed Wildcat, and a Devastator that went in the water. Crew saved. 4 days later, the Big E returned to a joyous reception at Pearl. Flying her largest flag, with the crew manning the rail in whites, she moved up channel, as bystanders gave a rousing welcome. Ships blasted tributes, other sailors cheered, and people ashore waved towels, rifles, even mops. In truth, the Gilbert's marshals hadn't been much of a victory, but it was a win just the same, when wins were few. Time in port was brief, and the wartime curfew limited the hours of opportunity. Even operating under $3 for 3 minutes, long lines spilled outside the bordellos onto sidewalks and into the streets. But gripers were met with the universal, "Don't you know there's a war on?" Some fortunate men established relations with members of the Women's Air Raid Defense Organization, whose WARD acronym reputedly meant, "We are ready, Daddy." During the ship's 10 days in Hawaii, Admiral Nimitz acknowledged Halsey's recent efforts with award of the Distinguished Service Medal. At the time, it ranked second only to the Navy Medal of Honor, though months later it was rated below the Navy Cross. Some recipients described the DSM as the Senior Officer's Good Conduct Award. That evening, Halsey attended the usual movie on the hangar deck, his presence attended by the scraping of chairs and repeated calls of, "Attend hut!" The Admiral directed the men to take their seats, but he remained standing. The audience sensed that the old man had something to say. Facing the young studs and old-timers he had led in battle, Bill Halsey held aloft his DSM. In his loud, gruff voice he announced, "I want to make a little speech. I just want to say that I've never been so damn proud of anyone as I am of you." Then he sat down before he started to blubber. Unfinished business. The Big E had unfinished business at Wake. She had delivered Marine fighters there in late November and was returning to Pearl on December 7th. The Leathernecks had displayed exceptional resourcefulness, keeping a handful of Wildcats flying against insurmountable odds before the island was seized December 23rd. Now payback was on the morning menu of February 24th, as 3 dozen carrier bombers plus cruisers and destroyers were going to paste the place. Scouting Six's Earl Gallagher was usually the first SPD pilot off the deck, but that day he did not relish the honor. Sitting in his Dauntless, with a canopy speckled by a misty pre-dawn rain, he was nearly blind. His whirling propeller combined with engine exhaust to create an eerie effect, a rolling fire going around in a halo. Nevertheless, operations had priorities. The launch officer waved him off, so Gallagher advanced the throttle, nudged right rudder to offset the torque, and tracked down the deck, though I couldn't see a thing. Somehow he made the first and possibly only instrument takeoff from an aircraft carrier, a near miraculous achievement. Second off was Perry Teef, another December 7th veteran. But in the halo-glimmered gloom he lost orientation, struck a gun mount, and went over the side. The water impact flung him into his sight. There were no shoulder harnesses yet, and he barely recovered from the sharp blow. His gunner, radioman Edgar Jinks, was lost. A destroyer rescued Teef, whose flying career ended that morning with loss of an eye. Nevertheless, by VJ Day, he was a lieutenant commander. Gallagher orbited overhead while the launch was delayed. With improving conditions, 50 other aircraft rolled down the moist deck, slowly forming up for wake. The mission achieved reasonable results as the Americans bombed fuel storage tanks and buildings, but Ensign Percy Foreman and his gunner were shot down and captured. It seemed that Scouting 6 always took the heaviest losses. A bomber pilot, Ensign Delbert Halsey, took a good deal of kidding about his surname. He wasn't related to the admiral, but he was a motivated young aviator. Searching for enemy ships, he spied a flying boat east of the island and turned to pursue. However, the big Kawanishi was too fast and pulled away, leaving Halsey to holler for help. Patrolling nearby, Wade McCluskey radioed, "We'll take him." With speed gained in a descent from 15,000 feet, the F-4Fs overhauled the four-engine snooper. McCluskey and his wingman, enlisted pilot Ed Bayers, set both engines alight. Then his second section leader pressed in. Lieutenant J.G. Roger Mealy already had 2 kills and was known for aggressiveness. Lower-classmen from Annapolis recalled him as a dark presence at the end of the hall, but he knew his way around a fighter. He flew through the smoke before firing, and the target blew up in his face. Back on deck, he found a souvenir embedded in a wing, a fitting stamped 1938. Most of the little damage inflicted on Wake was owed to Admiral Halsey's 2 cruisers and 2 destroyers. To Japan's doorstep. The next operation came 8 days later, a quick swipe at Marcus Island on March 4th. It was a nervy caper. The target bore less than 1,000 miles southeast of Japan. Owing to the distance, Halsey took only the cruisers to Marcus, leaving his short-legged destroyers with their oiler. Recalling the operation, Earl Gallagher said, "We launched a long way out. The surprise was that we would hit the island so close to Japan for psychological reasons." Again the Big E launched beneath a full tropic moon, the attackers departing in darkness, compounded by clouds, 145 miles from the target. By far the greatest challenge was basic airmanship, as Brig Young led 37 other planes into the cumulus curtain that rose from 4,000 feet to an unknown height. Pilots in their red-lit cockpits focused intensely on their instruments, artificial horizon, turn and bank indicator, and airspeed. Climbing slowly, their main concern was avoiding collision. They broke out on top, the air crews sucking bottled oxygen at 15,000 feet, seemingly afloat above a moonlit cloud deck. Unable to see the ocean, until very recently they would have to rely upon dead reckoning, basic time and distance navigation. Enterprise had a trick up her sleeve. In radar plot, Lieutenant John Baumeister kept radio contact with Young. Baumeister was an astute Floridian who had graduated well up in the Annapolis class of 1936. There he was deemed a clear, deep thinker, and so he was, developing an innovative procedure not previously used in combat. He traced a grease pencil line on his scope, showing the track to Marcus. When the radar blips representing the strike group drifted left, he sent a Morse code correction received by Young's radioman gunner. It worked. At 6:30 that morning, the clouds parted enough to see Marcus's shoreline, where breakers turned white against the dark surface. Even so, the formation had become scattered. "We had a hell of a time getting planes together," said Earl Gallagher. He waited for Bombing 6 to attack, then followed with several of his scouts in an approach that took him in and out of the cloud's gray-white tendrils. When he broke clear, he was too low for a steep diving attack, so he executed a glide bomb run on the still dim island. Everybody got away but one. Machine gun fire tagged the SBD flown by the popular Lieutenant J.G. Dale Hilton. Now, with his plane of fire, he made a water landing offshore and deployed the rubber raft with radioman Jack Leeming, a plank owner. They watched their shipmates winging home, then awaited rescue with all the trepidation of Americans falling into Japanese hands. Later, Leeming described most of his captors as a swell lot of fellows, but that solicitude did not continue once the prisoners reached Japan. After return to Hawaii on March 10th, torpedo exec Lance Massey was reassigned, assuming command of Saratoga's Devastator Squadron. Sarah got a plum, probably the Navy's most experienced combat torpedo pilot. A sailor from childhood, at Annapolis he battled math and Dago, foreign languages, but finished well in the class of 1930. Later that month, Wade McCluskey, the senior squadron CO, succeeded Howard Young as Air Group Commander. McCluskey recommended Lieutenant Jim Gray as the new fighter skipper, a bold move considering that Gray only had graduated from Annapolis in 1936, but the nomination was confirmed. Another change also occurred in Fighting 6. The stiff-wing F-4F-3s were replaced with folding-wing -4 models, with 6 guns instead of 4. The space saving permitted 27 fighters instead of 18, but few pilots liked the new Grumman, which was 500 pounds heavier with no increase in horsepower. Nevertheless, the F-4F-4 would remain the standard carrier fighter until well into 1943. Destination unknown. Enterprise's scouts had taken some serious hits lately, so Earl Gallagher's squadron was beached for the next sortie, while Saratoga's temporarily orphaned Bombing 3 moved to the Big E. Lieutenant Commander Max Leslie's air crews were solid. They had ample experience and only lacked the opportunity to show their stuff. Enterprise left Pearl April 8th, escorted by cruisers Northampton and Salt Lake City, plus 4 destroyers and an oiler, under the calm, capable command of Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance. It was a gloomy atmosphere. That day, the last American and Filipino forces in the Philippines surrendered on Bataan. For more than 3 days, outbound from Pearl, scuttlebutt ran its course with typical speculation and informed rumor as to the next target. None proved accurate. But the situation clarified north of Midway on the 12th, when Enterprise beheld an image of herself, her sister Hornet, fresh from the States. She was the third and last of the Yorktown class, and the Big E had never seen her before. Hornet's escorts matched Enterprise's, raising the force's total to 4 cruisers, 8 destroyers, and 2 oilers. But the mirror image was skewed. In place of gray SBDs, TBDs, and F-4Fs on her flight deck, Hornet held 16 olive-drab twin-engine aircraft, Army B-25 bombers. Apparently, she was delivering them someplace, but where? The mystery was revealed later that day when Halsey announced, "This task force is bound for Tokyo." Pandemonium erupted in USS Enterprise. Sharp male barks yipped throughout the ship. Hitting outlying bases may be satisfying, but Tokyo? Leading the B-25s was America's hottest pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle. He was an icon to the generation that had grown up between the wars, a record-setting racer, superb stick and rudder man, and aeronautical engineer. His crews were going to deliver payback for Pearl Harbor by bombing Tokyo and other Japanese cities. They planned to take off nearly 500 miles from Japan, hit their targets, and proceed to China, where they would land. After topping off from the oilers on the 17th, the 2 carriers, with their cruisers, began their run-in to the launch point. That day, the Big E paused to observe a landmark event as an enlisted fighter pilot, Chief Howell Sumrall, logged the ship's 20,000th arrested landing since commissioning in 1938. But the jubilation was short-lived. Between wave action and a howling wind, LSO Bert Hardin needed somebody standing behind to steady him on the platform. Consequently, flight operations were canceled owing to swirling seas driven by raw 40-knot winds. Any military plan is merely the starting point for improvisation. So it was with the first special aviation project. About 3 a.m. on the 18th, Enterprise's radar watch reported 2 surface contacts 10 nautical miles southwest. Bugles and alarms sounded, sending men to GQ. Halsey turned the force to starboard, tracking north to avoid whatever was out there. An hour later, the Americans returned to their westerly heading, apparently without being spotted. About 3 hours after the radar contact, Bombing 3's Lieutenant Osborne Obie Wiseman returned from the morning search. Flying low across the deck, his rear seatman tossed out a weighted message bag. A Japanese picket vessel was plotted some 40 miles ahead, and Osborne thought he had been seen. Determined to reach his launch point unseen, Halsey pressed ahead at 23 knots, his ships bucking heavy seas with waves cresting over the bows. Halsey's luck couldn't last. At 7:38, Hornet's lookouts glimpsed masts above the horizon, another seagoing sentinel. Moments later, Task Force radiomen monitored Japanese-language transmissions. The Americans were busted. Halsey directed Nashville to destroy the picket ship. There was no option but to launch the bombers earlier than planned, a long 750 statute miles out. Enterprise signaled Hornet. To Colonel Doolittle and his gallant command, good luck and God bless you. Halsey. To cover the vulnerable Hornet during the launch, Enterprise sent off 8 fighters and 3 of Max Leslie's Dauntlesses. Being carrier men, the Big E's sailors took a special interest in Hornet's operation. They gaped as Jimmy Doolittle hauled the first B-25 off the deck in a nose-high attitude that seemed perilously close to a stall. The sailors had no way of knowing the extensive training the Army pilots had received in short-field takeoffs. With a howling wind and the carrier's forward motion, there was ample lift to raise the 14-ton bomber into the air. Doolittle circled once, then set course for Tokyo. The 15 other bombers trailed him at 4 to 5 minute intervals. They bombed targets in 6 Japanese cities and got away clean. However, because of the premature launch, every B-25 ran out of fuel. One force-landed in Russia, but the others crashed along the China coast. Despite the loss of 16 bombers, the raid worked marvels for American morale and forced Japan to find a way to destroy American aircraft carriers. Meanwhile, attention returned to the Japanese picket ships. Enterprise men with a topside view were fascinated as Nashville opened fire from her 5 triple-gun turrets so rapidly that it sounded automatic. Many, like radioman Ron Gretz, had never seen a warship unlimber its main battery. That was the first time I ever saw all turrets on a ship fire, then start over again at the forward gun, like shoving a typewriter carriage back to start the next line. I was really intrigued by that. Nashville closed the distance to the picket, a 90-ton whale catcher, and Captain Francis Craven's gunners slammed 6-inch shells at the vessel, but all hope of surprise was lost. Aviators trolling nearby saw the gunfire and were drawn to the scene. Dauntlesses and Wildcats made nearly a dozen passes, little different from a stateside gunnery drill. The Brownings chopped large pieces out of the second modified whaler, which stubbornly remained afloat, though she slowly settled. With ammo remaining, Roger Mealy's bloodthirsty bunch of bastards returned to the first contact and shot it full of half-inch holes. Number 23 Nito Maru was a tough little tub. She absorbed the F-4F's remaining ammunition, while Nashville expended hundreds of 6-inch rounds before destroying her. With the 16th B-25 safely away, Hornet spotted the deck with her own planes to launch combat air patrol and scouting flights. The rest of the day was full of wartime routine. Ship and aircraft sightings, both real and imagined. None threatened the task force, but occasionally one of the numerous enemy vessels put up a fight. A sharpshooting Japanese seaman put enough machine gun rounds into a bombing 6 SPD that Lieutenant Lloyd A. Smith was forced to ditch. He was rescued with his gunner. In return, at least 5 picket boats were sunk. Halsey's force turned for home, every ship unscratched. The downside, nobody was allowed to tell what the force had just done. Task Force 16, Enterprise and Hornet, got underway again on April 30th, bound for the South Seas. The Big E again embarked a Marine Wildcat squadron and steamed for Efate in the New Hebrides. Additionally, the sister carriers would make themselves known to Japanese in the area by steaming within 350 miles of the eastern Solomon Islands. Meanwhile, the Lexington and Yorktown task forces would strike enemy bases at obscure places in the Solomons and New Guinea. It was geostrategic chess played on a giant oceanic board with squares defined by degrees of latitude and longitude. An enduring complaint among sailors is that they seldom know what's happening until it occurs. Partly due to perceived security needs, but more often due to indifference, captains seldom told their crews much about events beyond the ship. If a sailor wanted to know the score, he made friends with radio men. So it was the first week of May. Gradually word got out. Lexington and Yorktown had tangled with Japanese carriers in the Coral Sea on the 7th and 8th, derailing Tokyo's plan to seize Port Moresby, New Guinea. The Coral Sea battle represented the naval millennium. For the first time in history, 2 fleets had exchanged blows without sighting each other. The seemingly impossible event represented the norm in the unprecedented realm of carrier warfare. In the world's first flat-top duel, Lex and Yorkie had sunk the small Japanese carrier Shoho on the first day, but on the 8th the American heavyweights met 2 scrappy counterparts in the form of the new Shokaku and Zuikaku, veterans of Pearl Harbor. Both sides got hurt. Lexington succumbed, and Yorktown limped away with bomb damage. It wouldn't be known for months, but Shokaku was badly hit, and her sister's air group was mauled. Strategically, Coral Sea was an American victory, since it averted the Moresby landing. But in tonnage, Little Shoho was a poor trade for the big, capable Lexington. In the Big E, aviators and white hats wondered how former shipmates fared. Of special interest was Lexington's group commander, Bill Ault, who had led Torpedo 6 in that long-ago peacetime world of 1938. He had radioed that he scored a bomb hit on a carrier, then disappeared into the vast reaches of the world's greatest ocean. In the Coral Sea down and back, Enterprise Air Group lost 10 aircraft in 19 days. The fighters were especially hard hit, with 5 Wildcats destroyed or badly damaged in the violence of routine carrier operations. 2 Dauntlesses also were lost, including a VB-3 crew that found safety on an island. The other was Bombing 6's extroverted, popular Bucky Walters, with his backseater, veteran radioman Parham Johnson. Walters was another survivor of the Sunday surprise at Pearl, never seen again. Delivering the flying leathernecks to swampy, fevered Efate in the New Hebrides on May 11th, Enterprise's mission was partly done, but then it was time to act upon Nimitz's excellent intelligence, which had sniffed out Japanese plans to occupy the Ocean Nauru Islands, nearly 600 miles northeast of Guadalcanal. If nothing else, the Pacific War became a giant geography lesson, increasingly focused upon places that most Americans had never heard of. A dozen Japanese ships were aimed at Ocean and Nauru when they crossed the bow of an American submarine, which torpedoed a destroyer. Another Japanese vessel also was ambushed, which was bad enough. But then on the 15th, a Japanese patrol plane from Tulagi near Guadalcanal radioed an astonishing report. 2 American carriers with escorts, 450 miles east. Halsey had been seen, as intended. Faced with such unexpected opposition, the enemy invasion force reversed course. So did Task Force 16. Having served their deceptive purpose, Halsey's ships shaped course for Pearl Harbor. Something urgent was brewing up Hawaii way. Chapter 3. Revenge, Sweet Revenge. The message flashed out from Admiral Nimitz to Task Force 16 in the Coral Sea. Expedite return. That was Navalese for get back here, fast. Halsey bent on the knots, aiming to return Enterprise and Hornet back to Pearl soonest. The Big E had barely docked on May 26th, before provisioning began with a manic intensity never seen before. Everything essential was brought aboard: food, fuel, ordnance. The word quickly spread. The ship would only be in port 1 day before leaving again, destination unknown. While supplies were carried aboard and stowed below, a vivid contrast appeared on the flight deck. White-clad officers and men stood in ranks, arrayed by squadrons and divisions, while a full admiral's 4-star flag rose on the halyard, catching the Hawaiian breeze. The flight deck loudspeaker came alive with the bosun's whistle and the traditional announcement, "Pacific Fleet arriving." Chester Nimitz stepped on board as the ship's band struck up the ruffles and flourishes due an admiral. In quick order, the award ceremony was conducted as Nimitz presented medals to men who had spilled Japanese blood at Pearl, Wake, Marcus, and the Gilberts. After pinning the Distinguished Flying Cross on Roger Mealy, Sinkpak leaned close and confided that Fighting 6 would have an opportunity to carve more notches within days. Wherever the Big E was bound, it would be without Bill Halsey. After the ceremony, he left the ship, underweight and fatigued, grumpily acknowledging the departing salutes. Incredible though it seemed, Enterprise was headed for the greatest battle of the war to date, while Halsey remained behind, beached with severe dermatitis. Years later, the memory was so painful that he only managed a short paragraph in his memoir. The question demanded an immediate answer: who would replace Wild Bill at the helm of Task Force 16? Nimitz had asked Halsey, who immediately replied, "Ray Spruance." Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance was respected as one of the brightest officers in the Navy. He had graduated near the top of the Annapolis class of '07 and established himself as that rare combination, a thinker and a doer. Commanding Halsey's escorting cruisers since before Pearl Harbor, he had gained the respect of even die-hard aviators. Yet therein lay the problem. As a black shoe, Spruance had no aviation qualification other than Halsey's and Nimitz's confidence. There was precedence. Yorktown's Task Force 17 had been well run by Frank Jack Fletcher, another non-aviator who had led the unit through the war's most rigorous deployment, 101 days at sea with frequent combat from February to May. Now Yorkie lay in dry dock, having her Coral Sea bomb damage hastily repaired by swarms of Navy Yard workers. Nimitz, wearing waders, had inspected her hull and asked the engineers how long it would take to complete repairs. When they said 6 weeks, he replied, "We must have this ship back in 3 days." He got her. The Midway Plan. The strategic axle upon which the upcoming battle would turn was American-owned Midway Atoll, 1,300 statute miles northwest of Oahu. The 2 small islands could support long-range aircraft and submarines, a potential stepping stone to Oahu. Tokyo wanted them and assigned massive sea power to the task under Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, commanding the combined fleet. However, Chester Nimitz possessed the priceless asset of knowledge of enemy plans. His codebreakers had reached into the atmosphere and plucked down enough information to give SyncPack a look over Yamamoto's shoulder at the strategic card table. The Japanese admiral, a formidable gambler, unwittingly showed enough of his hand for Nimitz to double down and call him. Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo's carrier striking force, with 4 of the December 7th perpetrators, would support an amphibious attack on Midway. Seizing an American air and naval base so close to Pearl Harbor would force the remainder of the U.S. Pacific Fleet into decisive battle. The odds were overwhelming. Excluding forces assigned to the simultaneous attack on the Aleutians up in dank, misty Alaskan waters, Nagumo's carrier was directly escorted by 2 battleships, 3 cruisers, and 11 destroyers. Dozens of other warships, transports, and auxiliaries comprised the Midway invasion and support forces. Trailing Nagumo with the Japanese main body was Yamamoto, with 18 ships, including 3 battle wagons and a light carrier. But the Imperial Navy fumbled badly, owing to its institutional insistence upon dispersion. Had Tokyo committed 2 more carriers to Midway, the battle probably would have been unwinnable for the Americans. But the 2 missing heavyweights, Shokaku and Zuikaku, were recuperating from their Coral Sea casualties. Midway would be the only time that all 3 Yorktowns operated together, with Enterprise and Hornet in Task Force 16 and Yorktown in Task Force 17. Escorting the carriers were 8 cruisers and 15 destroyers. Despite Japan's huge advantage in surface firepower, the odds were far closer in air power. Nagumo owned about 250 carrier planes to 230 American, plus 130 Navy, Marine, and Army aircraft on Midway. Of the latter, however, nearly 50 were mainly useful for reconnaissance. Nimitz possessed the edge. If his plan worked, the 2 U.S. Navy task forces would be positioned to strike the Japanese before they realized the Americans were anywhere near Midway. Like the Pearl Harbor attack, the outcome of the battle depended heavily upon surprise. Fletcher, as senior admiral, had overall command, but the weak link in Spruance's force was Hornet. She was still new, having been commissioned in October and in the Pacific only since April. The Doolittle raid had deprived her of vitally needed training time, and her captain further limited opportunities for training. Many of her aviators had never dropped a live bomb from a Dauntless, and only a handful of her Devastator pilots had ever launched a torpedo. Captain Mark Mitcher and Air Group Commander Stanhope Ring would not even permit dry practice dives by scout pilots returning from routine patrols. Fortunately, Enterprise was an all-up round with an experienced team comprising the ship and air group. Yorktown embarked most of Saratoga's temporarily orphaned squadrons, which were sharp, and her air department was perhaps the best in the business. The SBD-3 Dauntless dive bomber already was a proven ship killer, the main sinew of American carrier aviation, and the new F-4F-4 Wildcat fighter was tough and durable. Consequently, the main concern was the TBD-1 Devastator, already obsolescent, and more importantly, armed with marginal torpedoes that often ran erratically or failed to explode. Those concerns bore heavily upon Enterprise's torpedo squadron skipper, Lieutenant Commander Eugene Lindsay, who hailed from everywhere. As a child, he lived in 4 states, attended 6 high schools, and graduated from 2. At Annapolis, he excelled in diving and gymnastics. He struggled with his studies, though his classmates noted, "His brow is unfurrowed from worry over academics." As a midshipman, he proved a crafty tactician, allegedly missing daunting classes by resorting to sick call. Even so, he graduated in the middle of the class of 1930. Lindsay was almost 37. He had led Torpedo 6 nearly 2 years, and the squadron had a depth of experience. Of the 14 pilots slated to fly the first mission, 10 had been aboard since 1940 or before, including 2 plank owners. Only 1 had joined in 1942. The radioman gunners also included a high percentage of old hands. What Torpedo 6 lacked was blue water combat. Since February, the squadron had logged 27 action sorties, mainly with bombs. Only 9 torpedoes had been dropped at Kwajalein. The Navy's pre-war lapses, equal parts bureaucratic arrogance and economic parsimony, had deprived the Devastator squadrons of the opportunity to test the Mark 13 torpedo realistically. Consequently, it took months of combat failures to begin to appreciate the weapon's multiple shortcomings. Whatever the problems, on May 28th, Task Force 16 departed Pearl Harbor, the Big E, Hornet, and 15 escorts. That afternoon, as the air group flew out from Oahu, Torpedo 6 led the squadrons overhead the ship. Gene Lindsay was first into the traffic pattern, driving up the wake in his big, stable Devastator. But he got slow, and not even the thick Douglas wing could sustain enough lift for nearly 4 tons of airframe, fuel, and crew. The aircraft stalled, following the propeller's torque to the left, and smacked the water off the port quarter. The Devastator rode nose low in the waves, long enough for the 3-man crew to vacate the plane, permitting the standby destroyer to retrieve them. However, Gene Lindsay was another victim of the Navy's lack of shoulder harnesses, suffering injuries to the face and torso. He could move, but his back pained him. It was uncertain when he could fly again. Intelligence indicated that Nagumo would strike Midway on June 4th. That gave Ray Spruance perhaps a week to learn the trade of carrier admiral. He proved a diligent student and a quick study. He wore out relays of officers in his daily walks up and down the flight deck, absorbing the collective wisdom of subordinates. Spruance had to rely upon Halsey's staff, very much a mixed blessing. The group of some 17 officers and men was experienced, having worked together since before Pearl Harbor. But Halsey had paid no more attention to selecting a new chief of staff than he had to the meddlesome, genial John Hoover of pre-war memory. Captain Miles R. Browning had finished well up in the class of 1917 and possessed a wealth of experience in battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. He won his wings in 1924, ultimately commanding the Yorktown Air Group in 1941. He was smart, abrasive, and convinced of his own infallibility. Just before noon on June 2nd, northeast of Midway, 2 Yorktown SPDs overflew Enterprise. One dropped a message from Fletcher directing Spruance to rendezvous at the position northeast of Midway, optimistically designated Point Luck. In hours, the American forces were joined, ready for battle. Unlike most admirals, Spruance told his entire command as much as he could. With air operations largely canceled in the cold, drizzly region northeast of Midway, he inserted an addendum in the plan of the day. If presence of Task Forces 16 and 17 remains unknown to enemy, we should be able to make surprise flank attacks on enemy carriers. Some officers knew more. One was Clarence Dickinson of Scouting 6, privy to some high-level intelligence, but not the source. He recalled, "I was one of the few individuals that had access to those dispatches because I was the operations officer for the dive bombers and scouts. So I was well aware of the numbers, and I think in general the information was available to the air group as to what was there. We knew what ships we were up against, so I don't think there were any illusions." Despite the Navy's fetish for security, some sailors knew more than any admirals suspected. Among them was Ordnance Man Alvin Kernan. He recalled that before Enterprise reached Pearl Harbor, scuttlebutt contained some astonishing detail. The Japanese fleet, it was said, was about to attack Midway Island, with a diversionary move on the Aleutians, and we, having broken their code, were going to lie off Midway and surprise them. Wednesday, June 3rd. On the evening of the 3rd, everybody was busy. Ordnancemen, aerial gunners, and even pilots, inspected every 30 and 50 caliber round loaded into ammo trays. Firing circuits were checked and double-checked. Some fighter pilots had lost certain kills when systems failed in the ephemeral moment that one's sight was dead on a meatball, as gunners called the rising sun emblem. Losing a victory was bad enough. Unnecessarily losing a friend was intolerable. Plane captains with a few moments to spare applied some extra wax to their aircraft, optimistically seeking more speed. Pilots cleaned their plotting boards to receive updated navigation data in the morning. Most men turned in tired, but some were restless and slept erratically, if at all. In the Big E, a few like Bombing 6 skipper Dick Best were nerveless. A 31-year-old professional, he loved his work. Tall and spare, he had blue eyes and spoke in a rapid New Jersey accent. Best was absolutely dedicated to the war, exactly where he wanted to be, doing exactly what he wanted to do. After Pearl Harbor, he had sent his wife and daughter stateside, expecting to remain in the Pacific for the duration. He said, "I thought it was a great war, and I intended to stay until it was over." Best intended to be the best dive bomber in the Pacific Fleet, and admirers said that if dive bombing were made an Olympic sport, their money was on Dick for the gold. He was also confident of his squadron. "At that time, the fleet bombing average was about 12% hits. I promised 20%, but Spruance' chief of staff demanded 100%. The Germans have a concept, Schussfest, which translates as bulletproof. It connotes more of a mystical certitude, a profound assurance that no harm can befall one. Whatever it was called, Dick Best had it. That night he slept like a baby. Scouting 6 CO Earl Gallagher had a similar attitude. More than any kind of fear, I think we felt the anticipation of the fact that we were really going to have a chance to pay them back for Pearl Harbor. That was my feeling, and I know it was the feeling of many pilots. I had no trouble whatsoever going to sleep that night. Thursday, June 4th. The Battle of Midway began far too early for most men. By 1:30 a.m., Chief Steward J. Riddell Collins, Jr. arranged an Enterprise favorite breakfast. He had been aboard almost 3 years and knew about the care and feeding of air crews. Coordinating with the supply officer, Commander Charles Fox, Collins served the one-eye special, a slice of toast carved to accept an egg, fried in butter until the egg was over medium and the bread golden brown. Fighter skipper Jim Gray admitted, "If one of our wives could do the one eye as well, we never identified her." Torpedo skipper Gene Lindsay stiffly eased himself into a seat. One of his pilots, Lieutenant P.J. Pablo Riley, asked how he was doing after the crash on the 28th. Rather than answer directly, Lindsay said, "This is the real thing today, the thing we've trained for, and I'll take my squadron in." All was ready. Torpedo 6 had 14 planes and crews. With 4 spare crews, some men were necessarily left behind. One was radioman Ron Gretz. It was scary sitting on the hangar deck with no duties. My friend Dick Butler and I went to the squadron office and tried to get flights rescheduled so we could fly, but the skipper refused to mess with any changes. Before launch, Lindsay huddled with Gray to coordinate fighter cover for the TBDs. Based on Coral Sea reports, the dive bombers were the most vulnerable, so the fighters would stay high with them. However, the torpedo squadron could call for help if needed. Dispensing with radio call signs, the 2 COs agreed to use first names. If Torpedo 6 encountered Japanese fighters, which seemed likely, Lindsay would holler, "Come on down, Jim." Other than combat air patrols, Enterprise's Captain George Murray and the air staff intended to launch the entire air group once enemy carriers were located. The 18 Dauntless Scouts were armed with 500-pounders to lighten the takeoff load for the short deck run. 12 also carried 100-pound incendiary bombs beneath each wing. Best's 15 Dauntless bombers each packed half-tonners. After 2 false starts, the word came down just before 7. Midway-based patrol planes had spotted at least 2 Japanese carriers, almost 200 miles southwest of the task force. Spruance's instinct was to launch immediately, but his chief of staff, Captain Miles Browning, urged him to close the range. Since Yorktown was recovering Task Force 17's morning search, Fletcher, as the senior commander on the Yorktown, released Spruance on the Enterprise to act independently, which he did. The prevailing breeze was only 5 or 6 knots from the southeast, away from the target, So Captain Murray rang up more speed, and the Big E responded, working up to 28 knots. With adequate wind over the deck, the aircraft could safely get off with full loads. Bombing 6 skipper Dick Best's gunner was James F. Murray, the squadron's leading chief petty officer, who had been in the Navy 15 years, serving in aviation and submarines. Much later, Murray recalled, "As he climbed aboard 6B-1, Best said, 'Murray, this is it,' just like the movies." Among Best's new aviators were Ensign Lou Hopkins, who had never launched with a 1,000-pound bomb. Additionally, he was making his first high-altitude flight with sustained use of his oxygen mask. Scouting 6 began takeoff at 7:06 a.m., including Air Group Commander Wade McCluskey's 3-plane section, followed by Best's 15 bombers. While the 33 Dauntlesses bored holes in the sky, the deck crew positioned 14 Devastators and 10 Wildcats. It was a maddeningly slow process, and after nearly 40 minutes, Spruance exhausted his patience. He ordered the signalman to flash a message to McCluskey, "Proceed on mission assigned." 7 minutes later, with his 2 Dauntless squadrons well in hand, McCluskey turned southwesterly, course 231, estimated distance to target 165 miles. Still, there were problems. Lieutenant Frank Patriarca's engine had refused to start, and another plane returned with supercharger trouble. That left McCluskey with 31 scout bombers to continue the mission. The air group opted for a procedure called deferred departure. It was a time-consuming process in which all 4 squadrons launched, formed up near the task force, and set course as a unit. It had the advantage of retaining cohesion, but at the expense of fuel, the most precious commodity in aviation. In contrast, Yorktown's Battlewise Air Group used a running rendezvous, with the fighters overtaking the slower bombers, the squadrons joining up en route to the target, the optimal arrangement. McCluskey's 2 squadrons climbed to altitude for the hunt. It was beautiful hunting weather, unlimited visibility, with scattered clouds at 1,500 to 2,500 feet, with a slight breeze out of the southeast. While McCluskey's Dauntlesses headed outbound, Gray's 10 Wildcat fighters lost track of them. He expected to remain close to the bombers, but missed the order directing them to leave without him. Consequently, he made a logical assumption. He thought the torpedo squadron below him was Lindsay's Torpedo 6, and Gray tacked on to it. Even cruise climbing, the Wildcats outpaced the Devastators and had to weave overhead to keep them in sight beneath breaks in the clouds. Actually, the TBDs were Torpedo 8 from Hornet. Lindsay's squadron did not depart until 8 o'clock, nearly an hour after the launch began. Torpedo 6. Gene Lindsay, still gimpy from his crash a week before, was determined to take his squadron into the Japanese fleet. He had limped to the lead Devastator and painfully eased his way into the cockpit, helped by a mechanic. Lindsay's gunner, Chief Radioman Charles T. Granat, settled in behind the newly installed twin .30 calibers. The 7 planes of the squadron's 2nd Division were led by an Annapolis trade school boy, Lieutenant Arthur V. Eli, a Pennsylvanian out of the class of '35. Known as Brother Eli and Doc, he was short, dark, and smiling, a gymnast and cross-country man. Well experienced, Eli had been in the squadron since 1938. As Torpedo 6 launched, Ron Gretz stood in the catwalk, watching as each TBD took off. T-2 was flown by his usual pilot, Severin Rombach, with radioman Wilburn Glenn facing aft. Like a victorious boxer, Glenn clasped hands over his head all the way up the deck. It was the last Gretz saw of either man. Lindsay took course 240 degrees southwest, cruising at 2,000 feet to read the whitecaps and compensate for the wind. Departing later than the scout bombers, Lindsay flew nearly straight to the target. Around 9:30, he saw smoke on the northwest horizon. It had to be the Japanese fleet. He turned that way, knowing that he faced the short end of very long odds. Meanwhile, Hornet's 49 dive bombers and fighters had climbed almost due west, following Commander Stanhope Ring, and entering Midway lore as the Flight to Nowhere. None of them found the enemy. Many splashed with dry tanks trying to return to their carrier. Unknown to either torpedo outfit, keeping radio silence, orbiting 4 miles over the Japanese fleet was Jim Gray with his 10 Wildcats, awaiting the "come on down" call from Lindsay. Gray circled for about 30 minutes before turning for home. "We were at about 20,000 feet, he later wrote. I looked at my gas gauge, and expecting to see I had about a quarter of a tank gone, actually I had about a quarter of a tank left. Only an idiot runs out of gas in an airplane. We lost the Torpedo 8 people under the overcast, and that was the last I heard of them. We went back, and we lived to fight another day. We were up at altitude, and we ran ourselves out of gas getting up there. Sorry about that. Gray's explanation is unconvincing. It strains credulity that a squadron commander who insisted that only an idiot runs out of gas belatedly noticed that he had 1/4 of his fuel remaining. His actions left a bitter residue. 5 decades later, Dick Best, a former fighter pilot, insisted, "The fighter's job is to die getting the bombers to the target." Meanwhile, Torpedo 6 faced a nightmare scenario, an unescorted daylight attack on an alerted enemy fleet bristling with flak and fighters. Pre-war doctrine called for a smoke screen, a coordinated attack with dive bombers and friendly fighters running interference. Lindsay's men had none of that. What they did have was obsolescent aircraft and damnably erratic torpedoes from service politicians who prohibited testing the weapons. It didn't matter. Torpedo 6 never flinched because it possessed courage, professionalism, and just plain guts. 10 minutes after sighting smoke, the devastators began their approach to Admiral Nagumo, whose carriers were screened by battleships, cruisers, and destroyers on 15- and 6-mile circles. Lindsay sent Art Eli's 2nd Division in a sweeping turn to port, hoping to set up an anvil attack on the nearest carrier, 2 formations conducting a pincer from each bow. She was Kaga, pounding along at 26 knots or more. Seamen say that a stern chase is a long chase, and so it was as Kaga turned away northward. About that time, the devastators drew the first anti-aircraft fire, initially more a threat indicator than effective defense. Other ships took note, and gun crews swiveled their mounts outboard, 25mm automatics and 5-inch explosive rounds. It could only go one way. During the next quarter hour, constantly subjected to AA fire, Torpedo 6 began taking losses. Japanese fighter pilots saw the flak bursts, knew their meaning, and swept in. A few aircrewmen heard Eli's call to Jim Gray to come on down, but apparently the Wildcats never heard the plea. The 14 devastators were on their own, facing nearly 30 interceptors with a 200-mile-per-hour advantage. The Zero's 20mm cannon were lethally potent, chopping hunks of aluminum from the airframes, severing spars, sending the big TBDs tumbling into the water. At least one Zero got careless. Lieutenant J.G. Robert Laub's gunner got a clear shot as one fighter pressed too close, and radioman W.C. Humphrey used his twin .30-caliber mount to good effect. The Japanese went down, but his partners continued executing the slow, unescorted devastators. Probably no Torpedo 6 pilot got better than a 70-degree angle off Kaga's bow, below preferred parameters, and no closer than 800 yards. 5 or 6 torpedoes were aimed at the 36,000-ton carrier, churning the water in their 12-foot deep runs, but none scored. 5 TBDs cleared the boiling flak-speckled sky around the enemy fleet, but machinist Albert Winchell splashed into a water landing. Bob Laub, the senior survivor, led the other 3 home. When they reached the Big E's briefed position, they found empty sea. Stretching their gas to the limit, with fuel mixtures leaned for maximum efficiency, they found Task Force 16 40 miles from Point Option, the expected location. Robin Lindsay, who had relieved Bert Harden as senior landing signal officer, waved 4 devastators aboard. But machinist Stephen B. Smith's plane was so badly shot up that deckhands quickly pushed it overboard. Having survived the Zeros, he had been shot at by a Wildcat as well. According to Enterprise legend, Smith stalked into Fighting Six's ready room, the flap on his holster unsnapped. Gene Lindsay was gone, and with him 18 others, including Art Eli, Severin Rombach, and Pablo Riley. Only 2 missing men were eventually recovered. Dauntless pilot Clarence Dickinson said of his friends in Torpedo 6, "The fact that they kept going in, I would expect it of them. I think everybody would have done that. Their thoughts were that whatever happened, they were going in until the last man was gone. They were that kind of people." McCluskey. Nothing was going right for Air Group Commander Wade McCluskey. First, his regular gunner had been unable to fly, requiring a last-minute replacement. Then Enterprise's launch had fallen behind schedule as McCluskey circled overhead, burning precious fuel while waiting for the fighters and torpedo planes. After 40 minutes, he was ordered to proceed without the Wildcats and Devastators, though 2 Dauntlesses had aborted with mechanical problems. Now, at the head of 30 scout bombers, McCluskey sought a moving target that defied discovery. 40 years old, the stocky New Yorker was a seasoned professional who had graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy 18 years before, to the day. But now, pondering the time-distance equation, he pulled out his plotting board from beneath the instrument panel. He double-checked his navigation, confirming that the compass on his canopy frame read southwest. No error there. He was in the right place at the right time, but the Japanese had failed to show. McCluskey shoved the board back in place and faced a command decision. He had been airborne nearly 3 hours, and he knew the pilots of his 2 squadrons were watching their fuel gauges. Wingmen always used more gasoline than their leaders, needing to adjust throttle settings to keep formation. Worst off was Ensign Tony Schneider, whose engine was smoking, using far too much fuel. Nevertheless, he still plugged along in formation. 15 minutes after passing the briefed contact point, McCluskey exercised a combination of logic and intuition. Since the enemy fleet was not where expected, he reasoned that it had turned northerly, away from its previous course toward Midway. He eased into a gentle right turn. He would fly the reciprocal of the enemy's track for half an hour, and if nothing turned up, he could only return to the Enterprise with minimal fuel remaining. Settled on their northwesterly heading, the Big E's dive bombers droned along at 19,000 feet, pilots and gunners sucking bottled oxygen in the high, thin air, their right engines clattering along at minimum cruise power. At the head of Bombing 6, Dick Best was increasingly frustrated. He trailed McCluskey for another 20 anxious minutes, 15 priceless gallons worth, when the air group commander waggled his wings for attention. Almost 4 miles below, McCluskey spotted the wake of a single ship headed northeast. It had to be Japanese, and it was. A destroyer had been detached from the enemy armada to hunt a pesky American submarine, and now was making knots to rejoin the task force. McCluskey turned starboard, taking up the ship's heading as its high-speed wake pointed like a white arrow on a deep blue canvas. 5 minutes later, Wade McCluskey was looking at Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo's carrier striking force. Flying behind McCluskey, Scouting 6's Earl Gallagher gawked at the sight. We knew that they had a lot, but the ocean was covered with ships. In Bombing 6, Lou Hopkins saw the carriers from 15 miles, and at that distance they looked like large water bugs scooting over the water. In sight of a task force, Tony Schneider breathed a sigh of relief. He was flying on fumes, and reckoned that Commander McCluskey had taken the pilots home. At that point, Schneider's right cyclone hiccuped, gasped, and quit. He nosed down to maintain airspeed, intending to ditch beside a friendly vessel. Then he saw a huge ship with a pagoda mast. Only Japanese battleships had pagoda masts. Schneider turned away, knowing only that he wanted saltwater miles between himself and Kido Butai, the enemy carrier force. Meanwhile, there were problems in the formation. Dick Best's left wingman, Lieutenant J.G. Ed Kroger, had run out of oxygen and informed him by hand signals. The skipper began descending to 15,000 feet, where the air was dense enough to permit unassisted breathing. But when Best again strapped on his oxygen mask, he inhaled what tasted like a mouthful of dust. Racked by violent coughs, he finally cleared his head enough to concentrate on the war. Below his white-starred wings, wide open to attack, were 4 Imperial carriers. McCluskey approached the target from the southwest, meeting Nagumo broadside to port. As the Big E's dive bombers neared their pushover point, a former shipmate was dying far below. Lance Massey, the likable, ever-smiling former Torpedo 6 exec, led a dozen Yorktown TBDs inbound to the target. They were spotted by Nagumo's screening vessels, and in moments were beset by the Zero Combat Air Patrol. None of his planes returned. Only 3 of his flyers survived. The dozen or more Japanese ships were maneuvering, producing concealing smoke and covering gunfire. Enterprise's dauntless crews did not know that their friends flying Devastators were attacking unsupported, sustaining appalling losses to fighters and flak. But in the precious minutes that followed, the upper air was free of Japanese interceptors. Wade McCluskey, who had compiled an average record at Annapolis, was riding destiny's carousel with a once-in-a-lifetime chance to grasp history's golden ring. As Red Leader, he called Red Base, provided the vital information of Nagumo's location, course, and speed, then deployed his squadrons for attack. McCluskey's immediate task was targeting. Facing 4 enemy flat tops, he could only attack 2. He led his Dauntlesses for the closer pair, radioing for Gallagher's scouts to take the port-hand carrier, while assigning Best's bombers the beckoning rectangle to starboard. Since the air group commander normally flew with the scouts, McCluskey kept his 3 planes, with Gallagher's 14. Farther back and somewhat lower, Dick Best squirmed in his seat, checked the deployment of his squadron, and prepared to make his dive on the closest carrier, as per doctrine. Satisfied with his arrangement, McCluskey retarded throttle, selected the diamond-shaped dive brake lever, and activated the hydraulic power pack on his right-hand console. He felt the perforated flaps opening at the trailing edge of his wing and beneath the belly, biting into the thin air, slowing his aircraft, and providing the bomb-aiming stability that Douglas aircraft gave aviators of the U.S. Navy. With that, he keyed his mic. "Earl, follow me down." At that moment, as Dick Best prepared to attack, he was startled beyond reckoning. A long vertical procession of blue-gray shapes plunged in front of him, narrowly missing himself and his wingmen. He realized what had happened. McCluskey, instead of proceeding to the far target, had taken nearly the entire formation down on the nearest carrier, which, according to doctrine, should have been Best's. White waterspouts were already erupting alongside the long yellowish rectangle. With no option, Best pulled out of his dive and turned toward the other carrier to starboard. He had only his 2 wingmen, Lieutenant J.G. Bud Kroger and Ensign Fred Weber. Best shot a glance to his right, as Weber had a tendency to drift out of formation, but this morning the youngster was sticking tight. Whether the mix-up was McCluskey's fault or Best's, the result was serious overkill. 27 dive bombers on 1 target. In any case, Enterprise aviators began pounding ordnance through the ancient pine flight deck of His Imperial Japanese Majesty's ship, Kaga. Kaga. Kaga was coming port into the wind prior to launching Zeros, with most of 2 SBD squadrons streaming down from his port quarter. Captain Jisako Okada sought to confound them by reversing his turn, but the huge Leviathan was ponderous in answering the helm. Okada may have done better to continue his initial turn, forcing the attackers to roll left to continue tracking. Several Dauntless pilots reported their targets' decks crowded with armed aircraft awaiting launch. It wasn't true. At the time the bombers rolled in, all 4 flat tops were fueling and arming dive bombers and torpedo planes on their hangar decks. The only aircraft topside were a few fighters cycling through the schedule for the combat air patrol. McCluskey, who had never dropped a bomb from an SBD, missed the target. So did his 2 young wingmen. Earl Gallagher did not. He recalled, "It was just a perfect dive because the Kaga was heading into the wind. So I was coming downwind onto a carrier that was on a steady course. My dive got really steep. I put my bomb sight on that red rising sun on the bow of the carrier." Gallagher considered the SBD a wonderful dive-bombing plane, so he was confident enough to press his dive as low as I dared and let the thing go. In bombing practice, pilots frequently rolled into a steep bank to watch their hits or misses. Gallagher cautioned his men against the practice in combat, but I couldn't resist the temptation myself and pulled up and watched it. Gallagher's gunner, Chief Radioman Thomas E. Merritt, exclaimed, "God damn, that was a beaut, Captain." The bomb exploded aft. Gallagher thought it struck amid packed aircraft awaiting launch, when there were no more than 3. Ensign Reed Stone missed to port. Then Ensign John Q. Roberts's plane was hit hard by flak. He managed to drop before plunging into the water. Next down the chute was Dusty Clyce, who saw flames gushing aft from the skipper's hit. The Texan shifted his aim point farther forward and punched his bomb into the deck alongside the No. 1 elevator. Wingman Ensign James C. Dexter put a 500-pounder into the sweet spot, igniting a fuel cart ahead of the carrier's island. The result was devastating to the bridge crew and flight deck personnel. Most of the bridge was destroyed, and with it the captain, executive officer, gunnery officer, navigator, and communications officer. Kaga had been decapitated. The 2nd Division dived with Dick Dickinson. He claimed to hit midships, and his pilots probably got 2 more. Most were like Lou Hopkins, who said, "I do not know whether my bomb found its mark. I know my dive was good, my aim point was steady, and my plane was in balanced flight when I released. Heavy casualties prevented a definite accounting of how some pilots fared. Dickinson thought he saw an explosion during the attack of Lieutenant Charles R. Ware's division. In any case, Kaga was sundered by at least 5 hits. Pulling out of their dives, retracting their flaps, and bending their throttles, Enterprise's scouts raced from the scene. The gunners had the best view of all. Riding backward, looking over their twin 30s, they took in the spectacle of a huge ship, still steaming at nearly 30 knots, spewing gasoline-fed fires, and a small volcano cloud of dense, roiling black smoke. At that moment, it was the greatest show on planet Earth. The Japanese fighters had been chasing 3 torpedo squadrons. Yorktowns had arrived, and inflicted ghastly losses. 35 devastators had been shot down, leaving 6 to limp home to the 2 task forces. Now the Zero pilots expended their remaining ammo with a vengeance. Kaga's losses were horrific. In her blasted, blazing hull, more than 800 men were killed from her complement of 1,340. Akagi. Nagumo's flagship, Akagi, had spent an eventful morning dodging carrier and land-based attacks. Like the other 3 carriers, she had burned the right incense, until Kaga began vomiting smoke and flame. Recovering from his aborted dive on Kaga, Dick Best was appalled. Only his 2 wingmen remained with him. What had moments before been a gorgeous setup had abruptly turned to hash. Well, so be it. He regrouped and headed for the next carrier about 4 miles away, willing to tackle one of the world's greatest warships with 3 planes. Ordinarily, Best liked to dive from the bow. It forces you to get steep. But his target was broadside to him. No matter. Taking what he could get, Best waited until he was almost overhead, then once more extended the perforated flaps that kept his diving speed at 275 miles per hour. With Fred Weber and Bud Kroger on each wing, Best lined up Nagumo's flagship in his optical sight. He finessed stick and rudder, placing the aiming dot amidships, while in the back seat, Jim Murray called out the numbers as the altimeter unwound at 400 feet per second. The dive was good, very good. With a little ball pegged in the middle of the sight's housing, no lateral error, Best superimposed his aiming dot on the deck and pressed low. Murray said admiringly, "Nobody pushed his dive steeper or held it longer than Dick." Weber and Kroger dropped their half-ton bombs at about 1,500 feet. Best waited a few more seconds, pulled the double-knobbed handle, then hauled the stick into his stomach. Retracting their flaps, shoving up the throttles, the 3 Dauntlesses screeched out of their dives, hugging the waves. Best's half-tonner was nearly a perfect center hit. It smashed through the planking of the flight deck, almost striking the number 2 elevator, penetrated to the hangar deck, and 1/100th of a second later exploded there. "I wanted to see the hit," he recalled, "so I laid my plane on its side and looked back over my shoulder. Murray called it amidships, abreast the island." Weber got a near miss, perhaps 30 feet to port, dousing the ship's island with salt water. Kroger's was an edger, nicking the flight deck overhang and striking the waterline on the port quarter. Best's hit was lethal. It probably destroyed the fire curtain, separating the upper hangar from the middle elevator well, sending burning debris tumbling into the lower hangar deck, spreading the fire. It also might have cooked off some ammunition for the portside anti-aircraft guns. Far worse, the 1,000-pounder apparently exploded on an armed and fully fueled Nakajima bomber. Akagi's entire torpedo squadron was parked on the upper hangar, ready to be raised to the flight deck. A string of convulsive explosions was ignited in the hellish confines of that enclosed steel space, spreading flames that set off more planes. The conflagration was unstoppable. It wouldn't be known for years, but blast and fires killed 267 of Akagi's complement, 1 man in 6. Racing from the scene, the Enterprise flyers were elated. They knew they had just knocked 2 enemy carriers out of the fight, and a 3rd was spewing smoke and flames nearby, evidence of the near-miraculous arrival of Yorktown's Dauntlesses at the same time. In an unintended stroke of timing, Yorkie's bombers punched 3 half-tonners into Soryu, sealing her fate. Looking back over his shoulder, savoring the delicious taste of the moment, Dick Best remembered what Pearl Harbor had looked like on the evening of December 8th. So did Earl Gallagher, who exclaimed, "Arizona, I remember you." Dick Dickinson said, "We all could see the carriers burning. We knew that this was the whole heart of the war. To get those 4 Japanese carriers, and with 3 of them burning, I'm sure everybody was jubilant. The aircrews who had swarmed Kaga had to shoot their way out. McCluskey swooped out of his dive, flying as low as he dared, to deny dozens of gunners a straight shot at him. Scooting along at perhaps 20 feet, he cleared the Japanese screen, reduced power, and turned northeast for home. About 15 minutes later, he was working at his plotting board when tracer bullets slashed around him, and his gunner, Walter G. Chichalasek, opened fire. 2 Zeros had caught the Dauntless low and alone. McCluskey, the former fighter skipper, knew what to do. When one Mitsubishi began a run on him, he turned into the attack, then quickly reversed to face the next pass. In a lopsided 5-minute dogfight, the Japanese pilots put 55 machine gun rounds and 3 20-millimeter shells into the SBD. They missed the engine and fuel tanks, but some found flesh. McCluskey recalled, "Suddenly a burst from the Japs seemed to envelop the whole plane. The left side of my cockpit was shattered, and I felt my left shoulder had been hit with a sledgehammer. It seemed like the end. After an undeterminable period, probably only 2 or 3 seconds, I realized there was an unusual quietness, except for the purring engine of the old Dauntless." Finally, 1 Zero made a mistake. Chichalasek drew a bead on the gray assailant, thumbing down both triggers, and put a stream of .30 caliber rounds into the fighter. It dropped away, possibly a kill, but more importantly, its partner sought other sport. Leading the 3rd Division of Scouting 6 was Lieutenant Charles Ware, a Tennessee sharpshooter from the Annapolis class of '34. Previously a Yorktown pilot, he was shifted to Enterprise in time for the Wake Island strike in February. Ensign John McCarthy, a Pearl Harbor survivor, glanced around and saw Ware's section, including Ensigns Frank W. O'Flaherty and James A. Shelton. McCarthy latched on to Ware, as did Ensigns Carl Pfeiffer and John C. Lowe. Division integrity mattered far less than numbers. 6 SBDs with rear-firing guns meant better chances of survival. Skimming the waves, Ware's pilots denied the fighters the advantage of a submarine attack from below. A succession of Zeros sped in from port, but none pressed their runs in the face of a dozen .30 caliber barrels. As McCarthy said, the tracer display was very impressive. The low-level shootout lasted a good 12 minutes as the Dauntlesses maneuvered together, their twin Brownings chattering in their staccato 2,400 rounds per minute. When the last Zero disengaged, the SBDs were low on ammo as well as fuel. The briefing had directed them to egress toward Midway to deceive the Japanese, but time was critical. It had taken extra minutes to circle around the 3 blazing carriers and set course for Enterprise. But where was she? Ware climbed to 1,200 feet and adjusted the throttle and fuel mixture for max conserve. Departing the area, he and his radio man, William H. Stambaugh, saw a chilling sight. Overtaking them from astern were 18 aircraft from the surviving enemy carrier Hiryu, outbound toward the American carriers. The dive bombers were escorted by 6 Zeros, and their leaders simply could not pass up a shot at some of the Americans who had just destroyed 3/4 of Nagumo's flight decks. Lieutenant Yasuhiro Shigematsu pointed his fighter's black nose at the 2-tone gray Douglasses and took his pilots down to engage. So began another gunfight. During the combat, Frank O'Flaherty's fuel gave out. His right Cyclone sputtered as it sucked more air than gasoline, and he was committed to a water landing. He got down nicely and was last seen in good shape with machinist Bruno Guido of Marshall's fame. The pursuit lasted an astonishing 20 minutes, one of the longest aerial engagements of the Pacific War. Ware and the remaining 4 pilots relied on smooth flying, turning as a unit into each attack, while their gunners tripped off short, accurate bursts as slashing Zeros crossed their sights. No attackers were splashed, but 2 sustained heavy damage and limped away, out of the fight. The others hastened to catch up with their bombers. Finally, with time to consult one another, Ware and his pilots exchanged opinions as to the course home. They communicated by open and closed fists, representing the dot dash of Morse code. McCarthy believed that Ware was headed north of the course and nudged him to come starboard. Ware, confident of his navigation, blew the kiss-off signal, releasing McCarthy to find his own way home. John Lowe went more southerly. The pilots slowly pulled away from each other, taking their fates in their hands, and finally each lost sight of the other. John McCarthy found salvation. He ran out of fuel near the destroyer Hammond, which retrieved him and his gunner, Earl Howell. The other 5 crews were never seen again by friendly eyes. More fortunate was Dick Dickinson. He made a smooth water landing 5 miles from Enterprise, just ahead of a destroyer. The tin can looked oddly familiar. Then he realized she was Phelps, his first ship out of Annapolis. More than 4 hours after launch, Dick Best landed aboard the Big E, snagging the first cable. "I was a 1-wire specialist." He was exultant, realizing that despite many missing Dauntlesses, the course of the Pacific War was shifting. McCluskey stretched his luck the last few miles. He squeaked aboard the Big E and immediately reported to the bridge with Gallagher and Best, showing the staff his plotting board. Everyone agreed. 3 carriers had been left burning, 1 by Yorktown planes. Finally, Enterprise's exec, Commander Walter Boone, noticed blood on McCluskey's flight jacket. "My God, Mac, you've been shot." McCluskey was taken to sickbay, where doctors began working on his arm and shoulder, pierced by multiple bullets and fragments. In the ready rooms, silence reigned. The scouts and bombers had launched 32 SBDs and got 14 back, some too damaged to fly again. Though 2 bombing 6 pilots had landed aboard Yorktown, they were out of the battle. But it was far worse in the torpedo ready room. Gene Lindsay was missing with 9 of his crew. Some of the Big E Dauntless shortage was made up by Yorktown bombers, ordered to stand clear with enemy aircraft inbound. Bombing 3 skipper Max Leslie and his wingman had ditched near a cruiser, but Lieutenant DeWitt Dave Shumway led his remaining 15 dive bombers to Enterprise. He, Gallagher, and Best began forming a scratch team for the next launch. More Yorktowners also arrived, as Lieutenant Wallace Short's morning search teams diverted to Enterprise, forming a small reserve. The battle was far from over. While Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu burned themselves out, Hiryu had escaped a similar fate. Despite the appalling reality visible on the horizon, 3 smoke pillars, Rear Admiral Tamon Yamaguchi was determined to continue the fight. His air group launched 2 strikes in 2.5 hours, the dive bombers followed by torpedo planes, both formations with fighter escort. Both strikes found Yorktown. Old Yorkie's peril was visible from Enterprise. To Gunnery Officer Benny Mott and others topside, distant enemy aircraft exploded like firecrackers. But the Japanese were both persistent and skilled. The first attack scored 3 bomb hits, and it looked bad to Mott. The second mission punched 2 torpedoes into Yorktown's hull. She went dead in the water. After Jim Gray's high-altitude mission that morning, Fighting 6 had been relatively unoccupied. But during the first Hiryu attack, Lieutenant J.G. Robert Mealy's pleadings for a vector produced results. Lieutenant Commander Leonard J. Dow, Enterprise's fighter director, finally permitted the Wildcats to help Yorkie. Mealy's guns malfunctioned, but Ensigns Thomas C. Provost and James A. Halford double-teamed a dive bomber. During the afternoon attack on Yorktown, 6 Enterprise fighter pilots claimed 3 torpedo planes and 2 Zeros. Overall, in the war's biggest battle to date, Big E fighters claimed only 9 kills and probably downed 5. Hiryu. Admiral Spruance knew that at least 1 Japanese flat-top remained at large, and he intended to destroy it. He only needed her position, and that vital information came from a Yorktown scout, about the time Hiryu's squadrons crippled Enterprise's older sister. Counting the displaced Bombing 3 contingent, the Big E's Air Department prepared 24 SBDs, including Gallagher with 6 of his scouts and Best with 4 bombers. Gallagher flew north of the morning's killing ground, noting the smoke pillars marking the demise of 3 Imperial carriers. But the late afternoon light slanting across the sea revealed Hiryu from Gallagher's Eyrie at 19,000 feet, and he led his 24 Dauntlesses south of his prey in a wide looping circuit to the west. Having found the flying dragon, he began deciding how to slay her. He wanted the advantage of the lowering sun behind him, glaring into the eyes of alerted AA gunners when he dived. Evaluating the enemy's disposition, Gallagher assigned targets. He would take his pilots down on the carrier, while Dave Shumway's Yorktowners tackled the nearest battleship, northwest of the carrier. She was Haruna, the 37,000-ton World War I veteran reportedly sunk by a B-17 hero, Captain Colin Kelly, in the Philippines in 1941. Whether due to the sun angle or inattention, the Japanese lookouts didn't notice the threat until Gallagher's bombers had nosed down for the run-in to the dive point. By then it was far too late. Hiryu was turning back to the southeast, perhaps to conduct flight operations, and remained unaware of her peril until two cruisers called out the threat. Tonei and Chikuma were too far south to provide much protection. Captain Tomeo Kaku was more decisive than his Kaga counterpart that morning. Caught in a port turn, he continued the maneuver, making full use of his smaller ship's agility. Aside from presenting a more difficult shot, his constant radius turn forced the Americans continually to correct for the changing wind vector across the target. Meanwhile, the Zero Combat Air Patrol rolled in from its perch. The 13 enemy fighter pilots were pros. Orphaned from Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, they performed eye-watering aerobatics to avoid overshooting the SBDs in their 4-mile plunge. The Mitsubishis could only slash at the rear of the Dauntless formation, but they were grimly determined. Knowing that Hiryu represented their last chance to keep their feet dry, they fought with focused ferocity. Multiple factors conspired to foil Gallagher's attack. The carrier's hard turn, increasing flak, and the disconcerting Zeros disrupted some pilots' concentration. At that altitude and angle from the target, several Big E pilots lost sight of the carrier beneath their noses. Pushing harder, they got too steep, lacked time for proper tracking, and missed. To the north, Dave Shumway made a command decision. He clearly saw the geysers erupting around the carrier and recognized that she might escape. That was unsat. He had seen what came of allowing the enemy a shot at Yorktown. He shifted from the battle wagon and turned back to the carrier. In the confusion, Shumway's Bombing 3 nearly collided with Bombing 6. Joining from port, Shumway's formation veered ahead of Best's, resulting in a replay of the morning excitement. Best was forced to abort his dive, pull out, and try to reform his quartet. In the process, Zeros riddled Ensign Fred Weber's plane. His tendency to lag proved fatal as he went down with Ordnance Man Ernest Hilbert. Fighters also claimed 2 VB-3 Dauntlesses, Lieutenant Obie Weisman and Ensign John Butler, who both had made the Doolittle raid in Enterprise. Dick Best had no time to count losses. He pulled his remaining pilots together and once again split his flaps, nosed over, and lined up his second carrier of the day. He recalled, "Everyone and his brother was firing at us." Trying to ignore the flickering muzzle flashes surrounding the flight deck, he set up his dive as he preferred, bow to stern. With his sight nailed well forward on the deck, he tugged the release and knew immediately that his bomb would hit. Unlike the morning attack, Best did not try to observe the strike. He shoved the throttle to the stop, weaving continually to throw off the AA gunners, and recovered to the west. Shumway and company also scored, as Hiryu took a tight cluster of 4 hits forward. She was opened like a tomato can. The forward flight deck was peeled back, and the elevator blown out of its well, a large part lodging against the portside island. In the gaping chasm of the forward hangar bay, 19 planes were immolated, with scores of sailors and technicians. Though mortally wounded, Hiryu's engineering spaces remained intact. The ship continued plugging along at 30 knots or better, streaming smoke and flames. She was so obviously doomed that some bomber pilots near the end of the pack shifted back to Haruna and got 2 near misses. Minutes later, 16 Hornet SBDs arrived, attacking the cruisers Tonei and Chikuma, without results or losses. As the Dauntlesses turned for home, Hiryu and the Japanese Empire were on their way to extinction. That night, Dick Best flopped into his bunk, musing on the greatest day of his aviation career. 2 missions, 2 bombs, 2 hits, 2 carriers. He was on top of the tailhook world. Then that world collapsed. Best coughed up clots of blood and kept coughing. It would not stop. Holding a stained handkerchief to his mouth, he reported to sickbay. More ill at heart than in body, he agonized over an uncertain future in the war he loved. Friday, June 5th. Little occurred during most of the second day, a development that irked the aggressive aviators whose blood was up. They chafed under the seeming lassitude on the flag bridge, as Spruans declined to pursue a beaten enemy. But the ready-room strategists did not realize the Admiral's priorities: defend Midway, which could still be vulnerable to surface bombardment or even an attempted landing. From his Hawaiian headquarters, Nimitz sent Task Force 16 an erroneous report of 2 damaged enemy carriers. By the time Spruance agreed to launch a strike, the distance was 275 miles, extreme range for a combat-loaded Dauntless. Nevertheless, the operations staff arranged for a massive blow of 32 Enterprise Yorktown bombers and 26 from Hornet. Spruance's chief of staff, Captain Miles Browning, insisted on a maximum effort with 1,000-pound bombs. The aviators were appalled. The drag imposed by the bulky half-tonners likely would increase fuel consumption beyond the margin of error. Mindful of the losses of the 4th, pilots envisioned even more ditchings. Arrogantly confident, Browning insisted that if pilots paid attention to cruise settings, they could get out and back. Yorktown's senior bomber pilot, Dave Shumway, huddled with his scout skipper, popular puckish Wally Short, and determined to talk to the wounded Wade McCluskey in sickbay. Informed of the impending debacle, McCluskey headed for Flag Country, meeting Scouting 6's Earl Gallagher en route. They also rounded up Enterprise's Captain Murray, who at least could address Browning on even terms. The result has been described as a knockdown, drag-out scrap in a Bronx barroom. Amid rising voices and flaring tempers, Spruance was impressed with the junior officer's argument. Finally, he said, "I'll do what you pilots want." Miles Browning spun on his heels, stomped from the meeting, and indulged himself in a 45-year-old's temper tantrum by shutting himself in his cabin. Meanwhile, the Air Department proceeded arming Dauntlesses with 500-pounders. The launch began that afternoon, Shumway leading the Big E contingent southwest. By the time a target was found, the range had opened to 300 miles, one solitary Japanese ship. She was Tanikaze, a 2,000-ton member of the new Kagero class, one of the finest destroyer designs of the war. As the sky rained Dauntlesses, she dodged and weaved, evading more than 40 bombs aimed at her. Hornet scouts found no target. 9 struck close enough to drench water on her, and bomb fragments killed 6 sailors. Her AA gunners expended most of their ammunition and knocked down Scouting 5's Lieutenant Sam Adams, who had found Hiryu the day before. It was a long flight back in a darkening sky, and few of the pilots had ever made a night carrier landing, but almost everyone got down safely. One plane succumbed to fuel exhaustion, ditching near a destroyer. That night, the flight surgeons dispensed a blessed restorative to fatigued air crews, who welcomed the shots of medicinal brandy. Saturday, June 6th. From sea and shore, the searchers rose with the dawn, probing the western quadrant for sign of the retreating enemy. Scouts from Enterprise and Hornet scoured the area, and one of the latter flushed game. 4 Japanese ships bore some 400 miles west of Midway, 2 limping along at an estimated 10 knots. They were large cruisers, escorted by 2 destroyers. Mogami and Mikuma were 11,500-ton sisters, commissioned in 1935. They had collided during the night and both sustained serious damage, especially Mikuma. Their plight was compounded when the original American report erroneously read 1 carrier and 1 cruiser. Though Spruance's staff had reason to believe all 4 enemy flat-tops were destroyed, nobody took anything for granted. Hornet launched a full deck load, 25 Dauntlesses with 8 Wildcats. All her torpedo planes had been lost on the 4th. The Big E had her own contribution, 31 Dauntlesses from 4 squadrons, including Bombing 3 and Scouting 5, displaced from Yorktown. They were led by Wally Short, the VS-5 skipper, with Jim Gray's dozen fighters as unnecessary escort. Japanese aircraft were no longer present. Bob Laub took Enterprise's 3 remaining TBDs on the Devastator's last combat mission, with Ensign Jamie Morris and machinist Harry Mueller. One of the gunners was Ron Gretz, whose name providentially had missed the schedule on the 4th. He wrote, "Of course we enlisted men never got any amount of advance information, but after we got airborne, Mr. Mueller told me they wanted that cruiser destroyed at all cost. However, Laub was to play it cautious, since there were no more torpedo planes in the U.S. task force. Luckily for us, our TBDs were so slow that when we came over the horizon so we could see the cruiser, the dive bombers were just beginning their dives, and we just flew a big circle around that ship. swung in toward them occasionally to draw some of their gunfire. Arriving overhead to find one of the cruisers badly pummeled, Wally Short assigned targets, concentrating on the larger ship. With no interceptors and not much flak, the bomber pilots took their time, and they wrecked their targets. At least 7 hits were claimed on the 2 cruisers, mainly Mikuma. Gretz recalled, "We just watched the SBDs pound the living hell out of that baby. When we turned to return to the Big E, that ship looked like a big bathtub full of scrap iron." Later that afternoon, Hornet's bombers returned, completing the execution. Mikuma absorbed at least 5 hits that tore her apart. She took 700 of her 888-man crew to the bottom. The Battle of Midway was over, or so it seemed, but while Dauntlesses were demolishing Mikuma, the crippled Yorktown was stalked by a gutsy Japanese sub-skipper who penetrated the escort screen, fatally speared her with 2 torpedoes, and slew the destroyer Hammond alongside. The survivors were transferred to other ships, and the Big E's big sister lingered until early the next morning, then capsized and sank. A battle won. Though the battle had ended for the surviving ships, the fate of some human participants remained uncertain. Eventually, 6 missing Enterprise pilots and 5 air crewmen were rescued. They included Bombing 6's Tony Schneider with gunner Glenn Holden, who ditched within sight of the Japanese fleet. The last found was Torpedo 6's machinist Albert Winchell and radio man Douglas Cussett, who survived 17 days in their raft. For others, rescue did not mean salvation. Ensign Frank O'Flaherty had ditched his Dauntless after the morning strike on June 4th. His gunner was Bruno Gaido, who had manned the gun in a parked SBD during the Japanese bombing attack off the Marshalls in February. They were found by the Japanese destroyer Makigumo. She was a brand-new ship, 3 months in commission under Commander Isamu Fujita. The flyers were interrogated by means that only can be imagined, but they provided no useful information. Their description of Midway was speculative, since they had never been there. Nevertheless, 24-year-old Frank Woodrow O'Flaherty from Tonopah, Nevada, and 22-year-old Bruno Peter Gaido of Beloit, Wisconsin, likely knew what to expect. Post-war investigation revealed that on the 15th they were tied with weights and thrown overboard. Other casualties survived, but were lost to the cause. The most notable was Dick Best. Back in Pearl, he was examined by the senior medical officer, also named Best, who determined that the SBD's oxygen rebreather had become heated during the unusually long search on the 4th. The heat created gases that turned to caustic soda, activating latent tuberculosis. It meant permanent grounding. Dick was aghast. "I'll lose Enterprise! I'll lose the squadron!" He locked his blue eyes onto Dr. Best. "You don't understand, Commander. I'm the best bomber in the Pacific. You'll set the war back 5 years." Nevertheless, World War II continued without him, and Best was medically retired 2 years later. Retrospective. Enterprise Air Group took substantial losses at Midway, 22 pilots and 22 gunners, plus 6 Yorktown flyers who launched from the Big E. 31 planes were destroyed or written off among the 78 on board at the start of the battle. The victory belonged to the dive bombers, but Bob Laub, the senior surviving Torpecker, wrote of his sincere wish that some recognition be given to those who paid with their lives for a magnificent victory. In penning those words, he wrote for all. For decades, the conventional wisdom portrayed Midway as the all-or-nothing roll of the Pacific dice, but with time and reflection, a more reasoned perspective arose. A Japanese victory at Midway would not have ended the war. American ships still would have dropped anchor in Tokyo Bay, if not in 1945, then certainly in 1946 or 1947. Public opinion, let alone global strategy, would have required nothing less. What Midway accomplished was ending Japan's early dominance in the Pacific, permitting America to take the offensive. Well into the 21st century, Midway represents the pinnacle of achievement for the United States Navy. Nowhere else were the odds so long and the stakes so great, and in 1998 the Navy established Midway Night to commemorate the battle. Yet in 2009 the service had grown so politically correct that the Chief of Naval Operations delivered a Midway speech, without once mentioning Japan. Nevertheless, Enterprise's vital contribution remained a source of fierce pride for her men. In retirement, Dick Best probably spoke for most. He called Midway revenge, sweet revenge for Pearl Harbor. The Italians say it's a dish best served cold, and by June it was 6 months cold. Chapter 4. We Didn't Know a Damned Thing. After the shock and elation of Midway, Enterprise had a short period for grief, pride, and adjustment. The time in Hawaii was not entirely restful. One evening at the Royal Hawaiian, some Scouting 6 flyers were toasting absent comrades within earshot of Army B-17 crewmen, loudly claiming credit for sinking some Japanese carriers on June 4th. Since the Navy pilots knew the enemy ships were untouched when the Dauntlesses rolled in, a vigorous dispute ensued. It took the shore patrol 20 minutes to restore order amid the overturned tables, broken plates, and prostrate bodies. Though grudges were nursed with black eyes and bruised knuckles, most Big E men seemed to feel better for the experience. Then it was time to continue the war. Before June was out, the ship and air group had a new organization with a new skipper and other key officers. Reshuffling personnel was inevitable, as men with combat experience were precious assets to be reallocated to new ships and units. Consequently, more pre-war men left Enterprise in 1942 than any subsequent year. At the end of June, Captain George Murray turned over Enterprise to Arthur Cayley Davis, who had earned an exceptional scholastic reputation in the Annapolis class of 1915. He possessed Murray's self-confidence and ability, but their contrasting personalities took some adjustment by subordinates. Whereas Murray had been approachable and pleasant, Davis was not given to small talk with the hired help. 2 other significant changes occurred after Midway. The departing executive officer, Commander Thomas P. Jeter, was one of the most popular men aboard, a rarity considering that XOs were responsible for discipline on warships. But Jeets was unusual. He had penned the doggerel added to the plan of the day for February 1st, when Enterprise Air Group first launched for blood. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. This Sunday it's our turn to shoot. Remember Pearl Harbor. By war's end, Jeter would command his own carrier. Also reporting aboard was the new air officer responsible for flight operations. Commander John G. Crommelin, Jr. was a spare, plain-spoken Alabaman. He would become Mr. Enterprise to every sailor and airman who served in the ship for the next 15 months. He excelled at nearly everything. He had graduated near the top of the Naval Academy class of 1923, and his flying skill was legendary. 4 younger brothers followed him at Annapolis, all but one becoming aviators. 2 would die fighting Japan. In unguarded moments, Crommelin expressed himself irreverently. Some would say he bordered on mutiny. Of one captain he said, "Don't listen to that son of a bitch. He doesn't know what he's doing." On another occasion, learning of a new skipper, he exclaimed, "When is this ship ever going to get a break?" Despite Crommelin's disrespectful statements, they were layered atop a more significant foundation, his undiluted devotion to United States ship Enterprise and her crew. Small wonder that decades later he was still called Uncle John. Midway's staggering losses forced a reshuffling of the carrier decks. Enterprise's fighters and bombers remained, but she absorbed the slain Yorktown scouts and the reorganized Torpedo 3, formerly of Saratoga. Commanding the new air group was Lieutenant Commander Max Leslie, who relieved Wade McCluskey in mid-June. Leslie was quiet, capable, and experienced, having led Bombing 3 during the Doolittle raid and at Midway. There, despite the loss of his bomb en route to the target, he took his Dauntless down on Soryu and watched her destruction. His men thought the world of him. New equipment arrived with Torpedo 3, which now flew Grumman's big-bellied TBF Avenger, a generational improvement over the late unlamented TBD Devastator. That summer, Enterprise had the aircraft she would fly for the next 12 months. Art Davis conned the ship out of the harbor on July 15th, joining most of the screening vessels assigned for the next at-sea period. Very few men had any idea of their destination, but one look at the large assembly told them how much things had changed. For the first time, the Big E had a battleship escort, the new North Carolina, 45,000 tons of sea power, and the even newer anti-aircraft cruiser Atlanta. One of the familiar silhouettes was the cruiser Portland, veteran of Coral Sea and Midway. In Halsey's continued absence, commanding the Enterprise Task Force was a non-aviator, Rear Admiral Thomas C. Kincaid, whose cruisers had provided anti-aircraft escort in those battles. Course southwest. For 10 days, the force steamed southwesterly, and the scuttlebutt tended toward another series of smash-and-go strikes at Japanese-held islands. But upon reaching Tonga, 2/3 of the way to New Zealand, Enterprise men gaped at something they had never seen: transports laden with green-clad cargo of Marines, assault troops. That fact alone said much. This sortie would be no hit-and-run affair. America was about to launch its first offensive of the Second World War. Wherever it was bound, the unprecedented assemblage bristled with power and authority. Enterprise was joined by the big familiar Saratoga and a newcomer, the smaller Wasp, fresh from the Atlantic Fleet. After serving in the Mediterranean, she was needed to help fill the considerable shoes of Lexington and Yorktown. With more than 70 ships of all types, the assemblage at Tonga dwarfed any previous Allied armada, including the 14 American, Australian, and Dutch ships that defended Java, and the 2 U.S. task forces at Midway. The new mission was called Operation Watchtower. Its objective was an island called Guadalcanal, recently occupied by the Japanese. After a 1907 Pacific voyage, novelist Jack London had written that if he wanted to inflict ultimate misery upon his enemies, he would banish them to the Solomon Islands. 90 malarial miles long and 10 sweltering degrees above the equator, Guadal was largest of the southern Solomons. Its otherwise obscure position commended it to the Naval General Staff in Tokyo, because ships and bombers based there could interdict Allied sea lanes to Australia. As early as February 1942, the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Ernest J. King, perceived Guadalcanal as the toll gate on the road to Tokyo, and after Midway that passage looked promising. Guadalcanal would remain the focus of the Pacific War for the next 9 months. Because Guadalcanal lay well beyond the radius of friendly land-based fighters, carriers were crucial to Watchtower. The American admirals were standing into uncharted waters, doctrinally if not literally. Carriers had never directly supported an amphibious operation, the most complex of all naval endeavors. It required close coordination, not only between the Navy transports delivering the Marines, but between those 2 segments and the aviators protecting them from enemy aircraft while simultaneously supporting the infantry. Common sense went against keeping irreplaceable flat-tops tied to a beachhead. They made too tempting a target for long-range Japanese bombers and submarines. Therefore, steaming south of Guadalcanal, Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher committed his Task Force 61 to 3 days in the area, presumably long enough for the Marines to unload their cargo and get established ashore. Operation Watchtower opened with concussive muzzle blasts early in the morning of August 7th, 8 months to the day after Pearl Harbor, and 2 months after Midway. Cruiser guns pounded the shorelines in a preparatory bombardment, while 18 transports and 4 converted destroyers began debarking the landing force of 16,000 Marines. Enterprise's contribution to a powerful first launch of 93 aircraft was Fighting Six's patrol over the transports, while nearly 50 Saratoga planes bombed and strafed Guadalcanal. Lieutenant Turner Caldwell took 9 Enterprise Dauntlesses to Tulagi, across the Sound from the main landing beach. There he joined Wasp pilots in working over the Japanese seaplane anchorage, wrecking nearly everything worth wrecking and some that was not. So far, so good. The Americans had things their own way. The Big E's Fighting Squadron 6 now was led by Lieutenant Lewis H. Bauer, a low-key, effective officer whose calm demeanor contrasted with Jim Gray's. 7 years out of Annapolis, Bauer had sea and sky in his blood. He had been a teenaged sailor and glider pilot. But the squadron was much changed. Of 39 pilots, only 11 had joined before Midway. Nevertheless, with a heavy leavening of Lexington veterans, VF-6 became Bauer's Flowers. Their trademark was the new skipper's mission-oriented attitude, as he valued ability above seniority. Consequently, experienced enlisted pilots frequently led 2-plane sections and 4-plane divisions with officers as wingmen. It was a stark contrast to the Imperial Navy, and 50 years later a Japanese ace quipped, "Now I know why you Americans won the war." Over 500 miles to the northwest, Imperial Japan possessed a powerful air arm. More than 100 long-range bombers and fighters at Rabaul, New Britain. The Emperor's Sea Eagles quickly lofted 27 Mitsubishi Betty bombers, escorted by 17 long-legged Zero fighters. The American carriers steamed south of Guadalcanal, about 60 miles from the transports off the North Shore, and vectored fighters to intercept. Fighting Six's Lou Bauer was not among them. Originally sent outbound from his patrol station, his division was recalled to circle the task force. Bauer was incredulous. He sensed the three-dimensional geometry of the developing situation and demanded a repetition of the order. When it came, the normally calm and composed skipper stewed in his cockpit. Later, he learned that Enterprise's fighter director wanted him in reserve in case the Bettys tried an end-around. That left Lieutenant J.G. Ted Gay, a former enlisted pilot, to lead the interception. His wingman was Lieutenant Vince Dupois, an Annapolis man who destroyed one bomber and stitched up another, while Old Hand Gay claimed 2 probables. Unaccountably, the Zero escorts were out of position and responded belatedly before taking control of the fight. After shooting up machinist Howell Sumrall's plane, they went after machinist Julius Acton, who had downed a snooper at Midway. But Zeros were another matter. He ditched the battered Wildcat near a transport. During the day, Fighting Six claimed 10 shootdowns, while losing 3 pilots and 6 aircraft. It was a cold water shower for the Wildcat squadrons, which lost half the engaged fighters to the swirling, slashing Zeros, mostly flown by seasoned professionals. Some Japanese had been flying combat since 1937. Many were aces, and they added to their scores over Tulagi. One of the missing pilots was Lieutenant J.G. Gordon Firebaugh, a Lexington veteran. Leading his division against the bombers, he disappeared in the tussle. However, 5 Zero pilots knew exactly where he was. They ganged him repeatedly, but found him no easy mark. With more than 1,000 hours in fighters, Firebaugh timed his evasive maneuvers to near perfection. Time and again, he spoiled the enemy's gunnery passes, keeping cool and shooting when he could. He destroyed one Zero that overshot him, then turned to meet each assailant. However, the next Japanese was sharp and hit the Wildcat with 20mm cannon shells. Despite his crippled fighter, Firebaugh continued fighting back. When another Zero made a mistake, it paid the price. Having whittled the odds down to 3 against 1, the determined aviator finally ran out of luck. Cannon shells ignited his fuel tank, sending searing flames into the cockpit. Firebaugh flipped his seatbelt release, pulled his radio lead, and went over the side at 3,000 feet. Though burned and plummeting through space, Firebaugh's brain was frosty cool. He waited to pull his ripcord until well clear of the fight, knowing that Japanese often gunned parachutes. When he popped his chute, he swung a few times, then smacked into the sea. Once rid of his harness, he shook salt water from his eyes, heard a noise, and looked up. 2 Zeros buzzed him, but didn't shoot. Badly burned, suffering a back injury, Gordon Firebaugh looked to the horizon. Santa Isabel beckoned northwest of Guadalcanal. He was alive and alone, and a long way from land. He started swimming. The drubbing inflicted on American fighters was doubly shocking, since Fighting Six had encountered few Zeros at Midway and lost no pilots there. Bauer's flowers had been painfully plucked, and the skipper notified Pearl Harbor that he earnestly desired faster and better aircraft. "We didn't know a damn thing about Japanese aircraft," he recalled, lamenting that his knowledge of the Zero was gained firsthand. A Saratoga fighter pilot endorsed the sentiment, saying, "My Navy mentor was the Jap who shot me down." The rose in Bauer's bouquet was a former enlisted pilot, machinist Donald E. Runyon, widely considered one of the Navy's finest fighter pilots. He led his 3 wingmen into 9 Aichi Val dive bombers, operating separately from the Bettys. But while jockeying for position among some Saratoga Wildcats, the Enterprise division had to avoid flak bursts from friendly ships. Runyon led the first pass, missed, and watched enlisted pilot Howard Packard send a Val into the beach at Lunga Point. Runyon then latched on to another dive bomber, which he gunned with Packard and his wingman. It went down inland, credited to Runyon. About 2 minutes later, he claimed another Val, the best score of the day, because Firebaugh's victories went unrecorded. While Wildcats were fighting and dying, Enterprise dive bombers also fought Zeros. Lieutenant Carl Horenberger's flight was holding north of Tulagi, awaiting a target from the controller. While circling at about 8,000 feet, the 8 Dauntlesses were stalked by 2 Zeros that ran in low and fast, planning a surprise attack from astern. The Japanese leader was Flight Petty Officer Saburo Sakai, who was having a good day. He had just shot down a well-flown Saratoga Wildcat, then a Wasp Dauntless, running his tally to more than 50 Allied aircraft destroyed or damaged since 1938. With ammunition remaining, he expected to pick off an unwary American, then set course for Rabaul. In Hornberger's rear cockpit was an alert young man, machinist's mate Herman J. Carruthers. Spotting the two assailants racing in, he waved to Ordnance Man Harold L. Jones in Ensign Robert C. Shaw's plane. Gesturing low and behind, Carruthers pointed out the threat. Both gunners deployed their twin .30-caliber mounts. Meanwhile, the pilots closed up the formation, concentrating their defensive firepower. Sakai saw the movement and misinterpreted it. Normally, fighters would not squeeze together, they would spread out to maneuver better. But Sakai thought he saw Wildcats rather than Dauntlesses, and assumed the Americans were unaware of him. Only at the last moment did he realize his mistake. He was facing an alerted formation of dive bombers, each with rear-firing guns. Carruthers and Ensign Elder Rodenberg's gunner, James W. Patterson, put their sights on the lead Zero and thumbed down their triggers. So did some others. At the same instant, Sakai opened fire on Shaw's plane. Then Sakai's world exploded. Machine gun bullets smashed into the Zero's windscreen. Glass and fragments punched into Sakai's face, chest, left leg, and arm. His goggles were nearly shot off. In response, he jerked back on the stick and zoom-climbed high and right. Harold Jones quickly drew a bead, fired 30 rounds, and saw something fly out of the Zero's cockpit. Then the Mitsubishis were gone. The entire episode had lasted seconds. In Shaw's rear cockpit, Jones took stock and found multiple hits. The radio between the cockpits was destroyed. 2 bullets had barely missed his legs, and his armor plate had stopped another. He estimated the Japanese had opened fire from barely 100 feet, close enough for vivid details to etch in his memory of the enemy. I could see his face clearly, his body and head forced back against the headrest. The plane went almost vertically upwards and then fell, smoking. That was the last I saw of him. In the brief exchange of gunfire, Sakai's wingman also scored. A cannon round struck the vane of Ensign Robert D. Gibson's bomb, ricocheted into the plane's belly, and exploded beneath the pilot's seat. Gibson felt as though somebody had kicked him in the pants. He recalled, "My seat was armor-plated and the blast was directed straight upward, tearing out my radio." Bob Shaw fought for control of his own damaged Dauntless. The controls felt sloppy, and he lost altitude. In the rear seat, Jones assessed the visible damage and said that most of the starboard elevator was intact, so Shaw decided they would not abandon ship. He turned for the task force 60 miles away and managed a safe landing. Many years later, the Enterprise flyers learned the rest of the story. In an epic of aviation survival, Saburo Sakai had navigated alone back to his base, a 500-mile flight while half-blinded, bleeding, and battered by the wind streaming through his broken cockpit. He lost the use of his right eye, but returned to flying and to combat. Rear Admiral Kelly Turner's transport force weathered the Japanese storm, as the Bettys and Vals only damaged a destroyer. In the air it was nearly even. 16 American and 17 Japanese planes lost to all causes. But in direct fighter combat, the Wildcats came off poorly, as 9 of the 18 engaged were shot down, versus 2 Zeros. The day had been replete with lessons. The importance of teamwork was never better illustrated, as the predatory Zeros had isolated some Wildcats and picked them apart. Additionally, fighter direction came in for scrutiny. Bauer remained bitter that the Big E's controller had kept the skipper's division as an airborne reserve rather than committing it to action. Though unusually capable, as an aviator he graduated from the U.S. and Royal Navy radar schools. Lieutenant Henry Rowe was an instructor without fleet experience. His Enterprise stint afforded an opportunity for practical work. Like many early fighter directors, Rowe was not enthusiastic about his job. As he said, pilots are supposed to fly. But he was determined to master his new job, and he stuck to it. Despite their losses, Fletcher's fighters had prevented serious damage to American shipping, and Enterprise's flight deck crew had set a blistering pace, 465 launches and recoveries, with 7 fewer landings than takeoffs. The performance proved the value of larger air groups and experienced carrier crews. The next day, August 8th, Japanese squadrons again were overhead. Rabaul's air groups sent 23 Bettys with 15 Zeros, against the American ships still unloading in the Sound. With advance warning from Australian coast watchers farther north, the Americans had about 30 minutes to respond. Though Wasp and Saratoga contributed to the combat air patrol, Don Runyon led 2 other Fighting Six pilots into a formation of retreating Bettys. In the pursuit and shootout, the Enterprise trio knocked down 5 bombers. Runyon downed a Betty and a Zero, matching his double the day before, while Ensign William Rouse won duels with enemy tail gunners to destroy 2 bombers. A pair of wayward wingmen, Ensigns Joe Shoemaker and Harry March, chased down a Betty near Savo Island, but could not agree on who deserved most of the credit. In all, the Wildcats and ship's gunners destroyed 18 Bettys, 3/4 of the attacking bombers. Japanese air crews ruefully noted the bomber's combustible nature with unprotected fuel tanks, and dubbed it the Type 1 lighter. But in 2 days, Task Force 61 had lost 1/5 of its fighters, reducing the 3 squadrons to 78 Wildcats. That evening, Fletcher noted that while strong enemy air power remained in the area, no U.S. replacement fighters were available. The carriers had committed to 3 days tied to the beachhead, but Fletcher sought approval to withdraw beyond Japanese air range a day early. Vice Admiral Robert L. Gormley, the area commander, approved. Apart from the need to preserve 3 irreplaceable carriers, many of the ships needed to refuel, and America possessed far too few fleet oilers at the time. Fletcher's decision. Since 1942, 3 generations of baby Marines have absorbed the legacy of Guadalcanal with their boot camp mother's milk. Frank Jack Fletcher abandoned the 1st Division. In withdrawing the carriers 24 hours ahead of schedule, he forced Turner's transports to leave as well, most of the ships still bearing crucial supplies. In truth, a major part of the problem was of the Marines' own making. They, and Turner, badly underestimated the time required to unload the transports, which had been improperly loaded in New Zealand. Because much of the food, ammunition, and heavy artillery were put aboard first, they were largely inaccessible until the last loaded supplies were removed. Furthermore, Turner failed to keep Fletcher fully advised of the shipping situation off Tulagi. America learned a great deal about amphibious warfare at Guadalcanal, but most of the lessons should not have been necessary. Whatever the Marines' concern, Fletcher's overriding priority was preservation of his carriers. It is impossible to fault him on that score. Loss of 1 flight deck would have reduced the Pacific Fleet's available strength by 33%. Knowing that Japanese carriers were bound to react to his presence, Fletcher had to anticipate another Coral Sea or Midway. With new construction a year downstream, and only the Hornet in reserve, Fletcher's options were limited. Among the flat tops off Guadalcanal, the Big E was by far the most experienced. She alone had 7 months of combat experience. She alone had fought enemy carriers. She alone had absorbed the hard lessons of Pacific Darwinism. Some Enterprise men were disappointed at Fletcher's decision to withdraw. One was gunnery officer Benny Mott, who thought the carriers should continue covering the transports, while others felt we had done our job. But few, if any, men aboard at the time realized the complexity of the situation, balancing force preservation with protection of the amphibious shipping off Tulagi, the poor communications, the concern about a Japanese carrier response, nor, of course, wartime's unknowable factors. Hours later, stark reality became vividly known. On the night of the 8th, off Guadalcanal's north coast, a Japanese cruiser-destroyer force inflicted one of the most lopsided naval defeats in American history. In a 40-minute slugfest, 4 cruisers, one of them Australian, were sunk without significant damage to the enemy. It was the initial deposit in the repository that became known as Iron Bottom Sound. Turner's transports lay completely vulnerable. He had no choice but to weigh anchor and pull out. Yet as grim as the situation often appeared, occasionally some light glimmered through the gloom. A few days after Gordon Firebaugh disappeared on August 7th, Fighting Sixth learned that he was safe with a coast watcher. The other missing Big E flyer, machinist William H. Worden, turned up in October. Then, on August 20th, 2 Marine squadrons touched down on Guadalcanal's newly prepared Henderson Field. Because Guadalcanal's code name was Cactus, the 12 Dauntlesses and 19 Wildcats were plank owners in what became known as the Cactus Air Force. They were none too soon. 2 days later, Catalina patrol planes spotted a small Japanese convoy headed for Guadalcanal, supported by fleet units. A battle was shaping up, requiring the carriers that Fletcher had to preserve. Enterprise faced her second carrier engagement in less than 3 months. Submarines again. Throughout August 1942, the Japanese Navy posed multiple threats to Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher's force near Guadalcanal. Much of the danger came from below. The Big E had experienced little contact with enemy subs since December, but that summer off Guadalcanal brought numerous encounters. On the 12th, some Enterprise bombers attacked the I-175, a sister of the boat that Clarence Dickinson had sunk near Hawaii on December 10th. I-175 had destroyed 2 Allied ships near Australia and damaged 2 more, but had to turn for Rabaul and repairs. Later that month, 14 Japanese submarines prowled the Solomons, mostly deployed in 2 patrol lines. About half of the enemy boats sighted American carriers in that period. On the 22nd, I-121 crept into position off San Cristobal Island, southeast of Guadalcanal. She fired torpedoes at Rear Admiral Kincaid's Enterprise formation, but the cruiser Portland's lookouts saw the wakes in time to avoid them. The pace accelerated the next day as the Big E's Scouting Squadron 5 made 3 attacks. Lieutenant Turner Caldwell jumped I-24, while I-19 was surprised by Lieutenant Stockton Bernie Strong and Ensign John F. Jerry Ritchie. The latter pair inflicted bomb damage, forcing the boat briefly to the surface, though it escaped. That afternoon, Ensigns Elmer Maul and Glenn Estes straddled a large sub with their bombs, claiming a probable kill, but again the victim survived. That was not the end of the submarine cat-and-mouse game. On the 25th, 2 other subs stalked the Big E, but were unable to coordinate their efforts. Meanwhile, on consecutive days, Wasp Dauntlesses attacked other I-boats without success. Clearly, the Imperial Navy knew where to look for Fletcher. Another carrier battle. Knowing that the Japanese needed to reinforce Guadalcanal, the Americans realized that a troop convoy was inevitable, and it would not come alone. With enemy carriers thought to be in the area, another flat-top duel was shaping up, and the Big E made ready for battle. Meanwhile, on the 23rd, much of Saratoga's air group launched against the reported convoy, but was thwarted by weather. Sarah's planes diverted ashore to Henderson Field and returned to the ship the next morning. Because Wasp was detached for refueling, August 24th dawned with Enterprise and Saratoga facing 3 enemy flat-tops. The Japanese deployed their forces in a typical dispersal, a main body with 2 heavy carriers and a detached force with a small one, a vanguard force of 2 battleships with 7 escorts, a powerful advance force built around 6 cruisers with a seaplane carrier, and the troop convoy with escorts. Task Force 61's main opponents were Shokaku and Zuikaku. Both commissioned in the summer of 1941, they displaced 25,000 tons or more, and each embarked 70-plus aircraft, a strong match for the Yorktown class. Both Flying Crane and Auspicious Crane had launched against Pearl Harbor and sank Lexington at Coral Sea. They would become the Big E's most frequent opponents. The third Imperial carrier was Ryujo, displacing more than 10,000 tons and embarking 33 aircraft. Frank Jack Fletcher's force steamed about 200 miles east of Guadalcanal that Monday, relying on PBY Catalina flying boats for distant reconnaissance. Monitoring the patrol plane network, Fletcher copied reports of a small enemy carrier, Ryujo, about 280 miles northwest. As the distance closed to 200 miles, Enterprise launched 23 planes to track the known enemy flat-top, aware that 2 more probably lurked nearby. Meanwhile, Japanese snoopers probed for the Americans, and Saratoga fighters splashed 2 uncomfortably close to the task force. Before 3 o'clock on that afternoon of August 24th, 2 Enterprise scouts sniffed out Ryujo and found Prancing Dragon capering southward with 3 escorts. Lieutenant Bernie Strong and Ensign Jerry Ritchie, who had jumped a sub the day before, closed to near suicidal distance. Stalking the small carrier only 5 miles away, they remained on station for 6 long minutes to ensure their contact report went out. Then Strong led Ritchie for home, wondering whether they should have attacked. 2 dauntless scout bombers against an alerted carrier force represented long odds, but Bernie Strong's harshest critic was Bernie Strong. Meanwhile, Ensign Harold L. Bingham's Avenger torpedo bomber and Ensign John H. Jorgensen's Dauntless also crept within 5 miles, working together despite their disparate aircraft. They stayed until two Avengers began dropping bombs from well above. Torpedo 3 skipper Charles M. Jett with Ensign R.J. Bai. They scored no hits, but the Japanese were put on notice. Enterprise aviators were persistent. Saratoga copied the various reports and launched a deck-load strike against Ryujo that put her on the bottom. The 6th Imperial carrier sunk since early May, but Japan's heavy hitters remained to be heard from. Japanese recon aircraft continued tracking Fletcher as Fighting 6 splashed a twin-engine flying boat and a float plane. Commanding the enemy's main body was Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, victor at Pearl and loser at Midway. With a scout's report on Fletcher's position, he was determined to destroy an American carrier. The Japanese excelled at multi-carrier operations. No other navy trained nearly as thoroughly, and it paid off. At 3 p.m., Shokaku and Zuikaku put up 27 Aichi Val dive bombers escorted by 15 Zeros. Based on where the Chikuma float plane disappeared, they knew where to hunt. Meanwhile, Enterprise still had scouts aloft. Half an hour before the Japanese launched, a bombing 6 team found a target. The executive officer, Lieutenant John T. Lowe, and Ensign Bob Gibson found 3 cruisers and several destroyers. Waiting for his radio man to send a Morse code contact report, Jiga Lowe then led Hoot Gibson down on a big cruiser. She was Maya, 10 years old and nearly 10,000 tons. Gibson recalled the textbook attack, keeping the sun behind me and facing a pullout in the direction of my carrier. But the big cruiser's turn presented a beam approach, giving the pilots a very narrow target instead of a long one. Both bombs missed slightly wide, and Gibson vowed, "From then on, I knew that a hit resulted from putting a saddle on the enemy ship and riding that baby down to release." At nearly the same minute, the bombing 6 skipper also had a target in sight. Probing a nearby search sector, Ray Davis passed up a cruiser-destroyer force preceding another group to the northwest. His judgment was rewarded as he skirted both enemy formations and, unknowingly, Shokaku's radar coverage. The defenders' response was too late, as Davis and Ensign Robert C. Shaw climbed from search to attack altitude. They throttled back, split their dive flaps, and rolled in from 14,000 feet. Slanting downward in their 70-degree dives, they kept their aiming points on the carrier's yellow deck, trying to keep a consistent hold as Captain Masafumi Arima slewed Shokaku's 25,000 tons into a hard right turn. Both bombs smacked the ocean, 30 feet to starboard, inflicting slight damage. Pulling in their flaps and shoving throttles to the stop, Davis and Shaw sped from the scene, harried by flak and fighters, not realizing that their attack had pulled away part of the strike group's fighter escort. Davis later declared, "The Japs followed us to hell and gone, but the Enterprise flyers escaped. The remaining 27 Val dive bombers and 10 Zeros continued en route to Task Force 61. In Task Force 61, Radar Director Hank Rowe managed his fighters like a stockbroker expending consumable assets. Fuel and ammunition equaled time remaining on station. He told the Wildcats, "Many bogies ahead. Get up high." Between Wildcat scrambles to reinforce the combat air patrol, 11 Enterprise Dauntlesses and 7 Avengers took off, seeking the Ryujo, which Saratoga planes had already sunk. The bombers got away just in time. With raiders barely 25 miles out, Big E went to general quarters. Fletcher's fighters were fueled and ready on deck, 10 miles separating the Big E and Sarah. At 4:32, the radar watch reported, "Many bogies range 88 miles, bearing 320. The carriers came about southeasterly to launch into the wind. Enterprise worked up to 27 knots, screened by North Carolina, Portland, and Atlanta, plus 6 destroyers. The aerial picket was unprecedented, 54 Wildcats protecting the U.S. carriers. The hostile bandits, no longer unidentified bogies, were tracked inbound just before 5 as Wildcats clawed for altitude. 2 squadrons of American fighters were about to tangle with 2 squadrons of Vals in a 20-minute gunfight. As the raiders approached, the well-ordered CAP began falling apart. With so many contacts and too few radio frequencies, fighter directors began losing the picture. A junior officer described Senior Fighter Director Lieutenant Commander Leonard Ham Dow as sweating like a Turk, trying to interrupt the chatter of excited fighter pilots. The first group of dive bombers nosed down from 16,000 feet, making a high-speed descent over the top of the leading Wildcats. At that point, the intercept turned into a tail chase. American fighters sparred with Zeros, while the Vals pressed on toward Enterprise. Don Runyon's four-plane division was one of those chasing the dive bombers. As 18 Vals approached from the north, 9 swung wide to the east, and Runyon tapped the latter. In the confusion, Americans reported fighting Messerschmitt 109s, not for the last time. Believing that the Japanese Navy had imported some German aircraft, the impressionable aviators saw what they expected to see. But Old Hand Runyon knew what he was looking at. He cut the corner on the flanking arm of the aerial envelopment, closing to firing range on the easterly Vals. Diving in at high speed, he burned the first one, then pulled up into the sun. On his next pass, he downed another bomber and drove 2 out of formation. Repositioning to resume executing Vals, Runyon was jumped by a Zero, but the Japanese dived below and ahead of his intended victim. Runyon merely nosed down, put the gray fighter in his sight, and pressed the trigger. The Zero exploded. Still determined, Runyon resumed his attack on the bombers, his .650 caliber setting a third Val afire. As if that weren't enough, yet another Zero committed the same blunder as its partner. Runyon got hits, saw the Zero dive away trailing smoke, and then was alone. In minutes he had downed 4 enemies, chased 2 away, and damaged another. He had run his score from 4 to 8, and remained the Navy's top-scoring F-4F pilot of the war. With other Big E pilots, he recovered aboard Saratoga, as Enterprise remained under attack. Among the Fighting 6 pilots cycling between both carriers was a 21-year-old enlisted flyer, Lee Paul Mencken, who claimed 2 dive bombers during the day. He especially appreciated the Big E's flight deck arrangement, recalling, "The Enterprise's elevators were a lot faster than the Sarah's, and that made a big difference in working the deck. The Big E's 3 fast elevators beat Sarah's 2 slower ones, one inoperable, by a wide margin, especially when fighters had to be landed and launched in minimum time." The 2 Wildcat squadrons claimed 44 shootdowns, 26 by VF-6, and lost 5. 2 belonged to Enterprise, including Ensign Doyle Barnes, killed by friendly AA fire, often unavoidable in the maelstrom of flak and multiple aircraft. The Japanese actually lost 25 to American fighters and flak, still a crippling 43% attrition. As the aerial gunfight played out, Enterprise committed 11 Dauntlesses and 6 Avengers against a reported surface force. Air Operations Officer John Crommelin has suggested the launch both as a means to strike the enemy and, more immediately, to clear the deck. With bombers inbound, the less fuel and ordnance on board, the better. That decision may have saved the Big E. Last off at 5:08 was Air Group Commander Max Leslie in his Avenger. A glance backward showed enemy aircraft diving on the ship. But after escaping the raiders, Leslie had to contend with his friends. Passing over the escorting ships, he noted flak bursts from the battleship North Carolina, accompanied by holes in his port wing. He said, "I dived for the water and got out of there as fast as 175 knots would take me." Radar blips faded as the surviving Vals entered the electronic dead zone directly overhead the force. That geometry forced the Big E to rely on human vision. No easy task. As Gunnery Officer Benny Mott reported, it was late afternoon and the sky was considerably bluer than earlier in the day. Sharp-eyed Marine First Sergeant Joseph R. Shinka, boss of the No. 4 gun battery, noticed something high above. As the Japanese leader nosed over from 16,000 feet, Shinka called, "Here come the bastards!" Though the bombers were far beyond the 20 millimeters effective range, he ordered his crews to commence firing. Their tracers could coach the heavier guns on target. A deafening cacophonic symphony erupted from Enterprise and her escorts, automatic 20 millimeter, multi-barrel 1.1 inch, and bursting 5 inch. Spotters observed that the Vals dived at 7-second intervals with 5 or 6 down the chute at a time. There seemed no end to them. Some sailors estimated 40, though 27 had launched. As the attackers plummeted in from the port quarter, Captain Art Davis noted with professional detachment, the dives were well executed and absolutely determined. Lieutenant Commander Orlin Livedall's gunners killed some Vals, but the others came on undeterred. Bombs, airplanes, and debris splashed into the water. Explosions erupted around the ship's 20,000-ton hull, cascading fountains of water. Not all missed. At 5:14, the Enterprise sustained her first wound as a 500-pound bomb splintered her deck near the aft elevator. It punched through 5 levels before its delayed action fuse went off. The explosion destroyed a pump room, ammo handlers, and a damaged control station in the chief's quarters. 35 men were instantly killed. The tremendous concussive effect in that confined space had to go somewhere. It sought its way upward, blasting a 16-foot hole in the overhead and warping the hangar deck upward nearly 2 feet. Throughout the ship, men felt the effect. Some were knocked down or thrown from their seats. Lieutenant William C. Williamson, Jr. of Gun Group 3, aft of the island, noticed a fire in an ammo locker. Juggling priorities, he pulled some gunners off one mount to fight the fire while ordering a pharmacist's mate forward, out of danger. Another bomb might hit, and Williamson wanted the corpsman available to treat additional wounded. Amid the noise and fear and confusion, photographer's mate Robert F. Reed, positioned near the starboard quarter, had the presence of mind to snap a quick shot of a Japanese plane floating within yards of the ship. Then Enterprise took a second bomb within 30 seconds. Impact fused, it hit only 15 feet from the first, destroying the starboard-aft 5-inch gun gallery and the entire 38-man crew, including Bill Williamson and Bob Reed. 40 pounds of ready powder bags also erupted in secondary explosions, adding thick black smoke to existing fires. Like a boxer who has taken a 1-2 combination, Enterprise grunted from the blows, kept her guard up, and began counterpunching. Captain Davis continued maneuvering to spoil or at least compound the dive bomber's tracking, while the carrier's remaining gunners kept up a sustained barrage. So did the escorts, as North Carolina claimed 6 and Atlanta 1. Due to confusion and duplicate claims, the figure of 24 AA kills, 15 by Enterprise, was acknowledged on the high side. In any case, Big E gun crews fired nearly 14,000 rounds, everything from .50 caliber to 5-inch. While the Japanese attack continued, damage control crews went to work immediately. Previously, some had bided their time playing chess, an impossibility when the ship began maneuvering at high speed. Sailors unspooled lengths of hose, doused fires, and began to control flooding. When time permitted, rescue parties looked for casualties, pulling wounded away from the carnage, knowing that some were beyond help. Ensign James Wyrick felt the first hit and led his damage control crew to the impact area. He encountered heavy smoke and flames from the burning powder bags. The heat was so intense that some deck plates already glowed red. Wyrick recognized that more ammunition could cook off any time and directed sailors to fling the powder overboard. Some men singed their hands, but the job got done. Meanwhile, the fight continued topside. Only 2 minutes after the first bomb, a third found the Big E. John Crommelin and others standing aft on the island saw it coming. In aviators' parlance, it had them bore-sighted. The exec was the last of several men through the hatch, only because they moved faster than I did, narrowly escaping the blast on the flight deck. The bomb impacted forward of the midships elevator, providentially a partial detonation. Even so, it left a 10-foot hole in the wood deck, knocked out the elevator control, and caused more casualties. The hit might have been catastrophic, as it exploded almost against the armor plate protecting the torpedo storage, but Newport News's workmanship met the test. Providentially, no fragments penetrated the 1.5-inch armor. Damage control is like politics. It's local. Each team positioned around the ship was responsible for its immediate area, though some crews could be directed elsewhere. The first bomb destroyed the ventilation trunk to the aft steering room occupied by 7 men, who almost immediately began breathing smoke. The ruined trunk also ingested waves of firefighting foam and boiling water from superheated decks. The only response, other than abandoning the space, was to seal it off. Eager, sweaty hands spun the overhead valves and turned off the vents. Lacking outside air, the compartment quickly morphed from heated to hot to searing. Sometimes the normal ambient temperature was 120 degrees Fahrenheit, though men who worked there could tolerate it for the duration of a general quarters drill. But now a chief electrician, Alexander P. Timofeyev, looked at the thermometer. He had been aboard since 1938 and had never seen anything like it, 140 and rising. He was probably the only man who knew the temperature but thought better of mentioning it. The physiological effects were terrible. Skin wrinkled as men watched, growing taut over muscles. At 160 degrees, dehydration was nearly complete. Breathing was painful. Drinking bottled water did little good, as men threw up. Finally, Chief Machinist William A. Smith called the steering room on a sound-powered phone. He was from A Division, responsible for auxiliary power, and instructed the men how to remove access panels for some unpolluted air. Timofeyev tried following instructions, but he and the others were too weak. The men didn't even try to talk. It required too much effort. One sailor dropped his pipe, but lacked the strength to pick it up. On the bridge, Skipper Art Davis had his hands full. Enterprise plunged ahead at 20 knots, streaming smoke tinged red with flame from hits aft. Though the Japanese were gone, the ship swerved into an abrupt starboard turn, unbidden by the captain or anyone else. The helmsman, Chief Quartermaster Cal Black, spun the wheel to no avail. He had experienced nothing comparable in his 2.5 years aboard. The cause of the problem was invisible to the bridge crew. Far below and astern, the steering engine in Tromofiev's compartment had locked up, jamming the rudder 22 degrees right. The Big E was a runaway, stampeding through her own nautical herd. She blared a warning siren to other ships. Steering control is away from the bridge. Davis ordered all stop, then full back to avoid hitting a destroyer. Reducing speed to 10 knots, he tried steering by the ship's propellers, to no effect. Machinist's mate, William N. Marcoux, was the only man remaining conscious in the steering room. Realizing that no one else was likely to correct the measure, he thought of his ship. I kept telling myself that the Big E depended on me. Somehow he stretched his strength to reach the control panel to start the backup unit. Then he fainted and fell to the catwalk, immobile. Lieutenant Commander Carl Yost, the assistant engineer, tried to coordinate efforts to reach the steering room. But each crew that tried penetrating to the dark, smoke-choked Donetsk nether region was forced back. Those with emergency oxygen packs succumbed to the pervasive bake-oven heat. As each man fainted, he was dragged to safety by shipmates tugging on safety lines. Finally, Art Davis looked to Chief Smith, who had provided phone advice to the steering room crew. He was another of the seemingly inexhaustible stash of plank owners, men who had been aboard since the beginning, who knew their jobs and their equipment inside out. Smith merely said, "I'll go." Like the others, Smith collapsed in the searing heat. He was pulled to safety by sailors who applied artificial respiration. Seeking another way through the wreckage, Smith was making progress when he fainted again. Once more he was retrieved and revived. The third time he took another plank owner, Cecil S. Robinson. Together they pushed their way into the steering compartment, momentarily puzzled at finding it empty. The 7 men previously there had seemingly vaporized. But Smith and Robinson focused on the immediate job, restoring control to the rudder. They cranked up the auxiliary unit, permitting the rudder to return to center. Enterprise straightened out of her wild right-hand circuit. Smith and Robinson cleared away some of the debris and allowed minimal air to flow, helping relieve the appalling heat. But they felt their strength ebbing, then draining. It was difficult to stand. A man's life force was sucked out of him as the temperature topped 170 degrees. Smith barely reached safety before collapsing again. Once restored, he made his way to the bridge, where, grimy, sweat-soaked, and barely upright, he estimated that steering control probably could remain with the captain. On the way back, he fell to his hands and knees on the hangar deck, gagging and choking with dry heaves. Then he returned to the hellish place he had just vacated, intending to oversee the process. On his third descent into the compartment, Smith saw the temperature gauge pegged at 180 degrees. He greased the rudder shafts to prevent them from binding in the severe heat. With the temperature gradually abating, Chief Smith stayed for most of the next 24 hours. Finally, Commander Yost gave up trying to order him out. Eventually, Smith received a well-deserved Navy Cross and commissioned as lieutenant, junior grade. Only later was the mysterious disappearance of 7 sailors explained. 1 died of heat stroke, but the other 6 only recalled having been revived on the hangar deck. Under questioning by Commander Yost, electrician's mate Ernest R. Visto finally admitted that he had left his battle station to look for his trapped shipmates. Because of his corn-fed Midwestern heft, Visto was unable to use an oxygen apparatus, but made his gas mask work long enough to retrieve all 7 unconscious men. He said, "Well, I did have to lug and shove them around, more or less." While Fletcher fought off Nagumo's squadrons, Enterprise's bombers probed the gathering dusk without success. Owing to the late hour, Turner Caldwell's 11 dive bombers diverted to Guadalcanal, almost doubling the number of Marine Dauntlesses there. Thus, Enterprise Flight 300 was enrolled in the Cactus Air Force, remaining ashore the next 4 weeks. The Navy flyers experienced a grueling ordeal. Upon departure from the island, Caldwell told correspondent Richard Tregaskis, "There's a point where you can just get to be no good. You're shot to the devil, and there's nothing you can do about it." Meanwhile, Max Leslie, the Big E's air group commander, proceeded his lonely way in his Avenger, trying to catch his bombers and torpedo planes. Unable to raise anyone by radio, he did not realize that Caldwell's Dauntlesses had diverted ashore. Leslie found nothing but waves breaking over a reef, which apparently had been reported as wakes of enemy ships. With fuel running low, he navigated back to the task force in the gathering evening gloom. Finally, he heard the blessedly familiar voice of a friend. "Max, keep coming and gain some altitude." It was Commander Ham Dow, Admiral Fletcher's communications officer. Dow had concluded that the lone radar blip likely was his Annapolis classmate, and to Leslie the message was, "The best news I ever received." Leslie was directed to land aboard Saratoga, which briefly lit up to guide him in. Still new to the big Grumman, he had logged fewer than 5 arrested landings in the Avenger, none at night. But I was more than willing to try. He turned up the groove, slow and steady in the big Grumman, and snagged a wire. He had been airborne nearly 5 hours. After reporting to Fletcher, Leslie retired to the Admiral's big brass bed. Meanwhile, Admiral Kincaid had accepted the risk of running landing lights, and Enterprise began recovering aircraft at 10 p.m. The pilots were careful to land port of centerline, owing to an 18-inch bulge in the flight deck aft. An Avenger crashed on deck, the pilot's forward view obscured by an oil-streaked windscreen, forcing the other bombers to divert to Saratoga. While the searchers and strikers were away, damage control continued unabated. Enterprise had taken on 240 tons of water, and some of the lower compartments flooded to 4 feet or more. One of the bombs had torn a 6-by-2-foot hole in the hull, just above the waterline. The damage control officer, Lieutenant Commander A. Herschel Smith, devised a plan to plug the breach, requiring a dam built around the gash from the inside. Supervised by Chief Carpenter William L. Reams, damage control men and shipfitters coped with darkness and water nearly to their armpits. With battle lanterns providing minimal light, the men built a barrier of 2-by-6s, wrapped it with wire mesh, then crammed the space between the boards and the hull with mattresses, pillows, and anything else that fit. Then, shoring up the barrier, the crew wedged the structure against the hole to prevent more intake. That chore accomplished, they started pumping water from the compartment. Then it was time to count the dead. Enterprise sustained 78 killed and 90 wounded, a shocking figure, as the ship and air group had 93 fatalities in the previous 9 months. En route to Tonga for temporary repairs, the Big E's dead were buried at sea, each body weighted with a 55-pound shell. 10 had been burned or blasted beyond recognition. Among the dead was Bosun Max Lee. On December 7th he had prophesied his death, intoning, "I'll never get out of the Navy alive." Enterprise proceeded to Pearl, but she was not finished with Guadalcanal, and that damned island was not finished with her. Chapter 5. A Fighting Chance. The healing season ran from late August to mid-October as Enterprise recovered from her Eastern Solomons damage, mostly recuperating in Hawaii. Those 2 months brought her back into fighting trim as she received a new captain and a new air group. Meanwhile, Saratoga, Wasp, and Hornet continued operating in the Solomons. But not for long. Japanese submarines remained plentifully aggressive, and on August 31st, Sarah took her second torpedo of the war. She was out of action indefinitely. 2 weeks later, Commander Takakazu Kanashi's I-19 fired perhaps the most destructive salvo in submarine history. Enterprise aircraft had driven him down just before the Eastern Solomons battle, but on September 15th, Kanashi had a gorgeous target in his crosshairs. He fired 6 fish, 3 destroyed Wasp, and others ran on to hit the battleship North Carolina and a destroyer that eventually sank. Kanashi got away clean. Enterprise was needed more than ever. The new skipper was Captain Osborne Bennett Hardison, a brilliant scholar and excellent administrator. Hardison had been a prodigy. He entered the University of North Carolina at 14 and graduated when his contemporaries were finishing high school. From there he matriculated to Annapolis, excelling in gymnastics and ranking 9th in the class of 1916. Like most 1942 carrier captains, he had little experience commanding ships, but he was blessed with a fine bridge crew. Previously, Hardison had been Chief of Staff to Artemus L. Gates, Undersecretary of the Navy for Air. Between juggling political footballs and Washington's potentially toxic environment, Hardison proved himself invaluable to the Secretary by helping streamline the Naval Aviator Training Program. Gates then firewalled Hardison's fitness report, giving him stratospheric endorsements and a preferred next assignment, a West Coast carrier. Departing Washington on October 6th, Hardison reached Pearl 2 days later and immediately reported aboard Enterprise for a brief period as Art Davis's understudy. In a turnover ceremony, Hardison assumed command at noon on the 20th, the peak of his 26-year career. Hardison stood 6'2", lanky and lean, with close-cropped graying hair. He often gave the impression of being distracted. Yeoman Bill Norberg said he appeared in a daze, but beneath the surface was the scholastic mind that grasped details and retained them. Norberg added, he was a country boy at heart and not above a casual conversation. The Big E's new unit was Air Group 10, composed of Bombing 10, Scouting 10, Torpedo 10, and Fighting Squadron 10. The group commander was tall, gangly Commander Richard K. Gaines, an athlete from the bottom of the class of 1925, whose sporting activities included shooting craps. He was among many officers caught in a career time warp, more an administrator than an operator. His seniority was urgently needed, but he possessed minimal background for the new position. Fortunately, Gaines had help, and was not above using it. The fighter skipper was 4 years junior, but Gaines would lean heavily upon him. Lieutenant Commander James H. Flatley crammed a heavy reputation in a small package. Short and slightly built, he had been flying since 1931, mostly in fighters, and enhanced his name aboard Yorktown at Coral Sea. With Jimmy Thatch and Butch O'Hare, he became one of the most influential fighter leaders of the war. Flatley also was a keen judge of talent. He recruited some former Dauntless pilots into Fighting 10, including Lieutenants John Lepla and Stanley Vetasa, both Coral Sea veterans. The Grim Reaper Squadron blossomed under their tutelage, evidenced by the emblematic flying skeleton dubbed Old Mo for Mow 'em Down. Vetasa deemed the Reapers a fine bunch of kids, very, very good and progressive, and they learned very quick. The new pilots also were suitably impressed. One was 22-year-old Donald Gordon, who never forgot his initial meeting with the skipper. He asked me if I had a nickname, and because I had thick hair in those days, I said, I'm called Curly. Flatley replied, Curly's no name for a fighter pilot. From now on, you're Flash. Don Gordon remained Flash the rest of his life. Heading the bombers was Lieutenant Commander James A. Tommy Thomas, known as Shorty at Annapolis, where he was an enthusiastic boxer and runner. Like Captain Hardison, James R. Bucky Lee of the Scouts was an exceptional scholar from Carolina, standing third in the Annapolis class of 1928. He adjudged his air crews, like the rest of the air group, as raring to go. Leading Torpedo 10 was John Austin Collett. He could not resist zinging Flatley by adopting his own version of Old Mo, a buzzard brandishing a swab with the motto, Mop 'em up. Collett believed in the potential of night carrier operations and swiped the first radar-equipped Avenger in Hawaii. The ship and air group were urgently needed back in the Solomons, so training in Hawaii was brief. Rear Admiral Thomas Kincaid remained aboard as overall commander of Task Force 61, comprising Enterprise's Task Force 16 and Hornet's Task Force 17, the latter under former Big E skipper George Murray. Kincaid wanted a night-flying capability, so some of Gaines's pilots were rushed through carrier qualifications. One was Don Gordon, who said, I did night qual in the Wildcat in October before we deployed, one night landing after 4 day traps. I was one of 12 pilots to get the one qualification landing, and only made one during the deployment. Enterprise departed Pearl on October 16th, escorted by the cruisers Portland, Atlanta, and 5 destroyers. Including spares, the Big E embarked 95 aircraft, more than she had ever crammed onto her flight and hangar decks. There was no doubt where they were headed. With the Japanese expected to launch their strongest effort yet to nail down Guadalcanal, Admiral Nimitz wanted a proven fighter. 2 days after Enterprise sailed, a new South Pacific Theater commander took over in New Caledonia, issuing a blunt directive, Kill Japs, kill Japs, kill more Japs. Wild Bill Halsey was back. News of Halsey's promotion was well received in Enterprise, where hundreds of men fondly recalled him. He had been absent from the Pacific since June, but now, back in fighting trim, he fielded the hottest potato they ever handed me. With the Big E and Hornet task forces operating under Kincaid, Wild Bill took heart. He reckoned, "Carrier power varies as the square. 2 carriers are 4 times as powerful as 1. Until the Enterprise arrived, our plight had been almost hopeless. Now we had a fighting chance." Nevertheless, Halsey faced a touchy Solomon situation. Although Army troops were reinforcing the Marines, American air power at Guadalcanal had dwindled alarmingly. At mid-month, the Cactus Air Force counted just 74 aircraft, less than 1 carrier air group, with few replacements available. Apart from ground combat, Guadalcanal was under near-continuous attack by Japanese aircraft and surface bombardment. Now the enemy launched powerful fleet units in a rare effort of Army-Navy cooperation. The Imperial Navy was to ensure control of the waters surrounding Guadalcanal long enough to put a decisive force ashore. At sea, the Imperial Navy fielded 4 carriers, Shokaku and Zuikaku from Eastern Solomons 2 months before, with Zuiho plus Junyo in the advanced force. Had Hiyo not been sidelined with engine trouble, she could have determined the outcome of the battle. The surface combatant ratio wasn't even close, 35 Japanese to 21 American. Rear Admiral Willis Lee's Task Force 64 included a battleship with 9 cruisers and destroyers, but his unit would take no part in the coming air battle. The emerging arena was north of the malarial Santa Cruz Islands, nearly 400 miles east of Guadalcanal. At midday on the 25th, Catalina patrol planes alerted Kincaid to the Japanese carriers some 350 miles north of Task Force 61. Simultaneously, other patrol planes reported a Japanese carrier plus 6 escorts. That was enough for Halsey. Chafing at his New Caledonia headquarters, he signaled, "Strike! Repeat, strike!" That order prompted a 12-plane search. Bucky Lee led his scouts off Enterprise at 1:35 p.m., ahead of a long-range strike optimistically planned for 35 aircraft. The operations plan called for the scouts to find the enemy and radio his position to Dick Gaines's formation, which would save time by already being airborne. None of it worked. Only 23 strike aircraft got off the deck, and Gaines searched too far south. Probing through the darkening sky for an enemy still beyond range, the aviators ran out of daylight, visibility, and fuel. Beneath a waning moon, they turned for home, Tommy Thomas's Dauntlesses jettisoning their bombs to lighten the load for the gas-shy return. Some pilots barely got in. Swede Vetasa wore out one glove, hand-pumping fuel from his Wildcat's inoperative drop tank, and narrowly missed being killed on deck when the next fighter snagged the arresting cable immediately behind him. Between ditchings and crashes, the fruitless mission cost Enterprise 7 planes and 3 flyers. Many of the pilots complained about Kincaid's staff work, claiming a 50-mile difference in the briefed ship's position upon return. But there was no point in grousing. Kincaid had closed the distance on the Japanese force during the 24th, making clear what would happen in a day or so. Uncle John. On the eve of battle, men spoke low, quickly, earnestly. Many wrote letters. Not necessarily last letters, but you just never knew. All coped with the mounting pressure in their own way. For instance, Lieutenant John Hicks of the Air Department discussed literature with Associated Press correspondent Eugene Burns, who had covered the Pacific since Pearl Harbor. On December 7th, his dispatch was the first to the mainland, but authorities had short-stopped it, and his scoop died a-borning. Now he was positioned for an exclusive. On the night of the 25th, after the recovery of the failed dusk strike, Burns followed his instinct to the seat of power. Air Officer John Crommelin, Uncle John to aviator and white hat alike, was on top of the situation. That night he convened a pilots' meeting in the wardroom. The flyers sat by squadrons, arrayed around the felt-topped tables, clan-like in that rare company of warriors. Some off-duty ship's officers stood along the bulkheads, absorbing the atmosphere. "This may be the beginning of a great battle," Crommelin began. He let that sentiment sink in, then put things in perspective. He said that 4 Catalinas had tracked the Japanese carriers en route, but only 1 got back. Actually, in recent days, 4 were shot down, with 1 surviving crewman. The crucial information, the enemy's location, had been purchased in blood. "You men will have the privilege tomorrow of proving the worth of your training. your schooling, our way of life as against the Japs. Cromwell spoke of what lay at stake after dawn, the lives of thousands of Marines and soldiers on mud-soaked, blood-spattered Guadalcanal. The Japs are determined to drive us out of the South Pacific. If they get through to Guadalcanal with their carriers tomorrow, the Japs will take it. If Guadalcanal falls, our lifeline to Australia will be menaced. His gray eyes tracked around the room. To stop them, you must knock out their carriers. He added a spur to the impetus of his message by stating that all the aviators' training was pointed to this time and place. If you're going to miss with your bomb, you might as well stay home and let a good pilot take your place. In his soft Alabama accent, Cromwell added a final, heartfelt sentiment direct from his Southern roots. We are on the right side of this war. God is with us. Let's knock those Jap bastards off the face of the earth. God bless you. Correspondent Gene Burns jotted a note to himself. Uncle John's mixing piety and profanity did not seem incongruous. As they filed out, the last thing any man in that room wanted to do was disappoint Uncle John Cromwell. Day of Battle, Santa Cruz. On October 26th, Enterprise found herself short of aircraft. An accident and the previous evening's abortive mission had reduced Commander Gaines's inventory to 78 planes, only 64 operational. Hornet was in better shape with 73 upbirds, but Task Force 61 faced long odds. Breakfast for officers was served at 4 a.m. For those with an appetite, the galley offered hotcakes with ham and eggs, and those tired of coffee could drink pineapple juice. The fare prompted the usual dark humor about condemned men and hearty meals. The ship went to general quarters at 5:50 a.m. Half an hour later, the sunrise revealed scattered cumulus and rain showers, which could make things hard for searchers and good for ships under attack. After Midway and Eastern Solomons, Enterprise understood the choreography of carrier combat. Preliminary probing by long-range patrol planes, followed by ship-based scouts updating the contacts, tracking the various enemy task forces as long as fuel and fate allowed. The nautical ballet began just before dawn as 16 Dauntlesses lifted off, hunting southwest through north to 230 miles, seeking a fresh scent of the Catalina reports. The scouts sniffed out the enemy at 6:17. Bombing 10's Lieutenant Vivian Welch and Lieutenant J.G. Bruce McGraw passed up a Japanese scout plane, suspecting that something bigger lay ahead. They were right. Using the 50% cloud cover, they probed the edge of a surface force and sent a reasonably accurate position report, noting 2 battleships with many escorts. It was McGraw's first taste of combat. His parents had been divided whether he should study medicine or the ministry, so he compromised and became a dive bomber pilot. Meanwhile, nearly 2 hours outbound, Bucky Lee scouted with Ensign William E. Johnson. 2 search sectors north of Welch, they spied large ships some 30 miles to the west and closed the distance. At 15 miles, the pilots were certain. Enemy carriers, the first they had ever seen. Lee began a full-throttle climb to give his radio man altitude for a report. In the rear cockpit, Chief Irby Sanders's educated fist tapped out the vital information on his Morse code key, 2 flat tops and escorts. The position report was excellent, about 10 miles from Nagumo's 3 carriers. Shokaku and Zuikaku stood out, while the smaller Zuiho was obscured by clouds. Lee watched with professional detachment while his prey began maneuvering and escorts emitted a smoke screen. Climbing through 3,000 feet, he and Johnson were intercepted by 7 Zeros that raced in head-on. From there, it was a gunfight. As Lee recalled, "Things happened fast. About the time my plane was hit in the windscreen with small caliber, I got off a burst of forward 50 caliber at the leading Jap." Lee had the fleeting impression that the Zero exploded. Bill Johnson optimistically claimed downing 2 fighters while the Dauntlesses found cover in the clouds. The aggressive Lee tried to gain position for a bombing attack, but was foiled each time he stuck his nose in the open. Eventually, the 2 scouts got separated and wisely turned for home. Minutes later, another search team tried to gain attack position. Lieutenants J.G. Leslie Ward and Martin Doane Carmody swapped gunfire with the same Zeros as Lee and Johnson, and both sides claimed kills. The Big E flyers returned to base after nearly 4.5 hours, and though no planes were shot down, Enterprise was keeping the pressure on Nagumo. 4 sectors to the northwest, radioman Clarence Garlow in Scout S-13 had copied Welch's report. He jotted the position and notified his pilot, who immediately went to work on his plotting board. Stockton Birney Strong was short, slight, intense. Colleagues quickly learned that there was no point asking about his credentials, because he would gladly tell you. He was the best there was. The maddening thing was, he could prove it. Strong grew up in Washington, D.C., raised by his mother, the widow of a naval officer. Stock, or Birney, graduated in the middle of the Annapolis class of '37, where the annual concluded, "His good common sense has carried him past many reefs. He will succeed in any career where good judgment and cool nerves are prime requisites." The lucky bag got that right. It also noted appropriately that his favorite sport was shooting holes in bullseyes. Earning his wings in 1940, Strong became a Yorktown scout pilot and made most of her stops, Marshalls and Gilberts, New Guinea, Coral Sea. That August, he reported aboard Enterprise with an impressive 800 hours of carrier flying and a Navy Cross. In contrast to Strong's family background, his wingman was an orphan. Ensign Charles Irvine affected a close-cropped haircut that earned him the nickname Skinhead. He was delighted to fly with Stockton Birney Strong. Welch's report of battleships placed Admiral Nobutake Kando's heavyweights about 150 miles from Strong's sector. Running the time-distance equation, it looked as if the Dauntlesses might make the diversion with enough gasoline to return home. Strong began a cruise climb, seeking optimal use of his fuel to gain attack altitude. Partway along the new course, Strong's radioman, Clarence Garlow, monitored Lee's report of carriers. Strong's memory defaulted to the situation at Eastern Solomons 2 months before. He had passed up a shot at a Japanese carrier in favor of taking his information directly home. Few people said anything, though John Crommelin had expressed keen disappointment. Strong eased into a 30-degree turn to starboard. Navigation was tricky, as the Scout's altitude and low clouds complicated estimation of wind direction and velocity. Nevertheless, Strong stuck to his course, west-southwest. He nailed it. 20 minutes after hearing Lee's report, the searchers found Nagumo's carriers as 2 of the 3 flat-tops emerged from clouds into sunlight. Skinhead Irvine tucked up close to his leader as both gunners shoved their canopies forward and deployed their twin Brownings. They were ready for a shootout. But the timing was providential, as the Zeros were then harrying Ward and Carmody. No time to waste. Strong signaled to Irvine. They would take the nearest carrier. From that point on, it was Dauntless 101, basic dive bombing. Strong activated his dive flaps as Irvine slid away, allowing proper interval. Then they nosed over from 14,000 feet. In a 30-second plunge, the SBDs were in and out of the clouds. No matter, Strong's excellent sense of spatial geometry told him where the target should appear. Making 275 miles per hour, he broke clear at 1,500 feet, greeted by the gorgeous sight of a Japanese flight deck. The ship looked like a big one, the pilots reckoned Shokaku class. In fact, she was the much smaller Zuiho. Fortunate Phoenix was a priority target, and the Enterprise flyers had her bore-sighted. With no flak or fighters, they had time to remember Crommelin's words the night before. "If you're going to miss with your bomb, you might as well stay home and let a good pilot take your place." Both were good pilots. The 2 500-pounders punched into the flight deck, aft. With near-instantaneous fuses, the bombs exploded on the wood planking, rendering the ship incapable of operating aircraft. That was the good news. The bad news, Zuiho's air group was already en route to Task Force 61. The explosions drew vengeful attention from Zero pilots. Spotting the 2 Americans wave-hopping through the destroyer screen, 3 Zuikaku fighters pounced in a 40-mile tail chase. During the prolonged shootout, Garlow and L.G. Williams, Irvine's gunner, both thought they scored. They actually got 1 fighter between them, but it capped a tremendous performance, one of the finest missions ever flown from aircraft carriers. Everything came together: precise navigation, excellent communications, astute tactics, perfect bombing, superb fuel management, and undiluted courage. By the time the scouts were headed home, the battle had become a brawl. Both sides launched large formations against one another in a confusing series of overlapping actions. Japanese scouts had found 2 American carriers, and Nagumo, mindful of the severe penalty for waiting at Midway, threw a heavy punch just before Strong and Irvine attacked. Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Zuiho had launched 62 planes. Nagumo had 44 more ready, and Rear Admiral Kakuji Kakuta was spooling up 29 on Junyo, operating independently. Kinkaid's carriers also were lofting strike groups. Hornet put up nearly 30 planes at 7:30, and half an hour later, Enterprise sent off Dick Gaines, leading 8 Avengers and 3 Dauntlesses with 8 fighters. That effort was followed at 8:15 with Hornet's second launch, 25 planes, for a total of 75 Americans en route to various targets. Each formation operated in its own bubble as the players crossed their three-dimensional arena, climbing at perhaps 130 miles per hour. Inevitably, the opposing teams began to clash. Trailing Hornet's first strike by a few minutes were Air Group 10's 20 planes. About 60 miles outbound, Gaines's formation was climbing through 9,000 feet when the roof fell in. With a 5,000-foot altitude advantage, the 9 Zuiho Zeros escorting Shokaku's torpedo planes could not resist the juicy setup. They circled the slow-climbing Americans, then dived out of the sun from 6 o'clock high. Torpedo 10's skipper Jack Collett went down in the first pass. He jumped from his flaming Avenger, but was never seen again. Neither was his gunner. Radioman Tom Nelson kicked his way free, plunged overboard, pulled his ripcord, and swung beneath his canopy as a Zero hosed a vengeful burst at him. Nelson splashed into a safe landing. Belatedly alerted, the Avenger turret gunners started shooting. Their concentrated fire torched one Zero, which exploded. The Japanese kept coming. They shot down Ensign John Reed, and only the radio man got out before the Avenger blew up. The engine and propeller narrowly missed Lieutenant McDonald Thompson's plane. His radio man, Chuck Shinneman, gaped at the spectacle, watching the prop still spinning. Other Zeros shot Dick Batten's Avenger out of formation. Fighting serious damage and a fire, he dropped away, heading home. Batten's gunner was Rex Holmgren, who at least had the satisfying privilege of seeing 4 Jap planes come out and hit the water. They don't bounce. On the port side of the formation, Wildcats tried to intervene. Ensign Willis Redding released his drop tank, lost fuel suction, and his engine quit. His wingman, Raleigh Rhodes, had his own problems, since his external tank refused to drop. Rhodes followed the descending Wildcat until Redding's engine returned to life. On the opposite side of the bombers, Jim Flatley's 4 Wildcats played catch-up. Responding to the ambush, his quartet exchanged gunfire with the fast-slashing Zeros and destroyed one. Meanwhile, another Japanese pressed an attack, and his luck, against the remaining Avengers. Charging in close from low astern, he offered a no-deflection target to Chuck Shinneman in the belly of Thompson's plane. The Zero absorbed about 50 fatal rounds of .30 caliber. The 5 surviving Avengers regrouped, forming up with the 3 unmolested Dauntlesses, and continued on course. Flatley stuck with them. Militarily the right choice, but his stomach churned in the knowledge that behind him 4 of his men still fought for their lives. In the prolonged, hard-fought battle, both sides took losses. John Lepla of Coral Sea fame probably was wounded, as his Wildcat descended straight ahead. Trying to cover him, Al Meade claimed 3 Zeros, and certainly got 1. Moments later, too low to jump, Meade ditched his battered plane. Chip Redding and Dusty Rhodes rejoined to put up a terrific fight, using the defensive weave that Flatley had taught them. Despite shot-up aircraft, they kept flying for 5 minutes before the disparity of odds and performance rang down the curtain. Rhodes went over the side at perhaps 500 feet, fearfully low. He popped his chute immediately, swung once, and hit the water. Redding nursed his perforated Wildcat homeward. It had been a rough initiation for Air Group 10. Zuiho's fighters downed 3 Avengers, 3 Wildcats, and inflicted serious damage on 2 more planes. 12 Americans went down. 4 would survive a 3-year ordeal as captives. Despite their initial advantage, the Japanese lost 4 Zeros. Gaines's surviving pilots pressed ahead, still seeking targets. But with the remaining Wildcats short on fuel, the bombers had to settle for their first opportunity, the enemy's 13-ship vanguard force. Consequently, 4 Avengers went for the cruiser Suzuya, but only 2 torpedoes released on the first try. Both missed, as did the third on the next run. Meanwhile, Lieutenant J.G. Glenn Estes's 3 Dauntlesses dived on a big ship resembling a Congo-class battle wagon. The aviators might have been excused the error, since they were unfamiliar with Japanese ships. They actually holed the 11,000-ton cruiser Chikuma. With that action, Enterprise's offensive role in the battle was over. Playing defense. The nature of carrier combat was never better illustrated than that morning off Santa Cruz. Two forces, operating more than 120 miles apart, exchanged near-simultaneous blows in about 20 minutes. Hornet dive bombers fought their way into the Japanese carrier force and pounded the veteran Shokaku. Between Strong's and Irvine's attack on Zuiho and the Hornet contribution, 2 of the 4 enemy flat tops were out of the battle. However, at 8:40, the Big E's announcing circuit blared throughout the ship, "Put on flashproof clothing." 5 minutes later, Enterprise gained the safety of a rain squall, where she awaited word of her sister's fate to the southwest. The largest airstrike yet launched against American carriers was headed for Task Force 61. 38 Wildcats were airborne but poorly positioned. Rather than specific compass headings, the inexperienced fighter director radioed bearings relative to the ship, which most of the pilots could not see. The first Japanese formations got through Task Force 17's fighters and flak, and around 9:20 Big E men learned that Hornet was hit. 5 minutes later, American radar scopes were clear, but the damage had been done. In 2 strikes, the attackers inflicted horrific damage upon Hornet: 4 bombs, 2 torpedoes, and 2 die-hard aviators who crashed her in their doomed planes. The fact that she remained afloat spoke volumes of her design and construction. 20 miles farther east, Kincaid's Enterprise force prepared to repel a major air attack. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Richard K. Batten's Avenger aborted a landing aboard Enterprise, prompting what historian Norman Polmar termed one of the most bizarre incidents of the war. Batten's plane had been shot up in the outbound ambush, and he was unable to jettison his torpedo. His crew insisted that Red Batten could fly a washtub, and, despite damaged controls, he made a safe water landing near the destroyer Porter. As the ship backed off the knots enough to deploy a boat, lookouts shouted a warning: "Torpedo on the port bow." Incredibly, the Avenger's fish had activated itself and swam away from the sinking Grumman. Overhead, Wildcat pilots Albert Dave Pollock and Jim Dowden spotted the threat and dived in, trying to detonate the warhead with gunfire. Their well-intended action was misinterpreted by shipboard gunners, who shot back. Moments later, the Mark 13 speared Porter midships and, in contrast to many American torpedoes, detonated on impact. The explosion rendered Porter irretrievably damaged, and she was sunk by another destroyer 2 hours later. As if that weren't enough, the second Japanese strike group arrived, most of the 44 planes from Shokaku and Zuikaku. Shortly before 9:30, they strobed on the cruiser Northampton's radar some 80 miles northwest of the task force, giving the defenders time to prepare. However, Tommy Thomas's Dauntlesses, readied on deck for a follow-up strike, were ordered to shut down. There was no time for the Big E to launch. The radar information arrived just as cooks and stewards were passing out battle rations, sandwiches and beverages. Sailors, especially those topside, paid little attention to food at that moment. 5 minutes later, the Big E reported her peril: 24 raiders, 19 Shokaku dive bombers, and 5 fighters. Captain Hardison changed course, circling to port as the valves got in above the prowling Wildcats. The bridge rang up 27 knots, and the engineering division complied, firing up the boilers to produce 247 turns per minute on the big propellers. Amid the tension and churning fear, Kincaid turned to the correspondent sharing the bridge. "Burns, you're the most favored civilian alive. You're seeing the greatest carrier duel of history. Perhaps it will never happen again." Only 2 Fighting 10 ensigns intercepted before the bombers rolled in. Maurice Wickendall experienced maddening gun problems, leaving 22-year-old Ensign Edward L. Feitner to do most of the shooting. Whitey was considered a natural pilot. As a Michigan teenager, he had ferried a Ford trimotor before his official solo. Swede Vetasa considered him a solid citizen, and Whitey proved it by torching one plane that splashed near the cruiser Portland. Vetasa jumped the valves a few minutes later. "I was able to get behind them and shot 2 of them apart. Really blasted them quick-like. I pulled away, and one of my wingmen said, 'Torpedo planes below, 11 o'clock. It was Flash Gordon. He had eyes like an eagle, that guy." At that moment on the flight deck, Plane Captain Edmund G. Johnston was riding his Dauntless as it was towed aft for the next launch. He was passing the forward elevator when nearby sailors called, "Enemy planes overhead." Johnston recalled, "Looking up, I saw a small speck of a plane as it turned over into a dive. At this time, the plane was almost over the port bow." He started to get out of the cockpit, then realized the plane had not been chocked. He tried setting the parking brake, but it wouldn't hold as the carrier heeled into an evasive turn. Johnston continued tapping the toe brakes on the rudder pedals, trying to compensate for the ship's movement. One division of Val's was led by Lieutenant Keiichi Arima. With his pilot, Petty Officer Furuta Kyoto, they had hit Enterprise at Eastern Solomons. Now, for the second time in 8 weeks, they dived on the Big E, making use of the precious gifts of time and opportunity. At 10:17, the enlisted pilot put his 550-pounder on the center line near the bow. The armor-piercing bomb punched through the flight deck and detonated outside the hull. The concussion knocked a parked Dauntless overboard, taking machinist's mate Sam D. Presley with it. Like Bruno Guido off Kwajalein, he had been firing the rear-seat guns. Fires burned in the forecastle for nearly half an hour. Seconds later, the next bomb struck aft of the forward elevator and fractured into 2 deadly components. Still sitting in his Dauntless, E.G. Johnston watched the developing attack. As the next Val dived closer, he could see the bomb under its belly. "I felt the Jap had me in his sights, so I let the SPD roll a little. The Val let his bomb go, and he seemed to be following it down." The weapon appeared to grow from the size of a baseball to medicine ball proportions. As the Japanese pulled out of his dive, seemingly below 1,000 feet, Johnston was convinced that the bomb was going to hit him. He began reciting the act of contrition, but only started, "Oh my God, I am," when he felt the most horrific explosion I have ever heard. Part of the bomb exploded on the hangar deck, flinging shards upward through the flight deck. Later, Johnston counted 22 holes in his airplane, from the size of a penny to that of a large man's fist. The hangar deck explosion wrecked 7 aircraft. The other part penetrated lower, exploding in officers' berthing, where it killed 40 damage control men and medical personnel, and started sporadic fires. 4 sailors also were killed when an anti-aircraft shell cooked off in an adjacent ammunition handling room. William Pinckney, a Carolina sailor, was knocked unconscious but regained his senses and struggled upright. He was an officer's cook, a common rating for black sailors at the time, but he was an old hand, having been aboard nearly 3 years. Other messmen knew that he enjoyed Duke Ellington and rooted for the Dodgers. Bill Pinckney groped through the blackened, burning, reeking compartment, feeling for the ladder leading to the hangar deck. He bumped into gunner's mate James R. Bagwell, who was too weak to climb the ladder. Despite the weight disparity, Pinckney picked up the larger man and hefted him toward the hatch. Near the top, he touched a severed electrical line that delivered a stunning shock. Both men tumbled to the deck, insensate. When they came around again, Pinckney again hoisted Bagwell and shoved him through the opening. At that point, the 27-year-old cook might have called it a day. As he related, "When the first guy seemed to be surviving pretty good, I went below to see if I could help someone else. Finding only burned, blasted bodies, he climbed out again and collapsed. He had suffered puncture wounds and 3rd-degree burns to his hands, back, and one leg. 10 months later, Pinckney received the Navy Cross. He died in 1976, and a destroyer bearing his name was commissioned in 2004. Barely 2 minutes later, hit number 3 exploded in the water to starboard, sprung several hull plates, opened 2 empty fuel bunkers, and scoured an engine turbine bearing. On the flight deck, a second Dauntless went overboard, while another bounced into the catwalk. The ship's gunnery department remained in the very capable hands of 2 lieutenant commanders, North Dakotan Orland Livedall and Rhode Islander Benny Mott. Though 4 years senior, Livedall had agreed to Mott's suggestion to use selected observers and the flight deck loudspeaker system. The spotters were sailors with exceptional vision, Yeoman Jack Roundtree and Seaman Roger McCabe. Mott reckoned they could see the spots on a fly at 10,000 feet. During the dive-bombing attack, Mott, atop the ship's mast, strove to keep track of the valves emerging from the 6,000-foot overcast. He recalled, "I had some well-trained spotters with me in sky control, and they would tap my shoulder the moment a plane appeared out of the cloud, and I would roar out over the bullhorns the directions of the planes and tell the gunners what planes to get on." Enterprise ceased fire at 10:20. The entire episode had lasted 3 minutes. Sailors thought that the raiders dropped 23 bombs. It was fewer, scoring 2 hits and a rattling near miss. In the brief interim, reports reached the bridge of periscopes in the area, later identified as porpoises. But few men aboard warships ever see the action, real or imagined. Most were like radar technician Ray Blood, locked in his compartment, who could only offer his shipmates a can of black olives. Then, at 10:35, more attackers swept in. Zuikaku's 15 Nakajima Kate torpedo planes burst out of the storm cloud to the north, splitting for a 2-pronged attack. As the task force steamed southwesterly, 8 Japanese aimed for the bow and 8 more, with 4 escorting Zeros, swung around the stern. South Dakota's 45,000-ton bulk matched the Big E's every turn, maintaining a constant 1,000-yard position off the starboard quarter. Making 27 knots, both ships kept up a wall of flak, augmented by the new twin and quad-mount 40mm Bofors. The Swedish-designed weapons threw a 1.57-inch explosive projectile that could take an airplane down with one well-placed hit. 2 cruisers and 8 destroyers added to the aerial wall of steel. Swede Vetasa already had gunned 2 dive bombers in the previous attack, but he was out of position to intercept the easterly torpedo planes. Climbing as fast as his Wildcat permitted, the blonde Montanan lined up a string of Nakajimas only 10 miles out. Chasing them into thick cloud, he was cool and professional, switching off his 2 outboard guns to maximize his ammunition. He figured that 4 .50 calibers would suffice. Decades later, an interviewer asked if he had been scared. The blue eyes twinkled. Gosh, no, it was fun. Swede was credited with downing 5 torpedo planes for an American record of 7 kills in one mission. However many he splashed, he undoubtedly helped save Enterprise, while Lieutenant Leroy Tex Harris also helped break up part of the attack. One crippled raider flew on, set afire by Vetasa. Nearly out of ammo, Swede flew into the streaming flames, pondering the chances of severing the enemy's tail with his propeller. But the Kate's slipstream bounced him away, allowing the courageous Japanese to fly into the destroyer Smith. A fire across the bow, the little ship swerved into South Dakota's wake, largely extinguishing the flames. But other planes lined up on the carrier and battleship. Unperturbed, Kincaid paced the flag bridge, bareheaded, puffing cigarettes, and occasionally offering unsolicited advice. At one point he scolded South Dakota for shooting at American aircraft. Meanwhile, on the lower bridge, Yeoman Bill Norberg also was bareheaded, though not by choice. The earphones of his sound-powered headset afforded precious little protection. Meanwhile, gun crews demonically loaded and fired. Some 5-inch crews claimed kills at 2,000 yards, a nautical mile, but other planes kept coming. The surviving Kates bore in low and fast, splitting for an attack on both bows and aiming for the Big E's damaged hull. Those to starboard were the first to launch their torpedoes, which boiled through the water at more than 30 knots. On the bridge, Osborne Hardison, who had never commanded a ship, judged the developing time-space problem. Fortunately, the new captain received valuable help from his navigator. Commander Richard W. Rubel was a sharpshooting poker player from Denver, admired by his Annapolis classmates, 3.0 in academics and 4.0 in females. He admitted that he seldom allowed studies to interfere with his education. In his 16 months aboard, he had become a skilled ship handler. Hardison alternated between the port and starboard wings of the bridge, better to gauge the evolving geometry in trying to avoid an intersection of 2 wakes, Enterprises and a torpedoes. He ordered hard a starboard, swung the bow into the oncoming spread of torpedoes, and in naval parlance, combed the wakes by turning parallel to their track. His timing was exquisite. The nearest fish boiled past perhaps 30 feet away. Moments later, the port-hand Kates reached their release point. The Big E's adroit maneuvering temporarily placed them out of position, gaining precious time to meet the threat. Anti-aircraft gunners kept up a barrage of fire, 5-inch, 40mm, and 20mm. Like wing-shot ducks, 3 planes tumbled into the flak-spumed sea, but 2 more kept coming. One apparently stalled in an abrupt turn and lurched into the water. The survivor made a good drop, but 1 fish was not enough. Hardison countered with another evasive turn. The torpedoes streaked past, and the attack was over. Enterprise had dodged 9 torpedoes. Probably no other American carrier had ever done as much. The torpedo attack ended at 10:53, with 9 of 16 Kates downed. Somewhere in the maelstrom of noise, Gunnery Officer Benny Mott could not contain his enthusiasm. "That's good shooting, lads," blared from the flight deck loudspeaker. At noon, the Big E's signalman ran the diamond-designed Fox flag up the halyard as the ship turned into the wind, indicating flight operations. Orbiting aircraft descended into the landing pattern, which quickly became crowded with Enterprise planes and Hornet orphans. The operation was interrupted when jittery gunners opened fire on approaching planes, 6 Dauntlesses. Enterprise ran in and out of rain squalls, a double-edged factor that cut both ways. It shielded the carrier from the enemy, but delayed gas-hungry planes from roosting. Following the torpedo attack, the ship's air search radar antenna stopped rotating. Only one man stood a chance of repairing the vital gear. Lieutenant Dwight M.B. Williams was called Brad. He was also perhaps the first radar officer so designated in the Navy. He had reported aboard in November 41 and nursed the Big E's set through the inevitable temper tantrums that characterized early electronics. Despite dive bombers above and pounding, concussive anti-aircraft fire below, he scaled the tripod mast, lugging his tools with him. Williams found poor purchase on the mast, peeling paint, rusted bolts, and a sooty coating of exhaust stains. Realizing that he needed 3 hands, he secured himself to the mast so he could work with 2. Then more dive bombers arrived. Despite the clutching fear, Williams experienced an eerie recollection. He remembered the words of his Quaker teacher, "If thee follows thy father's footsteps by entering the military service, thee shall probably die a violent death." Simultaneously, landing signal officer Robin Lindsay had cut only a handful of planes onto the deck when the AA guns erupted again. This time it was for real. The 3rd Japanese raid had arrived. Lindsay dropped the paddles he used to guide landing pilots and raced for a nearby dive bomber. Manning the guns of a parked Dauntless had become something of a Big E tradition. The newcomers were from Junyo, 18 vals with a dozen escorts. The dive bombers rolled in at 11:20. Big E gunners splashed 4 and appeared to dissuade some others. The best bombing was a paint scraper to starboard, springing more plates and letting seawater into some compartments. The same explosion also deafened Brad Williams for weeks. However, by then he had cured the problem, and radar operators resumed scanning. But as the antenna rotated through its arc, Williams was still secured to the mast. He shouted loud, eloquent profanities until Benny Mott's gunnery crew heard the commotion from atop sky control and the ship's mast. Finally, the devoted radar officer edged his way down into the ship's island. After the war, Uncle John Crommelin was outraged to learn that Williams had received no recognition for his exceptional courage and tried to get Williams a Navy Cross, to no avail. In Damage Control Central, Lieutenant Commander Herschel Smith received reports via sound-powered phone and directed the necessary assets to each site. He and his assistant, Lieutenant George Over, were well experienced. They had done the same thing at Eastern Solomons. Besides sending firefighting and structural crews to damaged areas, they coordinated placement of large fans to suck thick, cloying smoke from cramped compartments. Perhaps cautious after witnessing their friend's fate against the Big E, the surviving vals went elsewhere. Battleship South Dakota and the cruiser San Juan both were hit without serious damage. After the 3rd attack, Enterprise sailors allowed themselves to believe the ordeal was over. The chaplain, Lieutenant Merle Young, decided there was no further point in kneeling on the deck to pray because his left knee got sore. According to legend, the Padre switched to his right knee thereafter. At 12:35, Enterprise resumed landing operations. With the forward elevator jammed in the up position and the mid-elevator jammed down, the deck quickly became crowded. Plane handlers maneuvered aircraft nose to tail in a dense pack to accommodate the overflow. With each cut-the-throttle signal, Robin Lindsay used up more precious deck space for another airplane. At one point, his talker relayed word from the bridge, "Cease landing operations." The risk of a terrific smash-up was only increasing. Lindsay briefly chewed on the situation. Most of the planes still airborne were Dauntlesses, the most effective aircraft in the fleet. He told his assistant to pull the plug on the sound-powered phone. "I don't want to hear anything from anybody." Nothing more was heard. As the available parking area diminished, Lindsay began artfully landing each pilot closer and closer to the stern. At length, he was catching aircraft on the 3rd arresting wire, then the number 2 wire. Then the last arresting cable was all that remained. Assistant LSO Jim Daniels bet Lindsay a dime for every plane trapped on the number 1 wire. Unfazed, Lindsay put the next 8 aircraft on the remaining cable like it was a Sunday picnic, Swede Vetasa said. The last pilot around the pattern was Vetasa, who had given precedence to his inexperienced wingman. Driving up the wake, hanging on his Wildcat's prop with tailhook dangling, Vetasa kept his eyes on the LSO platform. He had enormous confidence in Lindsay, who returned the sentiment, flatly regarded Swede as perhaps the finest aviator afloat, and in seconds that opinion would be confirmed or denied. An error by the LSO or the pilot could destroy most of America's remaining naval air power in the Southwest Pacific. With the Wildcat farther from the ramp than he had ever done, Lindsay gave Swede a high dip, descend a few feet, then slashed his paddles downward and across his body. Swede chopped the throttle, dipped the nose, brought the stick back. I was looking at the ramp, and snagged the cable. Robin Lindsay had put Swede Vetasa onto the number 1 wire with the deck locked. It remains the virtuoso performance in the LSO's esoteric trade. Every pilot or sailor who saw it recognized the significance. Vetasa climbed out of his Wildcat to shake hands with Lindsay as scores of men cheered, waved, and applauded. Enterprise had shoehorned 57 more planes onto the deck. Others had to ditch, but the flyers were rescued. During the afternoon, Nagumo's last punch landed while Hornet was under tow. She took another torpedo, leading the crew to abandon her. She drifted that evening, horribly battered but still afloat, until the Japanese finished her off. Enterprise remained the only survivor of her class. Nagumo had flung 138 sorties at Kincaid, more than at Midway and Eastern Solomons combined. He lost 99 planes, and his personnel losses were catastrophic for Japanese naval aviation. In sinking an American carrier, the Imperial Navy lost more aircrew at Santa Cruz than at Midway. The deficit proved irreparable. Post-mortem. After the battle, the wounded were treated and the dead tended to. In addition to 16 missing aircrew, 44 ships' company had been killed. Chaplain Young moved among the severely wounded, offering solace while other men did what they could. Dauntless pilot Bruce McGraw decided to help the medics. He knelt beside a critically burned sailor who asked for morphine. The doctors said the man wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. McGraw sat with him until he died. Other casualties experienced even worse. Assistant LSO Jim Daniels saw a horribly wounded, legless man use his remaining arm to pull himself to the deck edge. A corpsman advised against helping him. Aghast, Daniels watched the sailor achieve his goal by rolling overboard. That evening, some curious sailors wandered aft, where the bodies were prepared for burial, an eerie, ghastly sight. They were pale, nude corpses with visible wounds, some catastrophic, and others with sutures visible where medics had rendered a final cosmetic courtesy. Each body was wedged into a mattress cover with a 5-inch shell to ensure that the body would sink. Then the cover was stitched closed, and the package hefted onto a flag-covered board, ready to be tilted overboard into oblivion. Enterprise had taken some hard knocks, but she had thrown an amazing amount of lead, more than 50,000 rounds from 50 caliber up to 5-inch, including 4,000 rounds of the new 40mm. Livedall and Mott thought that their gunners splashed 30 of 84 attackers, while escorting ships downed 10 more. The post-mortem was predictably optimistic. The Navy credited South Dakota with 26. She claimed 6 more, an action resented by Livedall's men. Years later, Mott met Sodak's captain, Thomas L. Gatch, who said, "I know the Enterprise shot down most of those planes. When I went to Washington, the new battleship program was in trouble with Congress and the press. They wanted to cancel some of them. I went along with the story about the South Dakota, even though I didn't want to." In his after-action report, Captain Hardison was lavish in his praise, recommending more than 70 medals plus commendations. He was most impressed with the standout performance of Bernie Strong, whom he recommended for the Medal of Honor for the flawless long-range attack on Zuiho. Strong received another Navy Cross, as did Swede Vetasa. Flatley thought that Swede deserved the Medal of Honor, since no American had ever been credited with 7 kills in one mission, and Butch O'Hare had received the Congressional for 5 victories. But by the time the paper mill finished grinding, The cross had been elevated from its previous position below the Distinguished Service Medal. After Santa Cruz, squadron commanders wrote the necessary letters. Jim Flatley especially took the responsibility to heart. 8 Grim Reapers were missing. He knew his pilots more as family than subordinates, and every letter to next of kin was personalized. Bespeaking the quiet intensity of his Catholic faith, he wrote one family, "God in his divine wisdom calls us when he wants us. I confidently hope that when our call comes, we will find your son waiting for us in heaven. When we do meet him, again he will be the same smiling, gentle, but strong man that remains now in our memory." Later, he ordered miniature wings of gold sent to the wives and mothers of missing pilots. Despite the loss of Hornet, Santa Cruz could be called an American victory. The strategic status quo remained unaltered, and both sides recognized that the battle for Guadalcanal, now nearly 3 weeks old, could only continue. On October 30th, Enterprise dropped anchor in Nouméa's mountain-rimmed harbor, Halsey's Sopak haunt at New Caledonia. The squadrons moved ashore to Tantuta, living under canvas and bathing in a stream. Halsey assigned battleships South Dakota and Washington to anchor at the harbor entrance, preventing any further harm from befalling his remaining carrier. The Big E laid up alongside the repair ship Vestal, which spared no effort in getting the Enterprise back in the lineup. Vestal had a story of her own. Commissioned in 1909, she survived the Great War and Pearl Harbor, moored alongside Arizona, then fetched up at Tangatabu that summer. Her crew was incredibly adept. In 2 months, the men logged repairs on nearly 60 ships, including Saratoga and 2 battle wagons. Enterprise repairs began immediately. A 60-foot section of the hangar deck was bulged over a foot upward, and the aft elevator and machinery room had flooded. Elsewhere, frames, floors, and bulkheads were blown out or badly warped, and forward berthing spaces were destroyed. After assessing the situation, Enterprise Damage Control Officer Herschel Smith consulted with Vestal's crew, which estimated 3 weeks to effect repairs. That did not suit Halsey's schedule. He allowed 11 days. Priority was given to the hangar deck and elevator areas, sparking a non-stop cacophony as cutters, welders, structural, and system crews all clanged and clattered in a round-the-clock frenzy. The patch job wasn't pretty. Some hull damage remained, but the Big E was put right with all 3 elevators operable, though nobody wanted to test the forward lift, which remained up. Work was still underway with dozens of Vestal sailors and Seabees aboard when the carrier departed. On November 11th, Armistice Day, Enterprise raised steam and hoisted anchor to depart Noumea with Air Group 10 restocked. 2 weeks after Santa Cruz, the Big E again stood guard off Guadalcanal, the last carrier available to face the impending crisis. Chapter 6. The most exciting part of your day. The Enterprise Task Force arrived south of Guadalcanal on Friday, November 13th, and that ominous date represented the impending climax of the campaign. In less than 48 hours, spanning 3 days, there occurred 2 nocturnal surface battles, a naval bombardment of the American perimeter ashore, a prolonged bloodletting among Japanese transports, and numerous aerial combats. The combined 3-day toll was appalling. 26 ships sunk, 100 aircraft destroyed, and 3,600 lives lost. Though Enterprise was well removed to the south, her contribution was vital, as Air Group 10 made a huge difference. Thanks to the repair ship Vestal's tireless crew and the Seabees, the Big E was able to operate aircraft and steam unimpeded for the coming showdown. But the carrier showed her scars. Part of the hull was still bulged from Santa Cruz bomb damage, and she hemorrhaged a trace of oil from her battered fuel bunkers. Commander Dick Gaines led a reduced air group of 77 planes, including 31 Dauntlesses, 37 Wildcats, and 9 Avengers. Since Jack Collett's death at Santa Cruz, Torpedo 10's Buzzard Brigade was headed by Lieutenant Albert Scoofer Coffin. His 1934 Annapolis classmates considered the extroverted Hoosier ever cheerful, especially in a tight spot. When aroused, Albert moves with the passion and fire of a Latin in the body of a Nordic giant. Furthermore, he was admired for his drinking stamina, when many another had sunk behind the bar. November crisis. Both sides funneled troops and supplies to Guadalcanal, usually by night to avoid air attack. In early November, the Tokyo Express offloaded 6 or more ships a day on the island's western shore, while American transports anchored in the northern sound. Neither side could gain a decisive advantage in troop strength, turning the campaign into an attrition battle, entering its 4th month. Now Halsey had valuable radio intelligence. The Japanese were coming, and coming hard, with troop transports and powerful surface units. Their landing, labeled Z-Day, was expected on the 13th. At dawn that day, Task Force 16 bore about 400 miles southeast of the island, but Rear Admiral Tom Kinkaid was taking nothing for granted. With reports of 2 Japanese carriers approaching from the north, he ordered scouting flights to 230 miles. Of the 2 reported flat tops, Hio was being repaired at Truk, and Junyo remained out of range. Nevertheless, Enterprise and the Cactus Air Force still faced serious opposition. From Rabaul, New Britain, and environs, nearly 200 Japanese naval aircraft lay within range of Guadalcanal. But no matter, Kinkaid had orders from Halsey. Despite the odds, Air Group 10 was to break up the enemy convoy bound for Guadal, and Kinkaid cranked on 25 knots to close the distance to the reported enemy ships during the night. Against the chance that some Japanese ships would get through, Halsey hedged his bets. He ordered Rear Admiral Willis Lee to detach from Kinkaid, taking the battleships South Dakota, Washington, and their escorts to shortstop the Japanese. It proved an astute decision, but Task Force 16 was not where Halsey expected it to be. Kinkaid was out of position for the battle wagons to reach Iron Bottom Sound in time. The Big E faced her own continuing battle that Friday. Captain Hardison had his group's construction and repair division work with Vestal's men, some still embarked to put right the damage not corrected at Noumea. On the 2nd and 3rd decks, below the hangar deck, artisans with cutting torches debrided torn or twisted steel frames, while welders followed up, filling and patching where needed. As after Eastern Solomons, new doors were fitted and tested for watertight integrity. Enterprise was again battle-worthy. But at Guadalcanal, the battle had already begun. In the wee hours of the morning, 13 American and 14 Japanese warships clashed near Savo Island, scene of the U.S. Navy's debacle the night after the Guadalcanal landings in August. Though the numbers were similar, the tonnage vastly favored Japan, with 2 battleships intent upon wrecking Henderson Field with a nocturnal bombardment. At sunup, the nautical detritus of the battle was evident to anyone airborne near Savo's conical edifice. During the night's slugfest, 1 Japanese and 2 American destroyers had sunk. 3 U.S. destroyers were dead in the water, while 2 cruisers crept toward Lunga Point's anchorage. The survivors were cruisers, Helena, San Francisco, and Juno, with 3 destroyers, insufficient to repel another attack. Most notable of all was the Japanese battleship Haie, her 36,000-ton bulk battered by close-range gunfire. Marine pilots reported her soon after dawn, circling aimlessly northeast of Savo's brooding monolith, barely underway while tended by a destroyer. The American cruisers finished off another Japanese tin can, but aerial scouts reported 2 groups of enemy warships inbound, battle wagon Kirishima and 7 destroyers. It became a race as to who would arrive first, the Japanese or Lee's 2 battleships. More than 300 miles southeast of Guadalcanal, Task Force 16 went to general quarters as Kinkaid's squadrons launched 10 scouts and a combat air patrol. With a forward elevator still questionable, it made sense to send the big torpedo planes ashore. Scoofer Coffin led 9 Avengers for Guadal that morning, relying on John Cromwell's hand-drawn maps. Lieutenant John Sutherland, a Hornet veteran, led 6 escorting fighters. Approaching the search area from the east, the carrier aviators gaped at the tonnage dotting the waters between Savo and Guadal. Scoofer Coffin led the formation into cloud cover at 5,000 feet, closing the distance until near enough to pounce on Haie. Coffin set up an anvil attack, taking his 4 Avengers to the battle wagon's port side, while sending Lieutenant MacDonald Thompson's quartet wide to starboard. Lieutenant J.G. John Boudreau's 9th plane, bearing bombs, made an overhead attack. Haie had been pounded by naval gunfire during the night and swarmed by land-based aircraft that morning, but she still had plenty of fight. Some aviators were astonished at the amount of flak she put up. Fighting 10's Lieutenant J.G. Henry Carey, an urbane Ivy Leaguer, had strafed men-of-war at Midway, but he had seen little to compare to Haie. My God, what a wall of fire they put up as we made our attack over the top of those torpedo planes. The fighter pilots went low to strafe, trying to suppress AA fire against the Avengers, but the Wildcats did little more than chip the paint. 8 Mark 13 torpedoes entered the water, and the Buzzard Brigade optimistically reported 3 explosions against the target. No bomb hits were observed from Boudreau's lone Avenger. Coffin led his small strike group into Henderson Field, drawing a heartfelt welcoming committee headed by the Marine Air Commander Brigadier General Lewis Woods. He had no idea the Enterprise flyers were inbound, but warmly shook hands and slapped backs, exclaiming that Torpedo 10 resembled angels descending from heaven. The Guadalcanal of November remained ruggedly expeditionary, but much improved over what Turner Caldwell's Enterprise Flight 300 had found in August. Marines still insisted that Cactus was the only place on Earth where you could stand up to your knees in mud and get dust in your eyes. However, Henderson Field was almost fully covered by pierced steel planking, with improved maintenance and servicing facilities. Communications were better, there was early warning radar, and a separate fighter strip was operational east of Henderson. Meanwhile, the frenetic pace of operations continued. Less than 3 hours after landing, 6 of Coffin's crews participated in the 7th and last mission against battered, bleeding Haie, less than a 15-minute flight from Henderson. In all, she absorbed nearly 100 sorties of Marine, Navy, and Army aircraft. Beneath lowering clouds northwest of Savo, the Avengers shrugged off still formidable flak to claim 3 more hits, one by the skipper. Lieutenant J.G. George Wells's hit on the stern probably mattered most. Haie was further immobilized while at least 2 other torpedoes were seen to hit the hull and sink. On the way out, gunner Robert Grubel glimpsed the Leviathan in extremis. A fire, and the stern was awash. Coffin's crews were lucky. They missed the sequence of 0 patrols cycling southward from Rabaul and Bouin, harassing Henderson's squadrons. However, American aircraft losses were surprisingly small, 2 Dauntlesses with their crews, and a Wildcat whose pilot survived. Haie was abandoned during the night and sank unwitnessed. Torpedo 10 had helped sink the first Japanese battleship of the war, and the first destroyed by the U.S. Navy since 1898. In observance of the occasion, Coffin and Company enjoyed unusually good fare, courtesy of the ever-capable Seabees, bully beef and hotcakes, washed down with grapefruit juice mixed with torpedo alcohol. When Lieutenant James Irish McConaughey expressed concern about use of the valuable fluid, he was told that Seabees knew the Mark 13 carried enough alcohol for a 2,000-yard run, but pilots preferred to drop at half that distance. Without realizing it, the Buzzard Brigade had fuel to burn. With hundreds of orphaned sailors ashore, the word got around. Rear Admirals Daniel Callahan and Norman Scott had been killed while losing the cruiser Atlanta and 4 destroyers, plus 4 cruisers and a destroyer severely damaged. The battle cost Japan Haie and 2 destroyers, and saved Henderson Field 1 night's pasting. But only 1 night. Before dawn on November 14th, Halsey received word from the Marines, being heavily shelled. The unrelenting barrage from 2 cruisers lasted nearly 90 minutes, but was poorly directed. Henderson Field escaped damage, a gift from the war gods, and at sunrise the Cactus Air Force counted more than 50 operational aircraft. They were badly needed. Aerial reconnaissance tracked 11 Japanese transports and 11 destroyers, trailing a vanguard built around 4 cruisers. The transport group embarked some 7,000 Imperial soldiers, the Americans estimated nearly twice as many, possibly enough to decide the campaign. Normally, Enterprise would have launched an early search on the 14th, sniffing the surrounding sea for hostile ships. But the tropic weather brought heavy rain, delaying the mission until after daylight. 10 scouts set out on their wedge-shaped search sectors, while 3 bombers patrolled the task force perimeter looking for submarines, always a concern in Solomon's waters. Shortly before 9 o'clock, the scout team of Lieutenants J.G. Martin Doane Carmody and William E. Johnson spotted the threat. About 150 miles northwest of Guadalcanal, they assessed the situation and sent a contact report. Their count was close to actual, though they reckoned some of the 11 destroyers were cruisers. Though 2 Dauntlesses against 22 enemy ships represented an immense risk, they attacked anyway. Both bombs missed, but tall, square-jawed Red Carmody shot up a destroyer on the way out. His gunner, John Liska, glimpsed a plane hitting the water. It was Johnson, who fell prey to 6 Zeros belatedly arriving on station, though he and radioman Hugh Hughes took a Japanese with them. Carmody shaped course southerly for the Big E. About 90 minutes after launching the scouts, Enterprise again turned into the wind and lofted 17 Dauntlesses under Bucky Lee, with Flatley leading 10 Reapers, 2 of whom strayed from the fold and lost their aerial shepherd. The Japanese cruiser-destroyer force that attracted Lee had been spotted by Lieutenant J.G. Bob Gibson, formerly of Bombing 6. With Ensign Richard Buchanan, Gibby snooped the enemy task force for an hour, patiently awaiting confirmation of his contact report. Once it arrived, he was free to pursue his ambition, bombing Japanese ships. From 18,000 feet, he selected an obvious cripple, the big cruiser Kinugasa, limping along from damage inflicted by Cactus bombers that morning. Diving from astern, the dauntless pair put both 500-pounders close aboard, opening seams to port and destroying the ship's steering. It was fatal damage. Incredibly, Buchanan's plane took a main battery round through the tail, leaving an 8-inch hole where the shell failed to detonate. During the egress, Gibson laid the stick over and kicked the rudder pedals, offering the most difficult target possible. He said, "When you're jinking out of an enemy fleet, it's the most exciting part of your day." In Gibson's slipstream was another search team, Ensigns Robert Hoogerwerf and Paul Halloran. Seeing Kinugasa in her throes, they passed her up for fresher meat. Since the Japanese ships had divided, each pilot went for a separate group. Hoogerwerf near-missed Suzuya, the force flagship, without inflicting damage, and set course for the Big E. Halloran never turned up. He pressed his attack so low that one wing snagged Maya's mast, and his ruptured fuel tanks sprayed burning gasoline across the superstructure. The Japanese jettisoned their torpedoes to prevent the warheads from cooking off. Next on the scene were Bucky Lee's 16 dive bombers. His team was loaded with talent, including standouts Tommy Thomas, Bernie Strong, and Howard Redbird Burnett, but they scored no direct hits. They made for Henderson Field, where they could refuel and rearm. At the same time, 2 of Flatley's Wildcats landed ashore as he led the others back to the ship. Meanwhile, the Japanese transport force came doggedly on at 10 knots, shrugging off attacks from Marine, Navy, and Army aircraft. The ships could not be permitted to put their human cargo ashore. That much was clear. Therefore, Captain Osborne Hardison and Air Officer John Crommelin, not always mutual admirers, went to work. They fashioned a plan to hit the transports as heavily as possible. There was no doubt who would lead the attack. That afternoon, Jimmy Flatley launched at the head of a dozen Wildcats and 8 Dauntlesses, bound for the reinforcement convoy. The 20-plane strike had orders to sink some ships and recover ashore, joining 24 Enterprise planes already there. The plan left 17 Wildcats aboard, a minimal number for air defense, but a worthwhile gamble. Arriving over the convoy, Flatley took charge. Some bomber pilots were worried about Zeros overhead, but with cool deliberation, Flatley broadcast, "Okay, everybody, quiet down. The Zeros haven't seen us, and I don't want any wing rocking or canopies flashing. We're going to concentrate on defending the bombers and hitting the transports." As strike coordinator, Flatley assigned targets to the dive bombers, preventing too many from attacking one ship. He radioed Red Carmody, who had found the transports twice that day, assigning him the number 1 transport on the right side, and so on. Years later, Red reflected, in combat, Jimmy was unflappable. The bombers hit 2 transports, slowing them for further attention. Leaving a top cover, Flatley led his division below 2,000 feet, strafing the decks packed with brown-clad soldiers. The effect of 650 calibers on such dense targets was visible to the pilots. The carnage was horrific. The other Wildcats did their job, running interference for the bombers. The aggressive Carmody pressed his dive to minimum range, watching his bomb burst on a transport. Outbound, he was jumped by 2 Zeros. Alerted by his gunner, Carmody shoved the stick forward, descending to 100 feet off the water, maneuvering according to radioman John Liska's directions. Liska was an old hand. He'd been John Lepla's radioman gunner at Coral Sea over 6 months previously. While the Dauntless dodged the fighters, one of the Reapers dashed in and shot the closest Zero into the water. Liska used the opportunity to put dual streams of .30 caliber into the other, claiming a flamer. So it went. Throughout the afternoon, the Cactus Air Force threw strike after strike at the determined Japanese force. Some pilots logged a numbing 9 hours in combat, and sometimes attacks averaged 1 plane per minute. Inevitably, planes, crews, and equipment got switched, traded, and hijacked. Marine crews flew Navy aircraft and vice versa. Somebody made off with Bucky Lee's parachute, and he never saw it again. He continued flying anyway, trusting whoever had packed the chute in the next bomber. As it developed, he didn't need one. Zeros intercepted several flights, but generally the Wildcats handled the bandits. In one dogfight, Ensign Ed Colson, a prince of a young fellow, in Vetas's estimation, found himself the meat in a 4-cornered Zero sandwich. Defying doctrine, he looped up, over, and behind one assailant, finishing close enough to flame the Japanese, who made a water landing. Still, there were losses. A late-afternoon strike departed Henderson under Tommy Thomas, leading 6 other Dauntlesses. Despite a lack of escorts, he proceeded up the Slot, the long stretch of water approaching Guadalcanal between New Georgia and Santa Isabel. The evidence of previous attacks was obvious: 2 ships burning in the background, 3 or 4 stationary, another limping off westerly, but others continued doggedly southeast. Thomas faced a decision: attack immediately from only 12,000 feet and likely avoid interception, or climb for altitude to execute an optimal attack. He chose the latter. The defenders made good use of the time. 6 Zeros slammed into the bombers, sparking a violent set-to with losses on both sides. Thomas's pilots and gunners were impressively accurate, splashing 3 Japanese, but the enemy was skilled and persistent. Zeros expended hundreds of 20mm and 7.7mm rounds, downing 2 Dauntlesses. Vivian Welch and Don Wakeham disappeared with their gunners. Ensign Jeff Tiny Karam kept airborne long enough to drop his bomb, then caught a load of flak. He splashed into a safe landing and exited the sinking plane with radio man Robert Hinson. Their raft was lost with the plane, leaving them on their own, sustained only by their Mae Wests. Another bomber pilot was jumped by a Mitsubishi Leech that sank its teeth into the Dauntless's skin. Diving away, Ensign Len Robinson kept his bomb to increase his vertical velocity and hauled back on the stick, to no avail. Down to 300 feet, he dodged and weaved while the determined Zero pilot kept up a steady fusillade. After a 30-mile tail chase to the Russell Islands, the Japanese aviator gamely rocked his wings in a parting salute, out of ammunition. The remaining Dauntlesses attacked undamaged ships, but without result. Thomas, Ed Stevens, and the ever-present Bob Gibson headed for Henderson. That week, Guadalcanal represented the crossroads of America's war, where naval aviators often met old friends. They included Jimmy Flatley, who recognized a Marine sitting in a Wildcat. The leatherneck was Lieutenant Colonel Joe Bauer, a year behind him at Annapolis, now running Cactus fighter operations. Already a double ace, he had assigned himself to a mission to gain more trigger time. Flatley scrambled up on the high wing, traded good-natured Navy-Marine insults, and looked forward to renewing their acquaintance that evening. Indian Joe agreed, then taxied out for takeoff. He never returned. Nevertheless, wave upon wave of American planes pummeled the convoy. Ships were struck, stopped, then sunk. At sunset, 4 transports remained, headed for Guadal's northwest coast, shepherded by 5 destroyers. 4 other escorts busily pulled surviving sailors and soldiers from the sea, then resumed the southeasterly course. It was apparent that some enemy troops would get ashore. But another act in the naval drama remained in the wings. That night of the 14th and 15th, the second naval battle of Guadalcanal involved the biggest battleship fight to date. Hiei's sister, Kirishima, and 12 other Japanese ships against Rear Admiral Willis Lee's South Dakota and Washington with 4 destroyers. Hundreds of Americans ashore, Marines, soldiers, and sailors, sought a vantage point to watch the pyrotechnic drama playing out in the waters to the north. It was a grim show. 3 American tin cans were crushed and 1 dented, but Kirishima and a Japanese destroyer were sunk. Guadalcanal's status quo remained unchanged. It seemed the situation could go either way. In the early morning of the 15th, Rear Admiral Raizo Tanaka's last 4 transports ran themselves aground, disgorging their troops. A destroyer also landed its soldiers, for a total of 2,000 Japanese, with 4 days of supplies put ashore. It was pitifully little to show for the immense effort, and could not shift the balance of power on Guadalcanal. Throughout the day, Enterprise air crews joined their Marine and Army associates in destroying the beached transports or sinking the drifting remnants out in the Sound and the Slot. Farewell Cactus Patch. Though the crisis apparently had passed, Kincaid decided to keep most of the Air Group 10 on Guadalcanal. It was not a popular decision with Halsey. While jauntily confident, after the beating he had taken, the monkey would withdraw, he was concerned about his only carrier-qualified squadrons in the region. The Japanese Navy had a nasty habit of pulling off the seemingly impossible, and however unlikely, another bombardment of Henderson Field might deprive Halsey of an invaluable asset. But Willis Lee's battleship force remained on hand for the moment, so Enterprise headed for Noumea. The air group began trickling out of Cactus over the next 2 days. Most of Bucky Lee's and Scoofer Coffin's outfits flew 650 miles south to Espiritu Santo in the New Hebrides. The other personnel boarded transport planes for the southerly trek, leaving 36 carrier aircraft at Henderson and the fighter strip. The Marines were grateful. Air Group 10 was astonished when a dead man turned up living. Jeff Karam had disappeared on November 14th, but he spent 73 hours alternately swimming and floating to reach land 12 miles distant. His gunner, Bob Hinson, had died of exhaustion on the second day. Karam, small and slight, somehow survived 3 days without drinking water while exposed to the unrelenting tropic sun. After crawling ashore in the Russells on the 17th, Karam found helpful natives who hid him from the Japanese. There he joined Marine Sergeant Thomas Hurst, who had been shot down 2 days before Karam. A Catalina flying boat fetched them to Tulagi on the 26th. Thus, Jeff Karam was added to the growing list of surviving Enterprise flyers, including the crews of Harold Nixon off Samoa and Albert Winchell after Midway, men who shared an essential quality, when faced with appalling odds, a primal refusal to quit. But the Japanese were not ready to quit either. On November 30th, in the campaign's 4th clash near Savo Island, the Imperial Navy inflicted another drubbing upon the Americans. At the cost of 1 ship, 8 Japanese destroyers, most encumbered with supplies, sank a U.S. cruiser and left 3 others hors du combat. Holiday reinforcements. Meanwhile, on November 16th, Enterprise returned to Noumea, where she received additional repairs. The air group established itself ashore, settling into living areas both assigned and opportune. As befitted the skipper of Scouting 10, Bucky Lee took himself on a snooping expedition in a borrowed jeep, under the sound military premise that time spent on reconnaissance is seldom wasted. He made friends with the CEO of a repair facility featuring cots, sheets, showers, and edible food served on tablecloths. The aviators settled in, determined to enjoy themselves as long as conditions and hospitality lasted. It wasn't nearly long enough. On December 4th, the ship got underway and the squadrons flew out, exercising the deck crew and the much-studied forward elevator. Captain Hardison finally reckoned that the time had come for a test and authorized the V-1 division to push the down button. The elevator worked in both directions. The Big E was 100% back in business. 3 days later, the crew marked the first anniversary of Pearl Harbor. There were still hundreds of men aboard who remembered that Sunday, the disbelief that morphed into shock and roiled into burning anger. 12 months of near-constant combat and the loss of 250 shipmates had shaped and honed the Big E as an institution. The post-Pearl rage had settled into a grim resolve: kill enough Japs, sink enough ships, down enough planes, then dare to dream of home. As correspondent Gene Burns had noted, after Santa Cruz, then there was one. But in early December, Saratoga returned to the South Pacific, easing some of the pressure off Enterprise, which mainly operated out of Noumea. Meanwhile, taking up some of the slack was a new breed of flat-tops, oilers hastily converted to escort carriers, CVEs. Though small and slow, they still provided valuable service with as many as 30 aircraft. 2 baby flat-tops, Chenango and Sewanee, were available in the Solomons, but admirals were still learning how to use them. After a week at sea, Enterprise began another layup period at Espiritu Santo. Over the next 3 weeks, the ship sortied occasionally, allowing the air group to refresh its carrier qualifications and escape the South Pacific fauna ashore, including rodents, reptiles, and insects. At Guadal, Noumea, and Espiritu, Some men acquired lasting maladies beyond the routine misery of dysentery, dengue fever, and malaria. Some, for instance, caught a foot infection generically termed the crud that could last 20 years. Despite the religiosity of the name, Espiritu Santo did little to enhance the holiday season. Many Enterprise men observed their second Christmas at war, with the inevitable homesickness partly alleviated by an avalanche of gift packages and delayed mail. Some sailors expected little from home, and bluntly said so. 22-year-old ordnanceman Jim Shepard of the V-5 Division had reported aboard in October and wrote his parents in Ohio, "Pass the word around to the folks to forget the Christmas presents this year, as I'm definitely not going to send any myself. Not even so much as a Christmas card, so far as I know." A new year dawning. In late January, Enterprise patrolled the now familiar waters south of Guadalcanal, mostly as a precaution, but some Japanese units remained active. Screening a convoy unloading the evening of January 29th, the cruiser Chicago had been attacked by astutely flown Bettys from Rabaul. They attacked near Rennell Island, 120 miles south of Guadalcanal, and put 2 torpedoes into her. Enemy interest resumed at dawn on the 30th. That morning, Fighting 10 chased a snooper, which observed Chicago towed by a tug, escorted by 6 destroyers. Shortly past 4 p.m., wildcats prowling near Chicago learned of a new threat. Flatley's exec was big strapping Lieutenant William R. Kane, a fearsome collegiate wrestler who had been killer since Annapolis. Orbiting the cruiser with a Betty in sight, he kept Ensign Ed Colson and sent a passel of others to deal with the snooper southwest of Rennell. The youngsters were eager. Navy fighters had claimed no kills since the slaughter of Tanaka's transports in mid-November. So, romping with the Mitsubishi like a wildcat's chew toy, Bill Leder and Wick Wickendall did the deed. However, the harm had been done. If not before, surely now the Japanese knew where to find a juicy target. At 4:45, a dozen Bettys made straight for Enterprise, 50 miles southeast of the limping Chicago. The Big E had 10 Grim Reapers airborne, Lieutenant McGregor Kilpatrick's 6, plus 4 under Flatley, covering another U.S. cruiser force to the northeast. Kilpatrick met the raiders head-on, and they recognized a no-wind setup. They came hard about to the north, heading for Chicago northeast of Rennell. Mac Kilpatrick and his wingman, Ensign Robert Porter, tied into the bombers. Making overhead and high side runs, denying the enemy gunners a decent shot at them, they splashed 3 in minutes, the smoke pyres visible from Enterprise. The remainder lowered their noses and began a slanting approach toward Chicago. The big Mitsubishis steadily pulled away, exceeding 300 miles per hour in their descent. From his position near the cruisers, Jimmy Flatley sized up the situation and headed west, hoping to intercept the bombers. Neither time nor geometry worked for him, nor did mechanics. Only one of the Reapers was able to release his drop tank. The others remained stubbornly stuck, incurring drag, reducing speed. The Bettys had no such problem. They dropped out of the cloud deck, finding just one destroyer between them and their prize. Anti-aircraft fire erupted from every ship that could bear, but to little avail. Several torpedoes entered the water, and 4 of them boiled into Chicago's hull. Unlike those made in the USA, Japanese torpedoes typically ran as advertised, and when they struck, they exploded. Chicago's guts were ripped out. She sank in 20 minutes. Another torpedo smacked the new destroyer La Valette, killing 22 men, but she survived. Flatley gave chase with Russell Reiserer, Roland Whitty, and Peter Schonk. Like most fighter pilots, while chasing attackers, Flatley accepted friendly AA fire as part of the trade, but nobody tolerated getting hosed while heading outbound. As at Pearl Harbor, Navy gunners still tended to shoot at anything, no matter that single-engine gray-painted Wildcats bore no resemblance to twin-engine green Bettys. Belle of the brawl was young Whitey Feitner, who reeled in 3 bombers during a low-level tail chase. Closing on one Betty fast from astern, he held his trigger down. If the bomber hadn't exploded, he would have collided. Back aboard ship, Flatley learned of the youngster's triple victory and paid him high praise. "You're a fighting fool, aren't you?" The Japanese paid a price for their victory. Fighting 10 expended 11,000 rounds of .50 caliber to claim 11 kills, though apparently 2 bombers fell to AA gunners. In fact, the Japanese lost 8 Bettys in the attack, and another crashed on landing. The Guadalcanal campaign continued into early February, when the last emaciated Japanese were withdrawn from the island. The news was released to the American public on the 11th, ending the 6-month bloodletting. If Midway had ensured that Japan could not win the Pacific War, Guadalcanal meant that America could not lose. Some veteran campaigners were headed home, including Jimmy Flatley. Yet for all the fiery motivation in that slender frame, he could not bring himself to say farewell to his squadron. Instead, he wrote a heartfelt letter, handed it to Killer Kane, and departed USS Enterprise. The skipper left the reapers in good hands, saying he could choose no finer relief than the killer. His parting sentiment was, "Take care of yourselves, stick together, and don't forget to respect that airplane. Every time you see a Jap, remember Lepla, Meade, Rhodes, Caldwell, Davis, Fulton, Barnes, Miller, Edwards, and Von Leahy." Finally he wrote, "Rip 'em up and down, but do it smartly. Meanwhile, keep your chins up, and don't forget that little guy who called himself Reaper Leader." The meaning of Guadalcanal. Both sides recognized the crucial importance of the Guadalcanal campaign, where prolonged, large-scale attrition was inflicted upon both sides. There had never been so intense a period of naval and air combat. Those 6 months cost 29 American ships and 38 Japanese, while total aircraft losses topped 1,300. Naval historian John Lundstrom reckoned that Enterprise's contribution to victory was exceeded only by the surface forces that prevented 2 potentially disastrous bombardments. Richard Frank, author of the campaign's preeminent study, concludes, "The whole campaign teetered so close to failure for so long that any number of things could have sent it to an American disaster. Probably the single most perilous moment where Enterprise could have been the tipping point was at Santa Cruz, where we were lucky not to lose her and her air group, as well as Hornet. Practically speaking, when you get to November, this has all sorts of implications against the convoy and the Japanese naval forces." Enterprise fully matured at Guadalcanal. Her air crews supported the initial landings, met the Japanese thrusts in August and October, contributed Flight 300 to the island's defense, shared in the destruction of Haie, got the greater portion of the cruiser Kinugasa, and destroyed 4 or more transports. Enterprise squadrons operated cheek by jowl with the Marines ashore, integrating effectively into the cobbled-together Cactus Air Force. At Midway, the Big E had earned every dollar invested in her. At Guadalcanal, she returned that investment with compounded interest. Chapter 7. A Long and Tedious Journey. If 1941 was Enterprise's year of preparation, and 1942 was the year of combat, then 1943 came closest to a year of rest. Enterprise began regenerating herself that spring, absorbing new men who would benefit from the skills, knowledge, and wisdom of the old hands. Enthusiastic, fresh-caught aviators unpacked their bags at Espiritu Santo and began absorbing the Enterprise ambiance. Everybody was impressed with Fighting Ten's new skipper, Killer Kane, the Annapolis wrestling star. Then Ensign Dick May recalled, "He was built like a strong Abe Lincoln, tall and lanky. Some of us young bucks thought we could gang up on him and take him to the ground, and eventually we did, but it took 6 of us." At Espiritu, Fighting Ten's organization was reshuffled. Previous wingmen and section leaders were promoted to lead their own 2-plane sections of 4-plane divisions, and Swede Vetasa began auditioning new talent. Most new pilots emerged from training command with excellent technical skills, as pound for pound the U.S. Navy arguably produced the finest flyers on Earth. But beyond that, the new aviators craved what young men have always sought: acceptance, respect, and a fervent desire to avoid failing their fellows. In assessing potential wingmen, Vetasa sought an arcane mixture of head, heart, and hands, coupled with an avid willingness to learn. A good wingman was not only skilled but reliable, a teammate one literally could trust with one's life. Swede went through most of the replacement pilots before he got to Dick May, a slender Oregonian. "Stay on my wing," was all Vetasa said, and they took off in a pair of Wildcats. Concentrating as if his life depended on it, which it might have, May did whatever was necessary to keep Vetasa's starboard wingtip in view. Somewhere in the evolution, May risked a glance through the top of the canopy and saw palm fronds close aboard. With growing confidence in the youngster's ability, Vetasa had led him through a low-level aerobatic routine, skimming the treetops. Upon landing, the finest fighter pilot afloat pronounced the rookie his number 2. 6 decades later, May asserted, "The fact that I was Swede Vetasa's wingman means more to me than the fact that I later made ace in another squadron." Although Uncle John Crommelin remained the ship's executive officer, second only to the captain, he still loved to fly and grasped any opportunity. In those days, a 3-striper, a full commander, was a very senior officer who often could make his own rules. Crommelin did just that. One morning he appropriated a torpedo plane and took off to indulge his passion. A group of junior birdmen watched the proceedings, having no idea of what they were about to see. The Avenger leveled off at 1,500 feet and abruptly rolled on its back. Hanging in his straps in the spacious cockpit, Crommelin pushed forward on the stick, stalling the big Grumman, then booted the left rudder, forcing the plane into an inverted spin. He kept it in that condition through 2 or 3 turns before a seemingly effortless recovery, and made a 3-point landing. The youngsters gaped at the spectacle. A few snorted, "Hell, if that old man can do it, so can I." Cooler, wiser heads dissuaded them. That old man of 40 had gifted hands and experience. The Buzzard Brigade. Torpedo 10 called itself the Buzzard Brigade and logged numerous proficiency flights to Efate in the New Hebrides, returning with Avengers laden with liquid cargo. The 400-mile round trip benefited an entrepreneur named Tom Harris, whom the squadron deemed our genial South Seas trader who has some interesting connections in various islands. The booze runs afforded an opportunity for air crews to qualify for their monthly flight pay. Some aviators outside the Buzzard Brigade took advantage of Scoofer Coffin's generosity, including Landing Signal Officer Robin Lindsay and Scouting 10 exec Bill Martin. On one occasion, Martin fetched back a 55-gallon oil drum filled with rum. Such hauls met with heartfelt approval in the air group, since official emporiums, such as the Officers' Club at the Fleet Landing, were a considerable walk from the bomber strip. Besides, the bar opened at 1 p.m., only serving gin until 2, and progressing through beer, rum, and finally bourbon at 4. On another occasion, Coffin, ever mindful of his men's welfare, arranged a trade to the squadron's benefit. Approaching the captain of a civilian cargo vessel, he offered a straight-across swap, a ride in a Navy airplane for a quantity of milk. Coffin reckoned it a no-brainer. His overhead cost was exactly 0. The U.S. government provided the airplane and the fuel, and he obtained enough moo juice for the entire squadron for one meal. One flyer recalled, "For a group who hadn't had a glass of fresh milk for 9 months, it was liquid gold." Conventional wisdom held that alcohol fueled all wars, generally true throughout the 20th century, but ordinary pleasures such as milk and dairy products also boosted morale. Aboard ship, ice cream was especially valued, but in limited supply at the soda fountain, which sailors called the Gidunk, from a place where snacks could be dunked in coffee or other beverages. Experienced Gidunkers knew that the early sailor got the goodies, so lines formed before the canteen opened. Machinist's mate Freddie Chaffin had learned a few things in his 3 years on board, and conceived a way to accelerate the ice cream output by 2 or even 3 times. Unfortunately, he left the ship that summer before implementing his supercharged Gidunk. Brothers and Others. For most men, the variety of life ashore had its limits. On a weekly basis or so, some of the beached air group returned to the ship for some good food, a real shower, and a clean, soft berth. In late April, Avenger gunner Chuck Shinneman was told he had a visitor on board. The officer of the deck asked, "Do you have a brother in the Navy?" Shinneman allowed as he did, and was told his sibling had just headed for the flight deck. There, Chuck found Ensign John R. Shinneman, his brother, Jay. The Grim Reapers of Fighting 10 had just received a batch of replacement pilots, and Jay would remain for the next combat deployment. Other brothers came and went during that period, including 2 of the 4 Hoover boys from Denver. All were pre-war Big E sailors, able to stay aboard despite the Navy's normal policy after the 5 Sullivans were lost on the cruiser Juno at Guadalcanal. Bill Hoover, a bugler, and Paul, a boatswain's mate, were reassigned after 3 and 2 years, respectively. Medical Corpsman Victor had left just before Midway, but Machinist Howard remained from 1941 until early 1946. In all, at least 6 sets of brothers, 14 men, served in Enterprise, of whom A.J. Davis was killed at Eastern Solomons and Lewis Flack at Santa Cruz. Additionally, Chief Machinist's mate Alan Patton reported to the Big E in 1942 after serving with his 6 brothers aboard Nevada, the only battleship to get underway at Pearl Harbor. Their father later entered the Navy during the war. The bombers also experienced change in the slender, intense form of Stockton Bernie Strong, whom Captain Osborne Hardison had recommended for the Medal of Honor after Santa Cruz. In February, after more than a year in the Pacific and 6 months aboard Enterprise, Strong assumed command of Bombing 10. Among the replacement pilots was Lieutenant J.G. James D. Ramage, the same jig dog who had joined Enterprise directly from Annapolis in 1939. Back then he was part of the ship's company, but now, a newly minted aviator, he was exactly where he wanted to be, flying from the Big E. When Jig reported to the squadron, Strong looked up at him, most people were taller, and said in a level gunfighter's tone, "Ramage, I am going to make you the second-best dive bomber in the Pacific Fleet." With only 15 hours in Dauntlesses, Jig Dog received 2 sessions of field carrier landing practice under the expert tutelage of Robin Lindsay and Jim Daniels. Lindsay exuded confidence. "I'll get you aboard." And he did. Ramage was unusual in that he served aboard Enterprise both as a black-shoe surface officer and a brown-shoe aviator. He typified the growing talent pool available in early 1943. When Bernie Strong greeted new pilots, he was not merely accepting another batch from Pensacola or Corpus Christi. He was grooming his men for greater responsibilities, leaders as well as warriors, thinkers who could sink enemy ships with minimum loss. A dive bomber pilot had to possess the same fiery desire to hit the target that Strong and Chuck Irvine had demonstrated at Santa Cruz, diverting far off their assigned sector to grasp the rare opportunity to bomb a Japanese carrier, outfox the Zeros and dodge the flak, then manage their fuel to within a few gallons to make it home. Strong was a hard taskmaster, some said harsh, but he was also a keen judge of talent. He looked at James D. Ramage and liked what he saw. With a confidence just short of cockiness, the youngster held promise. Strong departed the Big E later that year, but in his wake he left a crop of dedicated warriors, including a few, like Ramage, who would command squadrons and air groups. Other old hands also rolled out. In early April, Captain Hardison left after nearly 6 months in command, relieved by Samuel Paul Ginder, a 48-year-old Pennsylvanian who would remain almost until year's end. Eastbound, but not far enough. 3 weeks later, music rent the tropic air, while Enterprise steamed away from Espiritu, the crew in a jaunty mood. The ship's band lustily played "California, Here I Come" as the Big E set course for Pearl Harbor and points east. Nearing Oahu, the air group launched on May 8th and landed ashore. Hours later, approaching the channel entrance, Enterprise received a Morse code light message from shore. The form went from the signal officer to the bridge, where Captain Ginder read it. He passed the sheet to John Crommelin, whose intimate relationship with the crew was far beyond anything the skipper could achieve. Uncle John read what he read. Then he said what he felt. He spoke into the main circuit that was heard throughout the ship. The gist of the message: Enterprise would remain at Pearl Harbor, training a new air group for about 6 weeks. Enterprise seemed to lower 3 feet in the water as morale plummeted to the keel and sulked there. But Pac Fleet had no option. Carriers were still rare, and none could be spared specifically for training. The first new generation flat tops, Essex and Independence class, would not begin arriving for 2 to 3 months. They would spearhead the upcoming Central Pacific offensive, but before then the Big E was badly needed to keep new air groups current in carrier operations. As usual, she was invaluable. There was some small compensation. On May 27th, Admiral Nimitz came aboard in Pearl to present Enterprise with a Presidential Unit Citation, the first ever to an aircraft carrier. The citation lauded the ship and her squadrons for consistently outstanding performance and distinguished achievement during repeated action against enemy Japanese forces. Her aggressive spirit and superb combat efficiency are fitting tribute to the officers and men who so gallantly established her as an ahead bulwark in defense of the American nation. The battle honors listed 8 actions from February through November 1942, excepting the Doolittle raid, lest the Japanese infer too much, even if they suspected that the U.S. Army bombers came from a carrier. Meanwhile, some of the Big E's aggressive spirit was demonstrated ashore. One evening at Pearl's Enlisted Men's Club, some Enterprise Marines and some leathernecks of the newly arrived Essex got into a little discussion about which one was the Big E. Before the dispute ended, it was not really settled. Blood was drawn on both sides. Essex's air group commander was Charles D. Griffin, who admitted to divided loyalties since he had flown from Enterprise for 3 years before the war. He recalled, "It took half the officers on both ships to get them separated. We suggested it might be a good idea to save some of this for the Japs." Then the Big E got back to work. From late May to mid-July, she exercised Air Group 12, which eventually deployed in Saratoga. Lieutenant Commander Jumpin' Joe Clifton's fighter squadron was the first in Hawaii with the new F-4U Corsair, a fast, versatile bent-wing Vought design. The temporary assignment proved prophetic, for in the coming year, Enterprise would receive her own bent-wing Corsairs as night fighters. By mid-July, the promised 6 weeks had stretched to 10, but finally the training period was over. Captain Ginder ordered the crew to set the seakeeping detail, single up lines fore and aft, and finally to cast off. With her turbines thrumming, her 4 bronze screws churning the familiar waters, Enterprise exited the channel, came around to port, and navigator Oscar Peterson set course for Uncle Sugar. Peterson was an old Pacific hand. He had commanded Yorktown's air group at Coral Sea and Midway, and he knew the way home. That course was approximately 045, northeast. Next stop, Bremerton, Washington. Inevitably, the voyage home involved gambling, however illicit. During the slow voyage to the West Coast, some dauntless pilots had an extraordinary game underway with Ensign Leonard Robinson dealing. One night from home, the game was draw poker, nothing wild, pot limit. As Robinson recalled it, he dealt the cards in the shortest poker game of World War II. The player to Robinson's left held 3 kings. Dan Frissell and Red Hoogerwerf had 6 and 7 high straights. Frank West held 4 nines, while Bird Dog Ramsey had 2 pair. Red Bird Burnett, a fearsome competitor in all things, was dealt the 3, 4, 5, and 7 of spades with a red 6. The bidding quickly got out of hand. The player to Robinson's left wound up with a full house, kings over 8s. West, with 4 of a kind, stayed pat. Came the crunch. At the end, with $8 grand on the table, only West and Burnett remained in the pot. West still declined to draw, so it came down to Redbird's next card. Time stopped in that tight steel space. Pulses pounded and perspiration dripped. Lips were licked. $8,000 in 1943 was 2 years' income for many Americans. But in the Pacific, it was different. Said radioman Ron Gretz, "Money meant nothing to us out on the waters. What could we do with it? It was easy come, easy go." Len Robinson flipped Burnett the last card. Redbird turned it over. 6 of spades, a 7-high straight flush. Robinson recalled West's reaction. He tore up the cards, upset the table, scattered the chips, threw chairs, mouthed a number of special words. Needless to say, no more poker tonight. Maybe never for Frank. Games were where you found them, including under the captain's nose. For much of the war, the chief master-at-arms was big, burly Chief B.H. Beams, essentially the ship's police chief. He was so large that it was said his initials stood for Bulkhead, and that's how he was known. But he preferred persuasion to force, and rarely had to exercise his considerable brawn. He had been aboard since before Pearl Harbor, and was well known to officers and men. One day in 1944, Chief Beams entered the captain's office to find a blanket spread on the deck with a small poker game in progress, the skipper being absent. At that point, Bulkhead faced an ethical dilemma. He could bust the miscreants for violating gambling regs, or he could pretend he hadn't seen what he saw. But there was a third option. B.H. glanced around, made sure that no one else was within earshot, and asked, "What's the ante?" A sailor replied, "4 bits, Chief." B.H. lowered his bulk to the deck, reached into a pocket, anted up 50 cents, and bought into the game. According to a witness, in almost no time he built up his earnings to $17,000. At 2010 rates, Beam's take amounted to more than $200,000. And then, just as quickly, he lost every cent of it, and out he went as happy as a lark. Widely respected and admired by the crew, Beams remained aboard until VJ Day. Bremerton at last. Enterprise dropped anchor at Bremerton on July 20th, the first time she had been stateside since September 1939. Changes immediately occurred. John Crommelin, newly promoted to captain, transferred to the staff of an escort carrier division. More than any of her skippers, he left an indelible mark on Enterprise and her men. From that day on, no Enterprise sailor or aviator was beyond Uncle John's aid. Whatever his duty or location, time and again he reached down to help a former shipmate, whether he knew the man or not. Air Officer Tom Hamilton spoke for many in describing Crommelin as a truly great officer. Hamilton said, "He had his own way of doing things, which was sometimes hard to follow, because it might not be exactly standard with other carriers' operations. So we had to adjust them some, to operate the same way other carriers did. But we always felt that his legacies permitted us to do carrier operations a little better." Crommelin was succeeded, nobody could replace him, by Commander Cecil Gill as exec. He proved competent, if not lovable. The air group also changed hands, as Tommy Thomas rolled out, relieved by Commander Roscoe Newman, who took charge at Sandpoint Naval Air Station, across the Sound from Seattle. An easygoing Southerner, Newman would take the squadrons back to the Pacific for their second combat deployment. While the crew and air group enjoyed leave, the ship remained at Puget Sound Navy Yard for much-needed repair and update. Over the next several weeks, Enterprise teamed with sailors, yard workers, construction and repair crews, all working toward a top-to-bottom, stem-to-stern transformation. When the air group returned aboard that fall, the Big E had been made over. Through 1942, she had been modified as limited time and resources permitted. But in 1943, her original configuration, though only 5 years old, needed more extensive upgrades. Those came from the Bureau of Ships and Bureau of Aeronautics, which had studied the sanguinary lessons of Midway and Guadalcanal. At Bremerton, with months in a stateside Navy Yard instead of several days or a few weeks at various war zone facilities, Enterprise received the long-delayed attention she needed to fight and survive against the growing Japanese air threat. The most visible change was topside, where more anti-aircraft guns were installed, along with more electronic antennae. New SK and SM Heightfinder radars sprouted from the island, while the older SC-2 model provided backup air search. Long gone were the troublesome 1.1-inch Chicago Piano anti-aircraft guns, replaced by the hard-hitting 40mm after Guadalcanal. Additional 20mm Ehrlichons also sprouted around the flight deck. The ship now boasted 6 quad 40mm mounts and 8 twin mounts, 40 barrels in all. Bitter experience had shown that attacking aircraft needed to be engaged as far out as possible. Therefore, the 40s and 5-inchers could be coupled to fire control radar for greater long-range accuracy. The deck itself was expanded, emerging from the yard 18 feet longer and 5 feet wider, affording more space for aircraft and handling gear. Other equipment included new fire pumps and more powerful aircraft catapults to accommodate new-generation aircraft. The extra weight of the larger flight deck and 36 more AA guns affected the ship's center of gravity, making her more susceptible to rolling motion, whether from high seas or abrupt maneuvers. Consequently, the Bureau of Ships recommended adding anti-torpedo blisters along 3/4 of the hull's length on both sides. The advantages were twofold: offsetting the extra topside weight and providing underwater defense against the weapons that slew Yorktown and Wasp and contributed to the deaths of Lexington and Hornet. When she floated out of dry dock, Enterprise's full load weight had grown from the original 25,484 tons to 32,060, a gain of more than 25%, but most of it was armor and muscle. If she was bigger and bulkier, she was also a tougher target, and more lethal. She was also harder to see. The ship emerged from Bremerton with a new paint job called Measure 21, 2 shades of dark blue to reduce visibility from above, At sea level, it tended to confuse observers as to her direction. As the Big E evolved, so did the Air Group. Her squadrons would operate 36 new Hellcat fighters, 37 Dauntlesses, and 18 Avengers. The F-6F Hellcat was successor to the F-4F Wildcat, bigger, faster, and longer ranged. Bearing a family resemblance to other kittens in the Grumman litter, the new cat's claws and fangs would make a strategic difference in the Pacific. Over the next 2 years, F-6Fs were largely responsible for destroying enemy air power, accounting for nearly as many Japanese planes downed as all Army fighters in the Pacific and China combined. The greatest change in the air group occurred almost invisibly. Bill Martin, previously the scout skipper, took over the torpedo squadron when dedicated scout units were absorbed by the dive bomber squadron. Quietly, efficiently, and almost evangelically, Martin began reshaping Torpedo 10 and eventually naval aviation. Fond of singing about Booger County, Missouri, where it was a long and tedious journey to just about anywhere, William I. Martin was a big, capable officer out of the Annapolis class of '34. His middle name was Inman, but colleagues said that I stood for instrument, reflecting his passion for nocturnal flight on the gauges. As a junior officer, he had written the first instrument flying manual for carrier aviators. That was an innovation, as at the time, night flying was seldom done from carriers other than pre-dawn launches, because there was no doctrine for nocturnal missions, either offensive or defensive. But Martin saw the enormous potential in airborne radar and resolved to exploit it. Martin took the squadron from Seattle to Pasco, 250 miles inland, where better weather permitted more intensive training. He became the high priest of Navy night flying, having written his own scripture and imbuing his air crews with the conviction of true believers. Other personnel changes also would be felt, including the position of air officer. Stepping into the slot was Commander Tom Hamilton, who was equal to the challenge. Husky and jug-eared, Hamilton stood 6'1", a trim 185 pounds, mostly muscle. From the Annapolis class of '27, he had starred on the 1926 football team that was acclaimed national champion with a 9-0-1 record. The tie was against Army, 21-21, but time ran out when the crowd ran onto the field, preventing the final play with Navy on Army's 2-yard line. Subsequently, Hamilton was best known as Navy's football coach, compiling a 19-8 record in the 1934 to 1936 seasons. Hamilton had drawn the attention of Rear Admiral Arthur Radford, Chief of Naval Aviation Training in 1941. Radford charged the coach with developing a program for training physical conditioning instructors in pre-flight schools. But besides athletics, they kept their warrior eyes on the martial ball, recognizing that the Axis powers possessed a cold-blooded will which pushes aside all rules to win. Despite the effects of the Great Depression, Hamilton saw too many cadets as products of a soft, luxurious, loose-thinking, lazy peacetime life in our homes and schools, and must be prepared physically and mentally to meet and defeat pilots and personnel of our enemies who have been thoroughly trained in a purposeful and wartime physical and mental system for years, in fact, from childhood. While Enterprise air crews of 1942 had proven themselves efficient warriors, the next crop of carrier flyers would largely be wartime trained, drawn from a different manpower pool than those who flew at Midway and Guadalcanal. Radford's support of Hamilton's approach would pay long-term dividends. On September 25, 1943, Enterprise's keel again felt salt water. An extraordinary amount of work had been accomplished in 2 months. She was practically a new ship. Sam Ginder eased her out of the Navy Yard into Puget Sound, where she tested her new equipment and began melding hundreds of new sailors into the institution called the Big E. About 40% of the crew had turned over during the refit, but the Enterprise culture remained intact. As Hamilton recalled, "It was one of the most remarkable things that the old crew, and personnel was changing all the time, would pass on their know-how and their pride to the new crew members, and they would carry on in that same fashion." Thus passed October 1943, 4 weeks well spent integrating the veteran ship with its new sailors via the bonding cement of old hands still aboard. On November 1st, Enterprise recovered her airmen, the veteran Air Group 10. That morning, Roscoe Newman's squadrons flew out from Sand Point, dropping into the racetrack pattern overhead the ship, as the LSOs waved each pilot aboard. The time between landings frequently was more than the Air Department liked, but Hamilton's crew knew that intervals would tighten up as the old hands regained their finesse and new pilots gained experience. The salient point was that the U.S. Navy's most experienced carrier was reunited with its most experienced air group. Hawaii again. Enterprise eased into her old berth at Pearl Harbor on November 6th, while the air group settled into Pu'unene Naval Air Station on Maui. The next day, the Big E got her 7th full-time captain, as Sam Ginder turned over to Matthias Bennett Gardner. A scholar of Osborne Hardison's stripe, Gardner hailed from the Annapolis class of 1919. Chief Yeoman Bill Nordberg described him as a stern disciplinarian who had very little interchange with enlisted personnel other than in the line of duty. Like Captain Davis at Guadalcanal, he was very sure of himself and made good decisions. Gardner was an accomplished aviator and a mission-oriented leader with extensive staff experience during the Guadalcanal campaign. The task force commander was Rear Admiral Arthur Radford, the administrative water walker who, with Tom Hamilton, had supervised the huge expansion of naval aviation training in 1941. He was destined to wear 4 stars. While Roscoe Newman's Air Group 10 squadrons continued training ashore, they were relieved by Air Group 6 with a new leader, the most famous aviator in the U.S. Navy. Lieutenant Commander Edward H. O'Hare was a stocky 29-year-old Annapolis product who, in a blazing 6 minutes in February 1942, had become the Navy's first ace by defending the old Lexington off New Britain. Credited with 5 kills, he received the Medal of Honor, but his demeanor changed not at all. Unfazed by his celebrity, he remained Butch to contemporaries and Mr. O'Hare to subordinates. Few leaders in naval aviation were so widely respected as O'Hare for his personal qualities and professionalism. O'Hare was among friends. Air Officer Tom Hamilton had been Annapolis football coach when O'Hare was a midshipman. A forming Fighter 3 squadron mate was Lieutenant Commander Robert W. Jackson, an air plot. He would fit into O'Hare's plans for radar-controlled intercepts. Shortly after taking over Air Group 6, O'Hare borrowed one of Lieutenant Commander John L. Phillips's Avengers. Phillips was no stranger to the Big E. He had been among the original Torpedo 6 complement, with brand-new Devastators when the Air Group formed in 1938. Some observers may have thought that the new commander was merely acquainting himself with the Air Group's equipment, but O'Hare had plans for the big, versatile Grumman's. He intended to deny Japanese bombers the cover of darkness. While Enterprise was inbound from Bremerton, O'Hare began building an interim team to implement his ambitious night-flying program. Knowing that Air Group 10 would be ashore for a while, Butch arranged for Commander William A. Dean's Fighting II to augment Air Group 6 during the upcoming invasion of the Gilbert Islands. In the few days available, O'Hare consulted with ship and task group planners, learning the Big E's role in the upcoming occupation of the Gilberts. Operation Galvanic marked the kickoff of the long-awaited Central Pacific Offensive, Admiral Nimiz's northern thrust through Japan's outer defense perimeter in concert with General Douglas MacArthur's southern approach through New Guinea to the Philippines. Enterprise's role in the Guadalcanal campaign had helped secure MacArthur's flank. Now she was poised at the tip of Nimiz's spear, with growing strength. The Gilbert's operation was an ambitious plan. Simultaneous landings at Makin and Tarawa, 2 atolls some 100 miles apart, and requiring separate carrier groups to support the amphibious forces. Gone were the days of single- and 2-carrier task forces. Now American industry, organization, and determination had forged naval air forces of growing size and power. In all, 11 fast carriers were deployed in 4 task groups throughout the region, either bombing Japanese bases before the invasions or positioned to intercept enemy fleet units that might contest the landings. At long last, the Big E was no longer alone. In the brief period available, Enterprise's crew became accustomed to rubbing elbows with a living legend. In passageways, wardrooms, and mess facilities, officers and white hats learned that Butch O'Hare was the real deal. He could draw a crowd just by walking past a group of sailors, but inevitably he greeted everyone, regardless of rank. He trailed morale in his wake like phosphorescence on a nocturnal sea. On November 10th, Less than a month after assuming command, O'Hare watched Air Group 6, including Fighting Squadron 2, rendezvous with Enterprise. 71 fighters, bombers, and torpedo planes wheeled overhead, arrayed by sections, divisions, and squadrons. With ample sea room offshore, Matt Gardner pointed the Big E into the wind as the landing signal officer picked up each homing pilot in turn. Perched in Vulture's Row on the port side of the island, O'Hare noted his pet Hellcat enter the pattern. Bearing the group commander's traditional 00 side number, it was flown by a self-conscious youngster, Lieutenant J.G. John F. McCloskey. He was so self-conscious that his first 2 passes at the deck resulted in wave-offs. In carrier aviation, at least half of a pilot's reputation is composed of his landing grades. The ready room atmosphere is an unrelenting pressure cooker where any lapse or perceived weakness is seized upon and mercilessly examined until the next unfortunate draws the pack's attention. The LSO gave McCloskey the cut on his 3rd attempt, and with earnest gratitude the pilot felt the sudden stop of an arrested landing as he was tossed forward against his shoulder harness. Turning over 00 to the flight deck crew, he descended to the fighter ready room, knowing exactly what awaited him. Minutes later, another Hellcat banged down hard and bounced into the port catwalk. The drop tank was crushed, spewing high-octane fuel onto the flight deck, where the gas ignited from the engine exhaust. In seconds, the F-6F was afire. As Ensign Byron Johnson struggled to escape the cockpit, men watched incredulously as a lone khaki figure sprinted to the burning fighter and climbed on the wing. While the hot papas in their asbestos suits sprayed foam on the blazing engine area, Lieutenant Walter L. Tuning ignored the searing heat to help Johnson out of the cockpit. Tuning's first day as catapult officer with the new air group aboard provided an unforgettable introduction to the Big E. While the squadrons exercised that afternoon, further planning for Galvanic proceeded. The task force commander was well known to Enterprise, as Rear Admiral Charles Pownall had overall command of the 4 task groups with 11 carriers. He was the same Baldy of pre-war days, finally shed of genial John Hoover. Under Radford, Enterprise was teamed with 2 new Independence-class light carriers, Belleau Wood and Monterey. All groups would coordinate their movements, aimed at Dog Day, November 20th, when the 2nd Marine Division would assault Tarawa Atoll. Seizure of Makin Atoll preceded the larger event at Tarawa. As one of a handful of combat-experienced aviators aboard, let alone a Medal of Honor ace, O'Hare exhorted his junior officers with some ready-room pep talks, but he also offered one-on-one advice to new nuggets, understandably concerned about impending combat. He told a Fighting II pilot, "There isn't a Jap plane made that I can't shoot down. This F-6F you're flying is better than anything they've got, so you can't lose. Go in there and knock 'em out of the sky." Certainly the tonnage assembled off the Gilberts inspired confidence. 6 fast carriers and 3 new battleships represented an enormous amount of sea power in 1943, and that's what bore down upon the islands on November 18th, 2 days before the landings. But however much the Japanese were impressed, they stood up to the Americans. That night, a dozen land-based Betty bombers lifted into the darkness, seeking the intruders, and 5 never returned. The Americans got away clean. At war once more. Reveille on the 19th, D-1, announced the first battle dawn for the new air group. With blue flames flashing from engine exhausts, 4 Dauntlesses were catapulted off, making room for conventional takeoffs by other aircraft, turning up with propellers churning the darkened air, awaiting an unwary sailor. Next, the first Hellcats launched, as O'Hare led his wingman, Ensign Andrew Scon, into the air. In 28 minutes, Walt Tuning's practiced flight deck crew had 34 planes airborne. The Big E was back. Beneath a crescent moon, O'Hare led his 2 squadrons westward to the target. 33 tricolored airplanes prepared to pounce on Makin Atoll as sunlight peaked the eastern horizon. During the run-in, automatic gunfire sparked upward, rising through the dawn toward the Big E's airmen. Butch O'Hare, the astute old pro, timed his fighters' runs to beat down the inevitable anti-aircraft fire for the bombers. He led his division low, recovering from a screeching dive at only 300 feet, ensuring that most of his .50 caliber ammunition went where it belonged. Bill Dean's 14 planes followed, raining expended cartridge cases on the radio station, King's Wharf, and the surrounding gun pits. Pilots in action for the first time realized with a rush, "I'm in combat." Later, with a studied casualness that comes with experience, they would claim membership in a global brotherhood, the loyal and fraternal order of them what have been shot at. Lieutenant Ike Hampton's Dauntlesses were close behind O'Hare's Hellcats. The dive bomber crews saw no ground fire coming their way as they dropped their ordnance from 2,000 feet. But there were glitches in the play. 3 bombers were unable to release their half-tonners, an unsatisfactory development for Enterprise's experienced ordnancemen. Throughout the day, the Big E launched successive strikes, the second deck load featuring Lieutenant Commander Phillips's Avenger torpedo bombers. During the approach, one of the escort fighters noticed a float biplane that could only be made in Japan. The plucky enemy aviator turned to close on the bombers, matching his ungainly Dave against the Torpedo 6 formation. It was an execution more than a combat. Hellcat pilot Lieutenant Leroy Harris, the same Tex, formerly of Flatley's Grim Reapers, notched his 3rd kill of the war. O'Hare led the 4th mission of the day, and afterward he settled down with a cup of coffee to assess results. Though 3 planes had been written off, there were no combat losses in 5 missions. D-Day at Makin came dreadfully early, 2:30 a.m. on November 20th. It bespoke a long day of operations, conducted extremely close to shore, as the task force drew within 50 statute miles. Barely 2 hours later, well before sunup, Enterprise sent off her first launch of 35 strike aircraft, plus the usual fighter patrol. O'Hare was bedeviled by man and nature, as the ship's actual launch position was 60 miles in error, and darkness compounded the problem. He arrived over Makin with just Andy Scon clinging to his wing to escort 17 bombers. Eventually, 3 more planes, 1 each Hellcat, Dauntless, and Avenger, rendezvoused with O'Hare, who descended to strafe ahead of the bombers. In the growing light, the pilots saw the amphibious force offshore, then focused on their targets. The bombers deposited their ordnance around the main wharf. A Dauntless went down with the crew recovered, as the other pilots earned their flight pay that morning. When Rear Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner's troops secured the island, they reported about 40 Japanese killed in the defending trenches, as well as the garrison commander. Entirely unlike the bloody battle at Tarawa, Makin was almost convivial. Later that day, Torpedo 6 skipper John Phillips checked in with the air coordinator, allocating targets to each squadron. Probably thinking of topless island women from National Geographic, the coordinator radioed, "If you see any nice females down there, save me one." Phillips took up the spirit of the occasion. In his Virginia drawl, he commented, "It looks like all the girls have skivvy shirts on." The coordinator commiserated. "That's too bad." Eventually, somebody with command authority in his voice cut in, requiring an end to non-regulation chatter. The U.S. Army's 27th Division secured Makin on the 24th, suffering 66 dead, whereas only 5 of the 400-man Japanese garrison surrendered. But it was a different situation at sea. Supporting the Tarawa landing, the light carrier Independence was torpedoed in a dusk air attack on the 20th, forcing her out of the lineup for 8 months. 4 nights later, the escort carrier Liscombe Bay was sunk by a Japanese submarine nearly 50 miles southwest of Makin, killing nearly 2/3 of the crew. Among the survivors was John Crommelin, who had left the Big E in September. His boss, Rear Admiral Henry Mullenix, was lost with 643 other men. Crommelin barely survived. He swam away from the shattered carrier and was pulled from the water, burned but able to return to duty. Meanwhile, his brother Charles continued the family's war against Japan, leading the new carrier Yorktown's air group. Shots in the dark. The successful Japanese torpedo attack on the Independence and other nocturnal missions only reinforced O'Hare's support for carrier-based night fighters. It was painfully clear that not even radar-controlled anti-aircraft guns could repel a determined night attack. The defenders had to engage the raiders farther out, and that meant fighters. Supported by Rear Admiral Radford and Captain Gardner, O'Hare had consulted with Air Officer Tom Hamilton to produce the Bat Team concept. Lacking radar in his fighters, a concept racing toward fruition on the U.S. East Coast, O'Hare mated Hellcats two Avengers equipped with air search radar. The Avenger would locate Japanese bombers and, if necessary, guide the Hellcats to the intercept. It was a rudimentary procedure, but it held promise. Coordinating the Bat Team operation would be the Big E's fighter director, Lieutenant J.G. George P. Givens. Highly experienced, he learned his trade at Midway and the Guadalcanal battles, and had earned the signal accolade of the confidence of Fighting Ten's first skipper, Jimmy Flatley. Fitted with Bombay fuel tanks, Phillips's Avengers could remain aloft more than 8 hours, avoiding the time and trouble of landing aboard at night. His radar operator was a 25-year-old electronics wizard, Lieutenant J.G. Hazen B. Rand. 5 years younger was the turret gunner, Ordnanceman Alvin B. Kernan, who had served aboard Enterprise from late 1941 and awaited his turn at pilot training. A second Avenger joined O'Hare's lineup, flown by Lieutenant John McInerney, teamed with Fighting II skipper Bill Dean and wingman Lieutenant Roy Butch Voris in their Hellcats. O'Hare recognized that he needn't wait for an air attack to develop. If one or both Avengers could intercept the snoopers that preceded each Japanese strike group, an attack might be averted. Therefore, the night-blind Hellcats were reserved for repelling bombers approaching the task group, a worst-case scenario. O'Hare's Bat Team went to work the night of the 20th, standing watch in case their esoteric services were needed. No enemy aircraft approached close enough to justify catapulting the Avengers off the Big E until early morning of the 24th, and even that proved unnecessary. The airborne flight crews saw a garish gout of yellow-red in the distance, unaware that the Liscombe Bay had blown up. The closest call was John McInerney's, sweating out the mission with erratic engine performance. He wheezed into the traffic pattern and got the LSO's cut signal with perhaps 5 gallons of fuel remaining. The rest of the Bat Team followed an hour later when the ship recovered the dawn fighter patrol. It had been a tantalizing, frustrating 6-hour mission. So it went, a nightly cat-and-mouse game played in 3 dimensions as Bettys probed the task force defenses. On the 24th, one snooper overflew the Belleau Wood at perhaps 500 feet. Sailors on deck clearly saw the bomber's exhausts and heard the rumbling twin engines. Though the Japanese dropped flares, they never spotted their prey. The perfect discipline of American naval gunners that night stood in steely contrast to the spastic chaos when Enterprise pilots flew into Pearl on December 7th. Tojo the lamplighter was active again the next night, dropping flares. 2 groups tried to bracket the task force, but Radford kept turning away, showing his stern to the interlopers, who lost a bomber to a terrific AA barrage from the battleship North Carolina. The Bettys came and went too fast for Enterprise to launch a Bat Team, and the Japanese motored back to Maloelap Atoll in the Marshalls, gleefully claiming 3 American carriers sunk. The enemy must have marveled at the Yankees' inexhaustible supply of capital ships, for there were always more carriers, battleships, and cruisers to replace those reported sent to the bottom. The next chance came the following evening, the 26th. Belleau Wood Hellcats dealt with some pesky snoopers late that afternoon, a sign that a night attack was likely. Enterprise's night flyers were trying to eat when the call came to man aircraft. O'Hare dashed topside, still grasping a sandwich. An old salt. He knew the conventional wisdom about never passing up a chance to eat or sleep. With her bow into the wind, Enterprise launched Bat Team 1, Phillips's Avenger with O'Hare and Scon. They lifted off at 6 p.m. and flew into legend. Almost immediately, the fighter director gave the team a vector for another snooper, a move that Arthur Radford rescinded, concerned that the Hellcats could not find the Avenger when full dark settled. Beneath a 1,500-foot cloud base on a moonless night, the 3 airborne pilots had their hands full. Just flying straight and level under those conditions challenged many airmen, but O'Hare, Scon, and Phillips had to keep track of each other and watch for the enemy as well. Strapped into their cockpits, instrument lights dimmed or switched off, they droned through the oceanic vastness, relying on radio and radar for salvation. Chasing radar vectors, O'Hare and Scon remained within sight of Phillips for a while, but his Avenger couldn't keep up with the Hellcats. Ironically, it didn't matter. In the back of the TBF, Hazen Rand expertly deciphered the esoteric data rendered in green phosphors, coaching his pilot onto a heading for some of the 15 Bettys hunting the task force. After an hour aloft, Phillips noted burning patches on the water. float lights providing a datum line that the Japanese mission commander could use to guide his pilots onto the American ships. When any Bettys closed the range, a torrent of AA fire erupted from the task force. Sailors gawked at the light show as large and small caliber flak leapt into the dark void, sparking red, orange, and white. Some of it connected. One Betty splashed. Meanwhile, Enterprise and her teammates kept maneuvering to confound the enemy's tracking and prevent a broadside aspect that would invite a torpedo attack. But the Japanese were persistent. Aided by the Big E's radar crew, Rand got the contacts he needed and brought Phillips in behind some Bettys. The distance closed, from 3 miles to 2 to 1. At that point, the torpedo skipper called, "I have them in sight." He announced he was attacking. A flaming aircraft strobed in the darkness, then another 5 minutes later, and some men assumed O'Hare had just added to his tally. In truth, both kills belonged to Avenger pilot John Phillips, though the Bettys went down fighting. Rand took a grazing hit to one foot, and the incendiary round started a small fire in the radio man's compartment, which he smothered with a blanket. Meanwhile, Radar Plot tried to put O'Hare back on the Avenger's wing. Phillips flashed his running lights to help with a rendezvous. Looking aft from his turret, Kernan counted 1, 2, 3 aircraft approaching. His adrenaline spiked. With Phillips and the fighter director both screaming for the gunner to open fire, Kernan placed his illuminated sight reticle above the nearest Hellcat and tripped the trigger. At that moment, the enemy nose gunner began shooting from about 200 yards. Then it was over. Kernan's target swung away from the formation, disappearing to starboard. Standing in the Big E's radar room, Tom Hamilton listened to the terse, arcane chatter. He thought he heard O'Hare say, "Oh, I'm hit." Almost immediately, word flashed out. O'Hare was in the water, nearly 30 miles southwest of Enterprise. "I called to Butch to keep talking so we could get bearings on him, but he didn't answer," Hamilton recalled. "We searched for a couple of days and never did find him. That's a sad, sad story." The beloved Butch was gone. For decades, speculation ran toward the theory that Alvin Kernan's burst at a ghosting target had downed the ace, and that remained speculation. Far more likely, O'Hare had passed below and ahead of a Betty, and the nose gunner loosed an optimistic fusillade that connected. Butch O'Hare's death affected Enterprise as few losses ever did. The crew felt that it had lost more than a leader. It had lost a friend and mentor, someone who understood the men and appreciated sailors as much as pilots and aircrew. Then, having absorbed the loss and measured its depth, the Big E shrugged it off and got back to work. It was the best way to honor the legacy that Butch had bequeathed, and it was war. While the Enterprise with Air Group 6 supported the Gilbert's Marshall's operations, Air Group 10 relished the training time in Hawaii. Recall Jig Dog Ramage. "The fighters were over at Kahului, and the bombers and torpedo planes were at Pu'unene. It was just ideal. You could take off with a load of anything you wanted. You could bomb, strafe, you could fly at night, you could do anything. There was all the sea room in the world. There was just nothing you couldn't do." Bill Martin worked his torpedo crews hard, especially by flying a lot of hours after dark. He explained, "We took off many times in the rain and into squalls, but no flights were canceled while we were at Maui. A 4.0 movie wouldn't cancel it." The squadrons flew group gropes, duplicating a deckload strike with a dozen Dauntlesses, 6 Avengers, and 12 to 16 Hellcats. Jig Ramage explained, "The low escort fighters would start into the target just before the bombers went in. The bombers would then go in, and the torpedo planes simultaneously would pull out to either side and do a spiral and come on in low for their torpedo attack, or from about 5,000 feet if they were going to drop bombs. We could get the full strike group on and off the target in less than 2 minutes. It was quite a devastating shot." Unlike most units, Air Group 10 performed night bounce drill over the holidays, most pilots logging 2 nocturnal carrier landings. It wasn't much, but it was far more than most aviators received at the time. The long-term dividend on that investment would be paid in the Central Pacific 6 months later. Any carrier existed to support its air group, but some individuals kept the ship afloat by the emotional buoyancy called morale. In the Enterprise, nobody contributed more than Ensign Gerald J. Flynn, who arrived in May 1943. An elfin reservist, Jerry Flynn was 130 pounds of Irish spirit. In the lookout division, he was responsible for lookouts, but that was merely for starters. In almost no time, he became the most visible person on the ship. He was a natural morale officer. He'd been head cheerleader at Notre Dame. Talk about the Fighting Irish. Flynn's father had fled the old sod after a colorful affiliation with the IRA. Despite Jerry's 5'7" stature, he coached the ship's basketball team and found time to run the radio station with an evening gossip column laced with his own brand of irreverent Hibernian humor. Thus modified structurally, modified organizationally, and fortified spiritually, the Enterprise faced a new year at war. Chapter 8. If any of them lived, it wasn't our fault. January 1944 began Enterprise's third year at war, and that month she was reunited with old friends. Commander Roscoe Newman had shaped up Air Group 10 during the time in Hawaii, and his 3 squadrons were primed for whatever awaited the ship. But before deploying, the Air Group also absorbed a remarkable cadre of aviators and support personnel, a specially trained night fighter unit. Night fighters were well established in Britain and Germany, as Europe's nocturnal skies thrummed and blazed with bombers and fighters playing a lethal three-dimensional game of blind man's bluff. But the huge majority of RAF and Luftwaffe Night Stalkers were twin-engine fighters with 2- or 3-man crews to split the duties of flying and operating radar. Carrier-based night fighters did not have that luxury. They were modified single-engine, single-seat naval aircraft. U.S. Navy night fighters had made immense progress since the efforts that cost Butch O'Hare 2 months before. Each large carrier now had a detachment of dedicated night flyers, radar-equipped Grumman Hellcats, or Vought Corsairs with the performance of single-seat fighters, rather than the bulky Avengers that Commander John Phillips had teamed with O'Hare's Hellcats. Enterprise's Night Owls belonged to Lieutenant Commander Richard E. Harmer's Night Fighting Squadron 101, with 5 pilots flying 4 F-4U-2 Corsairs maintained by a few electronics experts. Operating Corsairs off carriers was remarkable enough in daytime, given the Corsairs' man-killer reputation. Notoriously difficult to land aboard ship, the F-4U-2 had been beached by the Navy and mostly given to land-based Marine squadrons. Harmer's aircraft were modified with a bulbous radar housing on the starboard wing, and 1 gun was removed to make room for the electronics. Nobody had routinely flown night fighters from carriers, and some doubted that it could be done. Chick Harmer thought otherwise. A fast carrier force. In January, the Pacific Fleet established the Fast Carrier Task Force, with flat tops capable of more than 30 knots. It was the most powerful, mobile, and longest-ranged striking arm yet assembled. When assigned to Admiral Raymond Spruans's Fifth Fleet, the fast carriers operated as Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher's Task Force 58. The Big E knew both admirals from the days of 2-carrier task groups. Spruans had ridden her to victory at Midway, when Mitcher commanded Hornet. Enterprise became the flagship of Rear Admiral John W. Reeves's Task Group 58.1, teamed with the Essex-class carrier Yorktown, named for Enterprise's late sister, plus the light carrier Belleau Wood. The other 3 groups were similarly composed, with the entire force comprising 6 big-deck carriers and 6 light carriers, escorted by 2 battleships, 7 cruisers, and 35 destroyers. Nothing remotely comparable existed anywhere else. That month, the British Royal Navy had 4 fast carriers, Japan had 3, plus 6 light carriers capable of less than 30 knots. The Big E got to know Admiral Reeves in all his moods. His nickname, Blackjack, was not due to any acumen at cards. Tough, demanding, and often abrasive, he was nevertheless experienced and capable. Combined with the often distant, sometimes edgy Captain Matt Gardner, Reeves's tenure in the ship was not regarded as a high point by many aviators and sailors. Gardner had little contact with enlisted men beyond what was required in the line of duty. Fortunately, the Enterprise corporate mystique always came through. One of the linchpins in early 1944 was Air Officer Tom Hamilton. Bombing 10's Jig Dog Ramage said of him, "Tom Hamilton was very close to the pilots like John Crommelin was. Captain Gardner wasn't at all. He really didn't do anything. On the other hand, Tom Hamilton was always around. The Big E was not about to concede anything to the new generation ships. As Hamilton explained, if the Essex-class carriers, which were bigger, could carry more planes, the Enterprise was determined to carry the same number of planes. This necessitated developing the catapulting of planes for the initial launch. The Big E did not have the side deck elevators, nor did we have the space that the Essex-class carriers had. Hamilton also acknowledged the ship's depth of talent. We had a great group of officers, he recalled. Walt Tuning was in charge of our catapults and arresting gear, and I think he was mostly responsible for developing the technique that we had in catapulting the early planes of our launches. Since then, catapulting has become standard in all the carriers, but Enterprise made the first widespread use of it. Task Force 58 departed Pearl on January 22nd, supporting Operation Flintlock, the seizure of the Marshall Islands. The primary objectives were Kwajalein and Eniwetok atolls, ideal bases to support further American offensives through the Central Pacific. Kwajalein was especially valuable. With the world's largest lagoon, it would be a magnificent fleet anchorage. The first mission was almost Old Home Week for the Big E, revisiting Tarawa in Maloelap Atoll, where the lone Enterprise had logged her first offensive operation of the war, that long ago February of 1942. After the November 1943 conquests in the nearby Gilberts, the Marshalls represented the next coral stepping stone toward Japan itself, 2,500 miles to the northwest. Barely a dozen of the pilots on board had been shot at. Bill Martin was the only one in Torpedo 10. But as the ships ran in toward the target, the Japanese were only a remote concern. Amid darkness and worsening weather, Air Group Commander Roscoe Newman was first off the catapult in his radar-equipped Avenger, available to help the new pilots form up beneath low, leaden clouds. On deck, plane handlers coped with the blackout and a pelting rain, seeking traction in leather-soled shoes on drenched wood spotted with hydraulic fluid and engine oil. Nevertheless, they cycled each aircraft into the prescribed launch sequence. Of 18 Hellcat fighters launched against Tarawa that morning, 2 disappeared. The fate of Lieutenant J.G. Ed Tolan and Ensign Billy Stewart remained unknown, but probably they succumbed to vertigo and flew into the water. When the weather clamped down behind the fighters, with almost zero ceiling and visibility, there was no choice but to suspend launch operations. The Hellcats proceeded, often singly or in pairs, while the bombers and torpedo planes awaited better conditions. In the dark and gloom, few of fighter skipper Killer Kane's grim reapers could identify Tarawa Island, let alone their briefed targets. But 2 pilots had the priceless asset of luck. Lieutenant Rod Devine, a lanky flyer from Walla Walla, Washington, broke out of the clouds at 8,000 feet with his wingman, Ensign Jim Kay. They gawked at the spectacle presented to them, 4 Zeke fighters, previously called Zeros, on a reciprocal heading 1,000 feet below. Everybody saw everyone else at the same time, and the fight was on. In the next several seconds, Devine dived onto the tail of the nearest Zeke, triggered 3 bursts, and saw the Japanese gush flames and swerve into the water. Before the other Japanese could reach the clouds, Kay drew a bead on one and fired. Hits sparkled around the cockpit and engine before he lost sight of it, claiming a probable kill. A new pilot, Louisianan Lieutenant J.G. Edwin Roulet, tangled with 2 opponents. He met the first one head-on, swapping gunfire nose to nose, and flamed it at close range. Next he pounced on a Zeke, crossing his gun sight, applied the proper deflection, and fired. Armor-piercing and incendiary rounds lit up the fuselage, sending the fighter down almost immediately. Nearby, second-tour aviator Don Gordon also found aerial targets. Intending to strafe the big airfield, he came across several Zekes below him. With his wingman watching his tail, Flash Gordon dived on a vulnerable Japanese and held down his trigger for an extra-long 5-second burst. He fired at least 450 caliber rounds, 1/6 of his ammunition, and was gratified with the result. The Zeke rolled inverted and crashed into the water offshore, Gordon's 3rd victory of the war. With Japanese fighters downed or dispersed, the Big E's Hellcats proceeded to beat up the defenses. Anti-aircraft positions were identified in the growing light and subjected to low-level strafing that killed or dissuaded the gun crews. By the time the bombers rolled in, there was little flak, none effective. Air Group 10's Avengers and Dauntlesses arrived with squadrons from Yorktown and Belleau Wood. At the head of 14 Torpedo 10 planes, Bill Martin opened his bomb bay doors and slanted into a dive. His aim was excellent, as his 11 bombs slammed across a valuable target, Terror's fuel and ammunition storage. His ordnance erupted in vivid orange-yellow gouts, touching off a memorable string of secondary explosions that engulfed the area. The other bomber pilots went for parked aircraft, runway intersections, hangars, and workshops, anything that looked worth wrecking. So it went throughout the day, a long cycle of launches and recoveries. But early that evening, with only the combat air patrol still airborne, radar operators reported unknown aircraft inbound. Sailors topside looked in the direction of the increasing flak as 9 planes came out of the lowering sun. The Hellcats pounced as Lieutenant Bud Schumann's pilots identified the strangers as twin-engine, twin-tail Nell bombers, the same type that nearly hit the Big E in those same waters in 1942. One bomber gushed flame and crashed into the waves about 10 miles out. Some shipboard gunners yelped in glee at the sight. Then the loudspeakers blared, "Cease fire." It made no sense. The other intruders were still flying. Gradually, the awful reality became known. The bombers were U.S. Army B-25s, arriving unannounced. One man was lost from the downed plane, based on Tarawa, some 600 miles away. Investigation revealed that the Army flyers were keeping low to evade enemy radar while attacking shipping. Admiral Mitcher expressed the Navy's regret, but noted, properly, that without information of the B-25's presence, his pilots and gunners could only assume they were hostile. 2 days later, American assault troops splashed ashore on Kwajalein Atoll and Roy Namur, seizing both in less than a week. Meanwhile, the fast carriers continued flying strikes and patrols, keeping the pressure on the Japanese. In all, the Big E lost 4 Hellcats and 3 pilots, but Air Group 10's new pilots and air crewmen had justified the confidence Roscoe Newman showed in them. For the next operation, confidence would come at a premium. Mighty Truk. Before the war, hardly anyone had heard of Truk Atoll in the Caroline Islands, 1,000 miles west of Kwajalein. Even the name was widely mispronounced, Truk rather than Truk. But the Japanese touted Truk as the Gibraltar of the Pacific, and some Americans regarded it as the Emperor's Pearl Harbor. In any case, Truk was the Imperial Navy's most important base beyond the home islands, and eventually the fast carriers would have to tackle it. Previously a German possession, the Carolines had been ceded to Japan after the Great War. Over the previous 2 decades, precious little light had escaped the Japanese security blanket, but in 1943 the Americans got occasional peeks beneath the shroud. Long-range PB-4Y Liberator bombers had snooped Truk on occasion. Based on their partial photo coverage and considerable electronic eavesdropping, Vice Admiral Mitcher's fast carriers pointed for Truk in mid-February. As usual, intelligence was incomplete. During briefings en route to the launch point, Enterprise aviators were told that Truk's airfields hosted about 185 planes. The actual number was twice that figure, including reinforcements bound for the Solomons. Enterprise's lineup was the same team under new management. Air Group Commander Roscoe Newman was elevated to Admiral Rees's staff, with the intent that fighter skipper Killer Kane would relieve Tom Hamilton as air officer. But the killer steadfastly refused, not what was expected of well-behaved Annapolis graduates. Kane was determined to keep flying and shooting. Some said because he had been the duty officer at Pearl Harbor Naval Air Station on December 7th. Whatever the reason, he got his way. He became Air Group Commander just before the Truk operation, though Fighting 10 hardly knew the difference. Bud Schumann officially became the squadron skipper, but to the pilots, Killer Kane remained Reaper 1. The other change involved Torpedo 10. More than 2 weeks earlier, Bill Martin had broke his left elbow in a freak accident, and though he had tried to prove he could function in the cockpit, the staff remained skeptical, including the flight surgeon. But nobody wanted to be the one to say Bill Martin couldn't lead his squadron on its most important mission yet. The decision was kicked upstairs, literally, where Captain Gardner sat on the bridge. He absorbed the information, noted the pleading in Martin's brown eyes, and thought for a few seconds. Then he said, no. Torpedo 10 would hit Truk without the skipper. 2 hours before dawn on February 16th, the first fighter sweep departed 5 flight decks, 70 Hellcats, including a dozen from Enterprise's Fighting 10. Hungry and eager, Killer Kane led his Reapers into one of the most spectacular dogfights of the Pacific War. The low sun on morning clouds produced an unforgettable panorama as aircraft turned, dived, fired, and flamed. Parachutes blossomed in the lightening sky, nearly all of them made in Japan. One squadron commander called it a Hollywood war. In the opening minutes of the dawn combat, Kane downed 3 Zeeks, and his wingman, Lieutenant J.G. Verneude, got 2 more, then dropped down to strafe parked aircraft. Other Reapers were just as busy. Lieutenant J.G. Walter Harmon claimed 2 Zeeks and a roof floatplane fighter. Frenchy Roulet, who had downed 2 planes at Kwajalein, claimed 3 Zeeks to become the squadron's first ace of the second cruise. But it wasn't entirely one-sided. Though the nearly 50 Japanese fighters were outnumbered, some were flown by experts. The section of Lieutenant Jack Farley and Ensign Linton Cox sparred indecisively with some Zeeks, then Farley sighted a roof. He shot it down, but lost contact with Cox, who apparently fell victim to one of the Zeeks. Then Farley was hit by an unseen assailant, taking a 20mm shell in his cockpit. Despite wounds to his left arm and leg, he decided to use his remaining ammunition in strafing. He caught another Zeke taking off, dropped it into the lagoon, and set course for the Big E. Besides Cox, 3 other Hellcats failed to return to the task force, but air superiority now belonged to the Americans. The Reapers claimed 30 kills during the day, topping the claims under Jimmy Flatley at Santa Cruz 15 months before. With air superiority assured, successive strikes were launched, producing perhaps the biggest haul of Japanese shipping of the war. It far exceeded the scourging of the enemy transports at Guadalcanal. That afternoon, Jim Dog Ramage led a bombing attack on Japanese ships. Looking down from his Dauntless, seeing thousands of tons of vessels either sinking or sunk, he reflected, "It was a good day to remember Pearl Harbor, because it was the first time that we'd really gotten an opportunity to get at their ships." One of the vessels in the lagoon drew attention by its size. She was Tenu Maru, a 6,000-tonner seized from the Dutch for use as a hospital ship. She was marked as a non-combatant, but her 2 escorts, the size of patrol craft, were fair game. With bombs expended, the outbound Dauntlesses attacked with the pilot's forward-firing 50 calibers. The effect on the escorts' thin hulls was devastating, and both began sinking. Jig Dog Ramage was raised as a Christian in Iowa, but he had no problem with slaying Japanese who could swim to shore. Years later he said, "They had a lot of people in the water, lifeboats, rafts, people in life jackets, but most of our 50s were out of ammo by that time, so I put my SBDs into a circle at about 100 feet and let the rear gunners kill the rest of them. I don't know how many there were in the water, but if any of them lived, it wasn't our fault." Seizing the night. That night, Enterprise hit Truk again, expanding the realm of carrier aviation beyond anything previously attempted. Based on marginal torpedo performance at Guadalcanal, Torpedo 10 favored bombing. The Buzzard Brigade found that very few Mark 13s would run hot, straight, and normal. Of the squadron's first 6 torpedoes dropped in combat during 1944, 2 ran wild, in circles, one with its head above water like a wild hippopotamus. 2 others hooked at least 300 yards and missed, and 2 apparently were dud hits. "We definitely saw one bounce," Bill Martin insisted. The squadron experimented with various combinations of speed and altitude for bombing, settling on 180 knots, 205 miles per hour, at 250 feet. As Martin explained, when the target disappeared under your nose, you counted 1 alligator 2 before releasing, and you'd hit the hull almost every time. Frustrated and proud, Martin watched 12 of his Avengers flung off Enterprise that night. They formed up behind his exec, Lieutenant Van V. Eason, and headed into the quarter-moon darkness at 500 feet, 100 miles out. Each plane carried 4 500-pound bombs. Riding with Eason, radar officer Lieutenant William B. Chase occupied the cheap seats in the bomber's belly. As he described the position, "The tunnel did not provide much comfort. It was a noisy, enclosed capsule with very limited visibility. After days of intensive combat, it became encrusted with and smelled of engine oil and transmission fluids. There was no physical access to the cockpit. Therefore it could produce a discouraging claustrophobia for the uninitiated. Nevertheless, Chase saw the atoll on his scope from 22 miles. The formation broke into 2 divisions, Eason taking his 5 planes to the northeast, while Lieutenant Russell Kippen led 7 to the northwest. As the range closed, the best radar operators could detect ships anchored close to shore. However, small islets dotting the 2 anchorages posed problems, as ships could blend with the ground return. But aided by the partial moon, air crews identified vessels alongside the islets, selected their targets, and turned in to attack. The bombers were briefed to depart from their 2 starting points at 1-minute intervals, avoiding congestion over the target. For more than 20 minutes, Torpedo 10 hunted carefully, patiently, through the tropic darkness. Several Japanese gun crews hosed off optimistic bursts at engine noise or dim shapes ghosting through the night sky, but seldom came close until the plane had overflown its target. Usually dropping 2 bombs per pass, the pilots remembered their skipper's 1 alligator 2 mantra, thumbed the release button, and began hitting ships with astonishing regularity. Torpedo 10's unrivaled character was Lieutenant J.G. Charles English Henderson III, who had joined the squadron after Guadalcanal. Fun-loving, irreverent, and lethal, the Marylander made 4 runs, dropping 1 bomb each time. His 2 crewmen observed 2 hits and a near miss. The 12 Avengers made 25 passes, claiming 13 hits and 7 near misses, with 5 misses or results unobserved. 11 planes came home, including Eason's and another shot up by flak. The missing crew was that of Lieutenant J.G. Lloyd Nicholas, probably shot down pressing an attack. The next day, aerial reconnaissance brought proof of Martin's concept. 8 ships, including 2 precious tankers, were assessed sunk or destroyed, and 5 were damaged by bomb blast. 12 bombers had scored 13 hits, at night, with 1 loss. Martin noted that typically a daylight bombing attack would yield fewer hits with equal or greater losses. Admiral Raymond Spruance allowed his surface ships to sink or finish off a few of the Japanese vessels, but overall the operation was a triumph for carrier air power. The 2-day operation sank 31 merchantmen, 2 light cruisers, 4 destroyers, and 4 auxiliaries. For its role in smashing Truk, Air Group 10 lost 6 flyers and 4 planes. Light casualties by some reckonings, but each empty chair in the ready room bespoke an emptiness that some men would suppress for decades, and some would never replace. Night Stalkers. While Torpedo 10 demonstrated what night bombing could achieve, Chick Harmer's night fighter pilots fretted at the few chances to prove themselves. A carrier's daily air plan often involved 15 hours of flight operations, typically from 4:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. By sundown, flight deck crews were exhausted from pushing airplanes, launching and recovering aircraft, and manhandling ordnance. If night fighters were launched, the deck crew had to push perhaps 30 aircraft forward to clear the landing area. After the night flyers returned, those same planes had to be moved aft again for the morning launch. Few captains or admirals considered the extra effort worthwhile for 1 or 2 night fighters, especially when radar-controlled anti-aircraft guns might defend the ships. That was a factor the night of February 16th, when a night Hellcat chased a Japanese bomber toward the task force. The radar controller ordered all guns to cease fire, lest the friendly get hit. But the enemy exploited the opportunity and put a torpedo into Intrepid. She limped away for repairs in Hawaii, taking Harmer's 2nd Night Fighter Detachment out of the war. With few night sorties, the Corsair pilots soon grew rusty. Consequently, Harmer conceived a compromise. He and his most experienced aviator, Lieutenant J.G. Robert F. Holden, would take most of the night work, while the other 3 pilots flew as opportunity arose. But Harmer was a nocturnal evangelist. He was so convinced of his unit's capability that we even took the duty when other carriers refused to launch their night fighters. His relationship with Tom Hamilton, the normally genial air officer, became strained. Harmer joked, "He almost became physically ill every time he saw me." Harmer himself had the chance to prove what a radar-equipped fighter could do. 3 nights later, off the Carolines on February 19th, Enterprise's fighter director coached him onto a twin-engine bomber and got his teeth into it. In 2 passes, Harmer shot up the intruder, glimpsing a brief fire in one engine, then lost sight at 800 feet, where his radar mixed with ground returns. Though his prey escaped, Chick Harmer had logged the first radar interception by a carrier-based night fighter. The Palaus and beyond. After Truk, the fast carriers continued their trans-Pacific tour, visiting violence upon distant shores of the Japanese Empire. On March 11th, old hands found themselves again looking at Espiritu Santo in the New Hebrides. Enterprise even tied up at her old berth from late 1942. But the visit was short-lived. 4 days later, the forecastle crew hoisted anchor, and the Big E was en route to Emirau in the Bismarck Archipelago, northeast of New Guinea. It was almost a live-fire exercise for the invading Marines, who encountered little opposition. The next step was a long one, 2,700 miles westward. The Palau Islands provided Japan a major base protecting the eastern flank of the Philippines. When Enterprise aviators got a look at the island group, they were at once impressed and disappointed. Mostly, however, flyers commented on the immensely rugged terrain and unlikely place names such as Arakabizan and Babel Tuap. Hellcats caught few airborne targets, but the bombers found significant shipping. On March 30th, the Big E's bombers went to work. Lieutenant Commander Ira Hardman's dozen Dauntlesses coordinated with Bill Martin's 6 Avengers, the latter armed with torpedoes for a change. The Enterprise flyers were among a strike group that jumped a small convoy off Babel Tuap, concentrating on Wakataki, a second-class destroyer misidentified as a light cruiser in the dim dawn light. Otherwise, the scaly old vessel, rated at 1,100 tons, would not have warranted 24,000 pounds of ordnance. The Mark 13 torpedoes performed about as well as the Buzzard Brigade expected, which is to say, miserably. The 2 that ran more or less straight were either set too deep or failed to detonate. The Dauntlesses did better, as a heavy bomb hit staggered Wakataki, which immediately slowed, but her gunners, fighting for survival, remained active and accurate. They hit one plane in its dive, probably killing the pilot, as the bomber dived straight into the sea with no apparent effort to pull out. Hardman limped his battered plane homeward, but heavy oil loss ruined his engine, and he splashed into a controlled landing. He was rescued with his gunner. The dead pilot was Lieutenant J.G. Charles B. Pearson, a young officer beloved throughout Enterprise. A stellar Dartmouth athlete, he had it all: brains, ability, and personality. Like nearly 400,000 other Americans of their generation, neither Stubby Pearson nor his backseater, Thomas W. Watterson, had the chance to grow to maturity. It was precious small consolation, but Yorktown Avengers finished off the stubborn Wakataki, lost with her captain and most of the crew. Overall, carrier aviators sank nearly 20 ships and numerous small craft, serving notice that Tokyo could no longer assume the Palaus were immune to attack. Hollandia. The next stop, April 1st, was Woliai in the Carolines, left to wither on the Pacific vine. That month, Jigdog Ramage succeeded Lieutenant Commander Richard Poor at the head of Bombing 10. The promotion formalized Ramage's de facto status. Before that, I was exec and strike leader, so I was just as happy as I could be. Since squadron COs worked for the air group commander rather than reporting to the captain, the arrangement suited them, said Ramage of Gardner. He didn't even know who I was. Jig Ramage was nothing if not focused. He said, "Our world was the ready room, the cockpit, and the target. Nothing else really mattered until we won the war." The new skipper's attitude was appreciated by the troops. Air crewman Jack Glass said, "He certainly was a great leader, and one we never questioned." The bomber squadrons were thrilled with Killer Kane as air group commander. "Killer was just great," Ramage exclaimed. "He ran things very low-key but competently, and we never worried much about Jap fighters. The other great thing about Killer was radio discipline. We could get an entire deckload strike on and off the target without any radio calls." Kane's only foible was his vision. Notoriously nearsighted, he managed to remain flying by applying his forceful personality with flight surgeons and landing signal officers. Nor was he alone. One of his junior aviators, Ensign Lester Gray, could not clearly see the LSO's paddles until nearly over the flight deck. Much later he confided, "A fifth of booze went a long way in the middle of the Pacific." The last week in April took the Big E 800 miles south as Task Force 58 supported General Douglas MacArthur's landing at Hollandia on New Guinea's north coast. It was the first time the fast carriers supported a major army operation, and inevitably the two forces crossed paths. MacArthur's Fifth Air Force was heavily engaged in New Guinea, a fact soon evident to Enterprise. The Big E's aircraft recognition officer was the irrepressible Ensign Jerry Flynn, in charge of the lookouts on the flag bridge. One day during the Hollandia landings, Blackjack Reeves asked, "Mr. Flynn, what kind of plane is that out on the horizon?" Flynn glassed the aircraft and replied, "Admiral, it looks like a B-25 to me." Reeves responded, "It looks more like a B-26 to me." Ever irreverent, Flynn said, "Well, Admiral, I'll bet a week of my salary against a week of yours." To Blackjack Reeves, the ensign's response sounded something akin to mutiny. As Tom Hamilton recalled, "The Admiral didn't like that very much, so he wrote a letter to Captain Gardner and asked that Mr. Flynn be put in his room for a couple of days to think things over. But he was soon back on duty doing a good job, running the ship's radio station with a gossip column every night, and kept the ship's company in good humor." Another man in good spirits was Chick Harmer, who conclusively proved his night fighter capability the night of April 24th. In barely an hour, he made 3 radar contacts. Once the fighter director coached him within 2 miles of the enemy, the Corsair's centimetric radar glommed onto the target, allowing the pilot to complete the intercept. The ensuing shootouts were conducted within 300 yards range as Japanese tail gunners finally spotted the Corsair. Nevertheless, Harmer shot down 1 bomber and damaged another, while the third escaped due to his faulty ammunition. On offense and defense, the Big E had written night flying history and would continue to do so. Truk revisited. Task Force 58 revisited Truk on April 29th. The Naval Air Complex, though much depleted, retained operable facilities that Pacific Fleet Commander Admiral Nimitz wanted further reduced. There were few ships, but among the remaining targets were the Navy Yard, aircraft maintenance facilities, and miscellaneous installations. Aerial opposition over Truk was tiny compared to the first raid. The Reapers claimed only 7 kills, including 2 Zeeks by the consistent Rod Devine. That afternoon, a Reaper met his match during a photo escort mission. Lieutenant J.G. Robert Kansi found himself nose to beak with a lone, aggressive Zeke, and neither pilot flinched. Streams of 50 caliber and 20 millimeter converged as the fighters exchanged fire, and both scored. They passed close by one another, both streaming flames. Kansi opened his canopy, unhooked from his restraints, and went over the side. 2 parachutes descended toward the lagoon, where Kansi splashed into a safe landing. He inflated his rubber raft and awaited events. With daylight running out, there was no chance to rescue him before nightfall. The next morning, Torpedo 10 spotted a yellow dot afloat near the reef and reported Kansi's position for a pickup. But before long, the fighter pilot had company. 2 Avengers fell afoul of Truk's practiced gunners, putting Lieutenant Robert S. Nelson's and Lieutenant J.G. Carroll Farrell's crews in the water. Air-sea rescue was conducted by Kingfisher float planes, and 2 of the ungainly angels arrived from the battleship North Carolina. After landing on the water and trying to retrieve Kansi, 1 plane capsized. The other Kingfisher, flown by Lieutenant J.G. John Burns, landed successfully. Burns picked up Kansi and his would-be saviors, plus both Avenger crews, then motored several miles through choppy waves to meet a lifeguard submarine. The crew of USS Tang could hardly believe the spectacle, a battered Kingfisher bearing 7 men on its wings, plus Burns and his backseater. Burns's plane had to be scuttled, but at least there was no Japanese intervention. It was a blessed event, as U.S. intelligence learned that most of the aviators captured in February had been murdered. Since January, the fast carriers had roamed the Central Pacific at will, supporting amphibious landings and striking far-flung enemy bases in a convincing demonstration of growing power and competence. Enterprise aviators and their fellows had engaged in spectacular dogfights, extending the limits of American naval hegemony ever westward. But one factor remained absent: the Imperial Navy. No major Japanese combatants had been brought to battle since 1942, and not even Air Group 10's remaining first cruise pilots had seen an enemy flight deck. Jigdog Ramage spoke for all when he said, "We really wanted a shot at the Jap carriers." That opportunity was about to appear on the horizon. Chapter 9. Vector 270. Task Force 58 spent most of May 1944 at newly won Majuro Atoll's huge anchorage in the southern Marshalls, absorbing recent lessons, integrating new faces, and preparing for the next sortie. Meanwhile, sailors and flyers mused about the upcoming operation. It was fairly easy to guess, even for boiler room strategists. Japan had seized the Mariana Islands from America in December 1941, their importance apparent with one glance. They lay 1,500 miles due south of Tokyo. The Army Air Force had already begun staging long-range Boeing B-29s from India through China to hit a few targets in southern Japan, but the Asian logistics required huge effort for minimal return. If the Marianas were again in American hands, the huge bombers could strike directly at the enemy home islands. Operation Forager's immediate objective was Saipan, northernmost of the main Marianas, with Tinian nearby. Nearly 100 miles south-southwest lay Guam, the largest island and the ultimate goal. Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo could read a map as well as the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff. Both sides prepared for a major battle in mid-Pacific. Task Force 58 now comprised 15 fast carriers supporting Admiral Kelly Turner's amphibious force of 535 ships with 127,000 assault troops. Blackjack Reeves still rode Enterprise, now as commander of Task Group 58.3 with Lexington, plus light carriers Princeton and San Jacinto. Vice Admiral Mitcher flew his 3-star flag as commander of all Task Force 58 in Lexington, so Reeves's group steamed with the entire fleet's command element. Guam was 1,800 miles and 5 days sailing from Majuro. Upon departure on June 6th, the men of the Fifth Fleet learned of events on the other side of the globe as Allied forces landed in northern France. Response in the Pacific was varied. Some sailors cheered, while those with brothers or schoolmates in Europe may have been subdued, but most remained focused on the immediate task, the near certainty of a naval battle. Task Force 58 staffers with inside information began laying bets, a fleet engagement before June 20th. The Imperial Navy had not deployed since Enterprise sustained damage and lost her sister Hornet at Santa Cruz in October 1942. Few aviators had ever seen an enemy carrier, even in Air Group 10. Commander Richard Killer Kane intended that his 3 squadrons would put Japanese flat tops on the bottom. But first air superiority had to be won over the Marianas. D-Day for the invasion of Saipan was the 15th, with operations beginning on D-4. The Big E's catapults slammed Hellcats off the deck on June 11th as the first fighter sweeps lifted into the moist tropic air east of the islands. 11 Japanese naval air groups in the Marianas possessed hundreds of aircraft. There could have been 500, with perhaps 150 more within range from the Carolines and Palaus. Forager, as the operation was codenamed, shaped up as a slugfest. Fighting 10's part of the afternoon shore was Saipan and Tinian, where Zeeks were encountered. Typically leading from the front, Kane gunned 2 bandits, claiming a kill and a probable, while other Reapers claimed 6 more. A standout was 21-year-old Ensign Lester Gray, who found all the business he could handle between Saipan and Tinian. He misidentified a Zeke as an Army Oscar fighter, but shot it down nonetheless. Then, outbound, he came across Lieutenant J.G. Tommy Harmon, who had splashed a Zeke before his Hellcat was hit by AA fire. Gray took Harmon's gimpy Grumman under his wing, just as 3 Zeeks appeared overhead, 2 chasing a Bunker Hill Hellcat. Gray added power, pulled up, rolled out behind one of the Zeeks, and shot it into the water. Subscribing to the maxim about the best defense, Les Gray ignored the odds and pressed his offensive tactics. He launched onto a well-flown Zeke that attempted to evade in a series of aerobatic gyrations, but fell to Gray's marksmanship. Only later did Gray learn that the grateful Bunker Hill pilot was Whitey Feitner, one of the original Grim Reapers. 2 lieutenants, junior grade, got wet that day. Merle P. Long's Hellcat caught a load of flak, forcing him to ditch well off Saipan, and Richard W. Mason bagged a Zeke, then became a victim himself. But as at Truk, dedicated floatplane pilots were on hand to fetch downed aviators. On June 12th, the task force got down to business, with 6 strikes against Saipan's airfields and other installations. Torpedo 10 Avengers found a nautical target in form of a 1,900-ton cargo ship northwest of Saipan, and Lieutenant J.G. Shannon McCrary clobbered it with his 500-pounders. Nicho Maru rolled onto one side and capsized, strewing the ocean with floating oil drums. Most of the crew was fished out of the water by American ships. Meanwhile, Lieutenants J.G. Cliff Largess and C.B. Collins sank ships in Saipan's Tanapag Harbor. Like some others of his generation, Collins had no first or middle names. He was simply C.B., which his squadron mates changed to the more combative Crossbow. The bombers were less fortunate. During the first strike, Lieutenant James G. Leonard's Dauntless was slashed by anti-aircraft fire. He went down with backseater Robert D. Wynn. On the next launch, Lieutenant J.G. Cecil R. Mester crashed just ahead of the ship, but was picked up with his gunner. They and the 2 downed fighter pilots were returned to the Big E in exchange for the going rate of 5 gallons of ice cream per flyer, a 20-gallon haul for the rescue destroyer. The Saga of Bill Martin. As a strike leader, Bill Martin was flying every day, often twice. At dawn on D-2, June 13th, he led 7 Avengers and 9 Dauntlesses, escorted by 10 Hellcats, against Japanese gun emplacements on Saipan's southwest coast. Joining a similar Lexington formation, Martin radioed the strike coordinator, Commander Robert Isley, and both Avenger squadrons attacked together, splitting the defenses. It was a good, solid plan that did not work. The Japanese were ready and immediately bracketed the American formation at 8,000 feet. Lieutenant J.G. Murphy D. Powell was one of the flak suppressors supporting the bombers. He was seen entering his dive, but never rejoined. Then Isley's Avenger was hit hard and went down with the crew. Martin, ever aggressive, pressed through the barrage while radioman Jerry Williams monitored the altitude. He had just called 4,000 feet when Martin dropped his bombs and the plane was viciously rocked by a direct hit. Tossed against his shoulder harness, Martin felt flames in the cockpit as the Avenger rolled inverted. He tried yelling for Williams and gunner Wesley Hargrove to get out. Then an eerie calm settled over him. On the count of 1, I released the safety belt. On the count of 2, I pulled the ripcord. On the count of 3, I felt the parachute take up the slack in my harness, and on 3.5, I hit the water. Almost without realizing it, he had been pitched from his cockpit at nearly 350 miles per hour. Martin was stunned, but not so dazed that he forgot his Missouri childhood. He recited the 23rd Psalm, then thought of his 2 crewmen who went down with the plane, burning nearby. Both were old hands from 1942. He wiped moistness from his eyes that had nothing to do with salt water. Then Martin began thinking. He was within easy view of the beach, where Japanese began shooting at him. Inhaling deeply, he began swimming underwater toward the reef, only surfacing to inhale again amid the snap-crack of rifle bullets striking around him. Then, about 500 yards offshore, he noted 2 boats setting out from Garapan. Martin resolved to use his .38 revolver and die fighting. He knew too much about the invasion plans to be captured. At that moment, 2 blessed Avengers rumbled overhead, forcing the boats back to shore. With that respite, Martin picked up his waterlogged gear, including his parachute, and ran across the reef. He had the presence of mind to count 19 steps for the intelligence officers. Then, on the seaward side, he deployed his rubber raft. From that vantage, he watched approvingly as his exec, Van Eason, arrived with the next strike, pounding more positions ashore. Though sick from ingesting seawater, Martin had strength enough to rig his parachute overboard to reduce his drift. He knew that America owned the Pacific Ocean outside the reef and felt confident of rescue. Shortly, 2 more Big E planes turned up, Martin's own Lieutenant J.G. Gilbert Blake, escorted by a Reaper Hellcat. The Avenger dropped a large rescue pack with enough supplies to sustain a man for a week or more. With that, Gibby Blake rocked his wings in a comforting gesture. "See you, Skipper." Later that day, Salvation arrived as a Curtiss Seagull float plane alit near the Yellow Raft. With Martin safely aboard, the little biplane returned to its roost, cruiser Indianapolis, the fleet flagship. There, with dry clothes and a drink of something that tasted so terrible that I had 2, Martin related his observations to Admiral Raymond Spruance. The next day, Martin was transferred back to the Enterprise for a heartfelt reunion with the Buzzard Brigade. He was flying again 2 days later. By the time Martin was back aboard, even more pressing news was buzzing around the ship. For the first time in 20 months, Japanese carriers were drawing near. Saipan. D-Day at Saipan dawned bright and relatively clear, the object of so much concentrated sea power that even experienced aviators gaped at the spectacle. Nonetheless, the Japanese continued resisting, and the Reapers lost Lieutenant J.G. Carl Kirchway, possibly killed by friendly anti-aircraft gunners. The Japanese carrier fleet was still distant, tracked by American submarines, but enemy land-based air crews swarmed to the task force. Shipboard radar operators glommed onto 7 fast twin-engine bombers, inbound at some 280 miles per hour. Radar-controlled anti-aircraft guns opened up, dropping one plane right away, but the others came straight in, penetrating the task group's destroyer screen as gunners leveled their barrels, firing horizontally into the twilit sky. In succession, 5 more bombers tumbled into white fountain splashes, fuel and oil blazing on the surface. One plane dropped a torpedo fairly close to Enterprise, forcing Captain Gardner to veer to port. The wake bubbled past the hull where some sailors watched, stunned. It was the first time since Santa Cruz that the Big E had to dodge torpedoes. The low-angle AA fire took its toll. A 20-millimeter shell fractured on one of the forward gun tubs, knocking 2 men down, though they rebounded. But an errant 40-millimeter round struck one of the 5-inch mounts, killing Seaman John Shandley. Friendly fire was the price of doing business, and it didn't relent the next morning. On the 16th, Killer Kane was the day's first strike coordinator when, inevitably, somebody didn't get the word. Passing over the amphibious craft some 20 miles offshore, Kane ran afoul of nervous gunners who fired on aircraft heard better than seen in the pre-dawn gloom. If their judgment was miserable, their aim was good. The Hellcat took a major-caliber hit in the port wing. Kane choked down the instinct to abandon ship and dived away from the threat, radioing his identity in unmistakable Anglo-Saxon imperatives, to no avail. Firing contagion took over as more flak burst and rippled through the dark. Killer shot a glance at his instruments, noted oil pressure falling toward 0, and set up for a water landing. He touched down all right, no mean feat in low visibility, but the jarring halt tossed him face first into his gun sight. Bleeding from a cut forehead, he climbed out and inflated his life raft. His Hellcat sank as the sun rose, leaving Killer Kane afloat with his headache and a fuming anger. He was quickly rescued and made his way to the Enterprise, where he was galled to learn he was off flight status, with the biggest battle of the war just over the horizon. June 19th. On the morning of June 19th, 14 of Mitcher's 15 carriers had never fought enemy flat-tops. Enterprise, however, had sunk or crippled Japanese carriers at Midway, Eastern Solomons, and Santa Cruz. Entering her 4th carrier battle, she faced 9 Imperial flight decks, including her old foes, Shokaku and Zuikaku. The Big E began the day long before dawn, when 15 Avengers launched on a radar search at 2:30 a.m. They scouted to 375 miles, seeking Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa's carriers, which remained beyond range. Martin's crews returned more than 4 hours later. Possessing longer-ranged aircraft, the Japanese could search and strike beyond reach of the Americans, who were further hampered by having to turn into the easterly wind to conduct flight operations. Each turn upwind took Task Force 58 farther from the enemy fleet. Consequently, throughout the day, Ozawa threw 4 attacks at Mitcher, some 325 sorties, which, though significant, were fewer than Vice Admiral Nagumo's 6 decks had launched against Pearl Harbor. During the morning, Mitcher's fighters capped the Marianas airfields, catching Japanese planes arriving from distant bases or trying to take off. Remaining in reserve, the Grim Reapers could only sulk in their ready room, hearing snippets of information as sister squadrons claimed 35 kills over land. On a day of battle like no other, Killer Kane sulked most of all, his head still bandaged from his ditching. Meanwhile, the squadron kept 3 or 4 divisions of 4 pilots each, fully briefed and ready to man aircraft. Also that morning, Avenger Hellcat search teams crossed paths with Japanese scouts, downing a dozen or more. Clearly, the enemy was at hand, as long-legged Mariner flying boats informed Mitcher of Ozawa's force well to the west. For the time being, Task Force 58 had its hands full preparing for fleet defense. At 10, the Americans sniffed their first electronic scent of inbound trouble. Vice Admiral Willis Lee's battleships were deployed west of the carriers, providing early warning. 20 minutes later, Enterprise's task group was 100 miles west of Guam and nearly 350 from Ozawa. Mitcher began clearing his flight decks, reinforcing the combat air patrol, and sending the bombers to restrike Guam's Oroti Field and other facilities. Bill Martin's and Jig Ramage's 2 squadrons orbited to the east, while the Hellcat fighters prepared to engage. 75 miles out, the raiders circled to regroup before their attack. It was a gift to the defenders. Blunt noses well up, climbing under full power from their Pratt & Whitney engines, Hellcats clawed for altitude to pounce on the intruders. A dozen Reapers and elements of 7 other squadrons got their fangs into the 69-plane raid. Leading the Enterprise contingent was Skipper Bud Schumann, who suffered radio problems at the worst possible moment. But Old Hand Don Gordon heard the controller order Vector 270 and immediately acknowledged, turning due west, leading the Hellcats well over the 6 American battleships, which were already putting up an impressive flak display. Shortly, Flash Gordon spotted a flight of dive and torpedo bombers. Ignoring the Zero escort, I didn't think they could damage anyone but me, he piled into the formation. From there, it was a downhill chase. Gordon destroyed one, while Lieutenant J.G. Richard Mason and Ensign Charles Farmer also chased torpedo planes toward the incredible rippling, bursting wall of flak. Flying as low as 50 feet, the Reapers could hardly see the battleships through the AA gunfire, but returned, reporting 3 kills. For Gordon, it was nearly a replay of Santa Cruz in '42, where he pursued Japanese bombers almost into the task force's gunnery. But the scale of the Marianas battle dwarfed Santa Cruz. The scene that morning was unprecedented, scores of enemy planes thrusting through the twin pickets of Hellcats and flak in a sky laced with flashing steel and erupting shellfire. Though the battleships could not hurt the enemy fleet, they proved an attractively lethal target. One Japanese pilot used the priceless opportunity to plant his bomb on South Dakota, inflicting minor damage. Overhead Indiana, Gordon took in the sight of a lifetime, a flak curtain rising to 20,000 feet above 24 American ships, spouting yellow-orange muzzle flashes, enemy planes spurting gouts of flame or vaporizing from direct hits, varicolored parachutes descending through the three-dimensional violence and spreading blossom-like on the surface of the sea. And there was more to come. That afternoon, Rod Devine got the squadron's best steer of the day from the fighter director. Taking 2 divisions to Oroti Point, he flew into a low-level dogfight and did not mind being outnumbered. Devine was a highly proficient fighter pilot. He entered the fight with 4 previous victories, and in a sizzling shootout he doubled that tally. He chopped up 2 Zeeks and flamed a Val and a Judy dive bomber. Lieutenants J.G. Phil Kirkwood and Vern Udy logged triples, while James F. Kay, Merle Long, and Bob Kansi recorded doubles. It was especially rewarding for Kansi after his dunking by a Zeke at Truk. In all, the 8 Reapers claimed 16 kills in 10 minutes. Throughout much of the day, Chick Harmer's night fighters provided top cover for rescue operations, freeing a few more Hellcats for defensive patrols. That afternoon, Harmer's Corsair teamed with Fighting 10 exec Lieutenant Henry C. Clem's Hellcat to cover a cruiser floatplane picking up downed aviators. Inbound to the position off Guam, the Enterprise pilots heard a frantic call for help from a Curtiss Seagull, call sign Ace. Under attack by a lone Zeke, the floatplane was defenseless on the water. While Harmer covered Ace, Clem bent his throttle to catch the Japanese, who climbed sharply. The Hellcat pulled almost straight up, and Harmer feared for Clem's eagerness. Moments later, the American stalled and dropped nose down, closely pursued by the Japanese, who clearly knew his trade. The enemy pilot fired one lethal burst that sent the Hellcat into the sea. Ace hollered, "They got one of our guys!" Chick Harmer shoved everything forward with his left hand, throttle, mixture, and propeller control. He barely got within range and fired a long burst at the fleeing Zeke, which emitted smoke but kept going. Returning to the floatplane, Harmer knew what he would find. Sick at heart, he saw oil and debris on the water where Clem had gone straight in. Decades later, Japanese historians revealed that the Zeke pilot, Lieutenant Shinya Ozaki, belly-landed on Guam, but died of his injuries after his 12th aerial victory. The Hellcats had done their work extremely well. Enterprise gunners only shot at 4 attackers that day, downing 1 and claiming shares in 3 others. Shortly, the returns began trickling in. It looked as if Task Force 58 fighter pilots had downed about 400 enemy aircraft, and American submarines sank 2 of Ozawa's carriers. The latter was a galling situation for aviators who still craved a shot at rival flat tops. On the biggest day of aerial combat in American history, Killer Kane could stand it no more. Exercising his command prerogative, he pronounced himself ungrounded and put his name on the schedule for a search mission. Escorting Avengers that evening, he came across 2 extremely unfortunate floatplanes and destroyed both, one only 50 miles from the task force. Thus the killer made ace with one to spare, but he still rued missing the day's unprecedented hunting. Actually, about 260 enemy planes were downed, plus more destroyed ashore or sunk with the carriers Shokaku and Taiho. Sho, the Big E's old rival from Eastern Solomons and Santa Cruz, had fallen prey to an American submarine, but her sister Zuikaku remained afloat and potentially a threat. In exchange, 29 American planes were lost. Destroying Japanese aircraft in squadron-sized lots was satisfying, but Mark Mitcher and every aviator afloat wanted carriers. With Ozawa's beaten force steaming northwesterly, Mitcher faced a stern chase. Task Force 58's primary obligation was to support the amphibious force, but Raymond Spruans's Fifth Fleet was authorized to engage Japanese carriers if the opportunity arose. The pursuit was on. June 20th. Throughout the 20th, the fast carriers gulped bunker fuel by the ton, trying to close the distance. Enterprise launched a special search mission at 1:40 that afternoon, 4 teams each with 2 Avengers and a Hellcat sweeping pie-shaped sectors far to the west. Hotshot Charlie Henderson spotted a Japanese plane and gave chase. He shoved his throttle to the firewall and slowly reeled in the speedy Jill reconnaissance plane, finally firing from directly astern. Henderson conceded his success was more credit to the manufacturer of my plane than to me as the pilot. Lieutenant Robert S. Nelson also saw a Japanese scout but ignored it. Then, about 4 hours into the mission, he noticed a slight disturbance on the horizon. It was hard to tell, peering between rain squalls, but it looked like ships. In the adjacent sector, another Torpedo 10 crew also found something. Lieutenant J.G. Edward Laster, wingman to Robert R. Jones, had a better perspective than Nelson. The Avenger crewman had found something not seen in 20 months, Japanese aircraft carriers. The pilots immediately checked their navigation, plotting the position and opening up with contact reports. Nelson radioed in the clear, "Enemy fleet sighted." He gave the latitude and longitude with an estimated speed of 20 knots. Meanwhile, Jones's radio man, Robert Grenier, tapped out a Morse code message that began, "Many ships." Both reported positions were within a few miles of each other. However, Nelson's wingman, Lieutenant J.G. James S. Moore, was doing his own navigation and found a 1-degree longitude error equal to 60 miles. A correction was immediately sent to the task force. Railroad Jones made tracks for Enterprise to report in person while Nelson stuck around. He was fascinated to see a Japanese carrier only a few miles away, leaving a circular wake as it turned after we had been in view for 4 or 5 minutes. On the return leg, escort pilot Lieutenant J.G. Ed Colgan dived on a green-colored Japanese aircraft. His Hellcat snacked on the Kate torpedo plane, then continued homeward. Tom Hamilton and Killer Kane had a strike group ready to launch, 12 Dauntlesses, 5 Avengers, and a dozen Hellcats. They were just part of a massive 240-plane mission from 3 of the 4 task groups. Standing at the head of Bombing 10's ready room, Jig Ramage announced, "We're going to be gas misers." It was a fairly long way outbound, at least 250 miles, and the return flight would be made in darkness. Ramage suggested that his pilots manually manage their fuel flow, rather than trust the auto-lean setting. The carrier swung their bows into the wind and began flinging airplanes off their decks at 4:25 p.m. 14 aircraft aborted, leaving a long aerial trail of 226 planes cruise-climbing into the afternoon sky. About 20 minutes en route, the squadrons began receiving priority radio traffic. Jim Moore's report of the 1-degree easterly error finally caught up with the airborne pilots, who began recomputing the time-distance equation. Leaning over his chartboard, Ramage saw that the actual range to target was a little over 300 miles. He accepted the likelihood that he would have some boating experience that night. Well along at the end of the aerial procession, Dauntlesses were the slowest carrier aircraft, Bombing 10 glimpsed strange ships to port, south of the outbound track. Wasp's air group jumped on the Japanese oilers, but everyone else continued west, seeking the Fighting Navy. They found it beneath an immense anvil-shaped cumulus cloud, backlit by the slanting rays of the westering sun. Enterprise's formation arrived overhead the Japanese 2nd Carrier Division with Lexington's Air Group 16, the only other unit still flying Dauntlesses. Strike leaders began assigning targets among the 3 carriers, escorted by a battleship, a cruiser, and 8 destroyers. Ramage coordinated with Lieutenant Van Esen's Avengers to attack two flat tops, carving high-speed wakes on the cloud-shadowed sea. Trusting Killer Kane's Hellcats to handle the defending fighters, Jigdog was satisfied with his pilot's positions, then reduced power and opened his dive flaps. Suddenly, he heard Chief Dave Cawley's voice on the intercom, warning of bandits overhead. Ramage glanced around, astonished to see a Zeke close aboard. The Japanese turned away, leaving Ramage to nose into his 70-degree dive. At that moment, he inherited the legacy of previous Bombing 10 CO Stockton Bernie Strong, who had said, "I'm going to make you the second-best dive bomber in the Pacific Fleet." Ramage's target likely was Junyo, as he assigned Lieutenant Lou Banks's 2nd Division to Ryujo. Flak erupted from the enemy ships, but at long last, with a Japanese flight deck in his sight. He recalled, "The carrier looked big, tremendous, almost make-believe. I had a moment of real joy. I had often dreamed of something like this. Then I was horrified with myself. What a spot to be in." Ramage pressed his dive to the limit, only 1,500 feet. He punched the bomb release, felt the half-ton weight leave the airplane, and pulled on his stick. Even under the stress of a high-G recovery, Ramage felt his bomb explode in the ship's wake. Then Cawley was firing his twin Brownings, and a Zeke overshot the Dauntless. Ramage and the Japanese exchanged glances. Then the Zeke was zoom climbing for altitude. Looking down, Ramage saw waterspouts erupt around his target. One pilot was unable to drop his bomb, but one of the other four seemed to hit the flight deck overhang. Nearby, Lou Banks's Dauntless division got split up during the approach and went for separate targets. In all the confusion, smoke, spray, and gathering dusk, it was difficult to tell who did what. But later, Lieutenant J.G. Harold F. Grubus was credited with a hit on Hiyo, which took a bomb to the bridge, and Banks saw his explosion knock some planes off Junyo's deck. Eason's Avengers opened their bomb bays and slanted down on the light carrier Ryujo, drawing heavy gunfire from the escorting battleship. Though the Grim Reapers fought to keep interceptors off the bombers, perhaps 12 Zekes harried the Buzzard Brigade crews. Van Esen's gunner, L.W. Hughes, likely scored, as a Zeke dropped away trailing smoke. Dropping in line astern to cover a wider area, Eason's pilots claimed a 50% hit rate from their 16 bombs. Japanese records only mentioned near misses on Ryujo, though some damage was inflicted. During the approach, attack, and withdrawal, Enterprise Hellcats fought a series of brief engagements with Ozawa's CAP. The Reapers claimed 7 kills, 2 by Ensign Jerome L. Wolfe, Jr., who got separated from Killer Kane. Tommy Harmon's Hellcat quartet was bounced by an estimated 15 Zekes. Turning into the threat, shoving up the power, Harmon and Ensign William T. Howard each gunned an enemy. The second section, Lieutenant J.G. John Shinneman and Ensign Jack Turner, fought a separate battle, scoring hits and disengaging. Somewhere in the hassle, Turner's plane took damage, and he had to ditch, awaiting rescue the next day. Outbound from the Japanese fleet, pilots looked for friends, or at least friendly strangers. Nobody wanted to be alone for the nearly 300-mile return trip, especially with nightfall pending. Behind them, minus 20 planes lost in combat. The departing Americans reckoned they had justified Mark Mitcher's risky long-range strike. In truth, only Belleau Wood's Avengers achieved significant success by sinking the carrier Hiyo. 4 other carriers were struck, most notably Junyo, which took 2 hits and 6 rattling near misses. Bombing 10 undoubtedly contributed to her damage. Flying east through the darkening sky, pilots leaned out their fuel mixtures, striving for the most efficient power settings. When tanks began running dry, the calls were overheard with ambivalence. To some pilots they were plaintive, to others aggravating. Some flyers turned off their radios and proceeded east through a moonless sky. Nearing the task force, aviators were astonished at what they saw. Almost every ship was lit up, running truck lights and shining high-powered signal lamps like vertical yellowish beacons. Mark Mitcher's staff had decided to ignore the danger of Japanese submarines in favor of dozens or scores of young lives. The word went out, "Turn on the lights." Enterprise's first Avenger home was piloted by Lieutenant J.G. Joe Doyle, who safely snagged an arresting wire. And his wheels collapsed. There was no time to study the problem, as Avenger T-49 was quickly jettisoned to clear the deck. Behind Doyle, others were trying to stretch their fuel and their luck. Ralph Cummings came close. His engine ran dry in the traffic pattern, so he ditched near the ship. He unlimbered his flashlight and visually hailed the cruiser Baltimore, which rescued his crew. Like many pilots that night, Crossbow Collins mistook an escort's lights for a flat top. By the time he realized he was lined up on a destroyer, he had enough fuel for one pass at Enterprise's foul deck. Collins made a good water landing and engaged in a brief tug-of-war with gunner Bill Langworthy as they pulled opposite ends of the fuselage-mounted life raft. Van Eason also came close to landing, but he was cut out of Lexington's pattern by panicked or unobservant pilots who forced him to go around. Out of fuel, Torpedo 10's exec set his Avenger down in the water. Radioman Joe McMullen had experienced a dunking at Santa Cruz and said Eason's ditching was no rougher than a normal carrier landing. Enterprise's landing signal officer was Lieutenant Horace Prolix, previously a Bombing 6 aviator who had an extremely busy evening. Among those he had to wave off was Jig Ramage, who finally squeezed into Yorktown in Task Group 58.1. There he had an unexpected reunion with my old hero, Captain John Crommelin, on Rear Admiral Jocko Clark's staff. Meanwhile, Hod Prolix brought aboard 17 planes from 5 other carriers. That night it was any available flight deck. The only Bombing 10 pilot who didn't get aboard was Lou Bangs. He ran out of fuel, and with his gunner wound up on the destroyer Cogswell with Van Eason's crew. Remarkably, the relatively short-ranged Dauntlesses sustained the fewest losses to fuel exhaustion of all bombers on the mission Beyond Darkness. Chick Harmer was airborne that night, not hunting Japanese but seeking lost friends. Employing his Corsair's air search radar, in a 2-hour sortie he tacked onto 3 groups of wayward aircraft and shepherded them back to the task force. He considered it one of the most satisfying missions he ever flew. One other Big E pilot failed to return that night. When noses were counted, Killer Kane was missing. Fruitless Pursuit. In the wee hours of the 21st, the tireless crews of Bob Nelson and Jim Moore sought to repeat their find of the previous afternoon, and they did. Incredibly, they loitered for an hour over Ozawa's 4 task groups, sending updates on enemy position, course, and speed. Torpedo 10's sterling work over those 2 days raised the bar for carrier-based reconnaissance, confirming the importance of night flying mated to radar. Based on the contact report, 16 Enterprise bombers with a dozen Hellcats tried to restrike the enemy fleet later that morning, but the gap had widened to some 350 miles. With the Japanese well out of range, the Battle of the Philippine Sea was over, and the Great Mariana's Turkey Shoot entered legend. But work remained to be done. Task Force 58 searched for missing air crews and reshuffled the very mixed decks throughout the force. 15 Enterprise planes returned to the Big E, so a tentative accounting could begin. 6 Air Group 10 planes had been lost on the 20th, but only Jack Turner's was due to enemy action, and he was rescued. Through June 29th, follow-up strikes were launched against Guam and Pagan to keep the pressure on Japanese bases and intercept enemy aircraft funneling into the area. But after the excitement of the 19th and 20th, it was pretty tame. One day, only 15 planes were launched and recovered. On the 22nd, a destroyer approached Enterprise, blinking the Morse code numeral 6, alerting the Big E that the message was for her. On the signal bridge, the sailor on the light acknowledged the message, which began, How, Oboe, William, break, Mike, Uncle, Charlie, how, and so on. Once received, the message read, How much ice cream is Killer Kane worth? Whoops of delight erupted from the signal bridge, immediately relayed to exec Tom Hamilton. In minutes he was on the microphone, letting the Big E know that her air group skipper was coming home. That afternoon, Kane was transferred on lines suspended between the 2 ships, exchanged for 20 gallons of ice cream, 4 times the going rate. He looked even worse than before, with his head rebandaged and his face bruised from another impact with a gun sight. According to Hamilton, you never saw such elation on a ship, and when Killer came over on the high line from the destroyer back to the Enterprise, I have never seen such an expression of love of a whole ship of men for one individual. Kane related his story from 2 nights previously. Waved off for a foul deck, he quipped that while other pilots were running out of fuel, he ran out of altitude and flew into the sea. If so, it was understandable. He had logged 10 hours that day. Behind the scenes, some flyers wondered if the killer hadn't outdone himself. His nearsightedness was a poorly kept secret, and by rights he should not have been flying from carriers. However, nobody was going to tell Killer Kane that he should stop flying. After the battle. Overriding the thrill of getting at enemy carriers and welcoming shipmates back from peril was something else, a sense that somehow the battle had not gone quite right. The aviators, wearing their sporty brown shoes in contrast to the regulation surface officers' black shoes, muttered among themselves. For all his intellect, they held, Spruance had muffed a golden opportunity. The Ready Room majority held that Ozawa should have been pursued to destruction, so Japan's carriers would pose no future threat. But the cockpit perspective was strategically myopic, as some dedicated aviators later acknowledged. Fifth Fleet's primary responsibility was supporting the amphibious force, protecting its vulnerable shipping from an enemy end run. However unlikely that prospect, it was recognized by Nimitz, who had given Spruance as much latitude as possible. As he had done at Midway, Spruance accomplished both his missions. He protected the troops ashore while inflicting as much damage as possible on the enemy. Only 6 of Ozawa's 9 carriers steamed home, their decks nearly devoid of aircraft. The Hellcats had shattered Japan's carefully nurtured tailhook squadrons, shot to rags and tatters, and beyond rebuilding. Much of Enterprise's limited combat the next week was logged by the night fighters. On June 27th, Corsair pilot Bob Holden splashed to Betty 10 miles south of the force. The next night, Harmer's squadron closed its victory log as Holden downed 2 more and Harmer another. Night Fighting Squadron 101 finished the cruise with 5 kills and no losses, despite flying the Navy's most challenging aircraft, at night. On June 29th, Air Group 10 ended its deployment with a 30-plane strike against Oroti Airfield. Upon return to the task force, some of the youngsters allocated their exuberance to show. They broke Kane's ironclad discipline, indulging in aerobatics and unprofessional banter on the radio. After several minutes, Blackjack Reeves personally intervened, putting an end to the performance. But the survivors felt justified. They had lost 12 pilots and 7 aircrew during 5 months of almost constant operations, and now they were going home. Enterprise was staying. Chapter 10. Only Human. Midsummer 1944 brought change to Enterprise, resting at Majuro Atoll in the Marshall Islands. Rear Admiral Blackjack Reeves departed, as did Captain Matt Gardner, stars in his near future as a task group commander. He was not widely missed in the Big E, though some men had glimpsed his softer side. Despite their occasionally testy relationship, Gardner gave Chief Yeoman Bill Norberg a parting gift, an autographed pencil portrait of Gardner. With no new captain available at Majuro, Exec Tom Hamilton assumed temporary command. Though only a commander, he was skipper for most of July, returning the ship to Pearl for a new propeller and a new air group. Docking on the 16th, Enterprise remained for a month, and it was a crowded 4 weeks. The new captain, Cato Douglas Glover, Jr., had been one of Admiral Nimitz's senior planners. As such, Glover possessed a broader grasp of Pacific strategy than any previous skipper. He also represented the trend to rotate staffers to sea commands, a policy that kept information flowing up and downstream while giving senior officers important career benchmarks. Subordinates remembered the Alabaman as a gentle, soft-spoken leader who treated everyone as an equal. He was probably the most approachable of Enterprise captains, taking an interest in the welfare of his sailors. He conversed casually on the wing of the bridge and encouraged youngsters to attend college on the newly enacted GI Bill. Assigned a new air group, Enterprise spent 5 days exercising her squadrons. Air Group 20 operated under drawling Commander Daniel F. Smith, Jr., widely known as Dog. The 1934 Annapolis yearbook described him as the embodiment of the fabled Texan, 6'2", lean and rangy, possessing that sun-cured color and outthrust chin. The fighter skipper was Frederick E. Bakutis, a Bay Stater who lettered in track at Annapolis. He had been flying since 1939, previously serving in 2 carrier squadrons. A natural musician, he often unlimbered his guitar to accompany whatever was playing on the radio or Jerry Flynn's Enterprise broadcast. The bombers belonged to darkly handsome Robert Emmett Riera from Pensacola. Called by his middle name and known for his appetite, he brought a new aircraft to the Big E. The Curtiss SB-2C Helldiver had experienced a painful gestation, often shedding its tail and demonstrating poor carrier suitability. Few bomber pilots liked it as much as the beloved Dauntless, which, though slower, was a more accurate bomber and more reliable aircraft. The Helldiver belatedly entered combat in November 1943, but only after the Marianas did it fully replace the Dauntless aboard ship. Riera and company were determined to tame the beast and exchanged their -1 Helldivers for much-improved SB-2C3s shortly before joining Enterprise. Torpedo 20's first skipper was Lieutenant Commander David Dressendorfer, who rotated out before the squadron deployed. His parting prediction: the air group could be one of the best ever, but 1 man in 3 would perish. He proved perilously close to right. Dressendorfer was succeeded by Samuel Lee Prickett, Jr. from Alabama. Unlike the air group commander and other squadron COs, Prickett was not an Annapolis product. The night fighter skipper was well known in the Big E. Lieutenant Commander Jim Gray was back aboard more than 2 years after Midway. As the squadron commander, Gray led Night Fighting Squadron 78's Detachment 1, while subordinates took 4 other deaths to other carriers. The new outfit was proud to find itself aboard Enterprise. Recorded the torpedo squadron, "We went aboard the Big E, the Navy's finest carrier. The ship was loaded with officers and men of whom the Navy should be proud. For the most part, they had long sea duty behind them, and by usual standards should have been relieved. They met us newcomers with open arms, made us feel part of them. We all respected the Big E's gallant war record and looked up to the men aboard, especially the deck crew, the Navy's best." Smith and Bakutis had drilled their fighter pilots extensively at gunnery and rocket firing, sometimes 3 90-minute flights per day. In California and Hawaii, the squadrons had evolved from group gropes into a smoothly choreographed 3-dimensional routine, not only by day, but with pre-dawn launches and join-ups. Air Group 20 arrived in the Big E as a smoothly functioning team. Tom Hamilton, now reverted to executive officer, liked what he saw in the new arrivals. He considered Smith's crew a very aggressive and excellent air group. The pilots were obviously competent and proud of their factory-new aircraft sporting an overall gloss blue in place of the previous blue shades over white. With the new aircraft color scheme, Enterprise herself received new paint. While at Pearl, the ship was decorated in Measure 33, the dazzle pattern of haze gray, pale gray, and ocean gray. Because she was the only survivor of her class, Variant 4AB was unique to the Big E, a combination of scallops and angles designed to confuse enemy submarine skippers as to the ship's size and direction of travel. Departing Pearl Harbor on August 16th, Enterprise steamed into Eniwetok, the fleet anchorage in the Marshalls, 2,700 miles near Japan. A few hundred Enterprise veterans recalled the early days of 1942, when the most that the Pacific Fleet could manage was a 1-day raid on the Marshalls. Now it was an American lake. After 4 days at Eniwetok, the task force set course 1,600 miles west to attack the barren, obscure Bonin Islands. En route, the planned 5th Fleet to 3rd Fleet transition was accomplished at sea. Halsey in New Jersey took over, but the change was hardly noticeable to ships' crews. Now part of the 3rd Fleet, the fast carriers became Task Force 38, but still operated under Mitscher. Enterprise, with Franklin, Belleau Wood, and San Jacinto, became Rear Admiral Ralph Davison's Task Group 38.4. Davison rode the newer Franklin, as Big Ben had more staff space and the latest communications gear. It was a startling change for the Big E, accustomed to having a flag officer aboard almost continuously since 1941. Air Group 20 went to work in earnest on August 31st, beginning 3 days of pounding the Bonins 750 miles south of Tokyo. To a former fleet planner like Enterprise's Captain Glover, the islands represented one portion of the immense Pacific chessboard, with squares defined by degrees of latitude and longitude. Carriers were naval queens, with supreme mobility and reach, able to strike almost any square on the board. While Davison's group interdicted the Bonins, other task groups struck other squares, the Palaus east of the Philippines and Wake Island, keeping the Japanese off balance and uncertain. One island in the nearby volcano group would emerge from obscurity 6 months later, Iwo Jima. From the Bonins south-southeast to the Palaus and east to Wake covered much of the western Pacific, an oceanic triangle 2,000 to about 4,500 miles on a side, with one point resting on Wake. It was a huge expanse of 4.4 million square miles, and the United States Navy owned nearly all of it. Nimitz wanted more. On the first day of the Bonan's operation, Dog Smith's squadrons put up an unusually large strike, 40 aircraft. They got a 2-for-1 opportunity, hitting Chichijima's harbor and airfield while inbound, and Hahajima to the south on the return leg. With no enemy aircraft on either small island, and no significant shipping, to some men the operation had the feel of a training exercise. Franklin's Hellcats claimed a dozen kills over Iwo Jima, 150 miles south, while Enterprise's pilots had no opportunity. But Chichi's flak was lethal, a variety of automatic fire and bursting rounds slicing up from the island's craggy greenness. In 3 days, Air Group 20 lost 3 Helldive bombers, with Ensign Stuart Ferguson and radioman James A. Bain the first fatalities, plus 2 Hellcat fighters and an Avenger torpedo plane. Though cruiser-based float planes provided the now accustomed air-sea rescue service, 6 missing planes made Chichi a rough initiation. After a brief stop at Saipan, now an advanced fleet base that Killer Kane's crews would not have recognized 2 months previously, the fast carriers headed south. Task Group 38.4 struck Yap in the Carolines on September 6th, looking like another in-and-out affair. Dog Smith was up front for the afternoon strike, with fighter skipper Fred Bakutis and his exec, Joseph T. Lawler, leading 3 divisions. But Yap's gunners were among the most practiced in the Western Pacific, and they shot down Bakutis's number 4 man, Lieutenant J.G. Harry Brown. Seconds later, Lawler's 2 wingmen disappeared. Ensigns Joseph E. Cox and H.A. Holding either collided in the dive or succumbed to flak. It all happened so fast, nobody saw what happened to the latter pair. Air Group 20 was learning the ropes as everyone did, the hard way. While some flyers felt that Yap yielded little for the effort expended, one innovation emerged from the Carolines raids as Fighting 20 initiated napalm to carrier combat. The gelatinous substance, the consistency of applesauce, was poured into Hellcat drop tanks with an impact fuse. When dropped, it burned with hellish intensity to destroy foliage and camouflage covering Japanese facilities. Enterprise pilots found that perhaps half of the tanks failed to drop or explode, and a return pass to ignite them with machine gun fire often was not worth the risk. Bloody Peleliu. The next operation was no smash-and-go affair. It was the prelude to a major amphibious landing at Peleliu, 600 miles east of Mindanao. While the other 3 task groups probed the Philippines, Davison took Enterprise, Franklin, and their consorts to the Palaus, where Air Group 10 had pummeled shipping in March, 6 long months before. The Japanese had 30 years to construct defenses, and made use of the time. Joe Lawler, the low-key yet effective fighter exec, later said, "Koror Island was the capital of the Palau Group, and the Japanese had the first team on their guns, which were supplied with ample ammunition." Among the targets were ships that in fact were floating flak sites. On September 10th, torpedo exec Ross Manown's Avenger crew was lost with the bomber's Lieutenant George Gibson and his gunner, plus another air crewman killed. It was a rough way to learn the rules of the new league, but thereafter Air Group 20 restricted attacks on Koror to 4,000 feet, above the worst of the light flak. Even so, on the 13th, the torpedo squadron lost a crew over Peleliu. D-Day was the 15th, providing Enterprise air crews with an inspiring spectacle. None had seen anything comparable. Streams of amphibious tractors and landing craft churning the ocean toward Peleliu's beaches, dominated by high, craggy hills, providing some of the war's best defensive terrain. It was frustrating for Dog Smith's aviators, who bombed, rocketed, and strafed inland of the beaches. Yet despite repeated runs and expenditure of all ordnance, the enemy gunfire seemed unabated. When the carriers disengaged on the 17th, the 1st Marine Division proceeded to climb, fight, and bleed its way in the questionable need to conquer the island. In vivid contrast, the carrier sailors were able to indulge in some nautical foolery. On the 19th, the task force crossed the equator southbound, affording the trusty shellbacks a rare opportunity to inflict traditional degradation upon the new crop of pollywogs. The initiation ceremony was not always observed in wartime, but with no urgency at the moment, the Big E repeated the ritual she had first sponsored on that long-ago shakedown cruise in 1938. Some Enterprise men still aboard remembered the occasion, but the principals were mostly departed. The role of Neptunus Rex was played by Chief D.C. Genzel, who brought experience and enthusiasm to the part. There followed 3 days at Manus in the Admiralties, north of New Guinea, devoted to rearming, refueling, and what passed for recreating. Ship's crews crowded ashore to indulge in horseplay fueled by warm beer, 6 per customer, at least age 21. But the equatorial climate tended to melt much of the enthusiasm, and some sailors returned to the relative luxury of their ships and bunks. To some, the interlude bordered on surreal. On the far side of the planet, the World Series was played that month, the famous crosstown rivalry between the National League Cardinals and American League Browns. Enterprise radiomen passed the word. The Cards took it 4-2, retaining MVP Stan Musial, hitting .304 in the series, who is not due to report for induction until next year. Okinawa bound. When Task Force 38 deployed again in early October, Halsey took everything he had, 17 fast carriers, 6 battleships, 14 cruisers, and nearly 60 destroyers. The target was Okinawa, barely 350 miles south of Japan. The Big Island was on the list for conquest in the coming spring, but first it had to be softened up. For a change, aerial opposition was anticipated, and Fighting 20 contributed 3 divisions, each of 4 planes. But the Japanese were caught by surprise, so on the morning of October 10th, Bakudis's Hellcats went down low and close to the runways and parking ramps, strafing dozens of parked planes to destruction. The following strike arrived over the briefed target on Nagakusaku Bay, but better hunting was reported off Naha Town. Of 5 Japanese transporter cargo ships sunk there, Enterprise bombers found 4 transports and an escort that was initially thought to be a destroyer, and divvied them up by 2 plane sections. Diving out of the west from 12,000 feet, ignoring generally inaccurate flak, the Helldivers were deadly. The strike coordinator reported hits on every ship with very few misses. 1 transport blew up and others were set afire. The escort went under while the bombers shared a transport with the torpedo planes. On the way out, Emmett Riera's Helldiver pilots got a rare opportunity to strafe with their 20mm cannon, chewing up a coastal vessel that appeared sinking. Nearly a year after being established and following almost 2 months in combat, Air Group 20 had achieved high competence. Smith's air crews could put 30-plus planes on and off a target in a few minutes, leaving it burning, sinking, or wrecked. But the fighters had lacked any opportunity to engage airborne targets. That was about to change. On the evening of October 11th, Jim Gray stalked a Betty bomber 50 miles west of the task force. It was a perfect intercept. He closed to 100 yards, unseen by the Japanese until he opened fire. When he pulled off the kill, he was so close that he could see flames burning inside. Officially, it was Fighting 20's first victory, as the night detachment had been absorbed into Bakudis's outfit. The nocturnal Hellcats already had paid a price, however, losing 3 planes and a pilot in accidents. The next morning, the fast carriers tackled Formosa, now Taiwan, 75 miles off the China coast, and loaded with Japanese naval and military facilities. Third Fleet devoted 3 days to pounding the huge island, 13,000 square miles, 14th largest in the Pacific, beating down enemy air power as a prelude to the upcoming Philippine landings 500 miles to the south. Smothering Formosa was a daunting task. It had been a Japanese possession since 1895, with nearly 50 years to develop bases and defenses. The island was crammed with bombers, fighters, and hundreds of anti-aircraft guns from 25mm up. But its importance could not be ignored, as Japanese naval aircraft from Formosa had overwhelmed Americans on Luzon in 1941. The remarkable range of Japanese planes had enabled Tokyo's conquest of the Philippines. Enterprise contributed a dozen Hellcats to the early fighter sweep, and Fred Bakudis's crew eagerly hunted near major airdromes, Tainan, Ain Ansho, and Takao. Air Group Commander Dog Smith opened the action, splitting a Zeke with Lieutenant J.G. Thomas J. Woodruff. Over the next 20 minutes, other Fighting 20 pilots tied into Japanese Army fighters, stub-nosed Tojos, and Zekes. Bakudis gunned a pair of Tojos, while lanky Ensign Alex Phillips claimed a quartet of Zekes. Equally lethal was Ensign Douglas Baker. He dived onto a string of Tojos and flamed the last one in line. Seconds later, another crossed his nose, affording him a smooth tracking shot. The target gushed flames, and the pilot went over the side. Seeking his wingman, Baker glanced down and saw another opportunity. He rolled into the Navy's patented overhead gunnery pass, allowed full deflection, and fired. His aim was perfect, and the Tojo blew up. Next, Baker joined another lone ensign, Robert Nelson, and killed the Zeke. A 23-year-old Oklahoman, Baker was on his way to top shot in the squadron. After its long apprenticeship in aerial combat, Fighting 20 counted 21 kills. Though the morning sweeps eradicated one-third of Formosa's aircraft, and the second launch obliterated most of the others, there were still losses. An Avenger crew and 2 Helldivers fell to Takao Harbor's thick flak, plus a Hellcat, but the survivors were scooped up by submarine. The next day, the 13th, involved far less combat as the Japanese ceded control of Formosa airspace. Big E fighters splashed 8 planes, nearly all snooping the task group, but Joe Lawler found an opportunity offshore. Returning from a strike on Taipei, he spotted a life raft with a lonely aviator who was waving frantically. Lawler decided to cover the shoot-down until a submarine arrived. In his low orbit, Lawler looked around and saw a sleek Japanese aircraft outbound from shore. The Japanese apparently saw the Americans at the same time, as he abruptly reversed course. The Paul was fast for a float plane, good for 270 miles per hour, and Lawler shoved his throttle through the gate, the wire preventing accidental use of water injection that temporarily cooled the engine. With the big Pratt & Whitney surging at maximum power, the Hellcat overhauled the ungainly float plane. Lawler centered the Paul in his gun sight and held the trigger down until the victim exploded. About 5 minutes later, regrouping his division, Lawler was surprised to see another float plane. Knowing that Japanese tended to strafe life rafts, he repeated the process again, executing an Aichi Jake from below. Eventually, Lawler heard from the duty submarine, inbound to the raft, and took his flight back to Enterprise. That same day, Lieutenant J.G. William F. Ross's Avenger was shot down, with radioman Harry H. Aldro and ordnanceman Charles E. McVeigh. As his plane dropped out of control, Ross heard his friends calling, "Bail out, Shorty!" He went over the side, pulled the ripcord, and landed in the surf. The Japanese opened fire, striking him in one shoulder. Then they decided to let him live. Ross was taken to a hospital where he received a visitor a few days later, a Japanese pilot who claimed shooting him down. Ross's 2 crewmen were murdered 8 months later. On the evening of the second day, 4 Bettys penetrated Task Group 38.4 to launch torpedoes at Franklin. Enterprise sailors standing topside saw a gout of flame erupt from a bomber that skidded across Big Ben's deck, but no serious damage was done. Day 3 of the air battle of Formosa sent Davison's group about 250 miles south to harass airfields on northern Luzon. Bakudis's pilots found some grounded planes to strafe, but little else. The operation was judged a success, however, not only in reducing enemy air power, but in sinking more than 20 Japanese merchant or cargo ships and tankers. To the Philippines. Tokyo could not let the Philippines go uncontested. The archipelago not only dominated the Western Pacific, but stood astride Japan's essential petroleum route from the East Indies. That was the reason for seizing the islands immediately after Pearl Harbor. Consequently, the American offensive to regain the islands would likely result in fierce resistance ashore and a great naval battle. The campaign to liberate the Philippines began in earnest on October 15th. That morning, each of the Big E's squadron skippers led their respective commands shoreward, 33 blue aircraft bearing the air group's white triangle on the tails. The target was Manila. East of the capital, it became apparent that the Hellcats would have to shoot their way in, clearing a path for the bombers. Japanese Army fighters easily outnumbered the 16 Hellcats and tried luring them away from the Helldivers and Avengers. Fred Bakudis was having none of it. Consequently, the mission turned into the biggest dogfight yet, 11 Oscars downed, against no American losses. Doug Baker claimed 2 and became the squadron's first ace. Unpestered by enemy fighters, Riera's and Prickett's bombers had a clear shot at Manila's airfields. Low clouds prevented the customary steep dives from altitude, so the Helldivers and Avengers flattened their approaches and ran in through some of the thickest flak yet seen. All released ordnance from minimum altitude, destroying parked planes and cratering runways. One of the pilots heading outbound was Lieutenant Edward B. Holly, who had flown from Enterprise at Guadalcanal. Amazed when a Zeke appeared ahead of his Avenger, he barely had to change his flight path to hose it with his wing guns. It was the first time an enemy aircraft got within shooting range of an Air Group 20 bomber, and nearly the last. Action shifted seaward at mid-afternoon as Japanese formations pressed hard against the carriers. In a running battle from 60 down to 20 miles from the force, Bakudis's fighter pilots claimed another 17 victories, running the day's total to a record 35. Moreover, the skipper and his wingman splashed a twin-engine Dyna, apparently serving as strike coordinator, orbiting at 23,000 feet. But there were losses. Ensign Norman Snow's Hellcat was shot up in a dogfight, forcing him to ditch near a destroyer. He got out, but drowned, despite efforts of the ship's crew to save him. Another ensign, Bruce Hanna, collided with a bomber, losing a wing and barely escaping his doomed Hellcat by parachute. This time, some rescuers were successful. The Americans kept pressure on Philippine airfields over the subsequent days. On the 17th, Dog Smith led a sweep to Mabalacat East, 50 miles north of Manila. The Hellcats dived in, strafing and rocketing, when Zeke's belatedly took off. Smith recognized a rare opportunity and jumped on it. In less than a full turn, he shot down two, then found another on his nose. The Zeke turned away, offering Smith a belly shot, and he triggered a lethal burst. 3 kills in perhaps 60 seconds, with fewer than 850 rounds of .50 caliber. Other Hellcats claimed 4 more. The next day, Enterprise launched 5 fighter sweeps and bombing strikes, with the fighters claiming 27 shoot-downs around Clark Field, the big facility the Americans built between the wars. Alex Phillips downed an Oscar to make ace on his 23rd birthday. Doug Baker was over Manila twice that day, killing 2 fighters and sharing a third in the morning, then adding another that afternoon. The day's record for VF-20 was 27 against 5 losses to all causes, further proof of the growing disparity between U.S. Navy pilots and their opponents. Long gone was Japan's qualitative edge that the Big E knew from 1942. However, the 18th was the worst day of the war for Air Group 20. 15 planes were lost to all causes, evenly divided among the 3 squadrons with 6 flyers missing. Of 3 downed Hellcat pilots, only Lieutenant William N. Foy got out of his sinking plane in Subic Bay. Unknown to his friends, the injured pilot was plucked up by friendly Filipinos. Emergency recall. After a month at sea and frequent losses, Enterprise and her consorts were ready for some downtime, but en route to Ulithi in the Carolines on October 21st, prospects for rest and relaxation were dashed. Third Fleet ordered an immediate reversal, and Davison's task group came hard about. It took a while for word to filter down, but sailors' suspicions soon were confirmed. The Japanese fleet was out for the first time since the Marianas operation in June. The enemy plan was ambitious and complex. 3 powerful units operating across a 600-mile north-south axis from well off Luzon's northern tip down to the central Philippines. 2 battleship groups would penetrate the islands from the west, surprising American amphibious forces in Leyte Gulf, while Tokyo's 4 remaining carriers would draw off Halsey far to the north. It shaped up as the last great naval battle in history. Davison laid on the knots as Task Group 38.4 pounded west at high speed. At dawn on the 24th, Enterprise and Franklin were to launch search teams from maximum range east of Luzon, 375 miles instead of the typical 250. 4 wedge-shaped sectors were assigned, 2 for each carrier, extending west of the island chain. Dog Smith's crews drew the 2 southern sectors. Major elements of the Japanese fleet were reported eastbound in the Sulu Sea, west of the Philippines. The Enterprise contribution was 2 sector searches launched at 6 a.m., each with 6 bombers and 8 fighters, instead of the usual 3 or 4 planes per sector. To make the distance, the Helldivers carried underwing fuel tanks and 2 500-pound bombs. They wasted no time, departing the force in 15 minutes. Their search leg, southwest through west, took them over the width of the myriad Philippine islands, which in bright sunlight assumed an almost fluorescent greenness. Just before 8, one team found 3 destroyers, apparently going no place in particular, and left them for possible attack on the return leg. Around 8:30, Lieutenant Raymond E. Moore's search team struck gold about 100 miles northwest of the fabled Isle of Zamboanga, in the northern part of Enterprise's sector. The air crews correctly identified 2 Fuso-class battleships, 39,000 tons with 14-inch main batteries, plus a Mogami cruiser and 4 destroyers, northbound at 15 knots. Fuso was a favorite in the imperial household. Emperor Hirohito's brother had served aboard her twice. Her sister, Yamashiro, trailed with her own escorts, presenting 2 distinct targets. Moore radioed his skipper in the adjacent sector, and Emmett Riera turned northerly to link up. Between them they had a decent strike group, a dozen bombers and 16 fighters. Helldiver pilot Ensign Robert J. Barnes called the sight of the majestic Japanese southern force, cutting broad white wakes below him, something you dream about as a dive bomber pilot. The anti-aircraft was terrific. From 10 miles, the battle wagon's main batteries fired fused rounds, bursting at 12,000 feet. Spectacular explosions detonated within 500 feet of the Big E's aircraft, erupting in red, blue, yellow, and white flashes. The long-range anti-aircraft fire was surprisingly accurate, causing some flyers to flinch in their cockpits. The phosphorus rounds impressed everybody over the ships that morning, brilliant white bursts in the sky, flicking greedy tendrils outward from the explosion, seeking a daring or unfortunate pilot. With everyone now present, Riera led the bombers to 15,000 feet while assigning targets. The Helldiver's 500-pounders could not inflict serious damage on battleships, but it was unthinkable to pass up the opportunity. Riera took the lead battle wagon, Yamashiro, sending Moore's team after Fuso, farther astern. As Fred Bakutis led his Hellcats down to suppress flak with rockets and gunfire, the Helldivers timed their dives to near perfection, plunging on both Leviathans simultaneously out of the morning sun. The setup prevented enemy gunners from concentrating their firepower on one group of planes, yielding better survival prospects for the aviators. It was a sight for the flyers to remember all their lives, high-velocity rockets snaking out, bursting on gray steel hulls and superstructures, while bombs left Helldiver bellies at about 2,000 feet. All the while, Japanese gunners put up a wall of 5-inch flak, often accurate in altitude but wide in deflection. However, it was thick, so thick that some pilots could not easily discern hits or misses on the ships. Bombing 20 claimed hits on both battleships. Fuso took a quarter-ton bomb alongside the No. 2 turret, exploding inside the hull and killing the crew of a secondary battery. Some old seams failed, allowing seawater to intrude, but pumps handled the inflow. Fuso also had a large fire amidships to aft, still burning when the attackers pulled off half an hour later. She heeled out of column to port, slowing visibly. Meanwhile, Yamashiro sprung some plates from near misses. Then a Helldiver pilot put one of his bombs on her stern, igniting a depth charge, rupturing an aviation fuel tank, and incinerating 2 float planes. She developed a serious list approaching 15 degrees that was corrected by counterflooding to port. From overhead, and from some attending vessels, the old battle wagon appeared in trouble with thick, roiling smoke, but eventually the persistent flames were doused, and she continued on course. Cruiser Mogami also was attacked, no stranger to Enterprise aviators who had mauled her at Midway and seen her west of Saipan. 3 bombs splashed close aboard, but the veteran warship escaped damage. In fact, she coolly launched a float plane during the bombing attack, as Vice Admiral Shoji Nishimura badly needed reconnaissance information. Strafing Hellcats made a stinging impression. As a Japanese officer recalled, enemy bullets showered like rain near the bridge and pierced here and there. About 20 men were killed aboard Yamashiro, and a petty officer on the bridge was wounded within a few feet of Admiral Nishimura, who appeared impassive. He remained focused on his ultimate mission, sailing out of Suragawa Strait that night to fall upon American shipping in Leyte Gulf. Bombing 20 was impressed with Fred Bakutis' fighters, describing their performance as outstanding. The Helldiver crews appreciatively noted that the escort maintained position, then dived ahead of the bombers, strafing and rocketing, suppressing AA fire with complete disregard of personal safety. It was no more than fighter pilots were supposed to do, but the bombers' sentiments were no less heartfelt. Somewhere amid the flak, Bakutis took hits to his engine, forcing him to ditch east of the Japanese force. Surprisingly detached, he was intrigued with the clarity of the water, able to watch his Hellcat descend beneath him, spinning idly into the depths. While his friends circled low overhead, Japanese main batteries continued firing from as much as 10 miles off. A Helldiver ignored the gunfire to drop the fighter skipper a 2-man raft, which he inflated and boarded. With nothing else to be done, The dark blue planes set course for Enterprise, arriving after nearly 6 hours in the air. Of the 3 Japanese armadas committed to the Philippines, Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita's center force had been reported by American submarines passing Palawan Island early on the 23rd. The subs did well, sinking 2 cruisers and crippling another. Aboard Atago, Kurita had his flagship shot out from beneath him. Still, he retained an extraordinarily powerful armada with 5 battleships, 9 cruisers, and 13 destroyers. He continued eastward into the Sibuyan Sea, bounded by Mindoro and Leyte Islands. An intrepid search team from Task Group 38.2 found Kurita about noon on the 24th, more than 300 miles north-northeast of Nishimura, as Enterprise was readying a deckload strike of 9 bombers, 8 torpedo planes, and 16 fighters. The Big E, with her strike cocked and ready, launched at 1:15. After one turn near the ship, the 33 planes headed out, rendezvousing en route to conserve fuel for the 300-mile trip. With Fred Bakutis adrift somewhere off Zamboanga, Jim Gray assumed command of the fighters. By the time Air Group 20 arrived over Kurita's force, other task groups already had weighed in over the previous 4 hours. In beautiful weather, with 30-mile visibility, the Big E's squadrons arrived at 3. The Japanese were deployed in 2 units, one astern of the other. Dog Smith took his squadrons to the western formation, selecting the obvious target, the huge battleship Musashi, named for Tokyo's province. Commissioned in August 1942 at the time of the Guadalcanal landings, her AA armament was vastly upgraded, notably from 24 to 130 25mm guns. Intelligence estimated the Yamato-class battleships at 50,000 tons, but they easily topped 60,000. Whatever their bulk, they were the largest things afloat. Pilots and aircrewmen who were not seen in training 2 years before gawked at Musashi. From about 15 miles away, she began throwing huge explosive shells that erupted in a colored kaleidoscope, purple, red, blue, yellow, and white. None came close to the Big E formation, but it was still unnerving. Smith continued west of the target, then came about northerly to place the afternoon sun behind him. The Helldivers and Avengers were directed onto the battle wagon, while the fighters were to suppress AA fire from the escorts. Like a thoroughly trained football team, Smith's squadrons proceeded with their well-rehearsed choreography. The Hellcat blockers provided interference for the running backs and Helldivers and Avengers. The 3-dimensional offensive pattern had been crafted to present the 2-dimensional defense with an insoluble problem. In very limited time, recognize the developing play and try to counter it before the ball carriers crossed the goal line. From there on, it was almost routine, as Smith had imprinted the process on his air crews through months of drills. Lieutenant Commander Sam Prickett took his torpedo planes 45 degrees to port, while the Hellcats dived the opposite way. The Helldivers pressed ahead to the pushover point, presenting Kurita's gunners with a 3-axis threat. Settled into their runs, the bombers dived from overhead, the fighters from the southeast, and the torpedo planes turning in from the southwest. The Japanese gunners, hundreds of them on a dozen ships, were presented with a bewildering arabesque of assailants from high above, from medium altitude, and almost from sea level, from port and starboard. Leading a fighter division was Joe Lawler. From about 17,000 feet, we pushed over rapidly and settled in about a 60-degree dive. As soon as I could get the sight of the cruiser, I opened fire with 6 guns, firing short bursts all the way down. At about 3,500 feet, the ship looked big in the gun sight, and I salvoed 6 rockets. I could see some people manning exposed anti-aircraft guns, all shooting like crazy. From directly above, Musashi looked immense, and she was, nearly as long as Enterprise and much wider. Tracking her in their steep dives, speed brakes deployed, Jim Cooper's 9 Helldivers probably scored 4 hits with half-tonners, smothering the port bow, killing all the forward damage control team and wrecking the chief steward's office. Meanwhile, Pickett's 8 Avengers split for a coordinated attack from both sides. The Mark 13 torpedoes entered the water, plunged to perhaps 150 feet, then powered up to their selected depth. Boiling through the waves at 33 knots, they armed their warheads after a 200-yard run and streaked ahead. Gone were the wild hippo characteristics that bedeviled Scoofer Coffin's and Bill Martin's pilots. At least 3 of Torpedo 20's fish struck the hull, 2 forward and 1 amidships, detonating with tremendous concussive force from the 600-pound warheads, smashing through steel and springing adjacent plates from the hydrodynamic shock. From their cockpits, pilots and aircrews could not easily discern between torpedo hits and bomb near misses, nor could they tell how hard they had struck the target. Vertical white spouts leapt from the dark blue sea beside the great gray vessel, cascading onto its decks. Youthful optimism usually perceived what young eyes wished to see, but that day one thing was obvious. The huge battle wagon was taking a hellacious beating. The torpedo hits flooded a cooling room and a hydraulic machinery compartment, further impeding the ship's steering. Far below deck, repair crews slaved unceasingly, shoring up leaks in the central damage control spaces. In about 5 minutes, Dog Smith's 33 planes delivered their ordnance, scored hits, and got away clean. The Hellcats fired some 6 rockets at 3 of Musashi's escorts, with the destroyer battered by a terrific explosion that further suppressed AA fire. Pulling away, Enterprise flyers reported the battleship smoking heavily, down by the bow, apparently immobile. Actually, she was still doing 15 knots or better, but not for long. Within minutes, nearly 3 dozen more planes from Franklin, Intrepid, and Cabot rolled in. Predictably, accounts vary of the terrible carnage inflicted by successive attacks. The Americans thought that Musashi absorbed 19 torpedoes, plus 17 bombs and as many near misses. Japanese records conceded 11 torpedoes and 10 bombs. Whatever the numbers, the damage was real enough. The battle flag was lowered, and in ultimate extremis, the Emperor's portrait was passed to another ship. At 7:30 that evening, with a 30-degree list, Musashi began turning turtle. 6 minutes later, she rolled over to port, sinking bow first on the way to the bottom 4,000 feet down, taking more than 1,000 of the 2,400 men on board. Meanwhile, cruiser Miyoko turned back with torpedo damage, leaving Kurita with 23 vessels, including 4 battleships. Nevertheless, he reversed course and was last seen steaming westward, apparently beaten. During the day's multiple attacks, Japanese gunners downed 18 of the 259 carrier planes that swarmed over the Armada, but none from Enterprise. It was a momentous day for carrier aviation, avidly shared by Big E aircrews and sailors who were eager for more. Late that afternoon, Davison's Task Group 38.4, about 120 miles east of San Bernardino Strait, between Luzon and Samar, joined 38.3 with Essex, Lexington, and light carrier Langley. But that morning in Leyte Gulf, Rear Admiral Frederick C. Sherman's group had lost Princeton to conventional air attack, the first fast American carrier sunk since 1942. Shortly after 8 p.m., Big E men felt the ship turning as she came starboard, engines sending vibrations through deck plates upward through the soles of sailors' shoes. Soon the word got around. Rear Admiral Jerry Bogan's 38.2 also had linked up, while 38.1 was being recalled from refueling to the east. Joined by Vice Admiral Willis Lee's battleships, the task force headed north at high speed, in response to electrifying news: Japanese carriers off the northeastern tip of Luzon. Tom Hamilton recalled, "The last report was about 9:30 at night that the Jap force at San Bernardino Strait had turned back. We had no flag aboard, but we had the flag circuits, so Captain Glover shared that information with me. We applauded Admiral Halsey's decision to attack the northern force." Hamilton had known Halsey at Annapolis, when the future admiral was commander of the Academy station ship and boxing coach. Hamilton knew Halsey as a battler and expected more battle to come. Another day, another battle. Jim Gray retained his dual capacity as interim skipper of Fighting 20 and running the night fighters. At 2:15 a.m. on the 25th, he splashed a Mavis seaplane snooping the task group. It was the start of another long day. Beginning at 5:40, Enterprise catapulted 7 two-plane search teams covering the western quadrant. They found nothing, but close in their slipstream were other scouts and powerful airborne strikes to minimize response times if something turned up. Before long, word arrived of the enemy northern force 120 miles north-northwest. Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa had 4 carriers, 2 battleships, and escorts, an irresistible target, which was exactly what the Japanese intended. Big E sailors weren't the only ones who knew Halsey's combative nature. So did the enemy. The genial, occasionally boozy Bill of 1942 had evolved, some said mutated, into the ferocious, headline-hunting Bull. Ozawa, who had commanded during the Marianas battle, assessed that America's most aggressive admiral could not pass up a shot at Japan's remaining carriers. By drawing most of Third Fleet north, the amphibious forces of Seventh Fleet could be attacked in Leyte Gulf with relative impunity by the 2 battleship units pummeled the day before. Enterprise's air plan provided 4 strikes, 2 in the morning, 1 at midday, and the last in late afternoon. Dog Smith led the first off at 6 a.m., taking 8 bombers, 7 Avengers, and 8 Hellcats. The group received real-time information, as Riera's bomber pilots heard a report that the enemy flat-tops were turning into the wind to launch planes. Within sight of Ozawa's force, Enterprise aviators gaped at the scene. To many flyers, the 4 carriers escorted by battleships looked like the whole Japanese Navy. After the previous day, that assessment was not far wrong. The flat-tops were Zuikaku with the smaller Zuiho, Chitose, and Chiyoda, the only flat-tops able to put to sea. The Enterprise formation passed up the first 2 carriers encountered, which were assailed by other air groups. The largest was Zuikaku, last of the 6 Pearl Harbor attackers. But one of the smaller carriers was making full speed. She was Zuiho, which Bernie Strong and skinhead Irvine had clobbered at Santa Cruz 2 years before. She had survived the Marianas debacle, though she had not been attacked by Enterprise's Air Group 10. Diving out of the southwest from 12,000 feet, sun behind them, Emmett Riera led his 7 pilots down nearly vertically, each peeling off and following one another in a lethal waterfall of stooping helldivers. They received very little anti-aircraft fire during their 30-second dives. As each bomber dropped a pair of 1,000-pounders, Zuiho appeared smothered by near misses. Then one bomb hit the stern, bulging the flight deck, and the ship temporarily lost steering. Zuiho began burning from the hit and damaging near misses as the bombers pulled off amid increasing gunfire from a battleship, 2 cruisers, and about 5 destroyers. Meanwhile, the Avengers descended to within a couple hundred feet of the waves to launch torpedoes, though it's uncertain whether any connected. But Enterprise pilots also hit 2 cruisers and 3 destroyers with rockets. Ozawa had launched his remaining aircraft on combat air patrol, and the Japanese pilots fought with desperation, knowing their remaining flight decks were at stake. Some unusually competent Zeeks shot down Joe Lawler's wingman, Ensign George Denby. Another Hellcat fell to flak, but both pilots survived. On the egress, pilots picked their way through the gray forest of Japanese superstructures. Bob Barnes declared the flak the most intense I have ever seen, with all ships firing everything they had. Every ship you flew by was shooting at you. Departing Enterprise at 6:45 a.m., the second strike was the day's smallest, just 15 aircraft, with one of the 2 Avengers tacking on to Franklin's group. Opting for the battleships, the Big E's flyers probably tagged the Issei, distinctive with her stern-mounted flight deck. Dog Smith had a day like no other, leading 3 of the 4 strikes, once with merely 45 minutes between sorties. In all, he logged more than 10 hours in the air. Meanwhile, the flight deck crew also toiled throughout the day, inspecting, arming, and fueling the planes as they landed and were prepared to fly again. Enterprise's Airedales demonstrated why they had long been the fleet standard. 4 strikes went off without a hitch, each with bombers, torpedo planes, and fighters arranged on deck, properly armed, fully fueled, and inspected. The noon launch dispatched 21 planes, targeting what appeared to be an Otaka-class escort carrier. In truth, she may have been the 11,200-ton Zuiho again, as the tough flat-top continued absorbing American ordnance. By then, Chitose had already died, leaving her sister Chiyoda the only other small-deck carrier. Whatever the target, Enterprise's flyers claimed 2 fish and 4 or more bomb hits. Whoever did the deed, about 3:30 that afternoon, Zuiho slid under stern first, rolling to starboard, taking 214 Imperial sailors with her. An hour before, the Big E bade a respectful, if not fond, farewell to Zuikaku, the auspicious crane that had spread her destructive wings across the Pacific from Pearl Harbor onward. Her squadrons had helped sink the first Lexington at Coral Sea, attacked Enterprise at Eastern Solomons, and contributed to Hornet's death at Santa Cruz. Mainly victim of the new Lexington's Air Group 19, she sank with more than 800 men. Dog Smith's last flight was to his liking. At 4:20 he headed up 16 Hellcats, packing 1,000-pounders, with no bombers to escort. Fighting 20 reported numerous hits on a light cruiser and a possible hit on a battle wagon. One Hellcat went down, but again efficient rescue work retrieved the flyers from all 5 aircraft, including an Avenger and Helldiver. In 4 strikes totaling 77 aircraft, the Big E expended a dozen torpedoes, 70 bombs, 107 rockets, and 27,000 rounds of machine gun and cannon ammunition, vastly more than the 31 bombs that 28 Air Group 10 planes had dropped that long-ago June evening over Ozawa's mobile fleet. But such was the changed nature of naval air combat in just 4 months, a day-long pounding versus a one-shot fling into the dark. Air Group 20 claimed shares in 2 carriers, which may both have been Zuiho, plus damage to a battleship, 3 cruisers, and 4 destroyers. Despite the exultation of sinking so many capital ships, some old enemies of 2 or 3 years' standing, Enterprise men marveled at events to the south, while Ozawa was suffering. The decoy had worked. With Halsey drawn northward, the presumably beaten enemy center and southern forces, both hit by Enterprise the day before, had nearly succeeded. Nishimura's southern force, with Fuso and Yamashiro, died trying to penetrate Rear Admiral Jesse Oldendorf's gray rampart of old battleships and new destroyers defending Surigao Strait. But Kurita, with mighty Yamato and her consorts, had emerged from San Bernardino Strait to be confronted and repelled by an undersized escort carrier group off Samar. It was a scandalous multi-level command failure that went unpunished. The theater commander, General Douglas MacArthur, had failed to coordinate Army-Navy communications, leaving Halsey of 3rd Fleet and Thomas Kincaid's amphibious 7th Fleet, he of Enterprise's flag bridge at Santa Cruz, pursuing their own goals. Consequently, neither admiral bothered to guard the vital San Bernardino Strait. To discipline, let alone remove, 3 senior commanders was politically unthinkable in Washington. Thus ended the 3-day slugfest generically called the Battle of Leyte Gulf, fought on the sea and in the air. The Imperial Navy lost 4 carriers, 3 battleships, 8 cruisers, and a dozen destroyers. Air Group 20 had attacked 3 major fleet units in 2 days, a pace of operations never to be repeated. Other than the light carrier Princeton, American losses were limited to the morning surprise on the 25th, when Kurita's battleships and cruisers jumped the escort carrier force called Taffy 3. 2 baby flat-tops and 3 escorts were sunk in repulsing the Japanese center force. In the assessment of historian Evan Thomas, for the Imperial Japanese Navy, the battle was a death knell. Never again would the Japanese be able to put to sea to engage the Americans in a fleet action. Without a fleet, the Japanese home islands were cut off, starved, and exposed to American attack. Leyte Denouement. There was no respite after the largest naval battle of the war. The fast carriers turned their attention northward, striking the Visayas in the central Philippines and the upper portion of Luzon. The attacks kept the pressure on the Japanese, now that American troops were ashore. During a sweep on October 27th, Enterprise pilots found the 2,500-ton destroyer Shiranui, steaming to the aid of another destroyer run aground. She was caught north of the island of Panay. Big E bombers scored at least 3 hits, sending her down bow first. The 6-year-old ship was lost with all hands. The next 2 days passed in active routine, but on October 30th, the task group faced Japan's newest, eeriest weapon, suicide planes. Off Samar, the large island southeast of Luzon, the raiders were tracked by radar within 18 miles when Franklin's search radar failed. Admiral Davison got word to Enterprise, which had to pass the information back to the flagship. In the intervening few minutes, radar plots got confused. Enterprise sent Hellcats out on the correct bearing, but the pilots missed the bandits a couple of miles away. A second vector put San Jacinto fighters onto the enemy, downing 4 Zeeks, but the suiciders were then in their high-speed dives toward the ships. Minutes later, 3 Zeeks and 3 Judy dive bombers were sighted overhead. 3 went for Enterprise and San Jacinto. 2 near-missed San Jac. The last one slanted into a shallow run aimed at the Big E's starboard side. The gun boss withheld his 5-inchers for fear of hitting friendly ships, but the 20mm and 40mm mounts opened up a thick, accurate fire. All the while, Tom Hamilton stood exposed on the island, relaying what was occurring for the hundreds of sailors below decks. Set afire by repeated hits, the Zeke came straight in, unwavering. Perhaps by then the pilot was dead, as he needed only a slight course correction. But the burning fighter flashed just over the flight deck astern of the island and went into the water to port. It exploded so close that aluminum pieces dropped into the catwalk. Meanwhile, 3 suiciders were drawn to Franklin, 2 miles off the Big E's port beam. The first was shot down close aboard, but the second dived into the flight deck, igniting a huge fireball that killed or wounded 86 men. The other plane, burning but under control, plunged into Belleau Wood's stern, inflicting some 90 casualties. Franklin fought fires for more than an hour before smothering the flames. At day's end, it was apparent that she and Belleau Wood would be headed for a West Coast shipyard. Big Ben had been tagged twice in 2 weeks. Some Big E men began thinking CV-13 truly was unlucky to draw such attention. The kamikaze experience was unnerving, even for Enterprise veterans. They had just seen the new enemy up close, the lethal determination of Japanese pilots who dived into American ships without flinching. It wasn't like Lieutenant Nakai and his doomed bomber off Kwajalein 20 months before. That had been a desperate, valiant last act that fighting men understood. But now, off Samar, the lesson was obvious to everyone from seaman to admiral. The only way to defeat the dedicated kamikaze was to kill him. The next afternoon, Enterprise regained her flagship status as Rear Admiral Davison brought his staff over from Franklin en route to Ulithi. Extremely bright and well-read, Davison had a friendly, even fun-loving nature that contrasted with Enterprise's previous admiral, Blackjack Reeves. Davison had spent all but 4 years of his career in aviation, winning his wings in 1920 at age 24, about as young as an Annapolis graduate could manage at the time. Late on the 30th, in the Sibuyan Sea, a sharp-eyed lookout on the submarine Hardhead spotted something 3/4 of a mile off. Investigation turned up Fred Bakutis, dehydrated, hungry, blistered by sea and sun, but alive. His physical condition was excellent considering that he had been in a small life raft 7 days, Hardhead reported. He recovered enough to resume flying and shot down 2 more enemy aircraft when the air group transferred to Lexington in November. Enterprise got 1 leader back, but lost another. On November 10th, Emmett Riera was tapped to take over Hornet's Air Group in Task Group 38.1. The previous Air Group commander, Fred Schrader, had been killed at Formosa, and with no immediate replacement available, Riera moved to Air Group 11. He was succeeded by Lieutenant Commander Raymond E. Moore on November 10th, the anniversary of the squadron's establishment. The next morning, ironically Armistice Day, Enterprise squadrons attacked ships in Ormoc Bay on Leyte's north coast. Planes from 3 task groups sank 4 destroyers and 4 cargo vessels, but Dog Smith's men stood out. During their attack, 1 destroyer capsized, while another, weaving erratically, exploded. So did a cargo ship. A smaller escort lost its bow and went dead in the water. But losses continued. Over the next 10 days, the torpedo squadron lost a crew, while the fighters were especially hard hit, with 5 pilots killed around Manila and another on the farewell look at Yap. In the win column, Bakutis's flyers added a dozen victories on the 13th, and the next day Doug Baker ran his string to 12. After 2 years, Don Runyon's Enterprise record of 9 had finally been broken. On the evening of the 19th, 2 fighter divisions under Lieutenant J.G. Leif Shannon splashed 3 Bettys west of the task group. They brought Fighting 20's tally to 135 in barely 5 weeks, top score for all Big E squadrons throughout the war. Moreover, Bakutis's pilots had done a superb job on escort, as good as the Grim Reapers. While aboard Enterprise, only 2 of the bombers even got a shot at a Japanese aircraft. The torpedo squadron lost 21 men and the bombers 8, but none to enemy fighters. During its 3-month Enterprise deployment, Air Group 20 lost 42 men and 47 planes. It was a heavy toll, more than Air Group 10 had lost on either deployment from late 1942 to mid-1944. But the fall campaigns were the most intensive yet conducted in the Pacific. At Ulithi on November 23rd, Air Group 20 cross-decked to Lexington, where Dog Smith's squadrons would complete their tour in late January. Marking the departure, Enterprise gave Smith's outfit a whimsical letter of introduction to the Lex. Therein, CV-6 cautioned against excessive trust by CV-16, Enterprise's Air Department noting that any carrier could only do so much with an air group, and, after all, the Big E is only human. Enterprise ferried Lexington's Air Group 19 to Pearl Harbor, arriving December 6th. Veterans of 1941 reflected on what a difference 3 years made. The Pacific War had completely reversed course in that time, but the press of operations remained insistent. Any hopes for Christmas in Hawaii were quickly dashed, as the Big E was urgently needed in an entirely new mission. Chapter 11. Live with Great Enthusiasm. Bill Martin was back. If any aviator was Mr. Enterprise, it could only be Commander William I. Martin, veteran of both Air Group 10 deployments in the Big E. After flying with Scouting 10 at Guadalcanal and leading Torpedo 10 to Truk and the Marianas, he was ready for a record-setting third cruise in Enterprise. Now, in December 1944, he had an unusual command. Night Air Group 90 was only the second such unit in the Navy. Its fighter squadron had been cobbled together on the East Coast that spring, the amalgam of 4 Hellcat outfits under Lieutenant Commander Robert J. McCullough. The attached Avengers were expanded into Night Torpedo Squadron 90, led by another Enterprise veteran, Lieutenant Russell Kippen. Martin assumed command in late September, shortly after the air group arrived in Hawaii. Almost immediately, he called an all-hands meeting in the Barbers Point hangar. Addressing some 230 men of both squadrons and air group staff, he spoke earnestly, directly. "We're going to get in trouble. Anybody who doesn't want to go along, one step forward." Heads turned as flyers and sailors looked around, half expecting some to accept the offer. None did. With that, Martin said, "Dismissed," and the men returned to work. Among them, radar technician Arnold Olson was impressed. He recalled, "That was the first time I saw Commander Martin, and it might have been the last time, but I sure didn't want to be left behind." Air Group 90 contained 103 officers, but only a dozen ensigns, far fewer than daytime air groups, owing to the requisite experience. Martin wanted his aviators to have 50 daytime carrier landings and 25 or more night traps before entering combat. He had assembled a passel of devoted night owls, true believers like himself. Toward that end, he brought along some of his Torpedo 10 talent, including Bill Baldwin, Crossbow Collins, hotshot Charlie Henderson, Cliff Largess, and radar wizard Bill Chase. It was no surprise that Enterprise became the first big-deck night carrier. She had pioneered almost every advancement in nocturnal flat-top aviation, from Butch O'Hare's bat teams to Bill Martin's attack missions and Chick Harmer's Corsair night fighters. Martin's former shipmate, Turner Caldwell, of Enterprise Flight 300 at Guadalcanal, already led the first full-time night air group from the light carrier Independence. For her new role, Enterprise's typical loadout was 30 Hellcat night fighters and 2 photoplanes, plus 27 radar-equipped Avenger bombers, all sporting a horizontal arrow on the tail. 59 aircraft were far fewer than the 93 authorized for the recently departed Air Group 20, but Martin's were optimized for night flying. They provided more bang for the buck, around the clock. The ship itself reflected the new mission. White victory lights on stiff rubber posts were placed to port and starboard on the deck, forming a reference from the first crash barrier back to the ramp. The standard red deck edge lights were aligned alternately to port and starboard, aft and outboard 30 degrees, to allow pilots to see them early in the carrier approach. Providing greater depth perception, the 2 light arrays notably improved pilots' ability to line up properly, with few corrections from landing signal officers. Consequently, night-flying pilots seldom received wave-offs. Night operations were further enhanced by control of the Snapper air traffic director in the air defense forward position. Once cleared by the bridge to permit homing aircraft to enter the landing pattern, Snapper advised each pilot of his position abeam by radar, ideally 1,600 yards out. A secure VHF radio circuit permitted a running commentary when needed. Finally, nocturnal LSOs wore illuminated suits with lighted wands instead of the usual paddles. 2 months after the sprawling Leyte Gulf battle, the war continued apace. On Christmas Eve, the new skipper, Captain Grover B.H. Hall, took Enterprise out of Pearl, and Air Group 90 flew aboard, paying tribute to its legendary carrier. Martin led his Avengers in a letter E while McCullough's Hellcats formed V for victory. All aircraft got safely aboard, and the crew began settling in for the ship's third wartime Christmas. Said Yeoman John McGlashing, "Everyone tried to stay busy and not talk or think about it, but it was tough." Some levity emerged among the serious business at hand. Reporting aboard with the new ship's band was Wilton Sykes, previously Maryland's 16-year-old finalist in the National Violin Championships. The Navy had turned him into an even more versatile musician, and Sykes drew some attention when he struggled up the gangway with his trombone case in addition to his violin and sea bag. The crew immediately recognized the new captain as an enthusiastic ship handler. Unlike other Big E skippers, Hall had a previous ship command, the escort carrier Charger. He impressed all Enterprise men, and worried some, because he drove that ship like a Model A Ford. Despite his often non-regulation demeanor, Dynamite Hall clearly knew his business. As a dedicated night carrier, Enterprise relied even more heavily upon radio and radar than other flat tops. The electronic shop got a gross of condoms, not for use as prophylactics at exotic ports, but to protect the radar antenna waveguides on Avengers. The gadgetry required skilled attention by men such as Arnold Olson, another teenaged violin prodigy who became an electronics technician. He was surprised to be accepted at radio school, insisting that his previous experience was tuning in Fibber McGee and Molly or Amos and Andy. From there, it was a logical step to aviation, with one chilling aspect. Radar techs were not to allow themselves to be captured, lest they reveal valuable information. All manner of equipment had to be checked and tested. For instance, the transponder in the identification friend or foe IFF set had 6 vacuum tubes requiring frequent inspection, but the electronics were state-of-the-art. The aircraft radar altimeter was unusually good for the era, accurate within 5 feet, and the Avenger's search radar could pick up a large ship at 40 miles or more. Off-duty, the new air group's enlisted men learned the Big E's nooks and crannies, as had their predecessors. Nickel-dime blackjack and craps games were safely held in recessed spaces on the hangar deck. Shipboard imbibers had their own schemes, as a symbiotic relationship grew among various divisions. The entire Navy knew about the recreational use of high-grade torpedo alcohol, and the ship's ordnance department also had extra bombsight alcohol, since the Nordens were almost never used. Meanwhile, the Air Group and M Division, main engines, collaborated on a still in the engineering spaces, safely out of view. The resultant white lightning was barely palatable, but potent, which was generally the priority. The Big E quickly adjusted to her backward schedule. The day crew worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., when the night shift took over to conduct most operations. The night crew normally was roused at 3 p.m., receiving a hot meal from 11:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. Because aircraft carriers are perhaps the noisiest work environment of all, and because general quarters could sound any time, crews were given unusual latitude for rest. Officers generally allowed flyers and sailors to caulk off whenever and wherever they could catch a nap. The attrition began 2 days out. 2 fighters and a bomber were lost, the first 2 on launch and the other in a hard landing. Another Avenger went in the water while landing on the 29th. A pilot and air crewman died in those incidents, further reminder that there was no such thing as routine carrier operations. New Year's passed with little observance at sea, but the Big E perked up on January 5th when she rendezvoused with Task Group 38.5. The group commander was known to Enterprise. Promoted to Rear Admiral, former skipper Matt Gardner had left the ship in July after the Marianas operation and now commanded the world's first night carrier task group. Enterprise was teamed with the light carrier Independence, whose Night Air Group 41 remained in the capable hands of Big E alumnus Turner Caldwell. Caldwell's unit was experienced, having joined the task force in August. His pilots had tracked Vice Admiral Kurita's force eastbound through San Bernardino Strait the night of October 24th and 25th, but the information was discounted by Third Fleet staff. Air Group 20 had seen the results of that lapse when Kurita broke into Leyte Gulf the next morning. Return to the Philippines. Task Force 38 was headed for the Philippines again, contributing her nocturnal capability to supporting the Army landings at Lingayen Gulf on Luzon's west coast. The first launch on January 7th sent McCullough's Hellcats to an area known to Enterprise pilots, Clark Field, Manila. 15 night fighters were catapulted into the pre-dawn darkness 235 miles offshore, but 3 rebounded with radar problems. McCullough led his dozen remaining planes into heavy flak, strafing visible targets, but the Japanese gunners were experienced. 3 Hellcats were holed, the skippers being the hardest hit. McCullough faced a serious challenge, getting aboard with damaged controls, sticky throttle, and no hydraulics. His plane skimmed over the arresting wires, smashed through the barriers, careened off parked aircraft, and tumbled overboard to port. Sailors standing on deck looked down at the sinking, bashed-up Hellcat and reckoned that McCullough was gone. Incredibly, the skipper got out of his cockpit and was picked up by the plane guard destroyer. His injuries were pronounced repairable, and he returned to duty. Meanwhile, the flight schedule proceeded as planned. Lieutenant Carl Nielsen led 4 Hellcats to northern Luzon, where he found airborne targets. In 10 minutes, he claimed a Dinah, Zeke, and an Oscar, a triple kill, extremely rare for night fighters. 2 more fighter divisions pounced on Lingayen Gulf and Clark Field, strafing and rocketing beneath moisture-laden clouds. But visibility worsened, and on the way back, Ensign Charles Gibson and John Sowell collided. Sowell was seen parachuting into the sea, but neither pilot was ever found. The torpedo planes also kept busy. Charlie Henderson led Lieutenant J.G. Gilbert Gibby Blake to bomb Apari and Lawag airfields, where fires were reported. Lieutenant J.G. Joe Doyle and Lieutenant J.G. Cliff Largess also struck Apari and another field, but claimed no damage in the full dark. Lack of observable results would become a continuing irritant to aggressive aviators. Indochina Interlude. Third Fleet Commander Bull Halsey was in a collecting mood that January. Not content with sinking 4 carriers and one of the world's 2 biggest battleships at Leyte, he wanted 2 more battle wagons on Third Fleet's scoreboard. Intelligence hinted that the sisters Issei and Hyuga might be holed up at Cam Bay, French Indochina, and that's where Task Force 38 headed. It was a historic moment, the first time an Allied naval force had turned awake in the South China Sea since 1942. And what a force it was! 101 ships, including 13 fast carriers and 6 battleships. Rear Admiral Matt Gardner's 2 Night Stalker carriers began flinging dark blue airplanes into the dark black sky at 3 a.m. on the 12th. They represented the tip of Halsey's spear, the first of some 1,500 sorties that trolled Tonkin Gulf waters and owned Vietnamese skies. But Indochina proved vacant of capital ships. First by radar, then by God's light in the misty gray dawn, it became obvious that Issei and Hyuga were absent, actually anchored at Singapore, 800 miles southwest. Bill Martin and company were nearly as disappointed as Bill Halsey. Torpedo 90 had an anti-ship strike prepped with Avengers on deck, armed with torpedoes, this time torpedoes that worked. But with no ship targets, Enterprise ordnancemen downloaded the fish and uploaded bombs, each Avenger receiving the now standard loadout of 4 500-pounders. Despite a lowering ceiling and reduced visibility, Russ Kippen's 11 bombers sniffed out a large coastal convoy, 15 ships whose escort included a light cruiser. Kippen took her for himself. She was the 6,000-ton Kashii and straddled her with 2 bombs. Other Avenger pilots also scored, as Lieutenant J.G. Joseph F. Jennings claimed 2 hits on an escort that caught fire, and Ensign James D. Landon put a quarter-tonner on a merchantman's stern. All the while, Hellcats suppressed anti-aircraft fire with shallow strafing runs, more time to shoot than steep approaches, and lit up ships with rocket hits. In all, the Enterprise flyers sank 1 merchantman and left 2 in fiery distress. Kashii, apparently wounded, turned for the beach and later was finished by bombers from Task Group 38.3. Aerial opposition was negligible, as carrier pilots only logged a dozen shoot-downs through the day. Bob McCullough's Hellcats flew 2 missions to Saigon's airport, the fabled Tan Sanut of a later war, but had to be content with strafing. The next day, January 13th, the Big E crested pitching waves and driven horizontal rain on the periphery of a typhoon. In aviator parlance, the weather was dog shit, with low ceilings, shrieking winds, and impossible operating conditions. Many sailors climbed into their racks and stayed there, enduring the ship's bucking, pitching motion, while those ambitious enough to eat, let alone hold a cup of coffee, sometimes needed two hands. Like all Pacific seamen before them and after, the Big E had long since learned the ultimate reality of the world's greatest ocean. On January 16th and 17th, the fast carriers struck the China coast, sustaining heavy losses to Hong Kong's appalling flak, which aviators described as intense to incredible. Task Force 38 lost 12 planes the first day and 49 the next, to all causes. Bob McCullough's 8 Night Owls found relatively little action during a twilight fighter patrol. A Hellcat chased down a Tojo over Canton, but it was not worth the losses. One fighter simply disappeared in the wind-driven darkness. Another flew into the water, and 3 more crashed or flopped on deck. 2 pilots were dead. Formidable Formosa. A week later, the fast carriers returned to Formosa, keeping the pressure on enemy naval and air bases. Once the Americans' presence was known, the Japanese broadcasters, collectively known as Tokyo Rose, asserted that few ships would survive the China Sea venture. Enterprise men ignored the propaganda while appreciating Rose's music. Based on intelligence reports, Bill Martin planned an 8-plane attack on shipping in Kiyurun Harbor at the island's north tip. The January 22nd mission started poorly. 2 Avengers aborted on deck, requiring 2 spares to launch. Then another returned with engine trouble. Nevertheless, before dawn, Martin and Russ Kippen proceeded with 3 planes each. Armed with bombs and rockets, the attackers expected to strike hard and fast, hit any ships possible, and get the hell out. It didn't work. Japanese radar plotted the Americans inbound, affording time to prepare flak and searchlights. With blinding lights shining into their cockpits and possibly engaged by radar-controlled anti-aircraft guns, Kippen's pilots were overwhelmed. He radioed that he had trouble seeing and was dodging heavy flak, but attacking nonetheless. Sizing up the situation, Martin began circling at 6,000 feet, an obvious target drawing frequent gunfire. But his gutsy act permitted some of the others to penetrate the defenses down low, bombing and rocketing targets that briefly appeared in the garishly lit darkness. Martin's flight pressed hard, claiming a small cargo vessel and igniting fires along the wharf. Then they turned seaward, beginning to realize that half their number was missing. Whatever happened that night, Russ Kippen disappeared with his wingman, Lieutenant J.G. Lester Coop and Ensign John Wood, and their crews. 9 well-trained flyers were gone, but more importantly, valued shipmates. The task force swiped at Okinawa on the way to Ulithi, losing another Enterprise man en route. A memorial service at sea honored the 18 pilots and aircrewmen known or suspected dead since departing Hawaii, but Kippen's loss was especially felt. The torpedo skipper had survived what had seemed the worst, Truk and the Marianas. The VTN-90 Night Torpedo Squadron 90 diarist recorded, "Many of us have flown and lived with him so long in this squadron and VT-10 that his loss seems impossible. To all of us he was an intrepid pilot, a true friend and shipmate." The 2 weeks in Ulithi were largely devoted to nautical housekeeping, a clean sweep-down fore and aft, and recreation. Many sailors found the brief time ashore unsatisfying and opted for shipboard diversions, including reading backlogged Christmas mail. Basketball and volleyball were popular pastimes, a physical outlet for nervous tension, and an advantage that carriers enjoyed over ships with less space. But beneath the relative ease and surface levity, some men noted a restrained pensiveness, absent 4 weeks before, when missing friends still lived. Then it was back to sea, and back to war. Destination Tokyo. With Admiral Spruance and Vice Admiral Mitcher once more in command, the fast carriers deployed as Task Force 58. Destination, Japan. Of more than 100 ships present, only Enterprise and perhaps 3 others had plied enemy waters, nearly 3 years before, on the Doolittle raid. With Independence returned to daytime operations, her foreshortened silhouette was replaced in Task Group 58.3 with Saratoga's looming bulk, a startling contrast, but she brought extra strength to Rear Admiral Gardner's unit. Sarah embarked a unique air group with a day and night fighter squadron, plus the night torpedo outfit. The object, round-the-clock air operations in the teeth of the enemy's homeland. 2 days of strikes against Honshu were planned for mid-February, keeping Tokyo's attention away from the actual target, the sulphurous pork-chop-shaped island called Iwo Jima. The North Pacific weather remained seasonal, cold, cloudy, drizzly, and gray, with choppy seas. Upon launching in Japanese waters early on February 16th, pilots found that their wings accumulated ice above 3,000 feet, but formations usually got in beneath the ceiling. Enterprise fighters took off late that afternoon and immediately lost one of their number. Ensign Francis Tex Luscombe, who possessed an enviable reputation as a ladies' man, splashed down near the ship. He got out of his Hellcat and was seen clinging to the belly tank, but drowned just as help arrived. The other 11 pilots proceeded to assigned targets, strafing and rocketing Honshu airfields. The Hellcats tangled with a couple of Japanese Navy fighters without result, and though one pilot ditched with battle damage, he was saved. Subsequently, the new torpedo exec, Charlie Henderson, took his Avenger offshore with an important new mission. Radio countermeasures was the phrase of the era, jamming enemy radar with an airborne transmitter. Riding with Henderson were Lieutenants J.G. Ted Halbach and Henry Loomis, working their electronic esoterica in the bowels of the Big Grumman. Naval aviation was maturing, and Enterprise's sophisticated air group pointed the way to the future. Nocturnal attack missions occupied the 17th with loss of an Avenger crew, evidently victim of vertigo, the night flyer's occupational hazard. Despite minimal observed results, Enterprise had just inscribed another page in naval aviation history. She and her consorts had done what some military authorities considered impossible, gone head-to-head with a major land-based air power, won local air superiority, and got away clean. It boded ill for Tokyo's immediate future. Meanwhile, the task force heeled through rough seas, southbound some 600 miles, to Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima around the clock. Arriving off the island on the 19th, Enterprise and Saratoga began flying combat air patrols to protect the amphibious forces, sending 2 divisions of Marines ashore with 1 remaining afloat. But Tokyo could not afford to cede Iwo, which could support long-range fighters to escort B-29s from the Marianas. Bombers and kamikazes flocked southward from Japan, seeking the priority targets, carriers. Night Fighting 90 splashed a bomber the first night, but the American aerial picket was not perfect. On the 21st, Saratoga got clobbered. In barely 3 minutes, the Pacific veteran took 5 bomb hits that turned her flight deck into an inferno of burning aircraft. Her fires attracted more raiders, and 2 hours later she sustained another hit. With her air group largely destroyed and 123 men dead, the huge carrier was knocked out of the war. Enterprise, now almost wholly responsible for the amphibious ship's nocturnal air defense, transferred to the 7th Fleet. As usual, the enemy was not the only threat. On the night of the 22nd, Crossbow Collins's flight descended out of the overcast during a red alert. Jittery American gunners who had been subjected to kamikazes began shooting, and other ships joined in. The lead Avenger gushed smoke, started down, and was lost from sight. Ensign Henry Hinrich's plane also took fatal hits, but he managed a successful ditching. His crew attracted a patrol craft, whose sailors remained skeptical of the flyer's identity until unmistakable American profanity removed all doubt. The highly regarded Crossbow Collins, another Buzzard Brigade veteran, was lost with both crewmen. Charlie Henderson became VTN-90's 3rd skipper in 30 days. At 4:30 p.m. on February 23rd, Bob McCullough's night fighters launched on a combat air patrol. Nothing remarkable at the time, but it began an incredible string, 7 days of continuous flying. Partly, the record was possible owing to the arrival of 5 Saratoga pilots, whose talents would have gone wanting otherwise. The Big E lofted an average of 2 fighters per hour, day and night, flying sweeps to Chichijima and patrols over Iwo. Meanwhile, Henderson's Avengers jumped on targets of opportunity elsewhere in the volcanoes and bonins, dropping fragmentation clusters on facilities and grounded aircraft. 3 planes were lost during the week, but all flyers were saved, and an enemy bomber fell to a nocturnal Hellcat. All the while, air operations continued unabated. The hangar deck was never idle, and the flight deck thrummed with activity. Landing signal officers exchanged their daytime paddles for illuminated wands, while mechanics and ordnancemen kept aircraft flyable, serviced, and armed. At 11:30 on the night of March 2nd, Enterprise landed the last airborne Night Owl, completing 175 hours of continuous flight operations. Nothing remotely similar had ever occurred, nor could it. In those 7 days, more than 50 American vessels were damaged in collisions or heavy seas, or hit by enemy gunfire. One was sunk. But Japanese aircraft hit only one destroyer on February 28th and struck another with Dud ordnance March 2nd. Night Air Group's 90s air defense record was just about perfect. Kamikaze hatcheries. Following a much-needed rest at Ulithi, Enterprise and her escorts hoisted anchor and sortied on March 14th, again bound for the home islands. With the Okinawa invasion slated in 2 weeks, Admiral Spruance wanted to beat down the kamikaze hatcheries with a series of strikes on Kyushu airfields within range of Okinawa's landing beaches. Beginning the night of the 18th, Martin's air crews harried enemy bases during hours of darkness, also targeting known radar sites. For a change, there were airborne targets aplenty. That night, Lieutenant J.G. Robert Wattenberger's controller put him onto an extremely elusive target that he pursued all over the Western Pacific, through clouds, around the fleet, into rain squalls, one after another, before shooting it down. No less persistent was Lieutenant J.G. Wesley Williams, who stalked his intended victim through weather for 3 hours. 2 other pilots also dispatched enemy aircraft, though yet another Hellcat was downed by American sailors. The pilot was rescued, but perennially trigger-happy gunners remained a threat to friendly flyers. The aerial hunting continued into the 19th, when the fighters claimed a destroyed and a probable, and the Avengers got a kill. The torpedo pilot was the ever-aggressive Charlie Henderson, who latched on to a huge Emily flying boat and sent it diving into the water at 5 that morning. 24 hours later, another Torpedo 10 alumnus, Cliff Largess, downed 1, possibly 2 bogies. Thus the big, ungainly Avengers continued justifying the confidence showed by Butch O'Hare and John Phillips in late 1943. Operating in a confined area off Japan, the carriers were not hard to find. Japanese aircraft streamed out from shore on 4 consecutive days, and they learned how to do it right. Some broke through the fighters and flak, and on the morning of the 18th, a skillful enemy dive-bomber pilot, mistaken as a friendly by radar operators, got a shot at the Big E. Among those on deck was 19-year-old radar technician Arnold Olson, working on a Hellcat on the starboard catapult. "The Jap roared right over the flight deck, bow to stern," Olson recalled, "and the bomb struck the forward elevator. The fuses broke off the bomb and it rested in the middle of the deck by the island. A couple of heroes rolled it to the stern and dumped it overboard. It was an unexpectedly up-close look at the war for a violinist whose promising Disney orchestra debut had been sidelined by Pearl Harbor. One man was mortally wounded, but the ship got off lightly. Some night shift sailors were not even rousted from their bunks. Yet more was to come. The next day, March 19th, the day crew was wakened at 3:45 a.m., stowed bedding and combustibles in flash-proof covers, and went to breakfast. Men assumed general quarters stations at 5:13, 60 minutes before sunrise. Faced with capable, zealous enemy air power as little as 50 miles off Japan, Grover Hall kept Enterprise at GQ from before dawn to after dusk, all battle stations manned and the ship buttoned up. That morning, WASP, in Task Group 58.1, took hits that killed 100 men, but her damage control team was expert at its task, and the carrier steamed away under her own power. Minutes later, Enterprise's former teammate Franklin was hammered by enemy dive bombers when the ship was not at general quarters. Big E men standing on deck or peering from the island watched the sickening plume of greasy black smoke on the horizon where Franklin spewed flames with flashes of igniting ordnance. 800 men were killed, the worst toll for any American carrier, and Big Ben was towed out of the area, en route home and forever out of the war. Predictably, the Japanese kept coming, and on the 20th, another determined Judy pilot staked his claim to Enterprise. Eluding the Hellcats long enough to draw a bead, he dropped out of the low overcast, full on the bow, and put his 550-pounder within 50 feet of the hull, inflicting minor damage. The assailant sped for home, flak bursting in his slipstream. Some of the gunfire was ill-directed. with 5-inch rounds from escorting ships erupting close aboard the Big E. In 2 shells, the proximity fuses sensed a solid object and, as intended, detonated. The 55-pound projectiles burst above anti-aircraft crews forward, scything down men in the exposed mounts. 6 Hellcats, fueled and armed for launch, burst into flames, and the gasoline-fed fire quickly spread across the deck. Nonetheless, the institution that was Enterprise immediately responded, faced with the worst damage sustained since Santa Cruz. Lieutenant Commander John Monroe's thoroughly drilled damage control teams began fighting the fires, but the heat ignited thousands of rounds of anti-aircraft and machine gun ammunition, forcing most of the crews away from the danger. The flames blazed and the smoke thickened, choking crucial spaces in the island. The Combat Information Center was abandoned, as were the main radio and flight control stations. CIC and radio crews moved to backup positions, but the ship relied on her escorts for primary air defense and reports on new threats. More Japanese planes attacked the task group, targeting Hancock and San Jacinto, but the attackers died trying. Meanwhile, the Big E continued her fight. Some fire hoses burned through, and in one place the flight deck wood was charred away, exposing the hangar deck to the conflagration topside. Had the fully serviced aircraft and ammunition magazines there caught fire, it could have proved catastrophic. From his position in Damage Control Central, Monroe isolated the threat by dousing part of the hangar bay with overhead sprinklers. Captain Hall turned the ship crosswind, sending the worst of the smoke away from the hull, while sailors in respirators moved in on the blazing forward part of the flight deck. Heads bent against the searing heat, wielding fog nozzles and directing white streams of thick, aqueous foam. Gradually they beat down the blaze, starving it of fuel and oxygen. In less than an hour, Enterprise's fires were doused, and she maintained station in the task group. 10 men had died, including an officer who panicked and jumped overboard. Repairs, beer, and morale. Back in Ulithi on March 24th, the Big E focused on healing. The R Division, repair, maintained a nearly non-stop work schedule, augmented by crews from the heavy repair ship Jason, the first vessel of her kind. Some Enterprise men were able to unwind a bit from the constant strain of almost non-stop operations and the searing memory of March 20th. A beer party ashore permitted most sailors to imbibe more than 2 or 3 bottles for a change, and undoubtedly some miners snagged a few as well. In 10 days the chore was done, and the Big E returned to work. As the lone remaining night carrier, she was once more under familiar management with Rear Admiral Arthur Radford's Task Group 58.4, including Yorktown, Intrepid, and light carrier Langley. Big E veterans recalled Radford as commander of their task group for the Gilbert's Marshals operation of late 1943. Additionally, Intrepid now flew Air Group 10 under pre-war Enterprise pilot John Hyland, making the group's 3rd combat cruise. Radford's formation arrived off Okinawa on April 7th, 1 week after the invasion began. Carrier units supporting Operation Iceberg were deprived of the advantage of mobility. Confined to a box of ocean within reach of Okinawa, the flat tops were relatively easy to find, and Japanese aircraft from Kyushu flew thousands of sorties on both conventional and kamikaze missions. Thus, April and May became the zenith of the war for Tokyo's special attack squadrons and the nadir of U.S. Navy fortunes against the suicide threat. Despite top-notch leadership, morale began to slip, and Bill Martin took time to poll his aviators. Considering that many were volunteers, the results were disappointing. Of the 80 pilots in Air Group 90, only 10 remained enthusiastic about night flying, whereas 23 said they did not want to continue the mission. The others, more than 40%, did not object to their current assignment, but would not join another night air group. Few pilots would admit it, but night flying lacked the glamour and attention of daylight operations. With far fewer discernible results to show for their losses, decorations were rare. Though few aviators were medal hunters, nearly all craved basic recognition for performing a difficult, dangerous mission supremely well. Thus far, McCullough's Hellcats had little opportunity for aerial combat. Since January, they had logged only 13 kills by 9 pilots, while the Avengers had bagged 3. Bomber pilots needed a confirmed hit on a major enemy warship for a Navy cross, almost impossible in night flying. The magnificent intelligence work that Torpedo 90 performed in the February missions against Tokyo went unheralded because of the secrecy enshrouding the electronic Ferret mission. One crew alone had catalogued 24 Japanese radar sites, invaluable information that remained classified. For whatever reason, largely unjustified optimism, some aircrews began dreaming of rotating home after the next sortie. However, for the present, there was no option but to continue the work, and there was work aplenty off Okinawa, as the Japanese aircraft resisted heavily, frequently, and persistently. The kamikazes came out in strength on April 11th, with Enterprise targeted time after time. Her gunners blew up a suicider that morning, exploding so close that a man was blown overboard but rescued. That afternoon, a bomb-packing Zeke, misidentified as a Judy, dived in steep and fast. It absorbed an incredible amount of flak before smashing into the water mere feet from the starboard bow, where the bomb exploded. Subsequently, another kamikaze dived on Enterprise, but her forward gun crews were alert, vigorous, and accurate. Their barrage deflected the attacker into circling for a better opportunity, affording other ships a decent shot, and they killed the attacker. Other Japanese penetrated the task group's screen, but were destroyed before inflicting damage. Enterprise was badly shaken. The two very near misses had destroyed a radar mount, dented hull plates, dislodged some generator mounts, and punctured some fuel bunkers, but the ship remained in position, carrying her share of the load. Radar screens showed more bloodsuckers orbiting in the gathering dusk, and Air Group 90 went on the offensive. Hellcats and Avengers carpeted the intermediate kamikaze bases between Okinawa and Honshu, bombing and strafing airfields on Amami-shima and elsewhere. Yet another Torpedo 10 veteran followed Charlie Henderson and Cliff Largis's example when Lieutenant Ralph Waldo Cummings glommed onto a Japanese transport plane, overtook it, and opened fire. His twin .50 calibers were adequate to the job, and the tabby dropped into the sea. On April 14th, Enterprise learned of the death of President Roosevelt. For Big E men, it was farewell to the individual most responsible for their ship, dating from that otherworldly period 12 years previously, when reconstruction funds were allocated for 2 new carriers. Navy Secretary James Forrestal ordered flags flown at half-mast for 30 days. He added, "Wearing of mourning badges and firing of salutes will be dispensed with in view of war conditions." Little was known of FDR's vice president, a great war artilleryman from Missouri. Once more in Ulithi, the all-too-familiar repair routine returned, again with the skilled artisans from repair ship Jason. In order to access the underwater damage, Enterprise's port tanks were partly flooded to induce an 8-degree list, making walking the interior spaces a dizzying experience. More than 2 weeks were required to put right the kamikaze's vengeance, and the crew could not help notice that the fightingest ship in the U.S. Navy was spending an inordinate amount of time in harbor. At that time, Rear Admiral Matt Gardner departed, no longer having a nocturnal task group to command. During the farewell dinner for the Admiral, a rare banquet with turkey, dressing, and even cigars, Captain Hall poured cold water on the warm embers of an early return stateside. In fact, he stated that the ship was needed in northern climes in about 10 days, and would meet that commitment. Gardner's parting comments left a glimmer of hope, hinting that Air Group 90's relief should arrive soon, though he pointedly omitted any specifics. Enterprise calendar watchers knew that Air Group 10's second cruise had lasted 6 months, from January to July 1944, and Air Group 20 had left after nearly 4 months before transferring to Lexington for 2 more. At the 4-month mark, the night flyers reckoned they could expect at least 60 more days. Recorded Torpedo 90's log, a blue funk settled about the ship. Unknown in Enterprise, Air Group 91 was inbound aboard the new carrier Bonhomme Richard, but would not reach Ulithi until the end of May. Until then, the Big E was the only night owl in Admiral Spruans's barn. A memorable May. On May 3rd, Enterprise rejoined the fleet, something of an orphan. As the lone night carrier, she fetched up in Rear Admiral Frederick Sherman's 58.3, which included the task force flagship. Bunker Hill embarked Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher with his operations officer, well known to Enterprise, Commander Jim Flatley. Now commanding 15 fast carriers, Mitcher reckoned he had enough power to go against mainland Japan again, as no flat tops had been tagged since Intrepid on April 16th. Additionally, the staff planned offensive day and night sorties over the Amami-Shoto Islands to wear down Japan's airfields between Kyushu and Okinawa. At 3:45 a.m. on May 9th, 4 Enterprise fighters launched on a dawn combat patrol over Amami, but one plane nosed into the water off the port beam. Lieutenant J.G. James T. Tucker was never found, and the cause of the accident, vertigo, engine failure, faulty instruments, remained unknowable. He was the squadron's 11th fatality and would prove the last. Meanwhile, the kamikazes were relentless. Hundreds of Japanese flyers expended themselves fruitlessly against the U.S. Navy's defenses, shot out of the sky by radar-directed Hellcats and Corsairs, or blown apart by massive shipboard gunfire. But always more attackers came, and some were skillful, lucky, or both. On May 11th, 2 of them combined both factors and damn near destroyed USS Bunker Hill. The combination of Japanese bombs and aircraft smashing into her deck and structure ignited horrific fires that killed more than 350 men. Some Bunker Hill fighters had just returned from CAP, and seeing the volcanic flames erupting from their ship, the pilots dropped into Enterprise's landing pattern. It was the first time Corsairs operated from her deck since Chick Harmer's night fighters almost a year before. Mark Mitcher's staff, forced off his flagship, moved aboard Enterprise. There, Captain Hall and the exec, Commander William Cabler, showed the displaced officers to their new quarters, making room in the limited staff spaces. However, not much space was required, since 13 of Mitcher's staff had been killed. As Bunker Hill was escorted from the area, Mitcher and company turned their attention to continuing offensive operations, which suited Bill Martin just fine. Martin proposed a series of attacks on Japanese airfields in the home islands, extending nocturnal coverage even farther afield. For that kind of aggressive action, he looked no farther than Charlie Henderson, who favored any kind of airborne mayhem. On the first night, Martin and Henderson led their adventures to Kyushu targets and generally enjoyed themselves, attacking unwary airfields and military facilities. At one field, Henderson even found a mock carrier deck outlined by lights, which he promptly bombed. The second night, May 12th, 7th anniversary of Enterprise's commissioning, was different. The Japanese anticipated a return engagement, and dozens of powerful searchlights split the darkness, many radar-controlled. Some pilots' night vision was ruined, and others reported their aim was spoiled in the garish light. However, others, like Martin, actually relished the opportunity to duel with searchlight crews, foiling their radars by dropping metal strips cut to match known radar wavelengths, and shooting, bombing, and rocketing any movement on the ground. That same night, Big E fighters staked out Konoya and Kagoshima Bay, where they claimed 8 kills in the pre-dawn. Lieutenant Owen Young came close to instant ace status, with 3 Jake float planes and a Tony, plus a Pete float plane shared with Lieutenant J.G. Charles Latrobe, who downed another by himself. Lieutenants K.D. Smith and John Kenyon also splashed singles for the squadron's best days or nights' work. The next morning, the 13th, Charlie Henderson spent an active quarter hour, probably downing a rugged George fighter and dropping a roof float plane. It ran his official wartime tally to 3 destroyed and a probable, flying Avengers. Significantly, no Enterprise planes were lost on either night. The Last Kamikaze. When the sun appeared over the Philippine Sea at 5:30 a.m. on May 14th, the ship had been at general quarters for 93 minutes. Hatches were dogged, guns were manned, and battle rations available. 2 kinds of sentries stood watch. Sailors with keen eyesight watched topside, while the Argus-eyed sentinel called radar swept the sky with electronic vision beyond the horizon. The dawn revealed good flying weather, a 15-knot southerly wind, driving scattered cumulus clouds with bases at 3,000 feet. Shortly after 6, Air Group 90's night fighters were headed back to their roost. They had been spreading the big blue blanket over enemy airfields, keeping Japanese bombers and suicide planes grounded. The Hellcats had downed 3 more bandits in the previous 5 hours, a real boost for McCullough's eager pilots, who had notched a dozen kills in 3 days. But some airfields were beyond the range of carrier aircraft. Literally and figuratively rising with the sun, Airplanes bearing the rust-red Hinomaru insignia lifted off Kyushu runways and winged seaward. Shipboard radar operators tallied them as they registered on green-tinted scopes, formations and singles flying different altitudes and courses. There was a calculated method behind the seeming disjointedness. The kamikaze masters wanted to present as confusing a radar picture as possible to the Americans. Enterprise's homing Hellcats were flying a racetrack pattern around the ship, lining up to land, when the radar illuminated a gaggle of inbound raiders. The fighter direction officer keyed his microphone and ordered some of the waiting planes to take up defensive positions. Pilots sucked up their wheels and flaps, added power, and began climbing to the northwest. Radar had tracked 26 raiders inbound from the coast. When the hostiles met the task group's Hellcat umbrella, some 16 Japanese fell in widespread interceptions. 6 more got close enough to succumb to shipboard anti-aircraft gunners. Others turned away, seeking better prospects. The 26th intended to die gloriously. At 6:23, radar plotted more bandits at 20 miles and closing. 3 times in the next 17 minutes, lookouts trained their binoculars to the southwest. Smoky tendrils rose into the morning air, testament to the lethal efficiency of the combat air patrols. 10 minutes later, the destroyer Hunt was detached to retrieve the body of a Japanese pilot, while Hellcats hunted for cagey Zeeks playing three-dimensional cat and mouse. One in particular proved elusive. He ducked in and out of clouds, tracked by radar and occasionally by optical gun directors, but the Hellcats could not corner him. He was unusually persistent, obviously biding his time while making good use of the low clouds. The intruder was Lieutenant J.G. Shunsuke Tomiyasu of the 306th Squadron, 721st Naval Air Group. The 306th was deadly good at its job. Ensign Kiyoyoshi Ogawa had expended his life against the Bunker Hill 3 days before. Like his squadron mate Ogawa, Tomiyasu was 22 years old. His relatives remembered him as a cheerful young man, fond of sports and music, who dabbled in painting. He urged his family to live with great enthusiasm. But that morning his skills were applied in another direction, leading 21 other Zeeks on a one-way sortie against the enemy. Shunsuke Tomiyasu was equally capable of dying with great enthusiasm. Now, seeing an opportunity, at 6:53 Tomiyasu pointed his Mitsubishi's nose at the American carrier group and initiated a run, broad on the starboard beam. The sailors were alert. Almost immediately, the lone attacker was taken under anti-aircraft fire. Brown-black splotches erupted beneath the puffy white clouds, radar-directed shells with fuses containing miniature radio transmitters that detonated when they sensed an aircraft nearby. Recognizing a no-wind setup, Tomiyasu hauled back on his stick and popped up into the clouds again. Frequently, he dropped out of the cloud deck to assess the situation, each time banking and turning to deny the Yankees a clear shot at him. He edged ever closer, now about 2 miles out on the same heading as Enterprise. Then he reversed course and flew back another mile or so. Apparently, he never considered changing to another target. It was as if he knew the Big E's reputation as the worst enemy of Imperial Japan. It took less than 3 minutes for Shunsuke Tomiyasu to find his opportunity to die. As the Zeke sprinted from the clouds at 1,500 feet, Captain Hall ordered a hard port turn. By swinging the stern to starboard as the bow came left, Hall unmasked more anti-aircraft guns and forced the pilot to make a correction to avoid an overshoot. Enterprise sailors now got a good look at Shunsuke Tomiyasu. His Zeke was painted dark green on the upper surfaces, and suspended from the fuselage was a large bomb. At 6:57 he came straight on in a 30-degree dive, not jinking to avoid the flak and tracers that flashed and flared around him. "Everybody unloaded on him," said Marine gunner Jack Maroney. It seemed incredible that an airplane could survive such gunfire. By one reckoning, the Zeke was subjected to 55 barrels, ranging from 20mm and 40mm to 5-inch. Near the bottom of his dive, Tomiyasu recognized that he would overshoot to starboard. 200 yards out, in the final seconds of life, he snap-rolled left to inverted and tugged the stick back, performing the first quarter of a split S maneuver. It was a beautiful piece of flying. On the flag bridge, Mitcher's operations officer stepped out to get a better view. Instantly he was back inside, flinging himself prone. Jim Flatley shouted, "Hit the deck!" On escorting ships, men watched incredulously as the suicide pilot performed an inverted 45-degree dive into Big E's Douglas fir flight deck, splintering it just aft of the No. 1 elevator. The hull trembled with the violence of the ensuing explosion. Men felt it throughout the ship. The explosion, first red, then black and gray, turning white at the top, lofted a large section of the 15-ton elevator some 400 feet into the air. The rest flipped over and fell upside down into the elevator well. In a forward gun group, normally disciplined crews left their mount to look over the side, gaping at the huge piece of elevator that careened into the sea. Pounding along to starboard was battleship Washington, whose photographer recorded the scene. More than half the elevator momentarily perched atop a huge smoke plume. Lieutenant J.G. Albert Steffen was intelligence officer in the fighter squadron. He recalled, "When we saw the Jap diving in, we hit the deck, and not a minute too soon, for the blast sheared off an armor plate from a nearby gun, and it whistled through the room over our heads." The bulkhead between the pilot's staterooms was obliterated, leaving a ballroom-sized pile of rubble. The flight deck was bulged upward nearly 5 feet, and 25 aircraft were destroyed. Among those who barely escaped death was the hangar deck officer, Lieutenant J.G. Charles B. Wilkinson. Like the previous exec, Tom Hamilton, he possessed exceptional athletic credentials, having played football on Minnesota's 3 national championship teams in the 1930s. That reputation only increased in the decade after the war, as Coach Bud Wilkinson of Oklahoma. Standing behind a girder when the Zeke exploded, he reckoned that he would have been killed if he had stood 3 feet near the elevator. Lieutenant Commander John Monroe already was one of the most experienced damage control officers in the U.S. Navy. He had been aboard since 1943, and his ship had been hit on March 18th, March 20th, and April 11th, now 4 times in 7 weeks. But the latest was the worst, more so than Eastern Solomons or Santa Cruz. By word of mouth and sound-powered phone, the information poured into Damage Control Central. A serious fire in the forward hangar bay, threatening ammunition lockers. The aviation fuel system was ruined, lines severed and tanks leaking high-test gasoline. Seawater was streaming in unchecked through breaches in the hull, and 3- and 6-inch water mains were broken, aggravating the flooding. Any one of those was serious. Together, they posed a catastrophic threat. Yet Enterprise responded as she had off Guadalcanal. Individually and corporately, the men, the crew, the ship, fought back. Up forward, where the situation was worst, damage repair teams rushed to work. Hull technicians, carpenters, and bosun's mates gathered their gangs, shouted orders over roaring flames, directed firefighters, and began fighting the fire. Some sailors picked up 5-inch shells and powder bags, passing them hand to hand until the last man in line pitched the explosives overboard. Others sought the maimed, dead, or dying, and pulled, carried, or tugged them out of the way. Enterprise won her fight in 17 minutes. The worst of the flames were suppressed, and the rest finally extinguished in 2 hours. 8 men had been blown overboard or jumped, including Marine PFC Walter Kyle, who was forced off his 20mm mount. He swam to a large piece of debris, remnant of the aircraft elevator, where 2 men had taken refuge. Then Kyle saw another man in the water, but the sailors on the wreckage thought he was too badly hurt to retrieve. Kyle left the elevator and stroked to the wounded man, machinist's mate Robert F. Riesland, who said, "I'm going to die anyway. Go ahead and let me drown." Walter Kyle couldn't do that. He remained with his unknown shipmate for hours, keeping his body and his morale afloat until picked up. The next day, both were transferred from a destroyer to Enterprise, where Riesland recovered. The story was not known for nearly 60 years, but in 2004, Kyle received the Navy and Marine Corps Medal for life-saving. Meanwhile, power to forward guns was interrupted or destroyed, but other batteries remained in the fight. While the residue still smoldered, Big E gunners splashed 2 more bloodsuckers in the next hour or so. Then it was time to count the cost. 14 men, including 3 junior officers, were dead. About 60 were wounded, half of them seriously. The toll was small compared to the 66 crewmen Enterprise had lost at Eastern Solomons and 44 at Santa Cruz, let alone Franklin's and Bunker Hill's hundreds. But shipmates are special in the sea services, and 3 of the Big E's dead sailors had been aboard since 1942. One other casualty was tended to. When the flooded elevator well was drained, sailors recovered the remains of the lethal Zeke and its pilot. Tomiyasu's body was largely intact, and intelligence officers retrieved his papers, including identification and some folding money. Much has been made of the racial aspects of the Pacific War, genuine and perceived bigotry on both sides. But generally the U.S. Navy accorded proper, if not Christian, burial to dead Japanese. 2 instances involved the battleship Missouri and escort carrier Sergeant Bay. So it was in Enterprise. That afternoon, the medical department sutured the enemy pilot's wounds. His body was enshrouded in a mattress cover, then committed to the ocean off the stern. The kamikaze's name was improperly translated as Tomizai and remained so for decades. But assiduous research on both sides of the Pacific finally solved the riddle, and some of Tomiyasu's personal effects with pieces of his airplane were delivered to his family in 2003. It was a time for reckoning. In the nearly 5 months that Night Air Group 90 was aboard, 32 pilots and aircrewmen were killed. It was a heavy toll, but could have been worse, considering the normal dangers of flying high-performance aircraft off a straight-deck carrier at night. The 2 squadrons wrote off 85 planes to all causes, but significantly, 31 had been destroyed on deck by Japanese bombs or kamikazes. Subsequently, the threat diminished considerably. The next night-flying unit, Bonhomme Richard's Air Group 91, suffered 10 fatalities in 9 weeks of combat. The morning of May 15th, Vice Admiral Mitcher and his remaining staff transferred to the new carrier Randolph, their 3rd flagship in 5 days. The day after, Enterprise was eastbound. Though she retained 25 aircraft, she could not launch them from her ruined flight deck, so she set course for Ulithi, Bremerton, and points east. Her war, from Pearl Harbor to Midway, Guadalcanal, Hollandia, Truk, the Marianas, Leyte, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, and Japan itself, was over. Chapter 12. The Enterprise Has a Soul. 2 weeks after Lieutenant Tomiyasu ended his life, and Enterprise's combat career, she received a tumultuous reception at Pearl Harbor. On May 30th, some people there still remembered the Big E arriving in the smoke and oil darkness of December 8, 1941, and her return to a hero's reception after the Marshals' raid 2 months later. Now the locals sought to outdo themselves. At least 2 bands blared a lusty welcome while ships' sirens wailed, and, best of all, busloads of waves smiled sweetly, saucily at the men of the Big E, who ganged the catwalk for a better look. Enterprise's damage was obvious, with the gaping hole in the forward elevator well and the warped, buckled flight deck. Nobody knew it, of course, but they were seeing the last fast carrier ever hit by a kamikaze. However, there was precious little time for commiseration. In less than 48 hours, Captain Hall got her underway again, course northeast. The ship was 5 days en route, 2,645 miles to Bremerton, where she received another boisterous reception on June 7th. She sported a 578-foot pennant suspended by balloons, reportedly representing each day since leaving Bremerton on November 1st, 1943. By 1945, the Puget Sound Navy Yard was vastly experienced in ship repair. Bremerton's workers were fast and efficient, mending the repairable and replacing components destroyed or damaged beyond repair. Unknown to most, the invasion of Japan was scheduled to begin in November, and Enterprise's next air group, her 5th, was waiting for her in Hawaii. But on August 14th, Enterprise was still laid up in dry dock, ringing with the clatter of rivet guns, aglow with arc welders, and redolent of the tangy odor of acetylene, when the word flashed from Westpac, the oceanic battleground of the Western Pacific. Following the atomic bombings that destroyed 2 Japanese cities and the Soviet Union's declaration of war, Emperor Hirohito had interceded. Overriding his hardline war cabinet, he announced acceptance of the Allies' surrender terms. The next day, the Second World War was over. Horns honked, sirens wailed, people laughed, cried, and prayed. Confetti showered from office buildings. 25 miles across Puget Sound, reporters described downtown Seattle as a rooting, tooting, honking mass of celebrants. Streets overflowed with people, many from the Navy Yard. Sailors climbed lampposts, and secretaries blew kisses from second-story windows. Men in uniform could not buy a drink among patriotic citizens. People who had never met before, and likely would never meet again, exchanged heartfelt hugs, kisses, solicitations, and body fluids. That Northwest summer day, it was just incredibly wonderful to be young and alive and to have a future. Briefly amid the joyous noise, Enterprise men paused to remember absent friends, nearly 150 from the ship's company over the previous 4 years. But the world historic import of the moment demanded attention. The Bremerton Sun headlined the news, simultaneously noting that the Navy had canceled $6 billion of contracts and predicted that 7 million people were about to lose their jobs. But that did not include anyone on USS Enterprise. Fully repaired, in mid-September she again nosed into the Strait of Juan de Fuca, headed for the familiar Pacific on a final mission to Hawaii. Pearl Harbor Farewell. Post-war Pearl Harbor was a different world than Enterprise had known. 3 months previously she had steamed in, her topsides wrecked and blackened, a warship vitally in need of repair to return to combat. But wartime June had melted into peaceful September, shortly after the formal surrender ceremony in Tokyo Bay. Enterprise embarked Commander William W. Suverell's Night Air Group 55, plus hundreds of repatriated POWs, and released hospital patients, joyously bound for Uncle Sugar. It was the first of the Big E's 4 Operation Magic Carpet trips, returning soldiers from overseas. That summer, Enterprise learned about some of her missing, as 12 men had fallen into captivity and 8 survived Japanese prisons. The first captured was Dale Hilton and his radioman, Jack Leeming, downed at Marcus Islands 3.5 long years before. 4 flyers survived the turmoil of Santa Cruz. Fighting 10's Dusty Rhodes and Al Meade were picked up by Japanese ships, as were Torpedo 10 crewmen Mick Glasser and Tom Nelson. Glasser was unusually fortunate. In 1944, the Navy told his family that he was alive, and he heard from them via the Red Cross that October. But Nelson had been thought dead. After sufficient time had passed, his parents held a memorial service, and the mayor of his hometown named a street in his honor. At Edenton, North Carolina, Air Group 20 rejoiced at the survival of fighter pilot Fred Turnbull and torpedo pilot Bill Ross, captured after the October 1944 strikes on Formosa. But Ross's crewmen, Harry Aldro and Charles McVeigh, had been murdered with a dozen other American POWs in June 1945. More time passed before the accounting was complete, but eventually Big E veterans learned the fate of the dauntless crew of Frank O'Flaherty and Bruno Gaido, missing after Midway. They had been picked up by a Japanese destroyer, largely resisted interrogation, and were thrown overboard about 10 days later. Apparently, none of the murderers was ever prosecuted. Among plank owners, the story of a pre-war sailor was especially bittersweet. During 1939 maneuvers, Enterprise received a request from the base on Guam for a chief machinist, soonest. Baldy Pownell loaned his best, Chief Michael Crump, who had portrayed King Neptune during the crossing the line ritual. The assignment proved so pleasant that Crump sent for his wife, who remained until September 1941, when international tensions dictated evacuation of civilians. Mrs. Crump, then pregnant, joined the chief's family in Kansas, where she delivered a boy. 3 months later, the Japanese overwhelmed Guam's meager defenses, but Crump and 5 others escaped into the hills. They remained at large until September 1942, when the invaders caught Crump and 2 others. The Japanese beheaded the captives, but Guamanians gave the Americans a Christian burial. Despite Japanese torture and death penalties, no Chamorro Islander betrayed surviving radioman George Tweed. The story came full circle when Crump's son joined the Navy and became a chief petty officer who retired to his native Kansas. Once the missing were accounted for, a final reckoning was possible. During the war, at least 384 Enterprise men lost their lives, including flyers and sailors. The greatest loss was sustained by the original Enterprise Air Group, which became Air Group 6, with 105 fatalities from 1941 through 1943. Enterprise's was the 3rd highest toll among all American carriers, exceeded only by Franklin's 800+ and Bunker Hill's 529, though both of those figures were mainly due to single catastrophic attacks. On September 25th, Captain William L. Reese relieved Grover Hall, severing another link with the Big E's years of combat. Enterprise then laid on the knots southeasterly for a change, in a direction she had not taken since before the war. With 2 light carriers and 2 battleships, the Big E had a date in the Big Apple. New York and a parade. When Enterprise entered the west end of the Panama Canal on October 11th, she left behind the greatest of oceans and the stage of her role in history's greatest drama. Emerging from the east end, she returned to the Caribbean, where she'd made her shakedown cruise, and again breasted the Atlantic. She had steamed 275,000 nautical miles during the war, the equivalent of 11 times around the Earth at the equator, and now she was headed home. On October 17th, the globe-trotting Enterprise felt unfamiliar water on her hull as she entered the Hudson. Embarking Vice Admiral Frederick C. Sherman, who had the old Lexington sunk beneath him at Coral Sea, she was flagship of a contingent of Pacific Fleet veterans, gliding between the light carriers Monterey ahead and Bataan astern. With a blimp hovering overhead, the 3 flat tops were trailed by 5 destroyers, all of which had survived man-made and natural storms, the divine wind of the kamikazes, and both of Halsey's hurricanes, when Third Fleet had ignored the worsening weather that killed 3 ships and pummeled many more. Navy Day actually was October 27th, Teddy Roosevelt's birthday, but the celebration began prematurely, with 101 aircraft launched from the 3 flat tops. Night Air Group 55 contributed 44 planes droning above the Manhattan skyscrapers before landing at nearby Floyd Bennett Field in Brooklyn. The naval assembly finally totaled more than 50 ships or submarines. Time magazine called the Armada the People's Fleet, 90% manned by civilians in uniform. Thus began 10 days of festivities, which Enterprise sailors enjoyed to the fullest. If any felt it was only their due, so it was. Moored pierside on the Hudson, the Big E received more than 250,000 visitors, anxious to see the Fightingest Ship in the U.S. Navy. Perhaps 1% of the throng that crowded aboard could associate more than 2 or 3 names with the Big E. Bull Halsey easily would have led the list, though his direct affiliation with the ship had ended more than 3 years before, and probably Butch O'Hare came next. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 could conjure a name like Lindsay or Strong or Vetasa. But small wonder. The war had been fought and won on an industrial scale, and a navy that absorbed 4 million people and lost 62,000 was easier envisioned in a machine than in a man. So it was that fall. Enterprise the ship represented the human institution of the Big E, just as Battleship Arizona became at once the setstone and tombstone for the visceral rage attending Pearl Harbor's 2,400 dead. Even better remembered were the 5 Sullivan brothers, who died with their cruiser off Guadalcanal, subject of a well-received 1944 movie. On Navy Day, President Harry Truman watched the Naval Review from Battleship Missouri, fresh from her historic role in the surrender ceremony in Tokyo Bay. Then 50,000 people jammed into Central Park to hear him honor the naval services, no one imagining that in the coming year he would begin an ill-fated campaign to dismantle naval aviation. Thereafter, Enterprise was accorded pride of place in the formal celebration ashore. By then, the city was familiar with ticker-tape parades. The previous one for Nimitz occurred 2 weeks before, and another for Halsey on December 14th. The ship had 3 bands through most of the war, one each for military events, concerts, and dances, with overlap among the members. Battleships, carriers, and heavy cruisers normally had 23-piece bands sent to the fleet as complete organizations. In 1945, the Big E's primary band was Number 51, denoting its graduation sequence from the Navy Music School in Washington, D.C. Musicians were assigned to R Division, cross-trained in damage control and first aid. A parade band needed a drum major, and the Big E's only prior parade probably was the Puerto Rico event in 1938. However, bugler Arlond Banks, a 2-year Enterprise veteran, had performed as a drum major in high school and volunteered for the position. After 2 days of practice on the flight deck, chief musician James Swede Lundgren reckoned that Band 51 was shipshape for New York. That Friday afternoon, with Jack Banks strutting his stuff, Enterprise's band headed the victory parade down 6th Avenue, just renamed Avenue of the Americas. Preceding droves of military men and New York police, the band blared out Anchors Aweigh, as well as the Marines Hymn, and other eminently marchable tunes as sailors in white, Marines in khaki, and cops in blue stepped out in time to the brisk 4/4 beat. The show continued after dark, when Air Group 55's Hellcats and Avengers flew overhead, running lights aglow. The final record. Enterprise received enormous publicity that fall. Navy Department news releases from 1945 have been taken at face value for 6 decades, crediting Enterprise air crews with downing 911 Japanese aircraft and sinking 71 ships. In truth, the 18 squadrons or detachments that served aboard the Big E were credited with 404 aerial victories, the balance being 507 grounders. The top-scoring squadrons were VF-20 with 135 and VF-10, which counted 121 kills during its 2 deployments. With 17 aces, 7th highest among 26 fast carriers, Enterprise was paced by Fighting 20's Doug Baker with 12 kills. He disappeared while flying from Lexington in December 1944, after running his string to 16. The other leaders included Don Runyon of VF-6 with 9, plus Rod Devine and Swede Vetasa of the Grim Reapers with 8 each. It's unknown how many of the 71 ships actually were sunk or how many, such as Musashi, were shared with other air groups. Magic Carpet Rides. Amid the publicity, adoration, and acclaim, Enterprise basked in the rosy glow of victory. Then, suddenly, it ended, as the nation rushed to embrace peace once more. But Enterprise, though without airplanes, still had a mission. Modified with thousands of bunks and expanded galley services, she was deployed on more magic carpet rides, returning troops from Europe. In November, Enterprise raised steam and departed the States, sailors savoring the memory of girls loved and left. Late that month, she called at Southampton, where the first Sea Lord, Sir Albert V. Alexander, headed an Admiralty delegation, the first such assembly on a foreign warship. The Admiralty Board's pennant was hoisted to mark the presence of 3 or more Sea Lords, and Mrs. Alexander presented it to Enterprise, saying, "The Board of the Admiralty would be proud if you would accept the gift of this flag to Enterprise as a token of respect for her gallant record, and as a sincere tribute from a great and historic Navy to the prowess of the comrades-in-arms in the United States fleet." For decades thereafter, Enterprise sailors regarded the pennant as an award comparable to the Presidential Unit Citation, but the Big E did not win the flag. It was bestowed as a memento between allies. Sir Albert added that it would be a great thing if Enterprise would be preserved as Lord Nelson's HMS Victory was in England. Buoyed by the prospects of preserving their historic ship, Enterprise men loaded some 4,400 passengers and resumed her role as a high-speed, flat-roofed transport. That Christmas would be the first at peace in 4 years, and all hands earnestly wished for leave. But Poseidon had his own blustery agenda. Enterprise clashed with 4 North Atlantic storms, warping part of her bow and slowing her progress before she arrived at Bayonne on December 24th. Passengers and crew were offloaded as fast as possible, all but a fortunate few with local families seeking the best way to spend the holiday. On Christmas morning, the phone rang in the chaplain's office. The call came from a New Jersey home for orphan boys who lacked any chance of a traditional Christmas. The home's administrator asked if Enterprise might possibly help. The world knew that the Big E possessed guts. Now it learned she possessed a heart. With most of the crew still aboard, all hands were called upon to lay to and help prepare a Christmas party. Some still nursed hangovers, but all responded, organizing a party and providing a tree, small presents, and the holiday meal that the orphans' home could not provide. Some 140 foundlings were treated to Enterprise hospitality, thoroughly spoiled by men far from home who ensured that the boys departed the ship with candy bars and Dixie Cup sailor hats, sporting a symbolic E. Radar operator Richard Kenyon spoke for all when he said, "It was a toss-up as to who had the best Christmas, the boys or the crusty old crew." As 1945 fell astern, men inevitably reflected upon the recent past. Not long ago, the Big E had steamed in the front rank of America's national defense, even before the war. In December 1941, the Navy counted 383,000 personnel for 790 ships and vessels, including 7 fast carriers. 4 years later, the numbers had leapt almost an order of magnitude, 3,400,000 personnel to support 6,768 vessels, including 99 carriers of all types. Amid the drastic post-war reductions, still Enterprise had a purpose. On January 1, 1946, Enterprise again turned her bow eastward, steaming to the Azores, fetching back 3,345 men and 212 Army women. 16 days after departing, Captain Reese eased her alongside the Bayonne, New Jersey pier. In all, Enterprise's 4 magic carpet rides returned 13,779 personnel to that most wonderful destination, home. Held in reserve. Once secured at Bayonne, Enterprise's boilers were shut down and her steam plant fell idle. The subsequent 3 skippers served in caretaker status, with a minimal crew to perform routine maintenance. In May 1946, she entered dry dock to begin cocooning for reserve status, a process that lasted into the new year. She never again moved under her own power. Yet some trace of Enterprise's origins still served among the diminishing crew. In 1946, 4 plank owners remained among the original 2,100 from 1938. Lieutenant J.G. Sam H. Brewer, Acting Pay Clerk Stanley W. Carter, Chief Yeoman James M. Martin, Jr., and Lieutenant J.G. Ralph E. Tucker. Carter was the last to depart. At a farewell dinner late that year, the skipper, Commander Conrad Craven, presented him a memorial watch and asked Nick to say something. He had to sit down. 8.5 years aboard the Big E could not be put into words. At the end of January 1947, Commander Lewis E. Davis took over caretaker status, her 15th and last commanding officer, and the only non-Annapolis graduate. 17 days later, he presided over the final official act, when her white-starred commissioning pennant was lowered. Enterprise had served less than 9 years. In half that time, she had more than fulfilled her purpose, presaged by Lucy Swanson in her 1936 christening with Shakespeare's words, "I have done the state some service." Once Enterprise had been first among equals. Now she entered the reserve fleet, inactive at Bayonne. She was in good company, as that year the Navy had shrunk to 529,000 personnel, 1/6 of the wartime high. For all her unmatched success and enduring fame, Enterprise faced at best an uncertain future. Though fully repaired, she had become naval driftwood, cast ashore between the rising tide of progress and the ebb tide of history. Smaller and less capable than her newer teammates, she could not economically be upgraded, and with 24 Essex-class carriers in service or on order, there was no need. Moreover, the next generation of flat-tops was already afloat, with the first 2 of the even larger Midway class. But it wasn't merely about ship size or design. In January 1945, when Air Group 90 had just entered combat, the faint sound of aviation's future had been heard in the United States. Anemic turbojet engines had propelled the Navy's first all-jet aircraft, McDonnell's F-H-1 Phantom, in its first flight. Though still 2 years from fleet service, the twin-engine jet clearly showed the way ahead. Bigger, heavier jets would follow close astern, with higher landing speeds that the Big E's deck could not easily accommodate. If she were to deploy again, it would have to be with propeller aircraft, so Enterprise was assigned a role that she could perform. In 1953, she was redesignated CVS-6, an anti-submarine carrier. She could have flown Avengers modified for that role, but the call never came. She remained part of the huge reserve fleet that not even the Korean War required. The Last Battle. Early on, veterans and the public endorsed preserving Enterprise. Clearly unusable in the fleet, she was proposed as a museum, with early suggestions centering on New York and San Francisco. In 1946, the Navy, cash-strapped in the immediate post-war era, said that it could not afford to move her, let alone provide maintenance. In 1954, the Big E's men formed the USS Enterprise Association. Former ordnanceman Mike Cochran was the first president, whose successors included the enormously popular B.H. Bulkhead Beams, champion gambler, and, contrarily, master-at-arms. The association's concept of a floating museum generated top-end support. The most noteworthy proponent was retired Fleet Admiral Halsey, who proclaimed the importance of preserving his former flagship. A congressional resolution was passed, endorsing the ship as a museum in the nation's capital. However, the chilly political winds blowing off the Potomac glazed the warm reception. In 1956, the government insisted that the association provide for the ship's movement and upkeep, with only 6 months to raise $2 million. Recognizing a no-win situation, the Enterprise men struck a bargain with the Navy. In exchange for a $10,000 donation, the Annapolis Athletic Stadium would erect the Enterprise Tower, featuring the ship's unique tripod mast, and other parts would be available for displays around the country. Additionally, the Navy agreed that the first nuclear-powered carrier would be christened Enterprise. The Navy delivered on most of the bargain, but the mast was never provided to the Naval Academy. USS Enterprise was dropped from the Naval Register in October 1956. It was a death sentence. Though the association knew what was coming, the final announcement hit hard. Pedro Sandoval, a Big E shipfitter from 1942 to 1946, said, "When I heard she'd been sold for scrap, I cried." Electrician's mate Ed Suto considered the news heartbreaking. Scrapping began in 1958. Legacy. Despite the loss of the ship, Enterprise's legacy endured. Commander Edward P. Stafford, an active-duty naval officer encouraged by Ernest Hemingway, spent 5 years writing The Big E, published in 1962. Stafford's engaging, literate style set the standard for every ship's history to follow. Yet, surprisingly, few Enterprise books followed over the next 4 decades. The association issued a memorial volume, and historian Steve Ewing produced a pictorial history in 1982, but otherwise no additional publications emerged. But new media emerged. In 2008, the History Channel produced a 10-part series about the ship, titled Battle 360. Featuring computer graphics and comments by Enterprise veterans and historians, the programs introduced the Big E to a new generation. Among younger viewers, and perhaps some not so young, the series provided context for those who assumed that USS Enterprise referred to Star Trek's legendary spaceship. Enterprise is honored with museum exhibits at the Naval and Maritime Museum at Patriots Point, South Carolina, the National Museum of Naval Aviation in Pensacola, USS Lexington Museum in Corpus Christi, the EAA World War II Museum in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and the Planes of Fame Air Museum at Chino, California. She's also represented by the incomplete Annapolis Tower. Other carriers have been preserved as museums, with varying degrees of success. The Essex-class ships Yorktown, CV-10, Intrepid, CV-11, Hornet, CV-12, and Lexington, CV-16, veterans of the 1943-45 campaigns, remain pierside in Charleston, New York, Alameda, and Corpus Christi, respectively. The first of her class, Midway, CV-41, is moored in San Diego. All had honorable careers, far longer than Enterprise's, but none mattered nearly as much. That statement in no way denigrates any of them, nor their sisters and follow-on members of the Forrestal and Nimitz classes. It's simply a fact. After November 1942, no individual ship of any kind could exert the war-winning influence of the Big E. Furthermore, a ship turned into a static museum cannot retain its character. Just as airplanes are craft of the air, ships are creatures of the sea, and both lose something of their essence when tethered to the ground. But apart from the enormous expense and effort of upkeep, ships must be altered to comply with a daunting variety of concerns, including environmental regulations, handicapped access, and commercial outlets. Preserved ships pay rare tribute to those who served aboard in war or peace, but their very immobility represents the difference between a taxidermist's shop and a zoo. The ambience lacking in many museums, the emotional component, is reverence. It's a concern often expressed among Enterprise men. Alvin Kernan, who flew that last mission with Butch O'Hare, said, "Kids running about screaming, selling of candy and ice cream. It always seemed degrading. I always felt the Enterprise was truly noble, and I didn't want to see her tied up." The greatest loss in scrapping Enterprise was to future generations. In the 21st century, conventional naval and air forces play a secondary role in warfighting. Once the World War II generation passes away, only the equipment will remain as a tangible connection with that era. A largely intact aircraft carrier, unmodified beyond its 1946 configuration, would be a priceless historical asset. Franklin and Bunker Hill, both fully repaired, were the only other candidates, and they were discarded in 1964 and 1973, respectively. Rebirth. But there are other ways of honoring men of war. Just as the Big E was the 8th U.S. Navy vessel to bear the name, the 9th Enterprise, CVN-65, continued the line. She represented a historic step, the world's first nuclear-powered carrier, fueled by 8 reactors. But there was more continuity than simply the name. Her first skipper was Captain Vincent P. Dupois, who, as Lieutenant Dupois, had flown with Fighting Six at Guadalcanal. Vince Dupois took his responsibilities seriously. In an action perhaps unique in U.S. Navy history, he arranged for 5 of his old ship's portholes to be installed in E-65's hull. The silver service presented by Mrs. White, widow of the Big E's first captain, also transferred to the new ship. The second Big E was commissioned in 1961 at 83,000 tons, more than 4 times the size of her predecessor. Over the next 5 decades, the 65 boat made more than 24 deployments, mainly to the Mediterranean, Western Pacific, and Arabian Gulf, including 2 world cruises and 6 off Vietnam. Her 8 reactors proved extraordinarily expensive, however, and none of her planned 5 sisters were laid down. She left on her penultimate scheduled deployment in December 2010, with decommissioning planned for 2013. Ship naming remains a sore subject among naval purists. Sailors quip that the U.S. Navy is extremely consistent in christening some types of ships, as submarines are named for cities, states, politicians, and fish. During the 1970s, the Navy began pandering to Congress for new carriers by naming the most important warships afloat for politicians. 2 previous carriers were named for FDR and JFK. Every carrier purchased since 1970 has been named for presidents, ranging from Washington, CVN-73, to Reagan, CVN-76, and big Navy Congressman Carl Vinson, CVN-70. The list also includes politicians such as Truman, CVN-75, who tried to dismantle Navy aviation after World War II, and G.H.W. Bush, CVN-77, who presided over the tailhook witch hunt in the 1990s, following allegations of sexual harassment by aviators attending a symposium. Eventually, enough Navy supporters made their voices heard over the political clamoring to get Enterprise considered again. At one point, CVN-78 was due for the honor, but Republican partisans preferred Gerald R. Ford, scheduled for commissioning in 2015. An online petition was established by Big E boosters, with some heartfelt comments. "Naming carriers for politicians is the height of demeaning silliness," wrote one poster. Another noted, "History shows that those honored in the present day often prove to be unworthy, and that those who are ignored in their life are found to be most honorable in the future. Remember that we are a country of ideals, not men, and name our ships that way." The second Gerald R. Ford-class carrier, CVN-78, offered a prospect for reviving the Enterprise name, but the Navy defaulted to its political setting. In 2011, the newly authorized CVN-79 was named John F. Kennedy, even though the previous JFK, CV-67, had only been decommissioned in 2007. 44 other ships have been named for Enterprise men, 2 being twice named, honoring Lieutenant J.G. Randolph M. Holder and Ensign James A. Shelton, who both died at Midway. The most recent was a guided missile destroyer named for William Pinckney, the heroic cook who rescued an unconscious shipmate from the choking, superheated boiler room at Santa Cruz. He passed away in 1975. The ship bearing his name was commissioned in 2004. The Leadership Factory. Enterprise was about leadership. Amoeba-like, she spawned cell after new cell of leaders at every level, men who absorbed the lessons of their mentors and passed those values to the next generation like naval DNA. Her veterans continued contributing to the Navy and the nation for decades. At least 2 pre-war aviators rose to full admiral, including Thomas H. Moorer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, 1970 to 74, and John Hyland, who commanded the Pacific Fleet, 1967 to 70. Vice admirals included Bill Martin, who eventually commanded the Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean. His record of some 400 night carrier landings stood for 40 years and propelled naval aviation into an all-weather, round-the-clock weapon. Jim Flatley also rose to 3 stars and founded the Naval Aviation Safety Center. He died of cancer soon after retiring in 1958, having established a 4-generation aviation dynasty. Killer Kane commanded the light carrier Saipan and continued flying despite his poor vision, dying in a jet accident in 1957. Wade McCluskey of Midway fame received an honorary retirement of Rear Admiral, as did his successor, Max Leslie. Dick Best, medically retired as a lieutenant commander in 1944, never fully got over the bitter disappointment of leaving the war prematurely. Later, he worked with the Rand Corporation as a security specialist. The outspoken Jig Dog Ramage astonished everyone, including himself, by achieving Rear Admiral. His career ended during the 1970s purges of Chief of Naval Operations Elmo Zumwalt, as did Red Carmody's. Stockton Bernie Strong, recommended for the Medal of Honor after Santa Cruz, continued his stellar ways. A subordinate remembered him as the most obnoxious little bastard you ever met, but good, really good. He commanded Lexington in 1960-61 and retired as a Rear Admiral. Swede Vetasa led his own air group, commanded the supercarrier Constellation, and retired a captain, having influenced fighter design and training. The Navy's famed Top Gun Weapons School was established under his aegis in 1969. Dog Smith also retired an admiral and died in 1971. Probably the most aggressive aviator who ever launched from Enterprise was Charles English Henderson III. The dedicated night attack pilot found the peacetime Navy far too dull and entered business in the Far East. He married an Australian woman and was grooming one of his daughters for the World Aerobatic Championship when he died in 1986. Enterprise pilots practically invented the Blue Angels flight demonstration team in 1946. The team's first skipper was Roy Butch Voris, and other early members were Fighting 10 alumni, including Maurice Wick Wickendall, Dusty Rhodes, and Whitey Feitner. Then there was John Crommelin. In 1947, Uncle John was a captain in the Pentagon when the Navy's battle was joined with the newly independent Air Force, which posed a serious threat to naval aviation. When, in 1950, he was identified as the source of leaked letters from admirals opposing the Air Force, the New York Times deemed him a stormy petrel who wouldn't shut up. His career effectively over, Crommelin retired that year, receiving a tombstone promotion to Rear Admiral based on combat decorations. Subsequently, Crommelin was active in right-wing politics, running unsuccessfully for gubernatorial and senatorial seats, often on segregationist platforms. However, nearly every man who served with Commander Crommelin aboard the Big E held him in reverence. Long after he left the ship, former Enterprise sailors knew they could take personal or professional problems to Captain or Admiral Crommelin as if he were still their exec, which, in a real sense, he was. The ship's last living combat captain was Cato Glover, skipper in the second half of 1944, who passed away in 1988. Admiral Bull Halsey, who rode Enterprise to glory in 1942 and soured many sailors with his performance as a fleet commander, remained loyal to the Big E. Even after his losing battle to save her, he kept her close to his heart until his death in 1959. Despite having 9 full-time captains between commissioning and VJ Day, none of the skippers exerted as much influence as John Crommelin, Tom Hamilton, Damage Control Officer John Monroe, and long-term non-commissioned personnel such as Jim Martin and Bulkhead Beams. They represented the sinews that bound the Big E together, the corporate knowledge and bottom-up leadership that turned a Yorktown-class aircraft carrier into an essential strategic asset. Every successful warship produces such men. Nowhere did it matter so much as in CV-6. Enterprise exec Tom Hamilton died in 1994, aged 88. Looking back, he spoke for all Big E men in the crucial period. During the first year or year and a half, there was a heck of a lot of doubt from the people that were out there, particularly when the Enterprise was all alone down there in 42 and 43. It was kind of Enterprise against the world. People felt pretty lonely. I figured we were going to win, but I knew it was going to take forever. The motto was, the Golden Gate by 48, but we got back 3 years early. Probably every man who ever reported aboard Enterprise shared the sentiment and the satisfaction of belonging not just to a ship, but to an institution. Bill Norberg, yeoman for every wartime captain, said, "I still think the Enterprise has a personality living today. It's gone to the scrap heap, but it lives in the hearts and minds of those of us who are still living. I truly love USS Enterprise CV-6. Bomber aircrewman Arthur Kropp reflected, "I didn't see any glamour in it at all. All I saw was a lot of destruction, a lot of bad things. There's nothing glamorous about war, but the country's worth fighting for. That's why we do it." Among the Big E's most successful alumni is Jack C. Taylor, the VF-20 pilot who founded Enterprise Rent-A-Car. He says, "I was a callow youth when I joined the Navy, and I came out of it with more confidence and feeling that I was going to live a happy life and do the right thing." Perhaps more than anyone, an anonymous sailor spoke for thousands when he insisted, "I wouldn't take any other ship in the fleet. The Enterprise has a soul." As of 2011, some 450 veterans remained active in the Enterprise Association. A tradition was established at one of the early reunions when association business was concluded with time remaining. Some members suggested that they end the meeting as they had opened it, by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. So they did, and so they still do. Requiem and Reckoning. The Big E's contribution to victory in 1942 cannot be denied. At Midway, her squadrons sank 3 of the 4 enemy carriers, forever depriving Japan of its strategic initiative. In the Guadalcanal campaign, she was essential to defending the Marines ashore. The presence of Air Group 10 during the November climax at Cactus was, at the very least, a major contribution to that crucial victory. But for another perspective, consider how the Pacific War would have progressed had Enterprise been sunk or severely damaged any number of times. Had she not been delayed reaching Pearl in December 1941, she likely would have been destroyed in port. Her loss there or at Midway probably would have prevented the Guadalcanal landings and much that followed. If she had been more seriously crippled or lost at Eastern Solomons or Santa Cruz, her vital support of the Cactus Air Force would have been diminished. Any one of those prospects would have affected the U.S. Navy's ability to take the offensive when it was running out of flight decks almost monthly. Would America have lost the Pacific without Enterprise? For a time in 1942, perhaps. Eventually, the nation's immense industrial capacity and burning anger would have made good the deficit, and American warships would have dropped anchor in Tokyo Bay. But absent the Big E, that may not have occurred until 1947, with additional thousands of lives lost during the interim. Thus passed into history USS Enterprise CV-6, America's ship, the most decorated naval vessel in the nation's history. Pioneering, enduring, victorious, indispensable, she proved to be all that and more. But above all, when the odds were longest and the stakes the greatest, she ever proved herself master of the Pacific. This concludes the reading of Enterprise, America's Fightingest Ship and the Men Who Helped Win World War II, by Barrett Tillman. Copyright 2012 by Barrett Tillman. This book was read by Tom Weiner. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Hornfisher Literary Management, L.P., and was produced in 2012 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.